in there near Rayville. The circulation or combination of circulations are all moving eastward very quickly. We can time that out for you and show you a couple of the places that may indeed be impacted by this confirmed tornado. That is indeed Bearskin, Epps, and Oak Grove, and again in the matter of 15 minutes to 30 minutes. So everything moving very quickly. If you live in these locations or you have the tornado warning out for your area, act now. You may not have time otherwise, and find an interior room, lowest level if you can, and as many walls between you and the outside if indeed at all possible. So let's look at the correlation coefficient and see if we can find if there is indeed any debris being lofted up that we can detect with the radar. Sometimes these radars can show you if indeed debris is flying around, and we're not really seeing that right now. There's a sort of a scattered appearance here, but we will be monitoring this situation very carefully, of course, as this storm moves very quickly across northeastern Louisiana and eventually crosses the Mississippi and gets into Mississippi, as I mentioned a little while ago. Tornado watches are out, and actually the one that is in Mississippi goes until 8 o'clock this evening local time. But I want to also prepare you for the eventuality, I think, that we will see more tornado watches today across parts of Alabama, maybe Georgia, not exactly outlining the area specifically, but do expect or anticipate that the Storm Prediction Center will put out more tornado watches, probably, in my opinion, including Alabama, Georgia, and maybe even Tennessee, as well as that whole system. You can just track it. This is the one that is of most interest right now, and you can tell exactly where it is going. So this is going to be a very long day and long night ahead. You can actually sort of quantify the atmospheric, I guess, readiness for tornadoes, and we call it a tornado potential here. It's a variable that you can calculate using all the data, and it does indeed suggest that the tornado potential in parts of Louisiana right now and in southern Mississippi is actually on the very high end of the scale. So as this system moves in, it is moving into an environment that will very favorably support tornadoes, and here's one of the reasons why. Because we have extremely strong wind shear. The low-level winds are moving out of the south and southeast like that, and in upper levels the winds are much stronger and out of a very different direction. So that's the kind of wind shear that is preceding this weather system as it moves in, and this is why it is very likely going to support tornadoes along the way. Here's an estimate of the timing as we go out of Louisiana into parts of Mississippi. This is by about 4 or 5 o'clock. Now, the precise details here may not be captured perfectly, but the idea is real, that in Mississippi and Alabama and Tennessee and in North Georgia, throughout the evening hours, we indeed could see tornadoes and thunderstorms with damaging straight-line winds all throughout the nighttime and into the morning hours, not missing, I might add, the Carolinas as well during the morning hours. Right now, I'm going to send it over to Mike Seidel, who is right now outside of Jackson, Mississippi this afternoon. Mike, tell us how the conditions are right now.
Hey, good afternoon from Flowood, Mississippi. We're about 10 miles northeast of Jackson, and we're keeping an eye on the southwest skies because that's where all the storms are going to be coming from this afternoon and this evening. And these storms are racing northeast at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. Take a look at the radar now. All the rough weather right now, we've been talking about it, is over in Louisiana, and that's all forecast to track to our north of Jackson, up towards Yazoo City, up towards Greenville and Greenwood, and that's where we're going to have at least in the short term, the highest tornado threat. But don't let your guard down here in central Mississippi. Here in Jackson, we have a Torcon of 7, and this is a PDS. This is a particularly dangerous situation right on through this evening, early this evening until the front goes by. We've got a very warm, humid air mass. In fact, the dew points at midnight last night we're down around 49 degrees in the upper 40s. Now they're in the mid 70s, so it's gotten very warm and very sticky as we go on through the afternoon. Those dew points are up, the wind shear is increasing, so the tornado threat will also be increasing. And good news here in central parts of Mississippi, the storm shelters are open. They do want you to bring your mask. Also bring your hand sanitizer, and remember social distancing. We're talking Lamar, Rankin, Copia, and Pike counties, and the Clinton Fire Department here in Hinds County has got their shelter safe room open. So just remain safe with the COVID-19 and the tornado threat at the same time. We're going to be here, and we've got our safe place too to ride out these storms as they roll through Jackson and central Mississippi right on through early this evening. Let's go back to the studio. Chris Bruin has a better look now. Later on tonight, Chris, they're heading east towards Birmingham, Alabama.
All right, thanks so much, Mike Seidel, and we'll check back in with you throughout the afternoon to see how things are unfolding. Let's take a live look right now at Birmingham, Alabama, another spot in the zone for severe storms, primarily this evening and overnight tonight. Right now, we're seeing thunderstorms. In fact, some heavy rainfall pushing through with some showers that have fallen ahead of our main line. Live temperature of 64 degrees. Localized flooding also going to be a possibility, along with a pretty extreme risk here for tornadoes. So let's time this out. First off, I want to start with the difference between a watch and a warning. You're going to hear a lot of these. So a watch means the conditions are favorable. We have that in Louisiana and Mississippi right now. That means conditions favorable for the development of a tornado, but it doesn't mean there's anything confirmed or anything imminent. Now, when you hear a tornado warning, that's a very different situation. That's when you have to get to your safe place. If you're under a tornado warning now or in the future through the next several hours and overnight tonight, that's when things are going to turn they're becoming more imminent and could potentially be overhead. So let's time this out here in northern Alabama. Birmingham proper, showers through the next few hours. Some of these may be strong to severe, but it's the line that approaches us is when we're really going to see things go downhill very quickly. This is going to happen, say, before sunset. We're looking at about a 5-6 p.m. local time arrival. Individual supercells perhaps out ahead of this. And there's the main line, those dark purples and reds that we're seeing here off towards the northwest. Those are going to be coming through the I-20 and 59 corridors through this evening, dinner time, and then overnight tonight as we go into the late night hours, and it will persist even well after midnight before things do finally then clear out and also cool down. What about a city like Nashville? We're going to be in the rain for much of the day. So while we don't have as high of a tornado risk here in Tennessee, it's not zero, and more hail damaging wind threat and very heavy rainfall through much of middle Tennessee and southern Tennessee as we go through this evening and overnight tonight.
Wind and hail whipped across southern Oklahoma this weekend. Look at how nasty it got in the city of Altus. This is about 2 hours southwest of Oklahoma City. One man living in his neighborhood says hail varied between the size of dimes and golf balls. Indeed, that's pretty destructive hail. We also have a lot of wind, non-thunderstorm wind that could be a problem today as well. If you look at the map, we have wind advisories out across much of the southeast. Now, this is not for the wind that will accompany the thunderstorms and potential tornadoes, of course. This is just the wind swirling around the very large system that's actually hosting all of this bad weather in the southeast. And what we've got is another area sort of outlined kind of separately, the threat for damaging winds with the thunderstorms. So there's a whole lot going on here. The damaging wind threat for the thunderstorm straight line winds that could today potentially exceed 80 miles per hour in some of the worst storms, that is in this area across parts of Mississippi and northern Alabama and southern Tennessee as well. And of course, areas surrounding that, we do have a significant wind risk for the wind that will accompany the thunderstorms. But overall, sort of we call it the synoptic scale wind, sort of the ambient wind flow around the bigger weather system, it is increasing across parts of the south. And that's a problem because what it's doing is actually making the environment more favorable for severe weather, including tornadoes, because the wind shear that the thunderstorms are moving in with this increasing background wind, the wind shear is also going up. And here's a forecast of the sort of overall wind patterns expected across the south. 40 to 50 mile per hour non-thunderstorm wind gusts in Birmingham, possible later on this afternoon and evening, and 20 to 30 for many other locations in the southeast. So this is a very significant system. Just set aside, for example, even some of the thunderstorm and tornado risk we've got. There is also going to be a wind risk. We have wind advisories, as I mentioned, out posted by the National Weather Service, and that will likely continue tonight through tomorrow morning before the whole system moves away and the weather improves dramatically.
And you've got to see this. Watch as major hail falls here in Kansas. This was from a supercell thunderstorm brought on this extremely large hail across Marion County, Kansas yesterday. Baseball-sized hail was reported just about 10 miles away in Florence, and it's already been a busy weekend of severe weather, Dr. Postel, and hail is going to be a possibility even as we head into tonight.
Yeah, we do, Chris. With the worst of all the thunderstorms, there is definitely a significant hail threat, and it's outlined here in purple by the Storm Prediction Center. This is their boundary for the areas that could well see hailstones the size of golf balls, maybe even bigger than that. It does all the way go through parts of Oklahoma, Texas, even into parts of Georgia and Tennessee. So much of the south south. Could really also see, aside from all the other hazards, pretty big hail. But let's talk about hail formation for a second. And one of the things that it does take, we know, is a very strong updraft. And some of the thunderstorms today perhaps could have updrafts maybe 100 miles per hour in some very localized areas. So, you know, a very strong updraft will lift all the rain particles, and then they will eventually get colder, and we'll see freezing as they get up at higher and higher altitudes. Those strong winds blowing straight up will do that for us, and that updraft will continue, and eventually these particles, these hailstones, will get too heavy to be supported by the wind, and they will begin to fall. And as they do, sometimes they get recycled back up in the updraft. They get bigger and bigger and bigger, and we will eventually see those hailstones making it all the way to the ground. So that's kind of how hail forms, and you need those ingredients. You need a very strong updraft, of course, and a lot of other things. The cold air aloft, of course, helps too. Here's some of the updraft speeds, though. This is really interesting, of what you need to essentially get the hailstones of certain sizes. For example, quarter-size hail, you need an updraft, a wind going straight up at 50 miles per hour. That can really only happen in a thunderstorm, obviously. And for some of the larger hail that's potential today, we may see updrafts of 60 to 80 or even more miles per hour. So very significant hail is a threat today. And Chris, that is one of the many hazards we'll, of course, have to deal with as we go forward.
All right, well, along with the severe weather potential from damaging winds, tornadoes, hail, we've got heavy rainfall, and that means flash flooding. A live look right now at Nashville, Middle Tennessee, underway of already the rain. And we've got a long duration event here, many hours expected with heavy rainfall, and a flash flood watch now in effect for the city, along with numerous counties surrounding Nashville. Severe thunderstorms and damaging winds, along with a few tornadoes, still possible here across Tennessee this afternoon and this evening. There's a live look at the radar right now. Of course, we got our line of severe thunderstorm warnings and ongoing tornado warnings here in northern Louisiana. Those are pretty much pushing due east here along I-20 and slightly north, eventually crossing over the Mississippi River into northwest Mississippi. Heavy, steady showers from western Tennessee through Arkansas. Here in Nashville, we've got a line of some very heavy rainfall now creeping into the city and pretty much all along Interstate 40. So we're going to watch this. It's slow moving, and this is where you get numerous rounds of heavy rainfall and training. That's what we're also seeing here across northern Alabama. So areas from Birmingham north, very heavy rainfall. I know it hasn't been wet too much this morning in Huntsville, but that will be changing. And that's where we have our highest risk here for flash flooding. In fact, likely from northern Mississippi, parts of eastern Arkansas, through much of central and southern Tennessee, stretching back through southern Appalachians, northern Georgia, and northern Alabama. That's going to be a risk that we're going to be watching very closely. And because of that, flash flood watches pretty much encompass almost the whole state of Tennessee and much of northern Alabama, Mississippi, and even Georgia, western North Carolina, including you and Asheville. One of the reasons is the setup. We've got a very potent low pressure. Meanwhile, by the way, very strong winds are expected here from the Midwest into the Northeast, meaning power outages are going to be likely. It just shows you the energy we have at this system and all of the moisture that's coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. Tennessee looks like it's going to bear the brunt of some of the heaviest rainfall. Some pockets, say around Nashville or areas over towards Cookeville, kind of in between Knoxville and Nashville, down towards Chattanooga, could see anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of rain. And it's already been a very wet year for many of these, Dr. Postel. We're seeing our #1 wettest years to date.
Yeah, and that is one of the issues today to deal with, of course, Chris. Thank you very much for the flash flooding. But we also have active weather ongoing in terms of tornado warnings across parts of northeastern Louisiana, right in there. And just I want to point to you something out on this radar for a second. There are going to be areas here across parts of Mississippi and eventually in Alabama as well that are going to be very supportive of tornadoes as this whole weather system moves in. So let me show you the tornado warning real quick. This is the only one we've got now in progress. Morehouse, Richland, and West Carroll parishes in Louisiana. Let me show you this guy up close. The radar, the warning says there is still a confirmed tornado with this. The rotation is kind of broad, but we're going to time it out real quick for you and show you some of the locations that might indeed be impacted as everything moves east at about 50 miles per hour. Stay tuned. We'll have much more after the break. Welcome back to our special coverage of severe weather across the South. Right now, 90 million people are under severe alerts today, and we've got some ongoing severe weather as we speak across parts of northeastern Louisiana in particular. Let's zoom in on this area because we do have a tornado-warned storm that's got a new tornado warning attached to it. This does include East Carroll Parish in Louisiana, Issaquena and Sharkey counties in Mississippi. So be very careful of the storm. If you live in some of these locations, take shelter now. The storm is moving over 50 miles per hour. Move to a lowest floor of a building if you can. As many walls between you and the outside, and absolutely stay away from windows. Those flying debris can go right through them. So this is the storm that we're looking at, and let's have a closer look at this because my weather producer Matt Reagan and I were looking at this very closely. And what we've got is a confirmed tornado, according to the National Weather Service, with a bunch of different circulations in it. And in fact, there's couplets here between the blue and the not so blue. There's one here, and there's also one down here. So it's a very complex system that is moving through that actually may include a couple of different tornadoes as it rapidly moves off to the east out of Louisiana into parts of Mississippi. Let's time that out, and you can show you some of the cities that may indeed be impacted by this tornadic storm as it moves eastward very quickly. Epps, Forest, all the way to Cary. That would be in about 40 minutes or so. So take shelter now in these locations because this storm is not showing any signs of weakening. It will likely continue to move on into parts of Mississippi. I'll give you a heads up. Yazoo City, watch out to your west. Be prepared for this dangerous set of storms to move through that may indeed carry a tornado with it or more than one. So this is one of the areas in Mississippi that we're watching. I'm also got my eyes on other areas of Mississippi. Guys, right out in here, the atmosphere is getting more and more unstable, and we're starting to see a couple of individual cells, not yet severe, but starting to pop up, and that always has me concerned. We got a tornado watch out until 8 o'clock for Mississippi, but I also want to point out I can almost guarantee you that there are going to be more tornado watches issued, potentially for Alabama and North Georgia. The Storm Prediction Center will be on this. They're doing a wonderful job for us, as is the great folks at the Weather Service. So follow the instructions, and we'll all get through this very quickly, hopefully. The tornado index, the tornado parameter, kind of measures the atmospheric response to these storms and their ability to make tornadoes, is very high. And part of the reason why is because we have an incredible amount of wind shear. Low-level winds are out of the southeast. The upper-level winds are out of sort of the southwest at a much stronger speed. And we have that combination of wind in place across the southeast that will allow these storms to support tornadoes as this whole complex moves from the west to the east. Watch out in northern Mississippi, northern Alabama as well. Atlanta, we're not going to lose sight of you. Even southern Tennessee, all through the night. And the Carolinas during the early morning hours tomorrow. It is going to be a long day and long evening ahead. Chris Bruin, we all need to stay vigilant and aware of the latest updates. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. Of course, we're going to be ahead of it all day, all evening, and overnight here on the Weather Channel along with you. Well, ahead of the storms, the Torcon Index is used to comprehend the chance of tornadoes impacting certain areas. Torcon is measured on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the lowest risk and 10 being the highest risk. Meteorologist Mike Bettis has a look at 3 things you may not know about Torcon.
Torcon is the Tornado Condition Index. It's a value from 1 to 10 that represents the overall tornado threat for your area. The higher the number, the greater the threat. Here are 3 things you may not know about Torcon. Number 1, Torcon values get very high when favorable weather ingredients for tornadoes come together, like instability for strong thunderstorms, and wind shear, strong low-level winds, and turning of the winds with height, and that allows for storms to rotate. Number 2, remember, when you see low Torcon values, don't rule out a tornado or expect only weak spin-ups. Pockets of favorability still exist and strong tornadoes may still form. And number 3, just because the Torcon is very high doesn't guarantee a strong tornado. It can happen, and a few of them could be strong or even violent, but you can also get a considerable number of weaker tornadoes. And those are 3 things you may not have known about Torcon, the Tornado Condition Index.
Thank you, Mike. Expect a wet and stormy start to the week in central North Carolina. Here's a live look from Raleigh, where the chance for storms really ramps up tonight and into tomorrow. Severe weather is also expected that could pack damaging winds, and even maybe some tornadoes as well. Here's the map outlined by the Storm Prediction Center for the threat of severe weather tomorrow. That does include areas as far north as central Pennsylvania, all the way down the East Coast through parts of the Carolinas into Georgia and even North Florida, Tallahassee, Jacksonville, part of that whole threat area. And the Torcons, we remember, scale going from 0 to 10. This is kind of in the mid-range, so we do have a threat for tornadoes tomorrow, even tonight, even as early as tonight, and through tomorrow morning as well, with Torcons as high as 50% chance of tornado within 50 miles of a location. The reason why is because the very same storm system that is impacting much of the Dixie Alley and Deep South today will be roughly about there by tomorrow morning. Now, this is a model forecast, so it's not perfect, but the idea is real that a line of thunderstorms containing damaging winds and potential tornadoes will be during the morning hours moving through the Carolinas and parts of Georgia and not exiting the coast until perhaps noon or shortly thereafter. But definitely keep in mind tonight and tomorrow morning, active severe weather likely for the coastal Carolinas, Georgia, and even areas as far north as Pennsylvania. We'll have much more right after the break.
Well, that was hail yesterday evening from Del Rio, Texas. Large hail to smacking the ground, even cars and the pavement. Now, golf ball size hail was reported officially in Del Rio, Texas on Saturday, and the threat for giant size hail now shifts into the southeast this afternoon and even overnight tonight on this Easter. Thanks for joining us here on the Weather Channel for our special severe weather coverage. We're going to be with you throughout the overnight hours all the way through tomorrow, walking with you every step of the way of the severe weather outbreak. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin alongside storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel. And right now, dangerous storms are racing through the south. We want to take a live look at Tupelo, Mississippi, one of the spots that's under a tornado watch through 8 p.m. in a particularly dangerous situation tagged with it, meaning the potential for long-lived, strong tornadoes and very strong damaging winds. So a quadfecta here with severe weather potential along with hail and flash flooding. Right now we have showers. We haven't seen severe weather push through Tupelo just yet, but it's not far away. And Dr. Postel is here with a closer look where we are seeing the storms firing up right now, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, Chris, in Tupelo, the rain is going to get a bit heavier. It looks like a line of showers and storms are moving through, but the severe weather remains to the west of Tupelo. In fact, the worst of it right now in extreme northeastern Louisiana. Let's look at the radar. There's some alarming sort of signs that I'm looking at right now. One, obviously, is this sort of bow echo in progress right now that's got some potential for tornadoes inside of it, has had a history of producing confirmed tornadoes, but also an area out ahead of that line that I'm watching out. Right out in there, we're starting to see also some individual cells pop up, and the atmosphere is ripe for that kind of storm to develop, one out ahead of a line or supercells that are discrete and that could carry with them that tornado risk for a long distance. And we got to watch out for that going forward in the next few hours. It looks like the tornado threat is really now beginning to ramp up. Tornado warning here. This is, again, moving out of Louisiana across the Mississippi for East Carroll Parish and Issaquena, excuse me if I'm not pronouncing that right, and Sharkey counties in Mississippi. Let's zoom in on these guys, and I can show you from the radar in Mississippi, not really showing a whole lot of robust character to the rotation, but we've got some areas to watch very carefully. Right in here, north of Delhi, maybe heading towards Lake Providence. If we can time this out, just to give you an idea of where this, regardless of whether or not it's got a tornado, it's got potentially damaging straight line winds with it, where this dangerous storm is going to be moving in the next, say, half an hour or so, could get all the way to Rolling Fork, Mississippi. So be very careful as this storm moves in. If you hear a warning, take shelter immediately, lowest floor, with many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get a mattress over your head, whatever it takes, because this storm is moving very quickly and may indeed contain a tornado. And we'll be watching this storm as well as the likelihood of many others going forward. Right now, Mike Seidel is outside of Jackson, Mississippi this afternoon, and going to send it over to Mike to give us the idea of what the conditions are like right now. Mike.
Hey, good afternoon, Greg. Practicing social distancing out here, of course, wearing the mask and watching the southwest sky. Now, this is where the storms are going to be coming from throughout this afternoon and this evening, so keep an eye to the southwest. We're under that PDS Tornado Watch. I want to show you, though, what's imminent here in the Jackson area, and we're talking about a storm that is now in Hinds County, south and west of the city. It's moving our way at about 60 to 70 miles an hour. Luckily, at this point, it's not warned. It does have a fair amount of lightning. There's going to be gusty winds and heavy rain as it comes into Jackson. Now, we're in Flowwood, so we're east and northeast of Jackson by about 10 miles. We may not get clipped by this, but we have a long way to go. This is going to be a very dangerous afternoon and early evening here in central Mississippi, and that will translate east to Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, those areas also with a torcon of 7. That's pretty high. That means there's a 70% chance on a scale 1 to 10. That's a pretty high number that we're going to have at least a tornado in the area, and we'll probably have multiple tornadoes. That's not out of the question with a setup like this. It has really gotten uncomfortable out here. There's no sun, but the temperature is 77, and the dew point now is up around 70, so it's a very muggy atmosphere. And we have those southeast and south winds coming right out of the Gulf of Mexico, so it's really gotten muggy out here. And also the increasing low-level wind shear, the perfect prescription for spin-ups, tornadoes, and the setup for potentially strong and long-track tornadoes. So know where your safe place is. Shelters are open and safe rooms are open in central Mississippi. But remember to bring your sanitizer, your mask, and to practice social distancing. Chris?
All right, thanks for that update. Mike Seidel will continue to check back in with you throughout the afternoon as that line approaches the I-55 corridor. We're going to continue coverage here as we track these strong storms pushing through the south. Be sure to stay with the Weather Channel as we bring you the most up-to-date information on this dangerous threat. And again, that will continue overnight tonight and into the early morning hours tomorrow.
Welcome back to our special coverage of severe weather, which is now actually in progress across parts of the Deep South. It's in particular in northeastern Louisiana, now moving out of Louisiana into parts of Mississippi. Let's go to the radar because there are some ominous signs on this radar that we've got to pay attention to, not just for what's happening now, but what is likely to happen in the next hour or so. We actually have a confirmed report of a tornado that moved through Monroe, Louisiana right now. We're going to send you some pictures of that. That storm has now since moved on and has triggered that tornado warning. But here's some of the pictures out of Monroe where there was a confirmed tornado. And you can see that power lines are down, trees flattened. This is the kind of storm that moved through that is not just moved into parts of Louisiana, but is now moving into Mississippi as well. And this is the tornado warning for that very same storm that is now here in Mississippi. Is being warned for East Carroll Parish, but it is now essentially moving out of Louisiana into Issaquena, excuse me if I'm not pronouncing that right, and Sharkey counties in Mississippi. This storm is moving very quickly to the east at about 50 miles per hour. There's where the strongest rotation is right now, just south of Lake Providence, right in there. And if we time that out to give you an idea of where the strongest rotation, where the tornadic part of the storm will be, well, you can do that. You can extend this out that perhaps as late as 1 o'clock local time. So another 20 minutes from now, it will be near Anguilla across parts of Tennessee. But if you live, for example, in Lake Providence or Mayersville, take shelter now, lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we will be watching this cluster of storms move eastward, but we're also going to be watching storms that have yet to become severe that I think are likely to become severe, or at least potentially in the next sort of hour or so. A whole lot of area in Mississippi right now. The atmosphere is getting primed and ready to go as this big storm system moves in. And Chris, it looks like it's going to be a long day with many areas outside of even Mississippi likely to see severe weather throughout the nighttime hours.
And as that dangerous severe threat pushes across the south, you need to be on alert. And if you haven't turned on your mobile alerts on for any warnings, it's a good reminder how to do so. Paul Goodlow walks you through the steps you need to know.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word Alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words Emergency Alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you are in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
Meteorologist Mike Seidel is right outside of Jackson this afternoon. And Mike, you know, a lot of people are wondering, okay, it hasn't been very sunny, but that's not going to dampen our severe weather potential in this particular situation, is it?
No, not at all, because we're getting heating aloft. We're also getting a heating at the surface. It's almost 80 degrees without the sunshine. Plus, we've got a lot of humidity coming in, moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. We're keeping our eye on the southwest and western sky because there's a pretty nasty storm now moving through Jackson and the western suburbs of Jackson, heading up towards Madison and Richland. Jessica Onardi can get that radar up. You can see that cell. Now, it is not warned, but here's the deal. There's been a lot of lightning with it. There's a lot of lightning now just north of the areas on the north and west side of Jackson and north of Jackson. And this thing is moving at about 70 to 75 miles an hour. So it's racing, heading up towards Madison here in the next, 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Get indoors, stay away from the windows. Again, the threat with this cell is lightning. There's going to be a lot of heavy rain, some gusty winds. You can see the winds here. They picked up too. We're gusting now 20 to 25 miles an hour. That's an inflow from the south and southeast at the low level. We've got the turning at height as we go up into the atmosphere. That's what we call directional shear. That's how we get the rotation. And by golly, today, the low-level wind shear numbers are through the roof, and that's why we have that PDS Tornado Watch, a particular dangerous situation until 8 here in Jackson, central Mississippi, most of northern Mississippi, and again, heads up downstream, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, along I-20, right into the Atlanta area after midnight tonight. But Dr. Postel, the action right now is just to our west and north over in Louisiana, where we've had all the tornado warnings and damage reported.
And damage reporting in Monroe, Louisiana. We've seen that. We'll get to that in a little bit. But let me show you the overall radar that is now over the southeast. This is an ominous looking radar because we've got a very bad line of thunderstorms here moving out of Louisiana coming into Mississippi. That's the storm or the complex of storms that has had a history of producing tornadoes in and around the Monroe area. We still have a tornado warning out issued for East Carroll Parish in Louisiana and getting into Mississippi now. Some of the locations that will be impacted by that are Anguilla, Lake Providence, and Rolling Fork. Take shelter now, immediately in the lowest floor, as many rooms between you and the outside as possible. Again, this storm has had a history of damaging winds with the tornado in Monroe, Louisiana. I'm going to get to the warning right now just to show you where indeed the strongest part of the storm is that could be producing a tornado right in there just south of Lake Providence. Everything today is moving eastward so very quickly. Just timing it out real quick, I want to show you some of the locations that may be impacted by that. If you live in any one of those, take shelter now. I'm going to go back and show you one more piece of the radar, an area that I'm also concerned about, just north of Jackson. The atmosphere is bubbling up here. Warnings are on the way. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our special coverage of ongoing severe weather across the South. Let's go right to the radar because there are some ominous signs that are showing up right now. We've got a cluster of severe thunderstorms in progress with a history of producing tornadoes and a whole lot of atmospheric turmoil ongoing across parts of southern Mississippi. Maybe not severe thunderstorms yet, but trust me, I believe they are on the way. The atmosphere is extremely supportive of tornadoes in that region. Let's go right to where the active weather is as we speak. Moving out of northeastern Louisiana into Mississippi, we have a couple of counties here, including Sharkey counties in Mississippi, where there is a thunderstorm that has had a history of producing a tornado with damage in Monroe, Louisiana, that is now crossing the Mississippi and has, I think, its sights on Yazoo City. So even though if you're not in the warning in Yazoo City, take shelter now because this storm, whether or not it's got a tornado with it still, will likely carry with it damaging winds, potentially in excess of 60 miles per hour. The strongest area of rotation, looking here at the Doppler radar scans, does look like to be somewhere in and around the new Lake Providence area. So that would be where the tornado still exists. It's right now the radar is scanning at an altitude of about 7,000 feet. So it's sometimes hard to detect the strength of the lower level circulation. But with this tornado warning in place, assume it's got a tornado. And if you live in those locations, including Rolling Fork and including Louise, take shelter now, lowest floor, away from windows, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I'm going to get back to the larger scale picture there. And again, let's just imagine this going on its way. This storm is showing no signs of weakening. This complex will be moving through Yazoo City and on eastward from there and into many other areas across Mississippi where we're starting to see more and more thunderstorms now evolve. It's exactly what we thought, that the atmosphere is now really becoming supportive of supercells and tornadoes in this area. We have this severe thunderstorm warning that does include Leake and Madison counties in Mississippi, and that is just north of Jackson, guys. It is a very active day, and I expect a lot more severe weather to take place across parts of Mississippi and then farther east from there. Chris Bruin, pay attention to all the latest updates. They're going to come fast. Back to you.
And we are. There's going to be numerous, even more so as we go through the latter half of the day. Another threat that we're going to be tracking here very closely is the risk for flash flooding. That is something we'll be watching even as far east as, say, western North Carolina. You're looking live at Asheville right now. Notice your temperature. 49 degrees. So less of a severe weather potential here in Asheville, but more of a flash flood concern. Right now we're quiet. We've got mostly cloudy skies, some showers around. You can see some of those off in the mountains there behind the camera. But we'll look for more heavy rainfall, even thunderstorms as we go through the next 36 hours, really throughout much of the day tomorrow before things do quiet down. Also getting windy here too in western North Carolina. Let's show you the radar. Right now, steady light rain through western North Carolina, a little heavier downpour there north of Mooresville near the I-40, I-77 corridor. The heaviest rainfall is further off towards the west into Tennessee. We can move the radar there and show you the heavy rain now filling in across the I-40 corridor and then getting through northern Alabama. And look at this whole mess of a storm from the southeast into parts of the mid-Atlantic. This is all going to be working its way into western North Carolina, Tennessee, northern Alabama, northern Georgia, meaning that risk for flash flooding will be high. Of course, with the severe weather potential, Torcon's even as high as a 7 for Mississippi, northern Alabama, and western Georgia. There's a look at the flash flood watches that we have for almost the whole state of Tennessee, including parts of western North Carolina, Asheville, that does include you, and that deep moisture with the storm is going to continue to create very heavy rainfall and the potential for nearly 5+ inches there from Kentucky, Tennessee, into North Carolina. So flooding, another big factor along with the severe weather potential. Very dangerous day and night ahead, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, Chris, you know, it does look like the severe weather is also going to continue late tonight into tomorrow across parts of the Carolinas. In fact, let's right now go to Wilmington, North Carolina, where this afternoon looks kind of sunny out there. Pretty nice. 72 degrees. I'll take that. But you will have in Wilmington, North Carolina, likely some rapidly changing conditions tonight and tomorrow morning in the form of severe weather. And this is an area outlined by the Storm Prediction Center for tomorrow. And it does include, again, after midnight, probably through midday tomorrow, where there's a risk for severe weather as far north as Pennsylvania, all the way down through the eastern Carolinas into parts of North Florida. So this is a very substantial event that we'll still be dealing with tomorrow. It's the very same system that we've got ongoing today that will move to the Carolinas and Georgia and Virginia and areas up and down the coast tomorrow. Tornado condition index is still substantial tomorrow. 5 in some spots, 3s and 2s elsewhere. There's a legend. These essentially on the scale of 0 to 10 give you the risk of seeing a tornado within 50 miles of a location. 5 is actually pretty substantial. So the Carolinas, North Carolina and South Carolina will likely see the potential for tornadoes as early as 4 or 5 o'clock this morning. Look at this. This is a forecast of the line that is expected to move through and carry with it damaging winds. Regardless of the tornado threat, damaging wind will be a significant problem to deal with, I think, all the way through midday tomorrow. We'll be right back.
Well, severe weather outbreak underway with 90+ million people under alert today as the threat spans across much of the southeast. We're talking tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail being the biggest threats, along with the risk for flash flooding. And the hazards are really going to be increasing as we go towards this evening and into the overnight hours, which brings a whole new danger to the story. Well, good afternoon. Happy Easter, and welcome to our special coverage of this dangerous day of storms. I'm joined by storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel, and let's get right to him for the very latest. You know, seeing the damage already coming out of Monroe, Louisiana, kind of paints the picture of what we can expect for areas still have yet to get to through these storms, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, Chris, we had some damage in Monroe, Louisiana, northeastern part of Louisiana, to an airport. The regional airport has sustained some damage with some aircraft damage as well. And that is associated with this line of thunderstorms that has now crossed over the Mississippi and moved into the state of Mississippi. So this is a very substantial line of thunderstorms carrying with it the potential for tornadoes and also damaging straight line winds. So there's a lot inside of that with that backward C shape to it, suggesting this bow echo, means business and can do a lot of damage. Right now, we've got a tornado warning with it that does include Sharkey County in Mississippi that goes until, well, let's see, about another 15 minutes or so. Everything is moving so quickly. It's moving at about 50+ miles per hour. In some cases, we've seen some storm motions above 80 miles per hour. So that gives you an idea of how fast the winds are aloft, and it's going to make it very difficult to react to the warnings. So please, the minute you hear a warning, do what you can to find a safe place, lowest floor, many walls between you and the outside as possible, because indeed the storms are moving so quickly, may not have a whole lot of time to prepare. But look, right now, looking at some of these storms, it does indeed look like the most intense part of the rotation with this storm now that has just moved into western Mississippi is right about there. Let's zoom in on that, put the little swirly on there, and let's time this thing out, because there may indeed be a tornado in progress with this as it moves northeastward very quickly. I'm just going to time out this whole area of a much larger sense of rotation, but the idea is that these cities, including Yazoo City, I told you about that a little while ago, this storm, regardless of whether or not it will have a tornado with it in a half an hour, it may, but it will likely carry with it all the other aspects, this very damaging, potentially straight line winds with it. So take shelter in all of those locations now as this whole storm complex moves eastward very, very quickly. That is something to be mindful of, and we'll be watching lots of other storms develop as well. There are some new storms popping up just out ahead of that one. This is now just to the north of Jackson, just to the west of Philadelphia, Mississippi, including Kosciuszko and Salis counties in Mississippi until 1:15 local time, about another 15 minutes. These storms, again, likely moving in excess of 60 miles per hour, all inside of a tornado watch that is issued until 8 o'clock local time this evening. Do not be surprised, though, and I tweeted this out, that if we see more tornado watches for parts of, let's say, Alabama, let's say northern Georgia, let's also include southern Tennessee in that, because that very same weather system is moving in that direction, so plan ahead. Don't just react to the warnings. Think ahead a couple of hours if you live in Birmingham or Huntsville or Atlanta or Chattanooga, for example. Right now, the atmosphere is quite supportive of tornadoes, indicative by this parameter called a tornado potential. So as these storms move this way, again, the atmosphere will indeed support tornadoes right in that zone. And there is indeed a mesoscale discussion out, a little regional discussion issued by the Storm Prediction Center for precisely that. Here's one of the reasons why, that the tornado threat is very high in those areas shaded in red and orange. It's because we have a strong wind shear. The winds at low levels are doing that. The winds at upper levels are doing that. And when you have that kind of turning and that kind of increase in speed with height, you know that the thunderstorms moving through will be very capable of supporting strong rotation, large hail, damaging straight line winds, and even tornadoes. Timing it out, this is my last graphic I want to leave you with. Going through again, northern Alabama, southern Tennessee, northwestern Georgia, through 10 midnight tonight. The severe weather threat continues long after dark. Mike Seidel right now is outside of Jackson, Mississippi, and this afternoon. And Mike, I want you to tell us how the conditions are going, because we saw some thunderstorms kind of headed your way.
Yeah, they race by to our north. Let's go to the radar. You can see how fast they're moving and how quickly they've moved out of the Jackson area. They stayed from downtown off to the west, south and west, and then north. And now they're way, way up now, well north of I-20, crossed I-55. And so they're moving out of the way. They didn't have any warnings with them, but they've had a lot of lightning, and you're going to get the gusty winds and heavy rain. We did see a few flashes of lightning way off in the distance, but we were a good 8 to 10 miles. We're in Flowood, and we're about 8 or 10 miles from downtown Jackson on the northeast side of town, just north of the airport. We're going to scan the southwest skies through the afternoon and evening. We've got a long way to go. This particularly dangerous situation continues into the early evening. As Dr. Postel talked about, the tornado parameters are high. We're a torcon of 7 here. That means 7 out of 10. You do the math right there, and it may get a little bit higher. But we've been watching the wind pick up. In fact, the airport in the past half an hour, as that storm went by, just south of here, gusted to 39 miles an hour. These winds are from the south and southeast. As you go up in the atmosphere, the winds turn with height, so we get the directional shear. There's a lot of low-level shear, and that's why we have a very high tornado threat today, and also a threat for strong, long-track tornadoes. The good news is we're in the situation with the COVID-19, the coronavirus, and the shelters here in central Mississippi are open. Lamar County's got their shelter open. It's about 8,000 square feet. It holds 773 people. Now, if you go to the shelters, bring your mask, certainly your hand sanitizer, and any snacks you need, some drinks, and practice social distancing the best you can, because you put it in relation to the virus. In a tornado situation, you want to be in a safe place. Also, we've got shelters open in Rankin, Copiah, and Pike County. Here in Hinds County, the Clinton, Mississippi Fire Department has their safe shelter open. So we keep an eye on that, and we follow the protocol during this COVID-19 virus situation, and we watch the radar, Chris. Here in Jackson, we'll keep an eye on it. Right now, in the short term, we're fine. But again, it's going to change in the next 1 to 2 hours. Chris?
All right, thanks so much, Mike Seidel. We'll continue to check back in with you. We want to show you a new photo coming out of Monroe, Louisiana, of the damaged airplanes that we're now getting. This is just some of the damage we've been seeing around Monroe. This is at Monroe Regional Airport, where officials are saying we officially gusted nearly 69 miles per hour, enough to move those airplanes and kind of crash them all together. We're also seeing some buildings that were damaged, not only at the airport, but even in numerous neighborhoods around Monroe. A lot of power lines down and a lot of downed trees. So similarly to what we have seen here in Monroe, Louisiana, is what we can expect in areas that are seen at highest risk for severe weather. So you're going to be hearing a lot of watches and warnings today. What is the difference between them? Tornado watch, what we have in Mississippi and also parts of Louisiana right now, those mean conditions that are favorable for the development of tornadoes. So we know these are likely going to be expanded into Alabama, even Tennessee, and also West Georgia as we go into the next several hours. But note the difference between a watch and then a warning, which is more imminent, meaning the tornado has been radar indicated or even confirmed visually or by storm spotters on the ground. And that's when you need to get into your safe place. When you hear watch, make sure you go over your plans, but you can still kind of do business as usual until you get that actual tornado warning. So here's a look at timing-wise, because again, it's Easter. A lot of people maybe just hunkering down with their family, getting ready for dinner. Dinner time is going to be a crucial timeline here for a city like Birmingham. When we see scattered showers, even some thunderstorms that we've already had so far this afternoon, they'll persist. So heavy rainfall scattered about through the next few hours. But by the time we roll into 5 p.m., 6, 7 p.m. local time, that's when the strong line of storms, even some individual supercells out ahead of our line, are going to be working through central and northern Alabama, and then it will continue. This is going to be a long-lived event, too. It's not going to be a quick 15 minutes and then we're done. We're going to see numerous lines of strong storms and individual thunderstorms, even supercells, that are going to be rolling through the Birmingham metro area, even as we go into the late night hours. Similar story here in Nashville, where maybe not as high of a tornado risk, but certainly a damaging wind threat, heavy rain threat, Dr. Postel, and the risk for hail and flash flooding persists here in Nashville, where we're pretty much in the rain from now all the way through early tomorrow morning.
Chris, severe thunderstorms rolled across central Texas earlier today. Check out how fierce winds unhinged the roof off this shed, look at that, in San Angelo, Texas. This is just over 3 hours southwest of Fort Worth. So there was the storms earlier, moved to Texas. The very same system is now east of there. Look at that, into parts of now Mississippi, where we have some very dangerous weather closing in on the Yazoo City area in Mississippi, and that is associated with this line and sort of shallow or a cluster of storms that not only contains with it damaging straight line winds, but also a confirmed tornado closing in on the Yazoo City area. This is what we were talking about last time. Humphreys and Yazoo counties in Mississippi under a tornado warning. Take shelter now. This storm likely has a tornado with it and will be moving through very, very quickly. Shelter lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Let's have a look inside of the storm and show you where the rotation is. Let's put that little swirly on there, my weather producer Matt Reagan, right there. And this storm is moving east-northeast very quickly at over 50 miles per hour. Right now, just east of Cary and southeast of Rolling Fork, Mississippi, on its way roughly like that. So if you live in Campbellville, Bayland, Anchorage, Yazoo City, Eden, Mississippi. Again, a tornadic storm is going to be moving through within the next like half an hour. So you live in some of these locations, again, take shelter immediately. There may not be much time to prepare as this storm, again, moves extremely quickly toward the northeast. Again, we're monitoring that rotation. The strongest would be right where those reds and the greens are, right in there. Again, this is where confirmed tornado is moving in this direction. And folks, take those warnings very seriously overall. We're looking at correlation coefficient where you see a drop off like that, something deviating from the red. That tells you there is likely debris being lofted into the skies, and that is exactly what this radar is telling us just to the east of Cary, where that very strong rotation is. So a tornado in progress east of Cary, Mississippi, on its way very close to Yazoo City in the next probably 15 or 20 minutes as it races on toward the northeast at about 50 or so miles per hour. Again, this is part of a much larger area that we're going to be watching. Again, there's that warning that does include Eden, Louise, and Yazoo City. So there's going to be a lot more of these types of thunderstorms to contend with, I think, today across much of Mississippi. And you can see we got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to move the radar over here just to show you where we've got some of these. Let's say Leake, Neshoba, and Winston counties, severe thunderstorm warning. But these storms right here, I'm going to back out on this radar and show you that those thunderstorms, also trying to get a hold of my max if I can, to give you an idea of what we're doing here. You guys, can you let go of this? Let me grab a hold of my max. We'll get there in a second, I promise you. I'm going to zoom out and show you the area that I'm very concerned about. That is right in here. Across parts of Mississippi and then getting into Alabama. And this is an area to watch very carefully, as we will likely see, again, right all in here, ahead of that main area of rain. This is where the atmosphere is getting primed for those types of thunderstorms, as we likely will see severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings continue. Now that gets me into another part of my segment, which is overall looking at the wind threat in the southeast. Because not only do we have the wind threat with obviously those severe weather, we have wind threat with the weather system overall, which does include wind advisories all the way from Texas to parts of Georgia as well. And this does include the damaging wind potential from these thunderstorms. And this is the area that is most likely to see the damaging wind from thunderstorms later on today and tonight. That does include parts of Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee as well. So there's a lot going on here, guys, with the winds overall increasing across the region, just setting the atmosphere up more favorably for severe weather and tornadoes going through the afternoon and overnight hours. Chris, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. Another threat we're going to be watching for is the risk for flash flooding. Look at the low clouds here in Nashville, Tennessee. You're looking live right now where temperatures are still pretty chilly in the mid-50s, only 54 degrees, and we've already seen rainfall, and we're about to see more steady rains and even hefty thunderstorms push through, where a flash flood watch has been issued for much of Middle Tennessee. In fact, much of the state, from Memphis almost to Knoxville. And then along with that severe weather potential, we are going to be watching for that risk for a few tornadoes, certainly damaging winds, even hail, and very heavy rainfall. This whole batch of rain is continuing to surge north, so we're tracking pretty much a persistent batch of rainfall here in Memphis. That's been the case for the last several hours. Intermittent storms that we've seen through Nashville. In fact, the main line now pushing to your north will get a little bit of a break, but more rain will soon follow suit. It's going to be very wet into your eastern, really overnight tonight, and very heavy rainfall also here in northern Mississippi and also northern Alabama, north of Birmingham. That's going to be one of the spots that we're going to be watching for very closely here. And anyone in that yellow sector, even extending as far east as, say, Asheville, can expect the likelihood of flash flooding. Multiple inches of rainfall can be expected from now all the way through mid-Monday, and that's why the flash flood watches are up for much of Tennessee, northern Mississippi, Alabama, and northern Georgia. Quick look at that setup, allowing for very heavy rainfall. In fact, 3 to 5 inches expected through much of Middle Tennessee, getting into parts of North Carolina. All right, I want to go back to Dr. Gray Postel with the latest on a newly issued tornado warning.
Yeah, we got a dangerous situation right now unfolding across parts of Mississippi, right in this region, just north of Jackson, and a nasty line of thunderstorms with an embedded tornado closing in on Yazoo City, where indeed there is a tornado warning that has been issued. That goes until about another 20 minutes, 2 o'clock local time, actually 45 minutes. And you can see that does include Yazoo City. Let's zoom in on this storm, and you can see the area of rotation spotted around. And the Doppler radar is right about there, just to the west-southwest of Yazoo City. Let's go to the correlation coefficient to show you that indeed there is debris being lofted up right in that very same spot. Anytime you see that sort of odd color of yellow, green, or blue surrounded by red, you know there's debris being lofted in the air and a tornado in progress closing in on Yazoo City. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our special coverage of severe weather across the South. 90 million people are under severe alerts today. We have dangerous weather in progress across parts of Mississippi. Let's get right to that, actually. Let's get right to the radar, because this is the area that is most concerning to me, right out in there, near and just north of Jackson, Mississippi, closing in on the Yazoo City area, where we have a tornado warning that does include Yazoo City, and that also includes Eden and Louise. That goes until 2 o'clock local time, about another 40 minutes. This storm has had a history of producing tornadoes and doing damage, for example, in Monroe, Louisiana. We know about that, but it is closing in on the Yazoo City area, where the radar is detecting some very strong rotation. Now, it looks maybe kind of muddy on this particular picture, meaning that there's a lot of rain out there, so it might be very difficult to be aware that there's a tornado moving through because of all the rain and the low visibility. But looking inside of the storm, when you look at the Doppler radar, there is indeed a very strong circulation right about there, west-southwest of Yazoo City. And if you time this out, you can see that very likely it will be moving through that region in short order in about 15 minutes. If you live in any one of these cities, Lake City, Yazoo City, or Eden, Matt Reagan, weather producer, can you animate this just to show people where that strongest rotation is coming from and where it's going? Basically on a path about like that. And you can see that moving in very fast. If you live in any of those locations or that tornado warning is sounding, take shelter now. Lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This storm is moving through very quickly and likely containing with it a tornado. Let's go to the correlation coefficient to see if indeed with that circulation there is being debris lofted in the air. There is some in the air, and that may be from a prior circulation. It's not exactly clear, though, right in that spot. Let's go back, right in there. There you go. It does indeed look like there is a bit of a drop-off. So this right in here may be signs of a debris right there that this storm is a tornado in progress. So we'll be watching that very carefully. Again, if you live in those locations, take shelter immediately. A dangerous storm moving through. That's not the only one. There are others, and there will be lots more others, I believe. There's a severe thunderstorm warning right now for just to the east of that one, in central Mississippi, northwest of Philadelphia, Mississippi. This one kind of bothers me a little bit because it's all by itself right in there and has access to a lot of instability and some of the parameters that otherwise would support tornadoes. So this whole area in Mississippi, right in that area, has to be on the alert, including Jackson and areas to the east, for the likelihood of severe weather moving through during the afternoon hours, and then eastward from there. Watch out, Alabama. Watch out, North Georgia. There is some dangerous weather on the way, and it's moving through very quickly, containing with it likely damaging winds and the potential for tornadoes as well. So there's a lot to cover, Chris, and you've got more pictures, I think, from that very same storm that moved through Louisiana earlier.
Yeah, we're showing new pictures now coming out of the Monroe Regional Airport. This is one of the office buildings here at the airport, and you can see some of the structural damage that happened. Some of the siding ripped out, insulation blown all over the place. And the airport, just one of numerous locations around Monroe, Louisiana, that has had some significant damage. In fact, numerous homes destroyed or significantly impacted because of this reported tornado that pushed through less than an hour ago. And ahead of severe storms, the Torcon index is used to comprehend the chance of tornadoes impacting certain areas. That's something that we're watching very closely. In fact, Torcon's now of a 7 for not only Mississippi, Alabama, but these have been extended now into including parts of the Atlanta metro and much of western Georgia. So lowest end being a lower number near 1 or 2, higher ends being 7, 8s, 9s, and 10s. The highest risk, of course, always most dangerous. Meteorologist Mike Bettis shows you more on what this means.
Torcon is the Tornado Condition Index. It's a value from 1 to 10 that represents the overall tornado threat for your area. The higher the number, the greater the threat. Here are 3 things you may not know about Torcon. Number 1. Torcon values get very high when favorable weather ingredients for tornadoes come together, like instability for strong thunderstorms and wind shear, strong low-level winds, and turning of the winds with height, and that allows for storms to rotate. Number 2. Remember, when you see low torcon values, don't rule out a tornado or expect only weak spin-ups. Pockets of favorability still exist, and strong tornadoes may still form. And number 3. Just because the torcon is very high doesn't guarantee a strong tornado. It can happen, and a few of them could be strong or even violent, but you can also get a considerable number of weaker tornadoes. And those are 3 things you may not have known about torcon, the Tornado Condition Index.
Thank you, Mike. Welcome back to our special coverage of severe weather. We have ongoing severe weather across parts of Mississippi. Let's get right to it. The area that I'm most concerned about is just north of Jackson, Mississippi. We have a tornado warning, and that does include Yazoo City and Humphreys. Those are the counties, Yazoo and Humphreys, which includes Eden, Louise, and Yazoo City as well. This dangerous storm is moving very fast on its way through with a lot of rain. May not be hard or maybe very difficult to see anything approaching, but be mindful because there's part of this whole weather system that is indeed very dangerous. Let's look in the side of this storm where the strongest rotation is right about there. It is moving northeastward and east-northeastward at about 50 miles per hour. And if you live in Yazoo City, take shelter immediately. Lowest floor, many walls between you and the outside. Do it now.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
All right, check this out. You see those huge white balls kind of bouncing around the driveway? Well, that's hail, and we had large hail here in Del Rio, Texas, smacking the ground, even cars and the pavement. Now, golf ball size hail officially reported here in Del Rio, Texas. That was the case yesterday. We had reports of damage outside of San Antonio due to strong winds and severe thunderstorms. And now the risk is even higher as we head into Easter. Thanks for joining us here on this Easter Sunday for our special severe weather coverage. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin alongside storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel. Right now, dangerous storms are racing through the south. We're tracking a tornado warning that's very concerning here in parts of Mississippi. So let's get the latest right now with Dr. Postel.
Yeah, closing in on Yazoo City, Mississippi, just north of Jackson. There is a line of thunderstorms with the possibility of containing tornadoes as it moves east at about 55 miles per hour. This storm cluster that I'm concerned about is that one right in there. We're going to zoom in on this and show you where the tornado warning has been issued for, and that does include Humphreys and Yazoo counties in Mississippi. For Eden and Yazoo City, that goes until about 2 o'clock local time, about another half an hour, and it is right now basically moving through the Yazoo City area. There is from time to time, this storm has shown very strong rotation, and right now this is a radar indicated tornado. We don't yet have confirmation that one is in progress, but it is around the Yazoo City area with enough rotation in there to trigger the idea that this thing may have a tornado with it as it again moves eastward basically at about 55 miles per hour. Let's time it out and show you when this part of the thunderstorm will be going forward all the way to Pierce Crossroad and maybe Fordyke by 1:45 local. So that's another 15 minutes. That shows you how fast this thing is moving. And regardless of whether or not it contains a tornado, you know it has likely damaging straight line winds based on the character and the structure of this storm in excess of 60 miles per hour. Something to concern ourselves with very carefully. Just to its east, we've got another severe thunderstorm warning here, which does include Winston counties in Mississippi. That goes for about another 15 minutes or so. This storm has me concerned a little bit. It's all by itself. It is an environment that is extremely supportive of tornadoes overall, as is much of the area in southern Mississippi and parts of Louisiana, right out in there, as we'll see much more of this weather unfold. There is the possibility of tornadoes. This tornado watch does go until 8 o'clock tonight, does include parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. So it's a long day ahead, and it's going to be a long night because you can see that this very same system is moving in this direction, right? It's moving east-northeast, and don't be surprised if new tornado watches come out for Alabama, for Georgia, and for Tennessee down the road later on this afternoon. Right now, the tornado potential is very high across this region where we're starting to see a lot of thunderstorm activity. It is quantified by this atmospheric parameter that includes cape or buoyancy, instability, and wind shear, and all the other things that go into making a tornado. And the idea, using that parameter, you get the sense that when thunderstorms move through, they will be quite capable of producing tornadoes. Timing it out, you can see that Mississippi and Alabama and Tennessee likely see a line of severe weather moving through individual supercells as well. And that goes through the late evening and overnight hours. Does include Georgia and eventually North and South Carolina and Virginia during the early morning hours tomorrow. Chris, it's going to be a long night and even early morning tomorrow. Back to you.
All right, thanks for that report, Dr. Postel. We want to go now on the ground in just outside of Jackson, Mississippi, is where we find our own meteorologist, Mike Seidel. And Mike, we know there's a tornado warning to your north, not impacting your location, but how have conditions changed recently? Have you noticed an increase in winds, temperature, humidity, or all of the above?
Yeah, all of the above. The temperature is now in the low 80s. The dew point's up to about 70, so the heat index is 86. It's a very muggy, oppressive afternoon, but the saving grace is this wind. The wind's really been gusting nearby Jackson. Medgar Evans Airport gusted to 46 about a half an hour ago, now gusting in the mid-30s. This is the gradient wind, not from thunderstorms. Now we're looking off to the south and west, and on the radar you'll see cells coming up from the southwest. None of these are warned at this point, but they will produce some heavy rain, some flashes of lightning, and some gustier winds upwards of 40 or 50 miles an hour. So everything's moving southwest to northeast. That's the way you need to look in the sky. And fortunately, most of the severe weather will be out of the Jackson area and central and northern Mississippi before it gets dark tonight. That's the saving grace, because we know how deadly nocturnal tornadoes can be. So we're going to watch this situation very closely. The PDS, particularly dangerous tornado watch in this area, including Jackson and also most of central northern Mississippi. That is until 8 o'clock tonight, Chris. And we've got a long way to go. We'll keep watching what's developing south and west, upstream, moving this way.
All right,
Chris?
so thanks for that update there, Mike Seidel. And we're going to continue to have live coverage all the way through this evening and overnight tonight right here on the Weather Channel with this severe outbreak.
Welcome back to our severe weather coverage. Ongoing severe weather in the south, including parts of central Mississippi. Let's go to the radar right now because we do have a tornado warning out for a very dangerous complex of storms right there, moving just north of Jackson, Mississippi, closing in and moving through the Yazoo City area right now, where the tornado warning is still in effect. That goes for about another 20 minutes, including Humphreys and Yazoo counties in Mississippi. Again, take shelter immediately if the warning is issued, meaning go to the lowest floor of the structure, away from the windows, as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and do it so quickly because these storms are racing eastward at about 55 miles per hour. So once the warning is issued, there may not be much time to react. Be mindful of that as this whole area of bad weather moves through. Just to the east of that, we've got a lone supercell moving through parts of central Mississippi, just north of Philadelphia. For Winston County, there is a severe thunderstorm warning. That goes for about another, 5 minutes or so. But we'll watch this storm very carefully because it's overall in a very supportive environment for tornadoes. And that is one of the more obvious things about when you look at this radar, that there's a lot of storms blossoming up very quickly in a highly sheared environment, meaning they're exhibiting lots of rotation with them as they move through. And with that in mind, the Storm Prediction Center has put out this tornado watch that goes until 8 o'clock tonight. Now, I just want you to notice that we don't have Alabama, for example, or Georgia or Tennessee right now in a tornado watch. But my suspicion is that there will be one issued or more than one issued later on today and tonight, because this very same weather system that's causing a lot of problems right now recently had a tornado move through, for example, in Monroe, Louisiana, where an airport was damaged, Monroe County Airport. That very same system is moving this way, so don't let your guard down just in case the weather is kind of cloudy and cool in northern Alabama and Georgia. Bad weather is coming, and it may be sooner rather than later, Chris. It's going to be a long afternoon and nighttime for us all. Back to you.
Yeah, and multiple rounds of it, too. Don't just think one thunderstorm we're over and done with. This is going to be a multi-round duration event late into the overnight hours. And as dangerous severe threat pushes across the south, you need to be on alert. So if you haven't turned on your mobile alerts on for any of the warnings, Paul Goodlow will walk you through the steps to safety.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words emergency alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you are in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
All right, thanks for that update there, Paul. Well, Mike Seidel is right outside of Jackson, Mississippi this afternoon. And Mike, you know, when one looks at their radar right now, they're seeing these storms about to push in. These first storms that are close to Jackson and maybe over the next hour push through, is that kind of the end, or are we expecting multiple rounds of potentially severe strong storms?
We're expecting multiple rounds. That's why the watch here is up until 8 tonight. As I mentioned earlier, fortunately, just about all the severe weather will be out of this area before it gets dark. That's always a good thing, as we've seen with nighttime nocturnal tornadoes. They're so much more deadly. We're always watching the skies here at the Weather Channel for you and keeping you safe, looking out southwest. This is where they're all coming from. Some of these storm cells are moving 60, 70 miles an hour. I mean, they're racing. That low-level jet, which, by the way, tomorrow is going to cause wind gusts up around New York City over 60, maybe some 75-mile-an-hour gusts or 70-mile-an-hour gusts. That's what's fueling the storms and the rotation in the atmosphere. All of the worst weather right now is just north of us, up around Yazoo City. We have the warning continuing for Humphreys and Yazoo County. That's right along the warm front. I think that's where we're getting the most rotation, right along the warm front. We're certainly in the warm sector here. Our temperatures in the low 80s. The dew point at midnight, get this, was 49. Very comfortable. Now the dew point's up to 70. So we've had a huge advection or transport of Gulf of Mexico moisture, and that increases the instability. We have the low-level wind shear, the turning of the winds, and the ingredients for tornadoes. And some of these could be strong and long-tracked. And this threat will continue to move east into Alabama. We've got a torcon of 7 in Tuscaloosa and Birmingham later on this evening, and then early tomorrow morning in Atlanta. Don't let your guard down. So a lot of severe weather to talk about, and we're going to be live on the Weather Channel, Dr. Postel, right on through tomorrow. All night tonight, we've got a new tornado warning. Give us the latest, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, it's an extension of the tornado warning that was in effect for Yazoo County. It's across parts of central Mississippi, right in there, just north of Jackson, to give you some perspective. Let's zoom in on that and show you where the warning, the new one now, is issued. That goes until 2:45 local time, so about another hour, and that does include Durant and Lexington across parts of central Mississippi. Again, it's the extension of the storm that moved out of Yazoo City and is now crossing or getting close to I-55. So this is a very dangerous setup right now developing across parts of Mississippi. But as Mike Seidel pointed out, rightly so, this dangerous weather will likely continue to unfold and extend itself eastward all across parts of southern Mississippi and Alabama eventually, maybe even Georgia and Tennessee later on tonight. Stay vigilant. We'll be right back. Just north of Jackson, right about there. And let's zoom in because we have a new tornado warning, an extension of one that was issued earlier for that same cluster of storms. This one does include, for example, Holmes County, and that goes for about another hour as this storm complex races east-northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Bottom line, if a warning is issued for you, take shelter immediately, lowest floor, as many walls between you and the outside as possible, obviously away from windows. Take immediate action because these storms are moving so very fast and could produce a tornado if they're not already, and do so very, very quickly with little time to react at all. There are other areas that I'm watching where there is not severe weather yet, but I think that we'll likely see severe weather in the coming hours, especially across parts of Alabama. There is what's called a mesoscale discussion, sort of a little regional discussion issued by the Storm Prediction Center. I love it when they do this. They give you a heads up on what they might be thinking in terms of issuing a watch. And indeed, there is probably going to be another tornado watch issued for Alabama, and that will be coming very, very soon. This is the watch box components here that we have issued until 8 o'clock. So conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms and tornadoes in close to that watch box through 8 o'clock local time. But the reason why we're looking downstream here across parts of Alabama, I got my eye on North Georgia, I got my eye on Tennessee, is because this very same storm system is an extremely dynamic system operating with extremely high wind shear. The tornado potential right now, when you sort of calculate all the ingredients that you need for tornadoes, is on the very high end of the scale here across parts of Mississippi, and it is only getting larger and growing across parts of Alabama where the storms have yet to reach. So the fact is the atmosphere is getting primed for severe weather in Alabama and areas farther east as we speak. And this is what the model is suggesting, or one of the models is suggesting, how this timing will evolve through the evening hours. By 6 o'clock, we may be dealing with all kinds of severe weather still in Mississippi and still, again, in parts of northern Alabama and southern Tennessee as well. Don't want to let your guard down, even as far north as Nashville. This weather system means business and will likely carry severe weather with it throughout the nighttime hours. And that tornado potential will continue because, Chris Bruin, for those weather geeks out there, the storm relative helicities are over 700 meters squared per second squared. That's a big number, and that means that the tornado threat is very high indeed. Back to you.
And that's a really good point you bring up, Dr. Postel. And again, it shows you even without the sunshine, the daytime heating, we're still seeing that extreme risk for severe storms. Another potential, along with the severe weather, is flash flooding. That's one of the things we're going to be focusing in on in a place like Asheville, North Carolina. Right now, still a chilly 49 degrees, fairly cloudy, and we've seen some showers. You can even see the raindrops on the lens here in this downtown cam, but expect more rain to push in over the next few hours and certainly overnight tonight and throughout much of the day tomorrow. And wind gusts here could be over 30, maybe even 40 miles per hour. Here's a live look at the radar. We got some heavier downpours now starting to work through northern Georgia and then up through the Blue Ridge Parkway. Those will be working into Asheville and areas across the southern Appalachians. Spreading farther towards the west, though, look at the heavy rain now through much of Tennessee. This is all going to be working east, also into parts of North Carolina and the mid-Atlantic as we head into the day tomorrow. So we got to get through all of this mess of a storm before things do quiet down. Flooding is going to be a big concern, especially here through Tennessee, northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, northern Georgia, and areas there in western North Carolina where flash flood watches are up, meaning flash flooding certainly a possibility. That deep moisture is going to continue to be surging northward with the extension of our front, our strong storm system, and that's going to allow for the potential here of nearly 3 to 5 inches of rainfall, especially from the Cumberland Gap right on down through middle Tennessee, a couple of inches back through northern Alabama, northern Georgia. But either way, it's been already a very wet year, Dr. Postel, and flash flooding is going to be likely, especially in these locations.
Chris, that's a really good point because I think lost among all of our talk about severe weather is indeed the risk for flash flooding. Thank you for that. Let's go now to Wilmington, North Carolina. Looks pretty good there this afternoon, 73 degrees, 74. Look at that. The winds are kind of bouncing the camera around. But you know what? These clear blue skies are short-lived because clouds are going to be moving in quickly and severe weather will do so probably by tomorrow morning along the coast of North Carolina and South Carolina. This is the risk overall for tomorrow. For severe weather that does, look at this, it goes all the way up to central Pennsylvania, includes Philly. There is some chance of severe weather tomorrow morning. And again, all the way down the East Coast, all the way to coastal Georgia and North Florida as well. Torcons are significant. On a scale of 0 to 10, they're in the mid-range 5. This is all based on the Storm Prediction Center's wording that there is indeed a tornado threat tomorrow that does extend to even the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Real quick, here's an estimation of the timing. Look at that line of thunderstorms tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Embedded tornadoes potentially and a long area of damaging straight line winds, very likely with this as it moves off the coast by about 10 o'clock in the morning.
A severe weather outbreak underway right now with 90 million people under alerts. The threats span across many states here in the south with tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail being the biggest threats, along with the risk for flash flooding. And the hazards are now increasing as we head towards sundown and overnight tonight. Good afternoon and happy Easter. Welcome to our special coverage of this dangerous day of storms. I'm joined by storm specialist Greg Postel, but right now storms are pushing through Tupelo, Mississippi. We can show you a live look outside at what we're looking at. Heavy rainfall. We've had some rumbles of thunder. Nothing severe at the moment, but do note we are under a tornado watch with the PDS, a particularly dangerous situation here for much of Mississippi through 8 p.m. tonight. So even though we're seeing storms already, that does not mean you are out of the woods. We actually got numerous rounds of storms that are going to come through one after the other until late tonight before we start to see clearing and a reprieve from the action. So to break it all down and where the most dangerous situation is at this moment, let's head into the lab now with Dr. Greg Postel.
Chris, thank you very much. Yeah, we're watching a dangerous weather evolve across parts of Mississippi and eventually getting into Alabama, probably, and even North Georgia later on today and tonight. But the most active weather right now is right there, just north of Jackson, Mississippi. This is the only tornado warnings on the map, thankfully. But there will, I'm almost certain, will be more tornado warnings to come later on today. But this one right here includes Attala and Holmes counties. That goes for about another 45 minutes. But regardless of whether or not this radar indicated rotation is associated with a tornado, this storm likely carries with it damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour based on the environment that it's in, and it is very capable of producing some of that damaging wind right on the leading edge, right in there. So crossing I-55, do expect damaging winds, and all the way southward from there. Again, the leading edge of these storms is sometimes the most dangerous spot when you're dealing with lines of storms, because that's where the burst of heavy winds is, and that can do a lot of damage regardless of whether or not there's a tornado. Look, and a 60 or 80 mile per hour wind can do a lot of structural damage, of course, knock down trees. You don't need a tornado for that. But you know what else we've got? We've got an environment that is becoming more and more supportive of tornadoes across parts of Alabama. There is not a tornado watch issued yet, but there will be. And that is from the Storm Prediction Center. A tornado watch will be issued soon, which will include parts of northern Alabama and maybe even southern Tennessee as well. Much like we anticipated earlier, you just got to follow this system along because, guys, wherever it goes, it's going to likely carry with it severe weather. But right now, I'm also watching areas in southern Mississippi, right in here where actually, right now, the tornado potential is highest with very unstable air and very strong wind shear, which is why the tornado watch has kind of been extended a little bit to include some counties in Louisiana and areas in nearby Mississippi. That tornado watch goes until 8. But remember, there's going to be a new one coming out that's going to go long past that, and that will include parts of Alabama, maybe even southern Tennessee. And eventually, probably we'll get a tornado watch in Georgia as well, because that same system, as I mentioned, is going this way, and there's no way around it. It's coming, and it's going to carry the bad weather with it. Hopefully not a lot of tornadoes, but the atmospheric setup is ripe for producing long-track supercells and tornadoes, especially in these areas. When you kind of look at a parameter called the tornado parameter, it's basically an ingredients-based approach and says, you know what? If there's going to be a thunderstorm there, it's got a pretty good chance of being tornadic because of the extremely strong wind shear and very strong instability, among other factors. So that's one of the things we're looking at as this whole storm complex moves through. But what really caught my eye about much of this is how strong the wind shear really is. Meaning, look at the surface winds, okay? They're out of the sort of the south or even southeast across this region, but the winds aloft are so strong and out of a very different direction. They're doing something like that. And when you actually connect the lines between what the low-level wind and what the upper-level wind is doing, you carve out these loops. And for meteorologists out there, these are very large looping hodographs indicative of what's called very strong storm relative helicity, meaning these storms are very capable of producing tight rotation and indeed the possibility of tornadoes. Let's track these as they go through. 7 o'clock tonight, northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, Tennessee as well. Also north Georgia. This is after dark. The severe weather threat, Mike Seidel, continues long after dark and even into tomorrow morning, all the way to the North and South Carolina coasts. But right now, Mike, you're outside of Jackson, and you were telling us an interesting story about how that dew point last night came up from 49 and is now 70. That's the kind of instability that is growing in your area.
Yes, that's a rapid rise. That talks about the advection or the transport of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. When you have north and northwest winds, and that keeps the humidity down to the south over the water, that's why we typically see more severe weather when it warms up and we open up the Gulf of Mexico. Although, as we know, it can happen during the winter months. We're still watching the southwest skies. We've got a light shower right now, no thunder and lightning. You can see on the radar there are a lot of cells coming at us, but none of those are warned. Everything has been occurring up to our north. Yazoo City, potentially hit by a tornado, could be some damage at the airport. It's along that warm front, and the SPC mesoscale discussion mentions the fact that the higher instability will be near that front and then east of this cluster of storms that's had a history of producing numerous tornado warnings, albeit most of them radar indicated, although we've had some damage back in Monroe, Louisiana. So that seems to be the highest threat zone right now. Not to let your guard down here in Jackson, but right now, at least in the short term, we're okay. But we're going to keep watching what's coming from the south and west. That's where the cells are developing. There's still a lot of instability here, a lot of wind shear. And as Dr. Postel mentioned, the dew point now 70 degrees, the temperature in the low 80s. We've gusted at the airport in the mid-40s, 46 miles per hour. That was without a thunderstorm. So we've got a very strong gradient flow from the south and southeast. That inflow, coupled with changing wind direction with height, the turning of the winds, the directional shear is very high in the low levels, and that's why the tornado threat is high today. We could still see some strong long-track tornadoes, and we're expecting momentarily that the Storm Prediction Center will issue a watch for northern and central Alabama, rather. The torque line of 7 here extends into Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Huntsville. Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville, those are the 3 cities likely to be in the next watch, which will come out shortly. Everything is going to be moving very quickly east. The cells individually have been moving at times 70 miles an hour. So later this evening in Birmingham, and then after midnight, roughly say 2, 3 to 5 a.m. in the Atlanta metro area. Strong damaging wind threat and still a tornado threat. Chris?
All right, thanks for that update there, Mike. We also want to show you a live look outside right now with our storm tracker, Charles Speak. He's out driving through the storms in Mississippi. This is near Louisville, Mississippi, north of Jackson. You can get an idea of what we're looking at. It doesn't appear to be right at this location. Winds don't appear to be all that strong. We're just dealing with the heavy rainfall threat, but we'll continue to monitor the situation. Thankfully, no one's really out on the road, so hopefully you have your family with you. Go over your plan in place if indeed there were to be a warning issued for your location, and know what to do if and when that were to happen. Okay, because this is something we'll be watching for. Nickel-sized hail also a possibility with that storm that we're tracking there in Mississippi north of Jackson. All right, so you're going to hear a lot of tornado watches and tornado warnings. What's the difference? Well, if you don't already know, a tornado watch means conditions that are favorable for development, but you still kind of don't need immediate concern. You don't need to go to your safe place. You don't need to do any of that in a tornado watch, but do know that the tornado conditions are favorable. Now, if you have a tornado warning, you get an alert on your phone, or you look at the TV and you see the thing scrolling at the bottom of the screen. That's when you need to get to your safe place, an inside hallway, closet, area under the stairs, or a basement is the most preferred location. The lowest level of your home, most interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And that's what you would do if there were to be a tornado warning, meaning a radar indicated tornado on radar or confirmed visual by our storm tracker or the general public. So here's timing, and this is going to be crucial here. It's Easter. A lot of people are having dinners tonight and hanging out with their families. Well, dinner time is going to be crucial here for Birmingham, with several scattered thunderstorms kind of coming and going, but the main line is still going to get delayed through about later this evening and more so into the overnight hours, but it's not until late after midnight before things do finally clear out here along central Alabama and into the northern half of the state. And for Tennessee, we're already in the rain, and it's going to be very wet for the remainder of the day, all night long, and even into the early morning hours tomorrow. These individual storms will get very intense, especially say late afternoon, early evening here for Nashville south along that I-65 corridor, pushing along Interstate 40, and then finally clearing out, say, late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Dr. Postel?
Well, Chris, severe storms rolled across Texas, packing rain and heavy hail. Here's a look at the nasty weather that hit just outside of Midland in Rankin earlier today. Look at this hail. It's covering the ground, looks like snow, but obviously doesn't sound like it, with much larger ice falling from the sky. And this can do a lot of damage. I mean, when you get hail, you know, even quarter size or nickel or golf ball size hail, that can do a lot of damage. And one of the things I know from being in a lot of hailstorms in the past is that it is incredibly loud and very scary. So take shelter. Obviously, even if a thunderstorm is carrying with it the possibility of large hail, you're going to want to take cover, because that can be in its own right very dangerous. Let's have a look, though. We have another danger today, wind, and not the thunderstorm wind or the wind associated, obviously, with a tornado, but just the general wind patterns surrounding this weather system. We'll call it the gradient wind. And it's going to be very strong. So in and outside, or outside of thunderstorms, away from all the rain, it's going to be quite windy. That could maybe do some damage as well, with wind advisories issued for many regions in the south. Here's, for example, just the last couple of hours of wind gusts reported at some locations. Look at this. Jackson, Mississippi, gusting to 39 miles per hour. That is not associated with a thunderstorm, nor is the increasing wind in Jacksonville or New Orleans, for example, gusting to 32 miles per hour. So overall, the wind in the south is going to go up as we go through the evening and overnight hours tonight. Let's have a look at the forecast and show you basically that some places may get 40 and 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts outside of any rain or thunderstorms, and that may include areas like Birmingham, Alabama, all the way southward to Pensacola, Florida, and even Atlanta, Georgia, getting in onto some of those stronger winds. And I do believe we'll get some potential damage, maybe some damage to limbs and some trees associated with, again, non-thunderstorm winds that will likely go throughout much of the night, but thankfully probably be over by the morning hours for many locations. I'll give you an example of what kind of winds can do what kind of damage. Here's a 45 to 57 mile per hour wind. Basically, this is an estimation. You know, your trees bend, you can get limbs break, and some cosmetic damage to some structures. That's the kind of wind gust outside of thunderstorms that we may see, for example, today. But we may also see some winds even higher than that inside of the thunderstorms, apart from tornadoes, just the straight line damaging winds. We may get 60 to 70 to perhaps 80 mile per hour winds with some of the most intense thunderstorms today, straight line winds. That can definitely break limbs. It could knock down trees for sure, and actually blow over semi-trucks on the highway and also do some structural damage. But of course, if the winds get higher than that, a lot more damage can be done. Trees can be uprooted, torn down, even blown around. And more significant structural damage, Chris, can happen when you have winds gusting up to 90 miles per hour. And of course, that gets into the tornadic wind speed range. Hopefully we won't see that, but I have a feeling we're going to be dealing with severe weather, including tornadoes, throughout the evening and overnight tonight. Chris, back to you.
Well, soaking rains and severe storms set to rock Nashville today into tonight. We're already seeing the rain pushing in again here across Nashville. Flash flood watch is now in effect for the city. Meanwhile, severe thunderstorms with damaging winds and the potential here for large hail, along with a few tornadoes, is possible this afternoon and this evening across Middle Tennessee. So I think more of a hail damaging wind threat along with flash flooding is what we're expecting in Tennessee, whereas the tornado threat will be a little bit farther off towards the south. Not to say we won't have any tornadoes in Tennessee, that chance is there, but even higher here in Mississippi, Alabama, and into Georgia. Still tracking those tornado warnings, but look at all this rain that's all moving into Tennessee right now. All right, it's been pouring all morning and now afternoon in a city like Memphis. I mean, the roads are becoming deluged. We have heavy rainfall still coming down here along I-40 pretty much the whole way from Nashville to Memphis, Jackson, Tennessee included. Heavier downpours working up towards Clarksville, and starting to see that rain now cross into southern Kentucky from Bowling Green over towards the Cumberland Gap, and that's going to be a spot to watch out for flash flooding. And heavy rainfall also here for northern Mississippi and also north of Birmingham into northern Alabama. So that yellow shading that you see here stretching from eastern Arkansas through much of Tennessee, northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, even parts of Georgia, North Carolina, that's where we're expecting flash flooding. And that's where we have flash flood watches, meaning flash flooding, certainly a likelihood and a big possibility here, especially as we go into the overnight hours and early tomorrow morning. So be mindful if you're one of the store workers heading in early tomorrow to go to the grocery stores or a hospital worker, be mindful that before sunrise, it may be hard to even see if there's any water over the road. So be careful on that and never drive through a flooded roadway. Always turn around, don't drown. Hail is also a big concern. We're already seeing that across parts of Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, but this possibility it stretches all the way into Tennessee, where temperatures are a bit cooler, and we're going to have that ability for strong updrafts to allow these hailstones to get potentially large. And that's something we're going to be watching. I would say definitely around Nashville, down in northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, and Georgia. Rainfall, of course, going to be a big factor, and especially in Tennessee, southern Kentucky, we're looking at the potential for 3 to 5 inches of rain. So along with the severe weather hazards, Dr. Postel, we're looking at flash flooding as well.
Yeah, flash flooding definitely a concern, but also the severe weather, as you mentioned, with damaging straight line winds and tornadoes, all a possibility today across much of the South, including Mississippi, still parts of Louisiana, also Alabama, Georgia, eventually, and Tennessee, perhaps later on this evening. Right now, some of the worst of all the weather is in central Mississippi. We only have one tornado warning active right now. That's really good news. That doesn't mean it's going to stay that way, but right now, this is the only one that we've got now in progress for Durant, Kosciusko, and Pickens. Those are some of the cities that are going to be impacted by this severe thunderstorm that has the possibility of producing some tornadoes. We have some radar indicated rotation that is suspicious, but right now it's a very messy looking system, but does indeed likely contain damaging straight line winds regardless of whether or not it's got a tornado. Right on the leading edge where that color transition is occurring, there are likely damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. With that, I'm going to go right in and look in at some of the rotation. There indeed is the strongest rotation just south of Durant, Mississippi, closing in on the Kosciusko Francisco area. Take shelter now. Lowest floor. Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. We have some severe weather ongoing across parts of Mississippi. This is from Columbus, Mississippi right now. This is our own, actually this is John Humphreys. And traveling, I'm not sure what direction on, well, I'm not sure what highway that is either. 63 degrees anyway, wherever we are here in Mississippi near Columbus. But the idea is that the weather across Mississippi is actually getting worse as we speak. And right now what we've got is a lot of very bad weather to contend with. There is kind of this arc on the radar charts that looks like this. And it almost looks like your classic warm front, cold front combination. And that is something that we're dealing with right now with a warm sector somewhere in there that is extremely supportive of tornadic supercells. And so we have to watch how this evolves very quickly during the afternoon hours. Right now, we've only got one tornado warning in progress, and that is for Attala County in Mississippi, and that is just to the northwest of Philadelphia. It includes Ethel and Salis. That goes for about another 25 minutes. And looking inside of the storm, there's a radar indicated rotation and definitely some damaging straight line winds where the leading edge of those strong winds about like that, where that color changes radically. You can see that that is where the wind is shifting, and a line of very strong winds, potentially in excess of 60 miles per hour, will be moving through. So I'm going to watch very carefully. So not just, of course, do we have that tornado risk, there is also the risk for very strong straight line winds with a lot of these storms. Across parts of Louisiana, just moving through Baton Rouge and northwestern New Orleans, we have some thunderstorms that are growing in scale and intensity. Something to watch going forward, as it is also an environment where we can see tornadoes. But so is this area right here across parts of Alabama, Birmingham, Montgomery. The weather not terrible right now, but this whole weather system is moving closer and closer, and with the weather conditions getting more and more supportive of tornadoes. Right now, we have the tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. That does include Louisiana and parts of Mississippi and extreme southeastern Arkansas. But I have a feeling there will be more tornado watches issued. One here, again, in parts of Alabama and maybe even southern Tennessee, and maybe parts of northern Georgia will get included in a tornado watch later on this evening. So don't be surprised if the Storm Prediction Center does go ahead and issue tornado watches for these regions. Right now, this is where the atmosphere is most supportive of tornadoes. This is a parameter that uses the ingredients to sort of assess how the atmosphere can support tornadoes. It's on the very high end of the scale in southern Mississippi. So any of these storms that are moving through could produce a tornado very quickly, given the environment that those storms are moving through. But the other part about this is look at how that tornado parameter is increasing as time goes by, moving into parts of Alabama, and it will get into eventually parts of North Georgia and maybe even southern Tennessee, meaning that this line of storms will be moving in an environment that will likely support tornadoes continuing through the evening and overnight hours tonight and long past dark, and likely into tomorrow morning, including coastal South Carolina, Georgia, and the Outer Banks even of North Carolina, not out of the woods. Chris.
Well, ahead of severe storms, the Torcon Index is used to comprehend the chance of tornadoes impacting certain areas. So what is a Torcon? Torcon's measured on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the lowest risk and 10 being the highest risk. And we're seeing Torcons of a 7 for Mississippi, Alabama, and parts of western Georgia. So that's pretty high. Meteorologist Mike Bettis has a look at 3 things you may not know about Torcon.
Torcon is the Tornado Condition Index. It's a value from 1 to 10 that represents the overall tornado threat for your area. The higher the number, the greater the threat. Here are 3 things you may not know about Torcon. Number 1, Torcon values get very high when favorable weather ingredients for tornadoes come together, like instability for strong thunderstorms, and wind shear, strong low-level winds, and turning of the winds with height, and that allows for storms to rotate. Number 2, remember, when you see low Torcon values, don't rule out a tornado or expect only weak spin-ups. Pockets of favorability still exist, and strong tornadoes may still form. And number 3, just because the Torcon is very high doesn't guarantee a strong tornado. It can happen, and a few of them could be strong or even violent, but you can also get a considerable number of weaker tornadoes. And those are three things you may not have known about Torcon, the Tornado Condition Index.
Excellent information, Mike Bettis. Thank you very much. Let's talk about our severe weather risk for tomorrow. That does include, as I mentioned, coastal North and South Carolina, also Virginia, and maybe even areas as far north as north central Pennsylvania and as far south as northern Florida. So this is the area that the Storm Prediction Center has outlined for us for tomorrow's severe weather, which does include damaging winds from straight line winds, thunderstorm winds, large hail potentially, and also the possibility of tornadoes with exactly those same torcons that Mike was talking about here across parts of the southeast and mid-Atlantic. We have torcons of 5 in eastern North Carolina. That's pretty impressive. So the threat for tornadoes is real, even though it may be the late night and early morning hours. That line of thunderstorms may include with it embedded tornadoes, and of course the threat for damaging straight line winds will be moving through the entire East Coast before it all settles in. Probably by mid-afternoon we should be done with the severe weather outbreak. That would be welcome news for many of us. Stay tuned, we'll have much more on the current severe weather and the forecast right after the break.
All right, take a look at some of this new video out of Monroe, Louisiana. You can see some of the destruction and damage that we have had here in this neighborhood. Numerous neighborhoods, too, also impacted by this reported tornado. Again, roofs ripped off on some of these homes. You can see debris kind of lining the yards and the streets, down power lines, uprooted trees, shingles blown off, even walls collapsing on some outside exterior walls of some of these homes. So very serious situation here. Just from a couple of hours ago when we had an intense line of storms and a reported tornado there in Monroe, Louisiana. Well, thanks for joining us here on this Easter Sunday for our special severe weather coverage. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin alongside storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel. And right now, dangerous storms are racing through the south, particularly Mississippi. So let's get the latest now with Dr. Postel.
Yeah, that same cluster of storms that did the damage that, Chris, you showed in Monroe, Louisiana, has now, that same complex has moved into parts of central Mississippi. And we're tracking that as we speak. It is this group right in here that has moved along a path like that over the last few hours and has been the real primary source of severe weather so far today. And we'll be watching still the movement of this cluster of storms, because even though the tornado warning will be allowed to expire and eventually replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning, that does not mean that the risk for severe weather with this particular cluster of storms is over. Let me give you the severe thunderstorm warning real quick. There it is. That goes until 3:15 local time, so about another 45 minutes, as that line of storms likely carries with it some damaging winds. And the leading edge of the damaging winds is right about there, where you start to see that transition from the red to the yellow. Strong winds in excess of 60 miles per hour are likely moving through, and that will be the case as this storm propagates eastward across central Mississippi. Farther to the south in Louisiana, we have some sub-severe thunderstorms here, but we'll be watching them because the environment is exceptionally supportive of severe weather, including tornadoes there, as it is here across parts of Alabama. May not be raining or doing much in Birmingham or Montgomery or anywhere in between, but the weather will likely get a lot worse as we go forward. But you have tornado watches out until 8 o'clock. These areas in red, it doesn't imply that the severe weather can produce tornadoes, but it's going to be extended, I believe, beyond that into parts of Alabama, probably into parts of northern Georgia and southern Tennessee as well, as that whole complex of weather, the thunderstorms and the rain and everything is moving eastward, and you can just follow it along and anticipate where the next set of warnings and watches are going to be. This thing is kind of following along very systematically. We have that tornado potential still. Very strong parameters are in place. The tornado parameters are on the high end of the scale, the very high end of the scale. When you add up the ingredients that sort of combine together to give you the support for tornadoes atmospherically, we've got that. And we've got a lot of it, and it's increasing across parts of Mississippi and Alabama as well. This is sort of the timing of it all, and you can see that by 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight, moving through parts of the region of southern Tennessee. Don't lose sight in Nashville. You might think you're too far north. With it raining and cool right now, things could change. We could have severe weather in central and eastern Tennessee and even north Georgia overnight tonight. Chris.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Posel. And we want to get out to Mississippi right now, where we find our own meteorologist, Mike Seidel. He's live just north of Jackson, and we're looking at the radar, Mike, and we have a line of storms either overhead you or about to push in. What does it look like right now?
We've had some showers here, some heavy downpours. Haven't seen any lightning or heard any thunder, except earlier we had a couple flashes with that original cluster that raced on through here about an hour and a half ago. We're looking basically off to the west, and the storms are coming from the southwest. And as you can see on the radar, they're all over the place. If we look downstream, you can see they've blown on by, but then we look upstream where they're coming from the south and west out of Louisiana. And there's some heavy downpours, some lightning, but there are no warnings on any of these storms right now. That's a good thing. So far, so good. We've been okay right here in the Jackson area. Here we're in Flowood, about 10 miles east-northeast of Jackson. The action so far in Mississippi has been right along that warm front up in Yazoo City, about an hour north of here, and that's been moving off to the east at about 50 to 60 miles an hour, staying north of Jackson. We've also had some damage back in Monroe, Louisiana. That's about 2 hours from here on I-20, and some damage earlier today in Shreveport, Louisiana. So our Torcon remains a 7. The PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, continues until 8 tonight. Until we can get that front through here, we still are in what we call the warm sector. There's the warm front, here's the cold front, we're right in here, so we've got a lot of rotation, a lot of level wind shear, we've got the instability, the sun comes in and out, and our dew points are in the low 70s, Chris, our temperature's about 80, so it's very oppressive and tropical out here. We'll keep an eye on the radar for you, but right now, in the short term, we're looking pretty good right here in Jackson.
And of course, we're going to be having continuing live coverage all afternoon and overnight tonight right here on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back to our severe weather coverage. Ongoing severe weather right now across parts of Mississippi. We only have one tornado warning in effect. That's excellent news, but I do believe that will change. Do not let your guard down by the apparent lack of tornado warnings right now. The atmosphere is very dynamic and volatile, and it will get, I think, worse, much worse before it gets better. Right now, the area that I'm watching is across parts of central Mississippi and other areas as well. But let's go into where we had our tornado warning that is about ready to be allowed to expire, and that goes for about another 7 or 8 minutes. It is for, actually, believe it or not, the same cluster of thunderstorms that a few hours ago moved through Monroe, Louisiana, and we saw a lot of damage from a tornado that moved through that region. That storm has since evolved into a different way and now becoming more of a straight line wind producer right along the leading edge of it, right about there. And right where that color transitions, basically to the west of Louisville, we will likely see damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. So if you are in that severe thunderstorm warning, expect that kind of wind, and that can do damage regardless of whether or not there's a tornado. Across parts of Alabama and Georgia, the weather is going to get worse, and I do believe we will see the increased risk for tornadoes across this region. We don't have a tornado watch out for Alabama or Georgia yet, but that's probably coming, and don't be surprised if one is indeed issued by the Storm Prediction Center. This is the only tornado watch out right now, goes until 8 o'clock, but as I mentioned, that whole weather system is moving in this direction, so just think ahead, extrapolate this thing out, and you get a sense that the weather will potentially become severe across those regions. Look at the tornado parameter. This is a measure of basically how supportive the atmosphere is of tornadoes, and when you get thunderstorms moving through that region, you can get a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, the tornado parameter is at the very high end of the scale, which includes wind shear, also includes instability. But also look back here. We have a significant amount of tornado potential still. Some of the atmospheric parameters are set up for that. And we actually have a line of thunderstorms, looks like discrete supercells, trying to move into this region. So we'll be watching those across parts of Louisiana, just west of Alexandria, very, very closely in the coming hours. Chris.
Well, as the dangerous severe threat pushes across the south, you need to be on alert. So if you haven't already turned on your mobile alerts for any warnings, Paul Goodlow walks you through the steps to do so.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words emergency alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you are in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
Well, meteorologist Mike Seidel is right outside of Jackson, Mississippi this afternoon. And Mike, we're looking at the radar. We're looking at storms kind of north of you and south of you, all kind of corroding over you. Have you noticed any wall clouds or any indications from your vantage point that would be a concern or not?
Nothing so far. We've been very fortunate right here in Jackson. We've been following the storms. We've had a couple of downpours here lasting maybe 5 or 6 minutes. That's it. The airport just south of here, we're in Flowood, just northeast of town, has gusted to 46 miles an hour, and that was before any thunderstorms or any showers came by. So we got a pretty strong inflow from the south and southeast from the Gulf of Mexico. With that said, take a look at the radar. There's still a lot of rain and lightning, what we say upstream, coming our way out of Louisiana and southwestern parts of Mississippi. You can see the lightning bolts, but you'll also notice there are no warnings. That's a good thing. No severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings. That doesn't mean we can't get spin-ups in the next few hours. We still have this tornado watch, this PDS watch, which means particularly dangerous situation. That goes until 8 o'clock tonight. So we're still in the zone in the warm sector where we could get severe weather and tornadoes. We're not out of the woods by far. We have had the issues up in Yazoo City, from Monroe to Yazoo City. Yazoo City, right along the warm front, I think that's where we had more rotation, and there have been reports of at least some minor damage up there. That cell's raced off to the east. These storms are moving generally 60+ miles an hour, courtesy of the low-level jet, which by tomorrow, by the way, will produce wind gusts around New York City up to 60, 65 miles an hour. So it's going to really race off to the north and east. In the meantime, we're awaiting the Storm Prediction Center. Very likely here in just a few minutes, Dr. Postel will extend the tornado watch to include Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville in Alabama, where our Torcon is a 7 also.
Yeah, we will be expecting that, I think, in the coming minutes or even hours, and that may eventually include parts of Georgia, as you were mentioning, and also maybe even southern Tennessee. So we have a long way to go yet, but let's have a look now going back to the west, because I don't want to lose sight of these collection of thunderstorms in Louisiana, because they are moving into an environment that could indeed support tornadoes for a little while longer, especially in and around the Alexandria area, Lake Charles, Natchez, and probably east of Monroe. Thankfully, they had their tornado earlier today, which did significant damage. We'll have more on that and show you on what's going on there, but also just be careful of these thunderstorms because, again, the atmosphere is fairly well suited to support severe weather, as well as in parts of southern Mississippi, where we have yet to see any really significant severe weather so far. Here are our Torcons. I'm going to leave you with this. The tornado threat is high on the scale of 0 to 10. You can see it's at 7, and that goes through the nighttime hours tonight. Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. This is new video coming in from Monroe, Louisiana, where a few hours ago, a tornado moved through and did a lot of damage to homes and some of the airport nearby. Some airplanes clearly moved around and damaged considerably, actually. So this is a significant storm report that we've been getting out of Monroe, Louisiana. And that very same cluster of storms is now moving across parts of Mississippi. But thankfully, not right now anyway, is that same storm cluster carrying with it that same tornado risk. But we'll be watching it very carefully going forward. What I'm talking about is that sort of semi-looking lion feature right there. That was in northeastern Louisiana a few hours ago, where it produced that tornado in Monroe and is now over here and carrying with it very strong winds with it, likely damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour right on its leading edge. So we'll be watching this whole area as the atmosphere remains extremely volatile. I mean, some of the parameters that you look at are just off the charts in terms of their support for severe weather, including tornadoes. Thankfully, we don't have any tornado warnings right now, but we've got this severe thunderstorm warning for that same thunderstorm group that moved out of Louisiana and did the damage in Monroe. It is right here, and on the leading edge of it, do expect winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, right about there, where that transition from the yellow to the red is taking shape. This is where those strong winds are, and this is where they are moving. So take shelter even if you have that severe thunderstorm warning, because that kind of wind can do significant damage. Across parts of southeastern Louisiana, I'm watching a cluster of storms, again moving through an environment that is supportive of tornadoes with a tornado watch out until 8 o'clock for everywhere there shaded in red. And we also are watching sort of the atmosphere be on the very high end of its capability to support tornadoes. Everywhere here shaded in red, the what's called a significant tornado parameter, meaning it kind of adds up all the ingredients that are favorable for tornadoes. It's on the high end of the scale across parts of Mississippi and Alabama. And notice that the higher values are moving northeastward, suggesting that the threat for tornadoes is increasing, for example, even in Alabama and also here across parts of western Louisiana. There's a long way to go, guys. Just because we've had only one tornado warning in the last hour doesn't mean the show is over. It's likely to get a lot worse, Chris, before we see things improve by tomorrow. Back to you.
Yeah, that's a good reminder. And something else that we're following very closely is the heavy rain threat. Flash flooding is going to go along with our severe potential here, and this will continue well into the overnight, in fact, including parts of North Carolina into your Monday. So a live look right now, Asheville, North Carolina. You're looking at increasing showers, gray skies, chilly temperatures. It's only in the 40s right now for this Easter Sunday. So as we pan over the vantage point, you can see the darker skies to your right. We can show you what the radar looks like. We got some very heavy rainfall about to push in here to western North Carolina, already creeping across North Georgia. We're seeing the rainfall now increasing here in eastern Tennessee, closing in on Knoxville, probably in the next 30 minutes to an hour or so. Nothing severe, but note that we'll probably get a quick inch or two, and this is only the beginning of what really has to come through. Look at all of this mess here from Tennessee through Alabama and also here into Mississippi. In fact, now we're getting our first couple of flash flood warnings now for northern Mississippi and northern Alabama. Zooming in a little bit more closely, we actually have a flash flood warning right here south of Memphis. This includes Panola and Tate counties along parts of I-55 near Como, Sardis, and Senatobia until 5:30 p.m. So very heavy rainfall. Flash flood warnings are going to be expected, and anywhere you see this green color, that's where we have flash flood watches. And that'll be a concern all the way into North Carolina, as mentioned. It's partly because of the deep moisture. We've seen dew points as high as nearly 80 degrees in some cases. So very moist, juicy air, and that's going to squeeze out a lot of atmospheric moisture in these downpours and thunderstorms. That will continue all the way through the overnight hours and even into the day tomorrow. Looks like Kentucky, Tennessee, even parts of the Carolinas expecting the brunt of 3 to 5 inches before all is said and done. All right, we want to go to the lab now where we got a newly issued tornado warning, Dr. Postel.
Yeah, and it's, Chris, it was just for the same cluster of thunderstorms that I was looking at over Mississippi, the same one that moved out of Louisiana, did damage in Monroe with the tornado there, Monroe, Louisiana. It is now right in there across parts of east central Mississippi. Let's zoom in on this because this is the new tornado warning now just issued that does include Choctaw and Winston counties. That goes until 3:45 local time, so that is about another 50 minutes. If you are in that tornado warning, take shelter immediately. Lowest floor, interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This storm very likely contains a tornado. Radar indicated rotation moving toward even Columbus and perhaps just south of Starkville, Mississippi. Let's look at that. There's the rotation right in there. If you can circle that, my weather producer, Matt Reagan. There was indication right in there that maybe some debris was being lofted up. We'll be following this storm near Ackerman, Mississippi when we come up after the break. Welcome back to our continued coverage of the severe weather across parts of the South today. Let's go right now to the radar because we have some very active weather right now moving across central Mississippi. Right in this zone, there's some angry looking little lines of thunderstorms, not so little, but they are producing damaging winds and even the likelihood of tornadoes embedded inside of them. And we have now a couple of tornado warnings here. One of them is for Choctaw, includes Winston counties, including the cities of Ackerman, yes, it's Starkville, Mississippi, and Weir. That goes for about another 45 minutes. If you happen to live in these locations, take shelter immediately. These storms are racing eastward at about 60 miles per hour and likely contain, if not a tornado, damaging straight line winds that can bring down trees and do some structural damage as well. We're going to look inside of this particular storm right now, and it does appear that there's a couple of areas of circulation noteworthy, one near Louisville and another one up near Ackerman, and both of those are racing toward the northeast at about, or east-northeast at about 60 miles per hour. But let me show you what the correlation coefficient was telling us not long ago after we time it out. You can find your spot on the map, guys, and if you live, for example, in Starkville, take shelter immediately by 3:15 in the next 15 minutes or so. We do expect that this dangerous part of the storm will be moving through. Lowest floor, interior room, if you can, with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So you can see that right here, just southwest of Ackerman, right there, a few minutes ago, there was a signal there that this storm, this tornado was producing a debris signature, lofting debris into the air. That has since dissipated a little bit, as you can see in the couple of most recent animation there, but still, this storm is extremely dangerous and will likely carry with it the possibility of tornadic development as it moves eastward, again, very, very quickly. Columbus, Mississippi, watch out. These storms are on the move. Tuscaloosa, Alabama. You may think, okay, well, this is way off the picture. That cluster of storms is going to be moving very close to, if not through, Tuscaloosa in a matter of an hour or so, maybe even less than that. And if you live, for example, in Jasper, Alabama, many locations in Alabama have to start thinking about now, what do I do when that tornado watch will be issued? Because I can guarantee you there will be a tornado watch issued in Alabama fairly soon. Even though it's not out there yet, it's coming. Areas in southern Louisiana, severe weather continues potentially with that tornado watch out until 8 o'clock tonight. And as I mentioned, I do believe we will see another tornado watch issued soon for Alabama, maybe even eventually for North Georgia and Tennessee. I've been saying that all day. I think that remains the case. With the risk for tornadoes, according to the atmospheric parameters, very high in Mississippi and increasing in Alabama and in Georgia as that cluster of storms moves through, guys. This is one to watch coming out of Mississippi and into Alabama. Chris.
All right, that's something we're going to be continuing to monitor, of course, as we head through the rest of the afternoon and into the overnight hours when we see that tornado risk continue to increase. Let's get back to Louisiana right now, where we had a reported tornado go through Monroe, Louisiana. And joining us on the phone is Louisiana State Representative Ralph Abraham. He joins us live over the phone right now in Monroe, Louisiana, where we had a reported tornado. Thanks for joining us this Easter.
Oh, thank you for having me, Chris. Severe damage here in Ouachita Parish.
So you're at the airport, or at least you were at the airport. What kind of damage are we looking at right now?
There were at least one hangar that housed planes that was completely destroyed. I counted at least 3 Citation jets that looked to be beyond repair. That alone is several $1 million worth of damage. We've had many businesses that have lost roofs, lost structure, many homes that have been damaged throughout the region. So once we add up the cost economically, it's going to be very, very high. I have not had any reports yet of any fatalities, and I hope we don't get any.
So we hear you live nearby. What were the storms like when they rolled through Monroe? Did you have significant damage at your home? Were the storms as intense where you were as they were at the airport, or what was that all like?
At my home, no, the storms, of course, some straight line winds, heavy rain, lightning, and thunder, but nothing like the region around the airport got hit with. So, you know, I was listening to your report while waiting to talk to you, Chris. I hope people pay attention to what you're telling them, because if they adhere to your warnings that the Weather Channel has given them, it will save lives.
Yes, and we couldn't emphasize that more. And for anyone out ahead of Monroe, Louisiana, so with those who live in Mississippi, also in Alabama and Georgia, be mindful this is what to expect, especially with the type of conditions that we're facing. Real quick, Representative, talk to us about, we know the Louisiana governor has been contacted and is working with emergency officials kind of to assess all of the damage. Talk about that conversation.
Yeah, I personally have talked to both the White House administration and Governor John Bel Edwards, myself. They send certainly their prayers, their support. Help is on the way, literally, from both the federal and the state side. So everybody's aware of the damage, the economic. Again, we hope no fatalities and injuries that we know of right now. But both on the national and the state level, they are aware, and help is on the way.
And what about power? I'm assuming at the airport there's probably a loss of power. Did you lose power at your home?
We did lose power temporarily. It was restored. Now, at the airport, currently, as I'm speaking to you now, it is closed. It's a regional airport, so it is busy. Certainly at times, it's going to disrupt air travel to quite an extent. But, whether it's a federal declaration that happens, whatever it takes to get that airport back running, certainly I will support. And any other federal and state support that we need to get people's lives back as far as normal among this COVID crisis, which is also disrupting lives, we will do everything we can to make that happen.
Well, happy Easter, Representative, and we want to thank you so much for joining us here on the Weather Channel. That was Louisiana Congressman Ralph Abraham. All right, well, we also want to go live to the ground right now in Mississippi. That's where we find meteorologist Mike Sadell. We'll actually get to him here shortly. We want to go back into the lab right now where we find Dr. Greg Postel with the latest on the tornado warnings we're continuing to follow.
Yeah, Chris, thank you very much. We are watching tornadic storms move out of Mississippi and close in on the Alabama border, and we'll be watching them very carefully. But I also want to, as you were suggesting, let's get right to Mike Sadell, who is outside of Jackson, Mississippi right now. And I want to talk to him about how the conditions have changed during the afternoon hours. Mike.
Yeah, Dr. Postel, since late this morning, we've increasingly seen the humidity ratchet up. We're talking about the dew point temperature, which is in the low 70s. I keep mentioning at midnight last night it was 49, so it was a much drier air mass, but that changed rapidly. And we keep an eye to the north. We're looking at almost due west right now and then north, and that's where all the action is. Those are the cells north, I should say north and east, where we have the warnings, the severe thunderstorm warning, the tornado warning, heading towards the certainly Louisville area and the Starkville, Mississippi area. So very threatening skies there. But so far here on this side of Jackson, the Flowood side, about 10 minutes east-northeast of downtown Jackson, we've had a few gusty showers. The nearby airport just to our south has gusted to 46 miles an hour. That was without the rain and thunder. So we've really threaded the needle here in Jackson. But you can see on the radar, we've got two clusters we're watching upstream. One is to our south down around Macomb, Mississippi, a lot of lightning, and another is off to the south and southeast of Vicksburg, and that's going to be coming up and probably stay just to the west of the Metro Jackson area. So we'll see how these storms move. They continue to move very quickly to see how much rain we get in Jackson. But the bottom line is the worst right now with these storms is the lightning. None of these have been warned at this point for severe weather or a tornado. That doesn't mean that can't change because we're in this very volatile environment where we have a lot of low-level wind shear and the atmosphere is primed for spin-ups and tornadoes. So don't let your guard down just because it's been very quiet here, and all the action basically has been without one cell from Shreveport to Monroe to Yazoo City, where we just got that damage report, and now that same cell is producing tornado warning up around Starkville. So it's been that one cell that has really caused most of the tornado warnings so far today here in the Deep South. We'll keep you updated here from Jackson, Mississippi and Flowood. In the meantime, that watch continues until 8 o'clock tonight. Dr. Postel, warm and steamy, but I noticed one thing though, the winds have backed off some. They were pretty gusty for a couple of hours. Now they've lightened up. Looks like about 15 miles an hour right now.
Hey Mike, real quick question. Back behind you, is that west?
That is looking almost due west. Is that right, Rodney? Yeah, due west. That's southwest. That's where the storms are coming from, but that's off to the west. And as you can see on the radar, we're kind of threading the needle at this point. And fortunately, those storms that are upstream coming towards central Mississippi have not had any warnings that so far. Again, that doesn't mean that can't change, but so far so good on those cells. It's the lightning, the heavy rain, and some gusty winds at this point.
Yes, I was just looking at that as you were talking. I was looking behind you and noticing the darkening skies. It does look like some more thunderstorms are about ready to move through, and you're still in an environment, Mike, that is supportive of severe weather. So your threat's not over yet, nor is the threat.
Right.
This is what I want to point out. Alabama is about ready to get into a very precarious situation. There are some very nasty storms moving out of Mississippi or closing in on the Alabama-Mississippi border right up in here, and they are carrying with them severe weather. We know that. There are even tornado warnings right now now. For this cluster of storms, this little line, it means business. And there's a tornado warning that does include, for example, Starkville and Sturgis in Mississippi. But look at where it's going. It's about ready to cross over into Alabama. If you live in Birmingham, if you live in Tuscaloosa, anywhere in between, be prepared for severe weather moving in. Just because you don't have a tornado watch out now doesn't mean your threat isn't real, because the conditions are ripe for lots of bad weather, including damaging straight line winds, yes, and even tornadoes. And I want to get to this graphic real quick. This is kind of a map of tornado potential right in here. You can see the dark shades of red. What we're seeing right now is the ingredients for I guess for tornado formation. The ingredients are well suited here across parts of Mississippi and getting more and more suited across parts of Alabama. And as this area of bad weather is moving in, I don't like that combination. So I'm hoping that we'll see a tornado watch coming out pretty soon across parts of Alabama, and then we'll see where we go from there. But again, this situation is far from over. Just because we have 2 tornado warnings only right now, and I say only because it could be a lot worse, things could get a lot worse still. We have a long way to go. And with that, I'm going to send it back to Chris with some city timing.
Yeah, so let's take a look at Birmingham specifically here. And timing is going to be crucial here. Remember, it's Easter, so a lot of people are having dinner at home with their family. Here's a look at what we're expecting as we go through the next several hours. We've been in and out of showers and some storms already, but nothing that's really been severe limited. But going towards 6, 7 p.m. local time, we're going to notice those individual supercells, those storms in Mississippi. Those are going to be rolling through central and northern Alabama, say late this afternoon into this evening, and then linger through much of the late night hours. We're looking at nearly 10, 11 p.m., and you still got a line of storms that will then push east of Birmingham here along parts of Interstate 20, moving into Gadsden and Anniston and Oxford there along I-20, and then eventually working their way into Georgia. So then we will clear out, and tomorrow will be much better. But we got to get through the next 10 to 12 hours. It's going to be really our crucial window here for strong to severe storms. Now let's jump up Interstate 65 and head into middle Tennessee. This is where we already have heavy rainfall, and it's going to be wet here for pretty much the rest of the day, a complete washout. If you're trying to have a picnic in your backyard, you're going to want to move that inside because it's really going to be a nasty afternoon. The rest of this evening staying very wet, and we will have the risk here for very strong damaging winds, also hail, and then maybe some individual storms becoming more broken up as we go into the late night hours. But it does look like things do wind down before midnight. Now let's jump over towards southern Louisiana, because this is where we have a newly issued tornado watch through 9 p.m. Central Time. This includes you in Baton Rouge and much of northern parts of Lake Pontchartrain. New Orleans not included. However, you're not out of the woods for tornadoes. Even though you don't have an official watch, we will have that risk for strong to severe storms and can't even rule out the risk of a funnel or a pop-up supercell. So there will be more broken down here. We're not going to be looking at, multiple rounds, but we will have a line of storms and scattered thunderstorms continuing through the next few hours. And Memphis, where it's already been raining, things are going to be actually clearing out here pretty quickly. By this evening, we should be over and done with as far as the heavy rainfall goes, but still some individual storms rolling through late tonight. So busy night ahead for so many of us here in the South Arctic, and wind is also going to be a big factor.
Yeah, it will, and wind not associated with thunderstorms. So non-thunderstorm wind will be an issue. In other words, we call it the gradient wind. It's the wind that is sort of accompanied by that larger storm system. And look at that Memphis cam on the bottom right. That camera is bouncing around. So high-profile vehicles, be very careful. Look at that. We are going to see some wind, perhaps in excess of 40 miles per hour in gusts across the region. Look at the map, because there are wind advisories that cover many areas, all the way from Texas to parts of the southeast and the Ohio Valley. It goes even farther to the north than that. And this is, again, for non-thunderstorm wind gusts that could do some minor damage. And right now, in the last 3 hours, we've seen the winds increase across the region. Birmingham, right now, gusting to 26. New Orleans, how about that? South 24, gust to 40. Again, that's not a thunderstorm. That's a gradient wind associated with the weather system moving through. And we're going to likely see those winds increase throughout the region. Here's our forecast, and you can see the numbers go up as we go through the evening and overnight hours tonight. 40 to 50 miles per hour indeed possible across parts of Alabama and Georgia as well, especially the higher elevations in North Georgia. Watch out. It's going to get very windy even if you don't get a thunderstorm, which you probably will anyway, but it is going to get windy regardless. And those winds, as I mentioned, can do some damage. But look, conditions improve very significantly once we get through the morning hours tomorrow. A west wind dries us out and colder conditions move in. One quick graphic, I want to show you what kind of wind a 40 to 50 plus mile per hour wind can do. Well, obviously it can bend trees. It can actually break trees too, and obviously break limbs, and maybe even some cosmetic damage to homes. You might want to bring in your garbage if you have that out and sort of take those appropriate precautions. But we'll have much more on the severe weather when we come back. Welcome back to our special coverage of severe weather across the South. 90 million people today are under severe alerts. And guys, we have very active weather now across parts of Dixie Alley, including Mississippi right now, where there are some very nasty lines of storms, potentially producing tornadoes along the way. And there is more even settling back into parts of Louisiana and areas nearby, for example, north and just south of Shreveport. We got a lot to get to, and let me get to this stuff coming out of Mississippi, because it is likely to carry its severe weather into Alabama. If you live in Tuscaloosa, this line of storms that is going to be capable of producing tornadoes will be moving through. You are not under a tornado watch yet in Alabama, but you better be soon, because it's moving in. And we have this tornado warning out now that goes until 4:15 Central Time. So the tornado warning actually goes up. Well, there it goes. It just was issued for Alabama and Tennessee. I see that in front of me. And that is good news, because now everybody gets the awareness that there is a real significant tornado risk for parts of Alabama that does extend into Tennessee. I'll see if I can get that in just a second. But again, this line of storms means business. And I'm going to go right now and look at it there's a new tornado watch that does include Birmingham, Huntsville, and areas in southern Tennessee. So this was just issued by the Storm Prediction Center, and I have a feeling it's probably not the last one issued tonight. There may be more coming, perhaps even for parts of northern Georgia. But let's look at these guys, and I want to time it out. The whole thing, I want to sort of go, Matt Reagan, my great weather producer, I want you to sort of time this thing out as if it's a line of storms moving eastward at just over 50 miles per hour, and we can bring that thing, let's keep going farther east than that, because I have a feeling this is going to be a long-lived line. It's been with us all the way since northern Louisiana, where it produced a tornado in Monroe that did a lot of damage. This is a line of storms that's going to likely sustain itself for a long time. And let's say, for example, Tuscaloosa at 4:17 local time, so that's about an hour from now. Macon, Mississippi, Carrollton, Alabama, and we could even zoom out a little bit. You want to zoom out for me a little bit? Yeah, let's do that. And let's see if we can do that whole thing all the way from basically where the radar is, all the way down southward toward Philadelphia. And this thing is going to get into Birmingham in some form or another as it moves eastward very quickly. Perhaps, let's see, that would be about 5 local time, 5:15, so about another hour, almost 2 hours from now. So, yes, the whole mess of weather is going to be moving through parts of Alabama, and thankfully we now have a tornado watch out that's issued. But I want to talk about really quick this line of strong winds, probably the leading edge of it right about there, and we are going to be seeing this move through just south of Brooksville, Mississippi, Macon, and then getting over into Alabama very quickly. So, Chris, things are changing very quickly, and I think now the severe weather is really going to begin to ramp up in the next couple of hours. Back to you.
And we're already seeing that. Thanks so much for that report, Dr. Greg Postel. And meanwhile, a reported tornado hit northern Louisiana just a few hours ago, leaving behind a slew of damage. Let's get right now to Sergeant Chuck Johnson with the Monroe Police Department. He's joined us there live over the phone with a firsthand account of what the city is now dealing with in the storm's aftermath. So thanks so much for joining us, Sergeant. We've been seeing a lot of images and videos of extensive damage, especially near the airport. So how widespread is the damage, or is it more isolated?
Yes, sir. The tornado took pretty much West Monroe, which is our sister city, started in the west and moved across to the east, and pretty much ended up with the damage stopping at the airport. We have about 300 homes that have been damaged, that families are displaced right now. Several of our streets are littered with trees and power lines, and probably almost a third of the city is going to be without power for the next, I would say, weeks. That's the one thing we're working on right now is first primary searches. There's no injuries, no deaths reported, very few minor injuries, not what you expect, but some injuries have been reported, but nothing life-threatening. And that's where we're at right now with our finishing up our secondary search so we can get on to working these trees and getting the roads back open and the power back to these citizens of Monroe.
What about some of the major thoroughfares? We had reports of Interstate 20 being closed due to a lot of downed trees near Arcadia. What are you seeing around Monroe? Any major thoroughfares shut down right now, or are they business as usual?
The major thoroughfares are business as usual. We have 4 of them here and through the city. I think the Interstate 20 was shut down because of an 18-wheeler overturned. That may have been down east towards Arcadia. I'm not sure about that, but most of our streets that are shut down are all local streets and part of our south end of Monroe.
And real quick, we've got about 30 seconds. What about people who had damage, significant damage, and they don't feel safe being in their home? Are there shelters open they can go to, and who do they call?
Right now, we're working. The Mayor Jamie Mayo is working on that as we speak, because we're still fighting the COVID-19 pandemic right now, which is a very touchy subject. Right now, all the people that are displaced call 211, which is our emergency services that handles displaced anything, whether or not you're a vet, homeless, or catastrophe like this. But as of right now, we're working on with our local hotel chains, working on getting about 200 rooms to house these people that are displaced from the storm. And the last resort, we do not want to open shelters up because we don't have any means for social distancing or providing for the COVID-19 pandemic right now. So shelters are the last resort.
We thank you so much for your time and that update out of Monroe, Louisiana. And welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage of our severe outbreak happening in the south as we speak, and will continue late into the overnight hours, even into early tomorrow morning. So we're going to be with you throughout the whole duration of this. You're looking at live images right now of Macon, Mississippi. Thank you to our storm checker Charles Peak providing these shots. And you're looking at what appears to be low clouds, certainly a severe thunderstorm, and you can see the rain shaft to the right. And again, it's hard to tell exactly which direction we're facing. I take it we may be looking at a southward facing trip with the west being to your right. That would be my guess just from this vantage point. And also Crawford, Mississippi is to your right. That's from Brett Adair, our storm tracker Brett Adair, looking at what appears to be some sort of supercell, ominous skies for sure near Mississippi. And again, in the south, you have a lot of tree forest, okay, and that limits your visibility. So oftentimes you don't really see the full scale of what's actually going on like you do in the plains, where you have a much better vantage point. So it's much more difficult, and then you only enhance that all the more when you head into the overnight hours when you have no visibility at all. And a lot of what we've seen so far today has been rain-wrapped tornadoes, so you're not even going to see it before it hits your house if you are near this storm. All right, well, thanks for joining us this Easter for our special severe weather coverage. Of course, a serious situation unfolding here across the south. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin alongside storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel, monitoring all of the latest tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. And right now, dangerous storms are racing through the south. So let's get the latest on our first of likely several tornado warnings in Alabama now with Dr. Greg Postel.
Yeah, it's all moving out of Mississippi and into Alabama. Let's have a look at the radar real quick, and I can show you the area that is right now of most concern. There are plenty of them, to be sure, but right out in here, this is the same cluster of storms that did produce a tornado earlier in Monroe, Louisiana. So all the way over here, that has since moved here and continues the severe weather along the way. Let me zoom in and show you some of these tornado warnings in and around the Macon, Mississippi, or just north of there. There is a tornado warning that does include Macon, Mississippi. And guys, if we can pull up, I believe, either Brett Adair's or Charles Peak's camera, these guys are in the thick of it on the bottom right. Okay, so that is Macon, Mississippi. Right on your screen on the radar shot, I've got another tornado warning out just real quick. It's in southern Mississippi for Pike County. That goes for about another half an hour. But I'm going to get back to right in here into Macon, Mississippi right in there. This storm is moving out and moving in toward Carrollton, Alabama. So the shot that you've got on the bottom right is in Macon, and it's hard to make out anything. Very heavy rain, likely strong downburst winds are moving through, if not right on, that is Charles Peak, I believe. Or just south of them. This is a very dangerous storm that's got a possibility of carrying with it a tornado. Very difficult to see. So this is Brett Adair, actually, in the Macon, Mississippi area. In Crawford now, Mississippi. So I'm going to zoom in on the radar if I can as well, and just to see what we've got going on in there. And Crawford, Mississippi, yeah, okay. So very, very strong winds moving through, for example, Brooksville, Macon, and moving out of Mississippi and into Alabama. I'm going to zoom in out a little bit and look at where the center of the rotation is. Just north of Macon right about now. Can we go to the correlation coefficient real quick, weather producer Matt Reagan, to see if indeed there's a drop-off? It does indeed look like there's a spot right there. Not sure if this is a real signal or noise, but it does indeed match up with some of the other data we're looking at, that there may be indeed a tornado on the ground. Just have to be careful with this interpretation. But the idea is that's very dangerous weather. Yeah, it does look to me extremely strong velocity couplet right there north of Macon, about ready to move out of there into Pickensville, for example, Alabama. Let's zoom out, Matt Reagan, if we can, and look at the radar reflectivity and give people down the line some sense of this system and where it's going to go over the next, let's say, hour. It's going to stay with us for an hour. It's been with us all day. It's cycled a bit in its intensity, but it is likely to at least maintain that tornado threat probably all across Alabama and maybe even beyond that. And here we go. Here's some of the cities. Does include Birmingham. 4:53 Central Time, so that would be about an hour and 20 minutes from now before this cluster, this line of storms would, for example, get to Birmingham. But a lot of other cities closer in, Tuscaloosa, in about the next 50 minutes or so. So if you live in those cities, even if you're not in a tornado warning, be prepared to act if there is a tornado warning, or expect one to come down the line, because this line of thunderstorms is not going to fall apart. It is moving through an environment that is extremely supportive of very dangerous weather along the way. So I'm going to do one more radar shot here and back out and show you what we've got all along parts of the south. Again, southern Mississippi, we've got a tornado warning here near Macomb, Mississippi. It doesn't show up on that map, but there is one. And also, I'm going to move ahead. Northern Georgia, watch out. Bad weather is going to be moving in tonight, long after dark. So breaking now, we have dangerous storms in progress. You're looking in Crawford, Mississippi, where there's a semi that's been rolled over by a likely tornado that has moved through the region. And this storm is very significant. We've been tracking it all morning long, and likely did considerable damage along the way. It had all the characteristics of a strong tornado on the radar signatures and the Doppler velocities and in the debris signatures. So you can see what it has done to some of the semi-trucks if they've been jackknifed and, if not completely rolled over in east central Mississippi. This is just southeast of Starkville, Mississippi. If you want to know where it is on the map, it's right about in there. And I'm going to zoom in. We do have tornado warnings out for that storm that showed some significant impacts along the highway there. It is now about ready to move into Alabama, where we have a tornado warning in Pickens County. That goes for about, well, it goes for another hour or so. But we'll see how long indeed that storm will before it moves on and east of there, because they're all moving so fast at about 60 miles per hour. I'm going to zoom in on what we've got now using the Doppler radar. And let's, Matt Reagan, let's circle that area just south of Brooksville and north of Macon, where the strongest rotation is. This is indeed where the tornado has shown signs of damage. We've seen that signature in the correlation coefficient indicating debris was being lofted in the air with that very, very strong circulation there, moving east at about 55 miles per hour. Right now, it may be a bit hard to see, but earlier it did show some of those characteristics where there was an immediate drop-off there in the sort of estimation of debris by this signature. So what we're looking at right now is a storm that is still very powerful, containing with it rotation, about ready to move into Alabama, for example, in Pickensville. Watch out, take shelter now. A tornado may be moving through in the next few minutes or so as it races eastward at about 65 miles per hour. So overall, we can time this out. Matt Reagan, let's do that. And let's carry this eastward all the way to County Highway 43, if we can, in Alabama, because this complex is not going to fall apart anytime soon. It is likely to maintain its strength, maybe carry with it a tornado, certainly carry with it a tornado risk all the way to Tuscaloosa and perhaps even beyond that, likely beyond that, I would say. And here's some of the locations that are going to be impacted by the most dangerous aspect of that storm, which includes places like Northport, and that would be in about 40 minutes or so. So we're dealing with a group of very nasty thunderstorms, again, that is basically moving through the eastern part of Mississippi, right in there. Birmingham, this may have its sights on you, and we have to be very careful about that, because
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
That is going to be very supportive of damaging straight line winds and even the possibility of tornadoes. So even though, of course, a tornado warning is not issued for you in Birmingham right now, as this cluster of storms moves through, expect that it will, because it will likely maintain its integrity. And as I said, it is feeding off an environment that is going to be supportive of tornadoes for a good while longer. And it will likely move through parts of northern Alabama. Looks like we got another new tornado warning out. Let me just see where that one is. And that is for Jefferson and Davis counties. I believe that's in southern Mississippi, right in there. Let me go to the radar, and that is exactly where it is. That is a storm that has had a tornado warning with it for southern Mississippi near Macomb. Now we're looking at that tornado warning for Jefferson, Davis, Lamar, and Marion counties, going for about another hour or so. Very volatile situation now ongoing across parts of Mississippi. And in case you're watching us from anywhere in Alabama, or anywhere in Georgia for that matter, southern Tennessee, keep an eye on the skies and make sure you have a way to get your warnings, because even if a tornado watch, for example, in North Georgia is not issued, it probably will be. And even if a tornado warning, for example, in Birmingham is not issued now, a very bad line of storms with the possibility of producing tornadoes is closing in on the region. So just be very mindful of the forecast updates and make sure you get all the warnings. Chris, back to you.
And a good reminder, Dr. Posell, as we head into the overnight hours before sunset, make sure you have a way to get those alerts and warnings before heading to bed. And as the dangerous severe threat pushes across the south, you need to be on alert. So if you haven't already turned on your mobile alerts for any of the warnings on your devices, Paul Goodlow walks you through the steps for safety.
We're not always by our TVs and radios when severe weather strikes, but chances are we do have our mobile phones with us. The emergency alert features found on most smartphones can be a lifesaver during severe weather. Here's how to make sure yours are enabled. On the iPhone, simply go to Settings, click Notifications, and scroll down to the bottom. Make sure the emergency alerts and public safety alerts are toggled to the green on position. For many Android phones, look in your message settings for the word Alerts, and you can choose which ones you want to enable from there. Some alerts can be in other locations on Android phones, so just search for the words Emergency Alerts. Fortunately, these smartphone alerts will work in any town you are in and will warn you of any possible dangerous weather heading your way.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
We talked about some of the storms moving out into Alabama. I'm going to focus right now on a very angry looking cluster of thunderstorms closing in on the Hattiesburg area. You can zoom in. We have a tornado warning here, and that does include, for example, Jefferson, Davis, Lamar, and Marion counties. If you live in this county, take shelter now, and this is why. Very strong circulation there to the west of Columbia, Mississippi, and this storm is racing east-northeastward at over 50 miles per hour. Again, if you live in, for example, Columbia or Sumrall or Collins or anywhere in the tornado warning, take shelter now. Lowest floor, interior room, as many walls as you can between you and the outside. There may indeed be a tornado in progress, moving very quickly east-northeast at about 55 miles per hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of severe weather. We are now reporting here some damage from an apparent tornado that moved through parts of eastern Mississippi, Noxubee County, in between Macon and Crawford in Mississippi, where we got two shots here showing you that semis have been blown over on the highway, and very significant storm. That same complex is the same one that actually produced damage a few hours ago in northeastern Louisiana near Monroe, with a tornado confirmed there, and we are now seeing this very same complex move into parts of Alabama. But let me bring in now Charles Peak, who now is on the scene there with that overturned semi, and tell us what he saw. And did you see a tornado? I know its visibility is very difficult, but tell us what you saw.
Yeah, Dr. Purcell, I was a couple of miles to the south of this location, and due to trees was not able to see the tornado as it crossed 45 here in between Macon and Brooksville. You did see the line coming through here and the kink in it. It looks like here I've got probably about a quarter mile worth of power lines down. This 18-wheeler obviously turned over on the road. Going further down, I'm seeing people turn around and come back, so it's possibly blocked down further, but I haven't gotten down there yet.
Do you know if there are any injuries?
At this point in time, I don't. I've not been out. Somebody already got somebody out of this one. First responders are just getting on the scene here.
It looks like the weather where you are right now, you're out of the immediate danger of the tornado potential right now. That seems to have moved on out of your way, but very heavy rain continues, and we're showing you the warnings now on the screen. You are right now, you said, just north of Macon?
Yes, sir.
You're going to continue in the heavy rain, but it looks like areas to the east in Alabama, in Tuscaloosa.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Is now just west of Tuscaloosa, where indeed there is a tornado warning, and that does include, I believe, Pickens County. If we can move that, there we go. Let me show you. That's Pickens County, Charles Peak. That storm has since moved on and is moving closer and closer to Tuscaloosa. And there might as well pretend there's a tornado with this, even if we're actually, you know what? Let's go and look inside of it. Let's look at the Doppler radar and see if we can see indeed if there's any rotation. Charles Peak, we're trying to monitor that storm that just moved through where you are and overturn those semis, and you can see there is a definite circulation inside of that. Probably the core of it moving north of Tuscaloosa, but a very damaging storm yet. So tell us where you're going to go next.
What I'm looking is to drop south after finishing checking this location and drop south down towards Meridian, where that other storm is moving in that general direction.
Yes, take care. Very dangerous day out there, and I want to set everybody's sort of bearings here and show you the larger picture of the radar. Thank you very much, Charles Peak, for joining us, and take care out there and make sure everyone around you is safe. Let's have a look at the radar across parts of Mississippi, because some ominous signs are now appearing over the southern part of the state near Hattiesburg. Tornado warning, new one just issued here, and that does include, let's see, Jefferson, Davis, Lamar counties. This is a very dangerous storm. I'm going to zoom in. Matt Reagan, weather producer, you can see extremely strong rotation. This is a particularly dangerous warned storm, meaning there is a large tornado likely in progress in that zone, right in there, northwest of Columbia. And you can see the rotation. Can you sort of put the little circly on there? And let's time this guy out, because it's going to likely be one of those long track supercells and carry with it the tornado risk for a bit while longer, as this thing is a very powerful storm in an environment that is extremely supportive. Yeah, look at that. So that right there is likely an indication that there is being debris lofted in the air. The radar is detecting some irregularly shaped objects like debris of some kind, and that is indeed an indication in this case that there is a tornado in progress.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Time it out, and time it out for a while, because I think this is in the kind of environment that will sustain the supercell for a while. And let's track it, hopefully moving for Hattiesburg's sake north of you, but Laurel, Mississippi. Now, this is a long way away, we're talking, but this particular supercell has those characteristics that could be with us for more than an hour. So let's try it out and show you that some of these locations are in the path of this particular storm, and it may indeed last all the way, for example, to Laurel. And let's back off and show the reflectivity to give everybody some set of bearings here to show you that southern Mississippi, this is a very dangerous storm. You can see the hook echo very clearly right in there, and it is moving northeastward also very quickly at about 50 miles per hour. That's been one of the hallmarks of the storm systems today. They've been all moving very quickly. Now I'm going to show you One more graphic here to give you an idea of what we're dealing with. A whole lot of bad weather here, supercells, embedded tornadoes potentially, moving in an environment where the tornado potential is only increasing. For example, in Birmingham, watch to your west. If you get a warning, take shelter immediately. This area of dangerous weather, including severe thunderstorms with damaging winds and tornadoes, is going to be moving through Alabama and eventually North Georgia. We'll have continuing coverage as we track these storms that push through the south. Stay tuned.
Millions in the path of dangerous severe weather tonight. Reports of tornadoes destroying
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
damaging winds and large hail, and the threat is increasing into the coming hours. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being with us. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm joined tonight by Dr. Rick Knabb and storm tracker Jim Cantori. We want to get right to the latest with Jim. We've got a tornado emergency in Mississippi.
We do, and unfortunately, I think what's happening here, Jackie, is we're getting into the start of the long-track tornadoes that we feared would happen, that the atmosphere certainly suggested and has been doing that for the past few days. So let's get into this. You can see the tornado watches that are out. Of course, PDS Tornado Watch into Mississippi here, really very appropriate for the situation that we have. We've watched this very humid air work its way north, almost, again, north of I-20 in some cases today, and that includes the Tuscaloosa area. As a matter of fact, Birmingham right now, 66 dew points, 68 at Tuscaloosa. And off to your west, we're watching potentially a long-track tornado shaping up there. And you're going to have to watch that in Birmingham and Tuscaloosa as well. The other dangerous storm is down into southern Mississippi and through here, moving through Jefferson-Davis County. If you live in Bassfield, if you live in Sumrall, you need to watch this thing because you can see it right here. Just a big, big hook making its way north. As a matter of fact, within that hook, there is a donut. All right, so one of those classic signatures on radar, you're like, wow, that's pretty much a slam dunk. I mean, look at the air coming into this thing. Very strong, and air on the backside of this, so clear rotation right in through here. And this is what we call a TVS, a tornado vortex signature, all right? It probably has a TDS with it as well. As a matter of fact, Shane, let's go ahead and take a look at that and see if they do. And that's it right there. That's the dropout that we usually look for. That's not just rain coming down. This is debris, more than likely being lofted into the air. So you can see where this is. Shane, what we'll do eventually with this is get into some street level mapping if we have that, because I want to get everybody, in routes and whatnot that are in the line of this thing as it comes towards Sumrall and also north of Columbia, pretty much warned, because there's a lot of small roads and through there. There's a lot of, we're north of 98, obviously. So it's right over 587 right now. That's where the debris signature is. So here's the other thing. If you live at 43, 13, these county roads, those are going to be impacted, okay? So Goss, about 401, 420 coming into the Bassfield area, and Cantwell Mill at about a 424. Now, here's the deal. The atmosphere right now is ripe for these long-track tornadoes. And so there's no reason that this thing shouldn't stay strong, potentially even intensify.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Tornado emergency that Jackie talked about, and through here, you can clearly see that donut right in there. That doesn't mean there's a void of something. Unfortunately, there's probably a very, very strong tornado with that kind of a classic hook. All right, we've been missing that today. All right, but we are getting into this now. The wind field that we've been waiting for in Texas has made the turn around the base of the trough and is now coming north. So you can see this thing as it's moved into the tornado warning and has intensified. All right, and again, north of Columbia, Mississippi. If you live in Bassfield, you should be preparing for this now. Wow, look at that. That shear is getting a lot stronger in through here, unfortunately. Let's take a look at the TDS once again, Shane, to see what we got here. Actually, TDS, there you can see the dropout that's associated with that. And there's the new pass. All right, any idea, any way to get a height of this, Shane, in terms of how high it is into the atmosphere? Okay, we're going to do that because sometimes when you start getting these debris signatures, you can actually see how high the debris is being lofted. Is it 10,000 feet? Is it 20,000 feet? Is it 30,000 feet? That's sometimes an indication of the actual strength of the tornado. So that is something important. But I can tell you just right now from signature, the fact that we have a debris ball right here with this thing, this is a very, very dangerous storm. All right, Shane, let's come back down to that in a minute, but I want to go north to the storm that's coming into Alabama around Pickensville. That is another potential long track tornado. And by the way, Macomb, keep an eye out. Actually, before we go north, let's go down toward Macomb, because I want to do that one first. That has already gone tornado warn on. You can see the storm over Macomb. Let's see where the tornado vortex signature is, the TVS. In other words, where's the best rotation? Wow, looks like something kind of dropped out there. But areas to the south and west of Macomb. This is going to move on to the northeast. Do we have a dropout in the correlation coefficient with this one by any chance? Not as much. It's a weak signature, so it maybe has not tornadoed yet. But here's the deal. You can see it kind of starting to drop out. All right, so we'll look for trends in that. Do we go to this blue color that we have with the other storm that's north and west of Bassfield right now? West of Bassfield, it's north of this storm, and that's what we'll keep an eye on. So Macomb, Magnolia, keep an eye out. A much more populated area, certainly, that this could pass over, but we don't have the same animal yet that we do up to the north, but we certainly have the atmosphere that could give us the same animal. So that's very, very important. Ton of timing this out for you. Magnolia, about 4:07, 4:12, Macomb, so it's going to be right in your back door here very, very soon. 4:15 about Backett's. The preparations that we asked you guys to make for a good part of the week, and, you know, the plan we have you.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
In Macomb and also into Magnolia. All right, let's jump up to Alabama and talk about these storms as well as they continue to push onto the northeast. And, you know, again, two supercells there. More than likely, one or both of those may be long track in time. Here's the storm that's coming into Alabama. Now, still with a tornado warning out for Pickens County, so Carrollton, Gordo. Let's take a look at the signature with this and find out what we've got. Again, strong inflow here. Here's the couplet just to the south and west of 82, getting ready to come across the highway, work its way very close to the town of Reform. If you live there, again, you should be enacting your plan right now. Don't go out and look for this thing. Just get in your safe place. Make sure you got a helmet if possible, a sturdy set of shoes. That is, you know, all the things that we ask you to get. Let's go back to that TVS for a second, the tornado vortex signature. This is what I mean when I say TVS. You're going to see me say that a lot. I want to circle that and then go to the TDS and see if we actually have a debris signature with that one. And there's a drop out there. Okay, so, you know, we may have a weaker tornado on the ground at the moment. Again, this is north of Pickensville now and heading toward the town of Reform. So, again, this is all just coming into Alabama now. Shane, let's zoom out a little bit on this so we can see where Birmingham and Tuscaloosa is with relation to this. This one almost seems like it's moved left a little bit, and that may be a little help for us, because remember, the farther south we get, the more moisture-rich air we have to work with. So the jet stream winds have never been a problem. They're going to be strong throughout this entire event, no matter where you go. Already all the way up into Tennessee. But what we've had an issue with is the instability. All right, and we know, Jackie, that this instability is coming north, and the stronger jet stream winds are also heading east tonight. So we are not over once the sun goes down. We need to talk about that and time it out for everybody else.
Yeah, this is going to be a long night event, that's for sure. We want to take you now to Jackson, Mississippi, which is under the tornado watch right now, meaning conditions are favorable for severe weather to occur. Our Mike Seidel is there live right now. And what's the latest in Jackson, Mike?
Yeah, Jackie, so far here in Jackson, we've been okay. We've had a couple warnings off to the east and north of town earlier today, and then west and north of Jackson. We've had some heavy rain, but so far, no tornado warnings in the immediate area. Everything's been focused on that warm front. First of all, earlier today, this morning,
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
City, and now it's all heading off to the east. Jim just talked about the supercell that continues to produce tornado warnings now, crossing from Mississippi and Alabama, and we now have that tornado watch for Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, into southern parts, some of the southern counties of Tennessee. The other cell we're watching is that PDS situation down in Macomb, but we're right in the middle, and you can see, I'm watching the radar here on my phone, we've got rain and lightning coming into the Jackson area. All these cells are generally moving northeast at about 50, 60, even some of them 70 miles an hour. So we've got rain coming through. There's been some lightning, but other than some dark skies like we're seeing behind me right now, we have really threaded the needle right here in Jackson. But again, the watch continues till 8. We're not out of the woods. We're going to keep an eye on what's coming from parts of Louisiana and areas southwest of here. But right now, none of those storms have warnings. They're all to the south towards Macomb and off to the north and east towards the Alabama and Mississippi line. Keep in mind, they're having a fair amount of power outages from the storm. So far now, 22,000 customers here in Mississippi, so that has ramped up quite a bit over the past couple of hours. All the storm shelters are open. They have opened those, but remember the coronavirus COVID-19 rules. Bring your mask, your sanitizer, and practice safe distancing, social distancing if you can. Also, I just got word a little while ago, they've opened up the safe room in Hattiesburg in Forest County. That's the area which is downstream from that supercell and that tornado-warned storm around Macomb. So the Laurel-Hattiesburg area certainly in line for some dangerous weather. So right now, Jackie, just watching the skies, watching the radar, but so far here in Jackson, we've had some winds gusting in the 40s. Outside of thunderstorms, we've had some locally heavy rain, especially on the south and west and north side of town, but over here in Flowood near the airport, we've had hardly any rain and just a couple of crackles of thunder since we started about 4 hours ago. Jackie?
All right, thanks so much, Mike Seidel, reporting live in Jackson, Mississippi. Want to time out these storms for you and some of the other major metropolitan areas, and we want to start out in Nashville, Tennessee. You're in the cooler sector of things right now with 55 degrees.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
More heavy rain and thunderstorms are going to be pushing in through the afternoon and evening and into the nighttime hours. You've got the rain right now. You can see there is some thunder and lightning associated with this. A lot of heavy rain right now is just down towards your south and towards your west, but this is going to continue now through the dinner hour and then track off towards the east. We do expect a few rounds of thunderstorms being a possibility here, and I think south of Nashville you have a better chance than Nashville proper of seeing some of the more intense damaging winds that could be in excess of 70 miles per hour. Once we head past about 10, 11 o'clock for tonight, a lot of this is going to push off towards the east, but the rainfall is going to be very, very heavy. We've already seen some saturated ground here, and we're expecting as much as an additional inch or two on top of what you already have. So flash flood watch is in effect. Dr. Knapp's going to join us in just a second, and he's going to have more on the threat of that flash flooding. Let's take it down into Birmingham, which is now under that tornado watch, and you can see just on the edge of your screen out there west of Tuscaloosa, that's that tornado warned cell that Jim Cantori was just talking about. So you need to start thinking now within the next hour or two as these storms get a little bit closer, what you're going to do and where your safe place is. So be prepared by 7 o'clock for sure, at least Birmingham, and our latest computer model showing you a few individual storms, which could be supercells push through, but then more rounds or lines of thunderstorms may move through with some damaging winds, and these storms are going to be ripping along very quickly. In fact, it's as fast as 50 plus miles per hour, so you need to stay inside tonight, stay alert, and we'll get you through it. All right, let's get to Dr. Rick Knapp, and he's got more on the heavy rain and the flood threat.
Yeah, Jackie, we cannot forget the threat that water poses. In so many of these big spring storms, we lose lives sometimes due to tornadoes, winds, and flooding, especially in cars. So we got to stay off the roads, and we've got a lot of training, showers and thunderstorms, and very high rain rates, 1.5, 2 inches per hour locally in a few spots. Got a few flash flood warnings. It's going to be northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, northern Georgia, and much of Tennessee and into the Appalachians where the flood threat is greatest tonight. Now, even if rain has ended, it doesn't mean the flooding has ended. We still have a flash flood warning in Panola and Tate counties here in Mississippi. In the Como area, this is where we've shown you today that we've had many water-covered roads, and here's one of the reports of rainfall, 3 to 6 inches over the last 12 hours. It has been training over and over in this area, and in Como, an apartment complex extensively flooded. Sandbags were required, depth of water about 6 inches, and out by Highway 51 and West Oak Avenue, just west of downtown, many pictures on social of water-covered roads. Now, we got a new flash flood warning down here in Mississippi. This is west of where the tornado warnings are in western Alabama. Training showers and thunderstorms from Carthage into Louisville, Macon, and Mississippi. This flash flood warning goes till 7:45 local time, and we're already in the last 3 hours getting 4 to 4.5 inches of rainfall. So it's coming down more than an inch per hour. Please stay off the roads in these areas. These flash flood situations this can be life-threatening. And then flash flood warning here, Colbert and Lauderdale counties, northwestern Alabama, up in the Florence area till 5:45 local time. So stay off the roads. And Jim, we have got to take these tornadoes seriously. The long track ones seem to really be beginning.
Yeah, we've already got debris lofted about 20,000 feet with this storm that's heading right into the Bassfield area. Very worried about those folks. If you live in Bassfield, Mississippi, you've got to be taking cover right now. This is a serious tornado. There's absolutely no reason that it's not producing damage and won't be as it moves very, very close to you. So let's take a look at it. Again, a strong inflow coming into this thing and wrapping. Again, we know we have a tornado. This is a tornado emergency. I was just reading Noxubee County. We got some damage there to trees and power lines, and hopefully that's all. But you can see the concentration of roads, and look at the shear that's present down here with this thing. All right, you've got, essentially 20 miles per hour coming in, or 30 miles per hour, and then 90 miles per hour on the back side of this. I mean, that's what's called gate-to-gate shear. That's very strong in terms of the wind field in through here. And there looks like there's certainly some clutter in this. And what we don't have, at least at the present time, is as strong a TDS, which is a tornado debris signature. We've lost that a little bit. So has, the tornado lifted? Maybe, briefly. But I still think there's enough evidence in through here to kind of say, hey, take this serious. We've had a tornado on the ground. I mean, come out a little bit. Look at this supercell. Look at this thing. Holy smoke. Just classic, coming right into Bassfield. This is the donut right here. This is it. It's literally on top of Bassfield right now. It's going to come right over the top of you. Again, very dangerous tornado there. No reason to believe this is not going to do damage in town and continue on its merry way, unfortunately. So again, Covington, Jefferson Davis, Marion counties, all in the line of fire here. Tornado emergency. This tornado is going to go right over Bassfield. It's already been lofting debris as high as 15 to 20,000 feet. These things tend to cycle. Hopefully it'll cycle over the top of you, but unfortunately, I think, given the radar signature in through here, this is probably a tornado that's going to remain on the ground. Up to the Alabama storm, this is what's coming into reform now. You can see this storm right in through here should be continuing to move on off to the north and east. Not as strong a signature as we have down toward the south, okay? But there it is right there. It looks like it's gusting out, at least temporarily. But remember, these things cycle. You guys in Alabama are very, very familiar with that. Sometimes they gust out a little bit, but then they recycle, especially given the atmosphere now. Tuscaloosa continues to destabilize. All right, dew point in Tuscaloosa up to 68 degrees. All right, guys, keeping an eye on several tornado-warned storms, some that have been on the ground for a while now and may continue to be so, especially with this tornado emergency that we have down in Covington, Jefferson Davis counties as well. If you're in the Bassfield area, it's almost right on top of you, if not right on top of you right now, or maybe just to the south of town. I mean, look at this couplet right here. Just incredible, right over the Bassfield area. And you can see it's pretty much going to come right across 35, 42. It probably is as we speak, because remember, sometimes you get just a hair of a delay. This thing's hauling, too. It's moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. If you live along Great Keys Road, did we just get a new scan? Shane, did we just get a new? You know what? Let's move down a little bit. So whatever's happened has already moved through Bassfield, it looks like. But as we move north, look at this. It's up toward Williamsburg. We had a little delay there in getting the data in, but it looks like it's on North Williamsburg Road. There's the dropout, too. Oh, boy. Tornado debris signature. This thing's still producing debris and obviously damage. Ridgefield Lane, North Williamsburg Road. If you live in Kings Road, Crossroad Church Road, eventually Seminary Road up to the north, you better be taking a real serious look at where you're going to be going and taking cover with this thing, as again it's moved right over the Bassfield area or just to the south and now continues on its merry way. As a matter of fact, that right there is what you call a debris ball in the reflectivity. All right, radar's going out. The image coming back at the radar is so strong, you're getting that high reflectivity. And that's exactly what we've got there. That's where it is, and it's going to continue to move north onto those roads that we talked about. So it's just south of Dean right now in Mississippi, continuing to move north. Seminary, again, probably about 436 somewhere in your area. Potentially right over the top of you as well. I mean, it looks like it's certainly heading that way, and the fact that it's held together as long as it did, and the atmosphere that we have right now is conducive for these long track tornadoes. Again, zooming in again, this is what we call a tornado debris signature, a TDS. All right, Shane, you just tell me that we get 35,000 foot debris loft with this? Oh, dear God, that's not good. That's a strong tornado, ladies and gentlemen. So what Shane is telling me in my ears, we have debris that's being lofted 35,000 feet into the atmosphere. These are typically the kind of signatures that you see in the very strong tornadoes, okay? Very dangerous situation. Again, there's the tornado debris signature continuing to move on off to the northeast. If you live in Seminary, even Collins for that matter, just to the south of Collins, you should be putting your plan in place right now. Taking cover. Remember the helmet. Remember the sturdy shoes. This thing has no signs of lifting out or anything. This is definitely a long track tornado, and it is on its way. We knew the atmosphere would give us this. So again, Seminary, be on the lookout. All right, Shane, let's go to the southwest toward Macomb. I want to see what that storm looks like. Again, that's now moved to the northeast of Macomb. Here's the hook right in through here. It's going to come right at the intersection of 44 and 583. Not as pretty a signature because there's interference coming in to the radar, but it's right in here. I mean, we talked about that in terms of the signature, and there's the debris signature. There it is, right there. All right, you can see it developing and coming right into play here. So if we got street level mapping again, if you're up toward 27, be on the lookout for this because again, no reason why this shouldn't just continue as well to come up your way, and we may get a donut with this thing before not too long. So right now, Boyd Reeves Road, Howard Cawthon Road, eventually Leonard Road as well. This is all coming up over you as we speak, and there is a dropout in the debris signature as well, so that means we likely have a tornado on the ground. All right, Jackie, let's get back and update you on some of the information that we have.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have damage from earlier today from what was likely a tornado in northern parts of Louisiana, left behind a slew of damage. In fact, we want to get right to Ouachita Parish President Shane Smiley. He's joining us live on the phone right now. Thank you so much for joining us at this hour.
Thank you for having me.
We've seen a lot of images and video of what was likely a tornado and a lot of damage to homes that we're looking at. What's the latest situation there?
Yeah, it looks like that we had one, maybe two tornadoes that came through Ouachita Parish, affecting us everywhere from southwest Ouachita Parish as far out as the most eastern parts of the parish. Ouachita Parish is divided by the Ouachita River. And we are seeing lots of damage on both sides of the river, both in West Monroe and Monroe. We have somewhere in the neighborhood of 250 to 300 residences that have been damaged, leaving about 300 families that will be displaced. A number of businesses were damaged. We have extensive damage all around the city, very near ULM, the college here in Ouachita Parish and Monroe. We have thousands without electricity. Power lines are down across roadways, and we have lots of trees that have been blown down as well.
What about injuries?
To date, we have some family members that have been located with minor injuries. I do not know of any fatalities or major injuries at this time.
All right, and can you give us an idea of how much of the city this is affecting?
Here in Ouachita Parish, which is the equivalent of a county in other states, we have 156,000 people living here. So we have, it's affecting just parts of the city. It's small locations on both sides of the river.
All right, thanks so much. Shane Smiley, we're hitting a break real hard here. Thank you so much for the All right, we'll continue to track dangerous and severe storms across.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
The Weather Channel from Monroe, Louisiana. This is from a likely tornado. A tornado emergency was declared shortly before noon local time there today. About 300 families have been displaced. More than 200 homes sustained some type of damage, and about a third of the city still remaining without power. So these storms are on the move right now. We've got multiple tornado warnings in effect, and very concerned about a tornado that looks very violent and dangerous on the ground near Seminary, Mississippi. Let's get right to Storm Tracker Jim Cantori. He's got the very latest on this dangerous tornado. Jim.
Yeah, and we're talking about the one that's down near Bassfield, Mississippi. It's been on the ground now for a while. We're getting reports of the shear with this, Jackie, that is probably well over 170 miles per hour gate to gate. So that's a very high-end storm should we get the damage to verify. Hopefully it's missed everybody. Really, that's what we can hope for. But this is what we're talking about. I want to give you an update on the storm that's west of Birmingham now. This is Fayette in Tuscaloosa County. This is a different kind of animal, okay? The other storm, you could probably see. All right, because of the signature in the atmosphere that's down there. Up here, it's a little more polluted. So we're just north of the super humid air, and this is rain wrapped. You look at this here, and you're like, okay, well, where's the tornado, Jim? So you have to look at other parts of the radar to tell us, oh, wow, it looks like it's back here, right? Coming in just to the south of Fayette. So as you look at that, is there any kind of a dropout in the debris signature? And there was earlier on just to the south of Fayette, all right? So that's something that we're watching, kind of moving in this fashion through, but this one's rain-wrapped. This is not the one where you can go out, oh, check out that tornado. You should be taking all the precautions that you and your family need to be in your safe place and through here. This thing, again, a lot different than the other one. It's right in the middle of all that rain and yuck. So where is it going? It's working its way on off to the northeast. That's timing out. Great job, Shane. Great minds. New Lexington, Samantha at 440. Okay, so you're next. Wyndham Springs, 449. Whitson, should it come your way. Some semblance of this area that's we're worried about the most is coming your way. Now, what's really interesting is watching the atmosphere over Birmingham and Bessemer, which is just to the south. Dew point 69 down at Bessemer right now. So it's increasing as the storm is coming northeast. All right, this has been the long track supercell. You remember me telling you about Bassfield just a little bit
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Just south of town. You still have a tornado debris signature with this. All right, so it's still ripping up something out here. We have no, is it farmland? Is it sheds? Homes? Who knows? But it's coming on to the northeast, and this is the storm I told you about that has shear with this gate to gate at 170 to 200 miles per hour. That is the high end of the tornado scale. Again, strong couplet right in through here. You can see it's right over Mount Horeb Road. Going to go very close to Seminary. If you're in the Seminary area, you need to be taking cover right now. There's no reason this thing should just drop off the face of the earth and weaken. The atmosphere down here has been rich for a good part of the afternoon. We know that the atmospherics in terms of the wind field are very, very strong throughout this entire area that we're watching. So again, this has been a long track tornado which continues to produce damage down and through here, heading toward the Seminary area. It'll be there very, very shortly. Be safe, everybody. We'll keep you posted. All right, Jackie, let's go back to you in the studio.
All right, it's not just tornadoes, but we also have the threat of damaging winds. Check this out, as strong winds in central Texas just ripped the roof off of a shed. We're expecting to see even more damage tonight from this line of thunderstorms. So we'll have the individual supercell thunderstorms that we need to watch, but also lines of storms are likely to develop, especially as we get into the later nighttime hours. And sometimes even damaging winds can cause as much or even more damage than tornadoes. Those straight line winds could be in excess of 70 miles per hour today. So here's a look at the risk area that we're talking about. It's really the same area where it's most likely of where we have that tornado threat, but this is going to be ongoing after dark tonight and into the overnight hours for tomorrow. We've already had a number of reports of damaging winds, 27 of them lining up, not just in Texas, but across parts of Louisiana into Arkansas, as well as into Mississippi and Alabama. And this is going to be ongoing through the night tonight. We've got wind gust reports in Monroe, 69 miles per hour. So not sure if that could be related to the tornado or if that was straight line winds that we were talking about there. And then some damage at a fire station in Benton. Now, moving forward, we want to talk about how strong the wind gusts are, not just related to the thunderstorms. This is a really dynamic, strong area of low pressure, and non-thunderstorm wind gusts have been reaching as much as 25 to 30, even 40 miles per hour at times. So you're going to have strong storms before the storms arrive. You're also going to have strong winds after the cold front and the storm.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Sustained winds and wind gusts to reach as much as 40 to 50 from Birmingham through Atlanta, and this is going to last into your Monday as well. And it's not just the southeast that's going to be dealing with this, where we've got wind alerts in effect. This is also going to be in the northeast, where we've got high wind warnings now. This includes you in New York City. Tomorrow morning, likely to see those damaging winds roll through.
Very dangerous situation continues in southern Mississippi tonight as we watch what appears to be at least one long track tornado that has worked its way through Bassfield. And now we have a tornado emergency which is extended into Laurel, Mississippi. This has been a tornado that's been on the ground now for about 45 minutes, potentially maybe even longer, which continues to work. It's actually about an hour now and continues to work its way toward Laurel. Clear signature, what we call a debris signature with this. All right, a little polluted is what we call the TVS, or the tornado vortex signature. The storm relative velocity is the field that we're looking at here. It's a little polluted, but you can clearly see how long this thing has been on the ground. The town of Bassfield, again, has definitely been dealing with some stormy weather. As a matter of fact, Bassfield, if you look off to your west, look at how much stronger now that second cell is starting to get. That's really starting to wrap up. Okay, and I'm going to get to that in just a minute, but that may come close to you, the second storm. All right, so here we go. Here's the first one. All right, it's now up, heading just to the south.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
A large damaging tornado that, according to the emergency manager in some of these relating counties, we have damage to homes, trees down. We have a lot of reports, multiple reports of damage, and a storm debris height now of about 25,000 feet. So that's how high the debris is being lofted here. Potentially 175 to 200 mile per hour, what we call gate-to-gate shear. Should you find damage to relate to what we're seeing on the radar, you could be talking about an EF4, EF5 tornado. All right, that's what we're looking at, unfortunately. Hebron, so-so, 455. Laurel, 507. All right, big population area there in Laurel, 507. And if you're in the path of this thing, again, it looks like it's certainly going to come and stay together. I don't see any reason why this storm has a chance of collapsing. Hopefully something will knock it down soon. All right, so Shane, let's go back to the southwest, because what's scary about this is we know that we may have power outages from the first tornado in here. But the one down to the south and west of that is starting to look a little bit better organized. At least it did when, before we came on the air here. So you look at this and you're like, okay, well, where's the tornado? Let's look again at, look at that. All right, it may not look as good as the other one on radar, but you can clearly see, again, what is very strong gate-to-gate shear in here as well. And this is going to come very, very close to the Bassfield area, again, maybe just to the south. And these are areas that may be out of power now because of what's happened from the first storm. The first tornado may have gone right over Bassfield or just to the south. And now here's this one that's coming north as well. Let's see where that TVS is again, Shane, with the second storm. And I want to circle that. So we've got, again, right here. Oh, man, that's just getting stronger. Hey, look at that. Now we got a dropout. So now we get debris. You have a tornado on the ground to the south and west of Bassfield, who has already dealt with the first storm. So we've got twin tornadoes here on the ground. The first one at this point appears to be the stronger one. Go a little bit southwest with that, Shane. I think it's going to go, a little bit more toward the Bassfield area with that. I know you're just taking the apex of the warning, but I want to time it out for Bassfield for those that still have power. 457, so right around the top of the hour. Guys, you have about 10 minutes, 10, 20 minutes with this thing as it continues to pull on off toward the north and east. So very, very dangerous storms, both of them producing tornadoes as we speak. There are tornadoes on the ground. Potentially both of these will be long track. We know that the first one is. It's been on the ground now for about an hour.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Asking people to prepare and plan. Now it's time to put that plan in place.
It absolutely is. And if you're not under a tornado warning, or maybe you're under a tornado watch, or you're in that area that's at risk overnight tonight into tomorrow, and you see what's happening with these destructive tornadoes already in progress today, you need to be thinking about where you're going to shelter. And the tornadoes that Jim was just showing you will completely destroy mobile homes, vehicles. You do not want to be out on the roads. In fact, when a tornado watch is issued, get to your safe, sturdy structure and get off the roads. You don't want to go hide under an underpass. You don't want to try to outrun a tornado. That are the worst options. Large rooms, gymnasiums, manufactured homes, those are bad options as well. You want to get into something more substantial, not something with a big spanning roof, a warehouse type building like that. You want a good option is the interior room of a sturdy home or building or basement. Lowest level, most interior room. That's what most of us are going to be seeking. Now, if you do have a FEMA approved safe room, a storm shelter that's built to withstand these winds, they can be a place you can survive a tornado either above or below ground. So, Jackie, you need to get to one of these safe places well before a warning is issued even, so that you don't have to be trying to scurry at the last minute.
And it might be one of those situations where if you have the basement, maybe you just plan on camping out there for the night and staying there all night long as we expect this line to continue to track to the east. I want to update you on a brand new tornado watch that has just been issued, and this includes you here in Birmingham through Montgomery southward to Mobile. This is what we call a PDS watch, or a particularly dangerous situation where those long track tornadoes may be developing and continue to push through, and that watch continues until 12 o'clock. o'clock. So Birmingham, we already have tornado warned storms just off towards your west. And so you need to be on alert. And I would be just be in your safe place right now. Why not? Because that whole line of storms certainly is capable of producing some damaging winds, even if the rotation dies out or stays just to your north and west Birmingham. We do expect to see rounds of thunderstorms, supercell storms, but also lines of storms that could be pushing through. And there you can see the idea of those individual storms and then the line coming through as we head towards 11, 12 o'clock for tonight, and then finally pushing off to the east and starting to see some of those improving conditions. We want to take you over towards Atlanta because we think your storms are going to be developing later on tonight too, after dark and possibly even after midnight.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
And continuing until about 3 or 4 in the morning.
All right, guys, dangerous night continues here, dangerous afternoon into the night. That's for sure, as we've been talking about. This threat does not end when the sun goes down. As a matter of fact, it moves into Georgia and eventually the Carolinas as well. We're watching 2 long-track tornadoes in southern Mississippi right now. One, which has been on the ground now for about an hour, is now heading toward Laurel, Mississippi. This is a tornado emergency with this first storm, and we still have a debris ball here. It's not as reflective as it's been over the last 20 minutes to 30 minutes, but it's still there, and we still have a bona fide threat. We still have a TDS. You can see the debris as it's moved from between Collins and Seminary, now up toward the Laurel areas. Does it move just to the north of downtown Laurel? Perhaps. But either way, if you're in this tornado emergency, you need to be putting your plan into action as we speak. Just a phenomenal amount of energy with this thing. Very strong rotation, large, damaging tornado on the ground here, where we've seen debris lofted as high as 25,000 feet, where we've seen what we call gate-to-gate shear. In other words, where those 2 pixels come together, anywhere from 175 to 200 miles per hour. You find damage to verify that, you get an EF4, EF5 tornado on your hands. Let's hope we don't. All right, again, you're next. Hoy, Moss, Bonner, again, maybe just to the north of Laurel. We'll see. All right, let's go into this southern storm because this one's starting to produce damage. Getting reports now out of Walthall, Mississippi, out of the county down there, multiple homes damaged. All right, the problem with this is, and there, by the way, speaking of debris ball, there it is. There's another debris ball with this storm down to the south. So this one's producing a tornado. You can see the dropout in the correlation coefficient. This is coming into areas that have already been potentially damaged. So these people may not have power at this time because of the first tornado. Remember I was talking about Bassfield with the previous tornado. There it goes over there. Great loop, Shane. You can see this next one with the signature right here coming right toward Bassfield. And there's a very good chance that there's no power here. A very good chance. So please, if there's a way to text somebody that you know that lives down there or get a hold of them, please do so. All right, we'll see if it comes over Bassfield. It's been kind of staying south of this northern component here. It could come as far north as White Sand and Mount Carmel.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Bassfield area. Shane, what do they just do here? Is this a tornado emergency they just put out with this, potentially? It wouldn't surprise me because of what we got from the signature. So, okay, it's PDS Tornado Warning is what it is. All right, so there's White Sand, Prentice, Mount Carmel, Lone Star. You're all in this. Again, it looks like this PDS is just north of Bassfield at the time. So we'll see. But look at this thing. It's the same. You got another donut here. Very strong tornado, a classic. So as the first storm moves, again, between Collins and Seminary and off the radar picture with its debris ball, now you have another one down here with the debris ball as well, moving into the same place potentially. So a lot of people down here, unfortunately, Jackie, may not have power. Keeping an eye on Birmingham as well. Storms are active up there as well, but we're just north of that super moisture-rich air. All right, again, as I said, we know that we're not done with this thing once the sun goes down, and probably right into tomorrow morning and afternoon. Let's time this out for everybody as we head into the Carolinas, Jackie.
Yeah, we want to talk about tomorrow and give folks a big heads up on that, as it's going to be another active day. And some of this is going to happen in the morning hours, and some of you will get it in early afternoon, and by mid to late afternoon, it should be out of here. Raleigh, you're dealing with clouds, 74 degrees right now, but we've got a Torcon for you tomorrow of a 5, and it's not just Raleigh, it's also Charleston, South Carolina, and Savannah, Georgia. So this is a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest. So you're there at a 5. That's a 50% chance that you could be impacted by a tornado. So you need to be prepared and have an alert plan. And look at how much of the eastern seaboard the threat is and how much this covers. This stretches from New York City all the way down into about the northern third of Florida. And it's not just a tornado threat. We also have the threat of damaging winds. And we're going to have strong winds leading up to this before thunderstorms.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Timing of all of this, and rounds of showers and thunderstorms will be likely. We've already seen some rain across the Carolinas today, but look at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Some individual storms out ahead of what's then going to be the main line back behind that, closer to the cold front. So this could wake you up out of bed early tomorrow morning, and then we'll watch the line of storms track eastward. 8 o'clock, we're talking about the potential for you in Richmond, down towards Charlotte, as well as towards Wilmington by 9, 10 o'clock. Savannah about 10, 11 o'clock for you too, stretching through the Big Bend area of Florida. And look at that, off the coast by about 4 o'clock into the afternoon. We do have a higher risk for the damaging winds, primarily south of D.C. from Richmond through Raleigh and Charlotte and into Savannah. Kind of the same hot spots that we're talking about in terms of the risk for tornadoes as well. And the rain's going to be heavy, and this is moving into the northeast, which has been saturated as of late. So we'll have to watch out for that flood risk too. Dr. Knapp?
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
As an example, it is into the 60s. You can feel how warm and moist the air is. This could be overnight tonight one of the most significant severe weather events you've had in the last 2 to 3 years. Most of it will happen between midnight and 6 a.m. Here's the future radar showing those heavy thunderstorms coming through the metro area, strong damaging winds and possible tornadoes. Identify that safe place right now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm joined tonight by Dr. Rick Knapp and storm tracker Jim Cantori. We've got 2 tornado emergencies in the state of Mississippi. Let's get to Jim with the latest.
Yeah, so not surprising, Jackie. The storm with the southern flank has now gone to tornado emergency. We've got a storm that's coming very close to areas that have already been hit. The first storm has been on the ground now for about an hour, if not just a little bit longer than that. And so we're going to go to these storms. We still have, we need to keep an eye on Birmingham as well. Occasionally, I'm kind of looking over my shoulder here at this. We have had some damage with this line. It's more of a, kind of a damaging wind line that's coming just to the north of Birmingham. So that also bears watching as well. Now, we're down.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Very, very strong wind dynamics. Okay, so this is kind of the air mass that we've been watching and really been warning you about all day. So I want to go back about an hour because you can see, just to the south and east of Macomb right there, we've essentially watched a very strong couplet work its way just to the northwest of Laurel. So that's taken about an hour. And now behind that, you can see the storm which came through Macomb also, again, with a tornado debris signature as well. So let's look at reflectivity here, guys, and we can show you what we're talking about. We know the storm has had a history of damage. The southern one, most recent damage in Walthall, Mississippi. The northern one went right over the town of Soso. Reports there from a storm spotter saying, hey, we have a large damaging tornado coming right through town or very close to town here. This is the Jefferson-Davis County storm. Now, remember, this was also a county that was warmed on earlier. So this is moving in almost roughly the same place. Here's Bassfield, and this is where the earlier supercell moved on through. But look at this thing down here. Just wrapped up like a top down here, spinning. Again, it's going to go just to the north of Bassfield. So if you live here, especially now, East St. Stephen's Road, Old Highway 42, it's going to come across you, Santee Methodist Road, Backjack, eventually New Chapel, timing it out for you to some of the small towns there. Carson, about 503, so it's already on top. It's going to be on top of you very shortly. 511 Terrell, 513 Lone Star. This is the time to put that plan that you made into action. All right, really, let the thing roll through and God bless you. I hope everything works out. But right now, we've got tornado debris signature showing up right near Map Turner Road. This is what's heading over toward Old Highway 42 I was just telling you about. So just kind of extrapolate that east. So within that warning, there's kind of the worst part of the tornado. And we know that even now with this storm, you've got debris that's lofted up to 20,000 feet. All right, that's a tall storm. That's a damaging tornado on the ground here as it continues to work its way east. So hence the tornado emergency, which is south of Prentice, with this donut right here, making its way on off to the northeast. All right, let's go to the northeastern cell with this one as it moves now just to the this is the stronger tornado of the two, but they're both very, very dangerous. Trust me. This has had a debris ball on it now for about the past 30 minutes. It's been on the ground for over
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
It's plain as day. It looks like it's going to go. Let's go to street level with this. There it is right there. Just moved right over Soso. All right, the so-so community. Just move, and look at this. You know, right. You can just kind of extrapolate this. Now, where is it going? All right, where is it going from here? Okay, so we just got a new scan. Now it's up, it looks like at the northern tip of 537, County Road 27, I believe. This is going to come across the interstate. It's going to come across the interstate. So it's going to move over 59, potentially heading toward Heidelberg or Sandersville. We'll just have to see which direction. Sometimes these jog a little bit left or right, but there's no reason to believe that this doesn't have at least the potential to stay as a strong tornado or stay on the ground for a while. This is a what we call a long track tornado. It's already been on the ground for over an hour, and it continues to push northeast with damage. So there's your timeline. 511 Bonner, 515 Haney, Heidelberg, 519, Stafford Springs, about 524. Now, variation in track, certainly a possibility with this. You may not get the worst of this storm, but we wanted to give you an area certainly that we're worried about. And like I said, because of this storm moving through some of the similar areas that the next one's coming into, a lot of these folks may not have power, maybe just to the north of Collins, all right? If you live in Collins, look at what's coming your way, all right? You got a big donut right here. Go ahead, Shane. This is the new warning. Okay, yeah, this makes sense. So here's the tornado warning earlier. All right, now they're just
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
It's actually going to move just to the south of where the other one was. So, you know, in all honesty, Laurel, the first one's north of you. We'll see what this second one does. Does it come over you? Collins and Laurel. It's a good possibility. Look at the signature in that. Look at the rotation that we're getting in this one. All right, so very, very strong tornado. Again, as I mentioned before, debris now lofted at about 20,000 feet. If you're in the town of Collins, you need to be taking cover because here it comes. You're in that tornado warning. Both of these are tornado emergencies, Jackie. Kind of amazing watching all this.
Yeah.
You know, there's no reason to believe these storms won't continue to stay on the ground.
Yeah, when conditions are ripe, they are ripe.
Yeah, they are
see
ripe.
them back to back like that. Just incredible. We want to get folks caught up right now with what we know at this hour. More than 100,000 customers are without power in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. More than 200 homes have been damaged by a reported tornado in Monroe, Louisiana. Minor injuries only being reported there. And the Monroe Regional Airport has canceled all flights until further notice after sustaining damage from the thunderstorms. I want to take you to Nashville, Tennessee right now, where a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. You can see the rain coming down very heavy here in Nashville. We are seeing some lightning on our radar, heavy downpours, and the greatest threat here is damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. These storms are moving very, very quickly. In fact, they're moving towards the east and north about 65 miles per hour. So it's going to go through pretty quickly. Once this warning expires and these storms push off towards your east, I think you're going to get a break in the action, Nashville, but then more storms could develop within the next couple of hours. So there you can see Davidson, Rutherford, Wilson counties, including the city of Nashville, until 5:30 local time. And you can see with the fast-moving nature of this west side of Nashville, you're already seeing those improving conditions. So we'll time it out here for you hour by hour. As you can see, it pushes east over towards Lebanon and then towards Smyrna, of course, still recovering in those areas from the tornado early last month. And then after 7, 8 o'clock, we could see more storms firing through. Models have been pretty consistent, tracking those just to the south of Nashville. But still, I think Nashville proper could get in on some of that action. Now, with rounds of rain and storms rolling on through, we're also concerned about the threat of flash flooding. There is a flash flood watch in effect for you, Nashville, and expect to pick up perhaps another inch or two of rainfall on top of the already saturated ground. So let's take you from Nashville now and head to some other major metropolitan areas that we've been tracking the threat of severe weather. In Birmingham, we know we've got those tornado warnings just off towards your north and west. I'd be staying put here now.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
With a grain of salt because it is not initializing very well. I'd be prepared, especially on the northwest side of town, to kind of get clipped by those stronger thunderstorms. I know you're not under a warning right now, but you are under a watch, a particularly dangerous situation watch, because we do have the threat here where conditions look favorable for more of these long track tornadoes, and that could move through your neighborhood. Tuscaloosa also under the risk. More linear storms should be developing later on for for tonight, and then these storms will track east of you after 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. You should be done, and the rest of your night you'll be able to get some of that sleep there, Birmingham. And now we'll take you over to the Atlanta metro area. Atlanta, you've had a few rounds of showers and a few embedded thunderstorms already today. Right now you're quiet, 66 and just clouds. No watches in effect, but expect with time that will likely change. And a lot of this, I think, is going to happen around the time where most people are thinking they're going to be heading to bed tonight. So maybe a good idea to do a late night, or certainly have multiple ways to be alerted while you're sleeping tonight overnight as these storms track through, especially 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Let's head back into Dr. Knapp. He's talking more about this flood risk. Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, Jackie, it's already been happening. This was the scene earlier today in Como, Mississippi, the northwestern part of the state, where flash flooding inundated an apartment complex. Inmates were brought in to help with sandbag operations. This is not too far south of Memphis, Tennessee, just west of I-55, out West Oak Avenue. That's the general area where the flash flooding was the worst, and we've seen rainfall totals in that area over the last half a day, 4, 5 inches. Locally, it has really been coming down, and of course we all know how saturated the South has been all year. It doesn't take much to cause flash flooding. So word to the wise, after seeing that video, we are serious about the potential for flash flooding here in other parts of northern Alabama, northern Georgia, portions of Tennessee and the Appalachians, and a wide area. It's going to be raining very hard in some places.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
So it's not just about the wind. We still have a flash flood warning in the Como area. Even when rain stops, the flooding hasn't ended, so you still want to stay off the roads in that area. There's where that apartment complex is there along I-55. Now, let's go farther south and east and take a look at the broader area. And again, we've got multiple tornadoes, severe thunderstorm warnings that Jim's been talking about. We've got a flash flood warning over a very large area here that includes Carthage, Louisville. This is in effect till 7:45 local time. The rainfall just keeps training over the same areas.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Outdoors on the roads, a bad place to be. Florence, Alabama, flash flood warning until 5:45 local time. And when we back this all out, we're not done with rain in many of the areas where we already have flash flood warnings. And you can see all of this table setting rain that is happening farther north. So you've got the flash flood watch. Tennessee, northern Alabama, northern Mississippi, northern Georgia, into the Asheville area. And if you look at the future radar, you can see how much training is going to happen. It's going to rain hard, but once the rain goes through, you might still have another round to go. Once we get into the overnight hours, the whole system will begin to become more progressive. That's why the flash flood risk is less when we go farther to the east. But my goodness, Jim, it has been an extremely dangerous night already, and so many more people are in harm's way.
Watching 2 long-track tornadoes, both with tornado emergencies, Dr. Knapp. One's been on the ground now.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
We continue to get reports in. The first one has gone over so-so. It's coming into Heidelberg as we speak. Damage reported there as well. Again, all this breaking. And you can see this tornado as it's moving into the Heidelberg area, moving right across County Road 8 into this. This is going to come right across, okay? Awful situation here. There's a spotter on this one. Large, damaging tornado, destructive. Look at the debris signature there. Holy smoke. Getting ready to move right over the interstate if it hasn't already. Remember, these things are moving at about 50 miles per hour. So this is the first destructive tornado emergency here. Shane, let's go back to those warnings, because I'm trying to remember a time that I've seen this kind of length in tornado emergencies. You've got twin destructive debris balls right there. They're showing up. But when you go from warning to warning here, you almost have 100 miles of tornado emergencies across southern Mississippi right now. 100 miles. And unfortunately, some of the second tornado area is going to go over where some of the first may have knocked out power. So this is really important that these folks are ready and realize that we have another tornado. You can see both the signatures. There they are right there, coming very, very close to these areas. So again, near the Prentice area, watching that storm, getting ready to move across 49. So this will be north and west of Hattiesburg by a long shot. But again, when you look at this, you can see the debris signature on the reflectivity. So there's a lot of ways that we can see what the tornado is doing with different modes of the radar. One is what we call the correlation coefficient. That's what we're looking at here. We have to co-locate that obviously with where the best rotation is. That's there. Even though you see a dropout up toward Mount Alabama, I'm kind of teaching you guys this. We know that the best dropout. So this, if you're in the town of Collins, we know that right now, what was I just reading? 7 miles southwest of Collins, public reports tornado, damage to homes and power poles. All right, so we know there's a tornado on the ground here. It's coming right across 184 and potentially right into downtown Collins or maybe just to the north of town. Again, very dangerous situation, guys. We told you to get this preparation for this day, and now it's time to enact that plan because you are under a tornado emergency. So the town of Aura, 516, going to be on top of you in 6 minutes, okay? 517 Collins, so boom, boom. Gitano at 542, should it continue to move on to the north and east. This is about as dangerous a night as you can get with these. We have a long track, very strong tornadoes here. We were mentioning earlier with the first storm as it came to the south and west of Soso, gate-to-gate shear of 170 to 200 miles an hour. Should they find damage to relate to that?
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
A lot of this right now is just getting people out of harm's way and checking on folks that may have been hit. We are getting multiple reports of homes and businesses damaged. And unfortunately, a lot of these towns, Jackie, that are dealing with direct hits from these storms as they continue to move northeast. All right, guys, we'll keep you posted. Right now, let's get some more timing because we are not out of the woods even when the sun goes down.
We're not. And there's parts of the country that were hit earlier today that could be threatened again in the upcoming hours. So keep in mind that this is going to happen in rounds, that you may not just get one wave move through and you're done with this. You could see more action hours later. So we've got a severe thunderstorm watch I want to update you on. This is for parts of Oklahoma as well as into Texas, kind of towards the Texarkana region, and that goes until 8 o'clock for tonight. And these storms here, we're concerned about producing large hail, perhaps 2 inches in diameter or larger, and some damaging winds. So Shreveport, we want to time it out for you. You can see one storm starting to develop up towards your north. That's not severe right now, but it is producing some lightning and it is intensifying. So let's step you through hour by hour, and there you can see 7, 8 o'clock tonight. The storms will be pushing through, especially to your north, Shreveport, and then we'll watch for better conditions later on after 10, 11 o'clock for tonight, and that's when things will settle down and you'll have a quieter Monday ahead of you. But let's take you to places like Jackson, Mississippi. Our Mike Seidel is live there. Mike's been reporting on the storms earlier today. Those have all tracked off to the east of Jackson, but you can see new storms beginning to fire up, and I'm more concerned about these back here towards Vicksburg. Vicksburg, be prepared that you may be put under a severe thunderstorm warning within the next 30 minutes or so. These storms are moving very quickly, 60 miles per hour in some cases, and will track along and east of the I-55 corridor between 7, 8, even 9 o'clock for tonight. And then this will continue to track eastward and make its way towards parts of Alabama. And we'll take you into the Bassfield area.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Tornadoes developing. We'll have more on that right after this.
Watching two very powerful.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
This evening, the first one's been on the ground for probably over an hour and 15 minutes at this point. It is moving through the north side of Heidelberg, Mississippi, and you can see some of the pictures that we have. As a matter of fact, there it is right there. All right, it's moving again up toward the Quitman area. If you live in Quitman, you need to be putting your plan in action as we speak. We've got Brett Adair in the Shibuda area. You're going to look at his camera in just a second. You can see he's right now. See this? This is a great case in point. This isn't one of these things where you're going to walk out the door and see these tornadoes. This is a very high tree area, certainly in the kind of, it's going to be hard to see these tornadoes, certainly looking out your door. So you got to get to a high point and through here. And we know this storm has been on the ground now, producing damage. It went through the town of Soso. It went very close to Bassfield. And now we're watching it heading up toward Highway 45. It's already moved across 59 and is heading toward the Quitman and potentially the Shibuda area. So you can see where Brett Adair is. He's just north of Shibuda. He's planning intercept with this storm here as it's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Again, as I mentioned, there's been no dropout whatsoever in the signature of this tornado. So there's Heidelberg to the south. We're looking at what we would call a TVS, the tornado vortex signature. Let's see what the dropout in this one, Shane. We'll look at the correlation coefficient. In other words, what kind of debris is showing up? Well, there's debris right there. We know it's some kind of debris as this has moved across. Again, it's moving right across 59 right now, heading toward Highway 11. 11. Do we have street level down and through here? We might as well show everybody. So we know Brett is probably just to the south of Quitman right now, working his way north to intercept this, but it's moving right across the interstate, heading toward County Road 3911, County Road 39, County Road 242, right in this region, right in through here. Again, very, very powerful tornado as it continues to move off to the northeast, right over Interstate 59, 59, excuse me. All right, so let's go back to the southwest, because what I'm really worried about here is you'll notice how these tornado emergencies are lined up literally back to back. So we've already had this supercell move over these areas. So a lot of people here probably don't have power. They think, okay, and a lot of people think, hey, we've been hit once. There's no way we can get hit again. Unfortunately, look at this storm going right over Collins. You can see where it was when the first one.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
The second one is now moving just to the north of Collins. Starting to see maybe a little weakening of that rotation. Hopefully it is. Hopefully it's dropping out, but unfortunately this may just be interference with this. This is still a very powerful tornado, all right? And it's moving right over the Collins area. We know there's been damage to homes and trees and power lines to the west of Collins. There's no reason to believe this has changed. So we know Soso has been hit already. The first tornado went right over Soso, okay? And now we got the second one, which is going to be moving there as well.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
These areas. That's what makes this kind of situation so horrible. Again, guys, these are both tornadoes with tornado emergencies. We know they're long track. We know they've been on the ground. They have a history of damage. And some of the kind of signatures that we look at on the radar suggest very strong tornadoes, very high on the EF scale. Of course, that'll be determined later on when they go out and do the surveys, but still, huge issues with this. We know that Gitano has been very close to a tornado already with the first one. Stringer, you've been close. You could be without power in that town, and just kind of timing it out for you. Here we are at 520. So Smith, 524. Again, this is with the second supercell to the southwest. Gilmore, 531. Taylorsville, 538. Gitano at 543 as well as this moves on off to the northeast. No reason to believe, again, we don't have a long track tornado on the ground, which is going to also...
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
The last one did. All right, so the first one heading between Quitman and Shibuda, okay? We're looking at these areas. That's down to the south on 45 here. Here's the Quitman area. Here comes the first one. It's just moved across the interstate and is now heading off to the north and east toward Quitman. You can see the center of this. Let's time it out here just quickly for Quitman, Shane, if we could, and then we'll throw over to Jackie because I want to get timelines for other people and other areas are impacted. There's actually, believe it or not, a tornado warning storm up by Macon, Mississippi that's already been hit. So there's Quitman right there.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
You're no stranger to tornadoes here in this state. Be safe. Put it into action. These things are moving northeast at 40 to 50 miles per hour. All right, let's get a look at some of the damage these tornadoes are producing, Jackie.
Yeah, we're going to take you to Louisiana. It might be some time, by the way, before we get more information and any video out of Mississippi, but we want to show you what happened earlier today in Monroe, Louisiana. This is northern parts of that state where more than 250 homes have sustained damage. About 300 families have been displaced as a result of that. Thankfully, only minor injuries have been reported, but take a look at this. You can see a lot of roof damage to these homes, and it's just home after home after home on these streets. You can see this on top of vehicles as well, and debris being strewn out. There you can see some trees which have been snapped there, and very quickly after, we've got people up there already trying to clean up. It looks like that church was okay, but you can see the debris is just being strewn all throughout the parking lot. Of course, due to COVID-19, a lot of churches were empty today and people were in their homes. We've got a new tornado warning, Jim, something breaking?
I think the signature now, we have a tornado debris signature showing up just northwest of Birmingham here. This is Jefferson County, so that is the metro county there. Gardendale, Pinson, Robbins Crossroads, there it is right there, moving on to the northeast. If you live in Warrior, if you live up 65, this tornado is going to cross the road. It is on the ground. Dangerous night continues across Mississippi, Alabama. We've got tornado debris signatures with 3 supercells right now. 2 of them have tornado emergencies. And unfortunately, the 2 that are in Mississippi, one has moved over an area in southern Mississippi where the other one is right on its heels. So many people may not be having power or getting those warnings. You're looking at Charles Peak's camera. He's in the Meridian area. So he's in what you call the rainy part of the northernmost supercell. All right. It's raining cats and dogs. And he is heading south, likely on 59. But Charles, be careful, buddy, because there's a second supercell on the heels of this one that's moved through Collins. Now, we've had damage with this first supercell all the way back to Sosa and Heidelberg. Lots of reports of homes and trees damaged. Again, this is going to be one of these things, guys, where getting into these areas is going to be so difficult because there's literally debris everywhere. We've had a tornado potentially on the ground for over an hour and 15 minutes here. Here's the first one. Now, it doesn't look as impressive as it has. In other words, there's no
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
There's definitely see where it moved through Heidelberg, but watch how it's changed a little bit. See how we've lost a little bit of the storm relative velocity? So it has weakened a little bit. That doesn't mean it's not producing a tornado. Let's take a look at it. See if we still have some semblance of a tornado debris signature. So if you live in Quitman, you need to be taking preparations. All right? A lot of trees in this area. It's not one of these things you open the door and say, hey, here it comes. It's not going to work like that. It's going to move across you, and all of a sudden it's going to hit you. So keep an eye on it. Again, Elwood, almost on your doorstep here. Stonewall, 539. Roy, 547 as well, as this continues to move on off to the northeast. Quitman, I do think you're in the line of this as well. Right now, again, keeping an eye on Brett Adair's camera as well as he heads off to the south. You can see Charles looks like he's pulled over and kind of waiting this thing out. All right, here's now the second supercell that has been on the ground now for quite some time as well, and also has caused damage. Still showing very strong rotation right here. Let's see if we got debris on the ground. Just about ready to come across 532, and also 37. So maybe not as clear cut where we have that. So we had debris. Now we've lost it, or we just got a new scan that moved across 37. That may be it right there, up at 3. But it doesn't match. Notice how it doesn't match. So that could be good news for us. I still think the rotation's strong enough that, okay, it has updated. There's the new scan. So it's moved across 37 right there, just to the south of Taylorsville. Now remember, Soso has already been hit with the first one. We know that it's come very close to town. We don't know how bad it's gotten, but we know homes and trees and power lines are down there. There's probably no power. So look at how close this is going to come. Maybe just to the north of town, but certainly in an area that has already dealt with the first supercell. Summerland, also in towards Stringer. All right, there are the times. Gitano, 537, Stringer, 544. All right, let's go up to Jefferson County in Alabama. Shane, if you don't mind, because I want to get everybody involved in that one. We got a storm that's going to come through Yazoo City as severe thunderstorm warned on right now. There's a storm that's south of Columbus that's tornado warned on near the Macon, Mississippi area. They've had damage there as well. Here's the storm that's coming again just on the north side of Birmingham. You take a look, you can see some gusting going on there. It's probably some semblance of this thing wrapped in rain. So a much different animal than what we're dealing with a little bit further to the south. This one's rain wrapped, but you can see it right here coming just to the north.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
We have a TDS. So that you're looking at the TVS there, which is the tornado vortex signature on the particular scan that we have, heading up toward Oneonta. If you live there, Locust Fork, Warrior, it's on top of you. Smoke Rise, it'll probably be just to your south. Shane, I want to see if we have a TDS with this. So change modes in the radar. Probably this. There you go. Okay. So go back to Flat Creek. TDS. We lose it a little bit just south of Warrior. So hopefully that's the case. Hopefully it's weakened a little bit. Either way, there's a very high likelihood that this was not seen. It was in rain the entire time. Either way, you can see they've already tornado warned on it up toward Oneonta and also into Springville. So the northern side of 59 also impacted by tornadoes here, this time in Alabama. All right, the southern side we know has been impacted as well. We'll keep an eye on these storms off to the west because Birmingham, your threat is not over. As a matter of fact, you know what I wanted to do was I wanted to look at Birmingham and see what is going on with the dew point. All right, so Birmingham 67 now, Alabaster 70. So the warm, moist air continues to climb north. These storms that are riding through Birmingham, north side of Birmingham now, are riding on this very, very moisture-rich air. There's the new tornado warning, which extends in Oneonta. You just saw some of the time there. We take a live look at Birmingham. Look at that. All right, more than likely looking to the north. given the fact that we know it is really, really ominous up there. We know we have a rain-wrapped tornado potentially up near the Warrior area. That is north of Birmingham. You can see the night as it continues to unfold. Look at the storms all the way back into Louisiana, also into northeast Texas. So the center of the forcing is still back in there. We could still get a spin up all the way back there. But the most moisture-rich air is sitting right now right along into the south of I-20. So that's going to be the leading edge. And we're watching two long-track tornadoes continue to impact southern Mississippi. The southern one now has taken over as the stronger tornado at this time.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Continues to unfold from Alabama all the way into Mississippi. And if you're in Georgia, if you're in North and South Carolina, don't be fooled, because this is all coming your way overnight and into tomorrow morning. Let's talk about what we got going on here, because I want to review this and also kind of highlight maybe a couple of new areas that we haven't, been talking about, but could become interesting in time. We've watched a storm basically move all the way across northern Mississippi into Alabama. Again, kind of long track supercell here. And interestingly enough, even behind this, where we've already had some damage around Macon, Mississippi, we have yet another tornado warning storm. So a lot of these are moving over the same tracks. That's been the case down into southern Mississippi as well. We have seen that a couple of storms down there that have been long track, one potentially on the ground for more than an hour and 15 minutes. So that's looked down at the second supercell that we've been watching basically since oh, goodness, for the last probably hour or so here. This is Jasper, Jones, and Smith counties. If you remember us talking earlier about Soso and also Taylorsville, those were storms that were impacted by the first supercell. If you live in the Spring Creek area or you know people in the Spring Creek area, major damage as reported by a storm spotter in the Spring Creek area. That's Soso. Okay, so here we go. Let's look at this second one, because this still has the best rotation overall on it, and you can see where it is. So we're east of Taylorsville here. All right, and you're seeing this storm that's about ready to cross over Route 15, if it hasn't already. Do we have any dropout in that? It doesn't appear that we do, which is a good sign. Remember earlier, I was showing you these huge debris signatures that were showing up. So if that's right there where the best rotation is, so Shane, let's show the TDS with this one. I want to see if we actually have any dropout south and west of Springer. And remember, just because you may not have a tornado on the ground at this time, which it doesn't look like.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Debris signature, that doesn't mean these can't cycle back down, especially given the atmosphere that we have today. All right, so please keep that in mind. This is all heading, again, north of Soso, where we've already had some damage. Heidelberg, you need to watch out. You've already had a tornado that's moved just to the north of you with damage. Notice how this storm, though, has really weakened a little bit, turning a little bit to the left, just to the north of Quitman. All right, and that's where our good buddy Charles Peak is. He's kind of headed south toward Meridian here, so he may be trying to intercept this first cell. But here's the second one, and notice how this has moved left a little bit. All right, so it's kind of moved up off toward the left a little bit, interestingly enough, and then the storm down to the south of Bay Springs continues to chug along very near some of these areas that have already been hit. So this is just kind of a fraction of its former self north of Quitman right now, and at least at this time has enough of a signature. So we don't have the tornado emergencies anymore, but it still bears watching because it has been a long track supercell and it is still in a very, very rich atmosphere in through here. All right, let's go up toward Columbus. Remember I told you about the Macon area in Mississippi that has already had some damage. This is yet another storm moving this way. And then one final stop also north of Birmingham. Shane, I want to get up there and show everybody that storm. The storm that moved through Macon earlier continues to hold together in some semblance, but this would be a rain-wrapped tornado that's heading up toward the Oneida area. Let's take a quick look at this just quickly in through here, and you can see it looks like the signature is back near the Trafford area, right in through here. Watch out in Locust Fork and eventually Oneida. This is all moving your way, and it is rain-wrapped. You will not see this tornado. All right, some pictures to show everybody, Dr. Nab, of some from earlier tornado damage. Let's
Jim, we've got new drone video of storm damage in Monroe, Louisiana, reports of more than 250 homes sustaining damage. So far,
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
A lot of the structures that you've seen in this video are kind of industrial or warehouse kind of structures, and they have the kind of those large span roofs. And look at the poles being bent very easily. Large, either truck or mobile home or that kind of loose structure easily tossed about by the tornado. And this kind of large span roof, metal roof or aluminum, those are not nearly the kind of safe places that we're talking about when we want you to find a safe place to be. Mobile homes, vehicles, under an overpass, none of those safe places off the roads. Large rooms like you saw in those videos, gymnasiums, manufactured homes, those are bad options. The good options are interior rooms, lowest level, most interior room of a sturdy home or building, a basement if you have it, and if you have one of those FEMA-approved safe rooms, that certainly can work both below ground and above ground. And if you haven't gotten a tornado watch yet, maybe when one is issued, that's the time to get off the roads, close your windows and doors, bring in the outside items, and prepare your safe room, Jackie. I'm going to take a helmet and some shoes and a mattress to put over my family's head.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got quite a few places that are under the risk at this time. Want to update you on the watches that are out there. First of all, severe thunderstorm watch for parts of Oklahoma and into Texas. This is tornado watches right now that we're most concerned about. We have a tornado watch that includes you in Baton Rouge down towards Morgan City. That watch until 8 o'clock local time, and we do have a line of storms that are
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Tornadoes to develop here. In addition to that, we've got a tornado watch across the state of Mississippi, includes you in Jackson, stretching down towards the Hattiesburg area. That's until 8 o'clock for tonight. And then another watch in parts of Alabama, including Birmingham and Montgomery. This is a PDS watch, or a particularly dangerous situation where those long track tornadoes are going to be possible. Now, we also want to mention North Georgia. You are not under a watch at this time, but that will likely happen several hours from now. So be prepared that while you've got a quiet evening you've been dealing with, strong to severe thunderstorms will be likely after 10 o'clock for tonight. A line of storms will likely move through very quickly after the midnight hour and continue until about 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. Continuing coverage right after this.
Dangerous night continues to unfold across the South as we watch multiple rotating storms, some that have been rotating now for over an hour, continue to impact areas across northern Alabama, south central Mississippi, and now you'll notice near and west of New Orleans, a couple of discrete supercells there that are rapidly moving north at about 70 miles per hour. So that's the low-level jet in here. It's cranking at about 70 plus miles per hour, okay? And as a matter of fact, it's kind of interesting. The first supercell we watched basically moved from west to east. Now that same piece of that supercell is going to move to the north a little bit. So look at the orientation around meridian of the tornado warning. Isn't that interesting? All right, so we're watching again this southern one, which continues to show some pretty strong rotation in here. But what's really different about this now is before, when you had that big hook and the debris ball down off the end of it, classic hook echo. Now you've got something that's like, okay, it's actually a little harder to find where the rotation is, or the strongest rotation. And there it is there. But when you go back to the reflectivity, look at where that is. It's inside, you know, potentially the rain here. So it's potentially rain wrapped. Either way, it is tornado warned on now and continuing north toward the Pashuta area. We've already had reports of some damage around Pashuta from the first supercell. And, you know, this is now what's moving north toward the Meridian area. Now, Heidelberg, really interesting for you. This next storm will probably go just to your north. However, what I'm going to say is parts of Interstate 59 are blocked off because of the debris from the first tornado. All right, they're actually closed. Interstate 59 is closed. So this is not the time to be
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Here's a look at the timeline for you. Again, 5:53, so we're almost, it's right on top of you at Acme. 5:57, Waltrip is next. Kelowna, Pashuta again. This will be your second hit of the day. And Watauga also coming at you at about 6:24. And, you know, potentially this has the chance to turn a little bit within this warning. But again, the storm earlier on heading east and then literally taking a left turn right before Quitman and now heading up toward Meridian. We'll keep an eye on the circulation with that. There it is there, but it is going to be close to Meridian. So let's take a look at this one, Shane, and give everybody an idea of what we may be looking at. Again, not super strong rotation, something that, you know, may be right down in here that's just coming into the warning, but it is going to potentially impact Meridian. Here's the deal. The fact that the low-level jet is 70 to 80 miles per hour here means those winds alone that are sitting at 5,000 feet can easily be transported down, with this, especially given the kind of air mass that we have here, moisture rich, lots of instability. Really interesting correlation coefficient. Is this, in fact, some of the debris from the earlier tornado that's being strewn out? It's a little hard to see and tell, but clear tornado signatures earlier right here with this storm. That's the second one. And look at this. Eventually, you get this kind of fanning off the correlation coefficient. What is that? Maybe it's the debris that's actually starting to fall out of the storm as it potentially weakens a little bit. So clearly,
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
The rotation, and then eventually kind of a fanning out or falling of the debris through this correlation coefficient, which starts to expand in coverage. Really neat stuff on the radar this evening. Unfortunately, not neat as the results, because it means damage and debris. So here is this cluster, which essentially started as the supercell west of Macon. We know that mobile homes were flipped in Macon, Mississippi. It has tracked all the way across northern Alabama in toward Gadsden. If you live in northeast Alabama, if you live in northwest Georgia, there's a good chance you're going to deal with this mess tonight. Is this rotation right in here? Okay, broad rain wrap, just an absolute mess in through here, but it's very, very possible. And remember, you start to get up in elevation here. So as you get up in elevation, you're closer to those strong low-level winds as they move on to the northeast. So Altoona, Howelton, Rainbow City, this is all coming your way. Looks like some new rotation right there just to the west of Oneonta. All right, guys. We have
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Rain and flooding being one of them. Let's get an update from Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, take a look from Moulton, Alabama. Extremely heavy rainfall. This is going to be the scene that will play out over and over again this evening. The big difference, of course, give it an hour or two, and you won't be able to see just how heavily it's raining, and you won't be able to see how much water is covering the roads. And it is going to be a dangerous night for so many reasons. Don't want to be out there on the roads. Get to your safe place before the weather really gets bad and spend the night there. I want to show you where some of the flash flood warnings are. In effect, it's in east central Mississippi, north of the tornado warnings, those long track supercells that Jim has been showing you. The latest warning to be issued here is in the Starkville, Columbus area. Your flash flood warning goes till 9:45 local time, and it is coming down in buckets. Many of these storms are dumping 1.5, close to 2 inches per hour. Just south of Starkville and Columbus, the last 3 hours, you've had more than 3.5 inches of rain, and that is just the beginning. So it is time to be off the roads there. Look at this long swath of area that has had 3 to 5 inches of rainfall over the last 3 hours. That's why we have this large flash flood warning for Carthage, Louisville, and Macon until 7:45 local time. You've got to stay off the roads tonight. Weather can kill in terms of water and wind.
Good evening, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris on this Easter Sunday. Tonight, I'm joined by Dr. Rick Knapp, storm tracker Jim Cantori. It's been a rough night already with many warnings, including active tornado warnings right now. I want to get right to storm tracker Jim Cantori with the latest on that. Hey, Jim.
Yeah, hey, Jackie. Just getting word now out of the chat room in National Weather Service Birmingham's office. Sayre, 3 miles west-northwest of Sayre in Jefferson County. Thunderstorm damage there about 45 minutes ago. Several businesses destroyed along Highway 78 near the Sayre area. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground near Oneonta. This is the storm we're watching.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
That's the area where we're severe thunderstorm warned on. This has not been pretty. This has not been the stuff we've been watching in southern Mississippi today that looks about as textbook as you could possibly get for long track tornadoes. But this has been a long track supercell. We saw this back in Mississippi around Macon, where mobile homes were actually flipped there. This has now moved over again north of Oneonta, as we've been mentioning, with the tornado damage. And it's just rain wrapped. Dr. Knapp's been talking about the phenomenal amounts of rain here. And now you're into these hilly areas where we're getting just incredible amounts of rain. So Gadsden, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. But, did we just go tornado warn on that, Shane? Yeah, we did. Okay, so we just went tornado warning on that storm. Not surprised, especially given the confirmation of damage in Oneonta. So it's coming up toward you in Gadsden, Alabama. Reese City, you're in this. Harrisonville, Boaz, Alabama, 627. Keep an eye out, guys. This is not, again, one of these things where you're just going to walk outside and see. It's wrapped in rain. Very, very difficult to see as it moves its way toward the Gadsden area. And again, the northern part of 59. Now, on the southern part, I'll give you a chance to set up here with this, Shane. We've had damage that's moved near the Heidelberg area. And that damage has actually closed parts of Interstate 59. There's so much debris down there. This was a long track tornado that was on the ground for over an hour, maybe over an hour and 15 minutes. And it's continuing to now take almost an immediate left turn up north of the Meridian area.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
There's another storm behind this that's come in, again, north of Laurel. This is the earlier storm that produced the damage down near Collins or just to the north of Collins. That is what's left of this one. It, too, is going to come across Interstate 59 if it has not already. You can still see there is rotation going on. And interestingly enough, this is getting in line almost like aircraft here, and it's going to make that left turn as well. So Meridian, you, believe it or not, have to watch this cell as well. All right, I wanted to show you some live pictures here coming out of Laurel, Mississippi. Look at this. Trees literally shaved off, stripped. We have power lines down. You have, damage to automobile. This is just one of these images. This was more than likely either probably the first tornado that moved through this area that did this. And we know this was a long track, very strong tornado. Reports along the way of homes damaged in many, many areas. So was one of those areas, especially in the Heidelberg area, the Moss community, homes destroyed there, Walthall, Mississippi, multiple homes damaged. There's just too much to report, as all this will be breaking overnight and tomorrow with so much to watch with these long track tornadoes. So here's the tornado coming over Heidelberg, north of Laurel. So this is the first one. So the damage that you were looking at, and are looking at in the bottom part of the screen, is from the first supercell right there as it's moved again north of Heidelberg. So again, guys, keeping an eye on this. Storm number 1, storm number 2 coming in behind that, maybe just to the north and east of that, and clearing this area pretty rapidly. Now, there are more storms to the west. We're not done yet. We've got a long night ahead of us. Shane, let's go down to New Orleans. I want to show, because the problem with this is, we're seeing these discrete supercells developing south and west New Orleans. Right now, the storm they're watching about is just coming over Highway 12, Interstate 12, and is heading up toward Bogalusa. So we do have warnings for these storms as they're moving north. Listen to this, 70 miles per hour.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Speed with these as they continue to move north across Interstate 12 here. So St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, Washington Parish, Pearl River, you're all in line for the storms. It moves up toward the Folsom area quickly at 70 miles per hour. And that's the kind of wind we're going to get out of these. 60, 70 miles per hour, very, very possible. Now notice we don't have the kind of rotation and very little rotation with these as they moved on to the north. But we know we got the wind field. And that's the problem. There's a lot of instability down here, so you're seeing these as very tall thunderstorms. They're easily transporting down the stronger upper-level winds. But keep an eye out, again, as this stuff flanks south and west of New Orleans. Eventually, we'll see some of it move over you. We'll see if we go tornado warned or not. Looks like a little rotation in the northern part of this, again, just to the west of Bogalusa. Not the kind of animals, though, where we saw, again, earlier, guys, we were talking about 175 to maybe 200-mile-per-hour gate-to-gate shear with those storms near Sosa and Heidelberg as they moved on to the north. So that's what's left of these down here. Watching this storm here north of Birmingham, we've seen moisture-rich air. If you're in Birmingham and Atlanta, if you were outside this morning, there was a chill to the air, Jackie. Now the air is almost heavy and humid. This is all that moisture being transported northward.
Yeah, you can really feel the difference for sure. Yeah, so hopefully that didn't catch folks off guard at all, because there is more coming. We want to update you now on the situation in northern Louisiana, where officials are estimating 200 to 300 homes have been damaged. Several streets were blocked off and about a third of the city without power. This is in Monroe, Louisiana, after a reported tornado, or possibly 2, hit earlier today. This was just before the noon hour. Local responders say so far only minor injuries have been reported. They are helping survivors to find hotel rooms this evening as opposed to a large shelter because of COVID-19. So here's a look at all the local storm reports that we've seen so far, and these are either tornado reports, damaging wind reports.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
From Oklahoma through Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, even into parts of Tennessee, and even a few wind damage reports, believe it or not, way ahead of all this out into parts of Florida. You add all of those up, that's 93 different reports of severe weather. And if we filter them out and we look at tornadoes only, there are about 15 reports of tornadoes. So it may have been one or more tornado around the Monroe area, not just those 100 hundreds of homes that have been damaged. Also quite a bit of damage out at the Monroe Airport. So that's going to take a little while to clean all of that up. We'll take you into Mississippi. These are the two tornadoes that were back to back that Jim was covering wall to wall earlier, both of which are confirmed tornadoes. They were spotted on the ground. They've caused some damage. Some of those damage reports are going to take quite a while to get in, we think, as power is likely out in many of these areas. So we'll keep you up to date on that. But right now, at least a few homes damaged and destroyed in Salem. And then in Seminary, if you remember, we saw that huge hook there. This is just to the south and east of Collins. Damage to homes and power poles there also. We'll take you farther up towards the north. Here's Columbus, Mississippi, to put it in perspective for you. So just south of there near Macon, some reports of a tornado potentially with mobile homes that were flipped, as well as some semi-trucks that were rolled over. Power lines have been down in this area. And then in Bigby Valley, reports of trees and power lines down. This is on Highway 388 and into the Gavin Road area. So there are multiple different parts of this storm that we really have to watch along that warm front.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Last little line as things move on through. So you can see we still have multiple warnings in play, including the one tornado warning here into parts of Mississippi and watching those storms into Alabama too. So we've got a long night ahead of us because we think these lines and these clustering of thunderstorms are going to be holding together all through the rest of this evening, but also continuing through the overnight hours. This is going to track into tomorrow morning. So we want to warn folks up and down the eastern seaboard, even along the I-95 corridor, that tomorrow this is going to be a threat for you in the morning and lingering into the midday and early afternoon before all of this finally begins to progress off towards the east. So tornadoes will be on the table here, as well as damaging winds. Hail will probably be a little bit more marginal for tomorrow, but this is going to be rounds of thunderstorms, and this part of the country has been really saturated. So we're also concerned about the threat for flooding. Let's go back into Dr. Knapp for more on that.
Yeah, and Jackie, not only has it been wet all year, it is really raining hard in this system. All that moisture, that feel in the air that we've got with that moisture coming out of the Gulf of Mexico and all the energy in the atmosphere it's generating the severe weather. We're getting 1.5 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates on top of saturated soil, and a lot of it is training over these same areas. So northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, into the Appalachians, much of Mississippi, Tennessee is already in the mix right now. So as it gets dark, this problem becomes even more serious because you can't see how much water is covering the roads. We got to stay off the roads. Let me show you a couple of areas where there are flash flood warnings in effect right now.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
5 local time. You've had multiple rounds of rain, and there is more on the way. The southern parts of the area have had more than 3 inches, almost 4 in the past 3 hours, and there's more to come. So there's that more than inch in an hour. 3.5 inches in the last 3 hours in the areas north of Carthage and Philadelphia, and it's still coming down. You've got a flash flood warning until 7:45 local time, and we're not making this stuff up. The flooding's actually happening here in the Zama area. Several reports of flooded roads, including one road completely washed out.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
I tell you not to drive over a water-covered road. You might not even be able to be sure that the road is even there anymore. Because of previous heavy rains, a little bit more ongoing, northwestern Alabama, the Florence area is under a flood warning till 8:30 local time, and then just issued for Decatur, Alabama, along I-65, north central Alabama. You've got a flood warning until midnight tonight. So as it gets dark, you've got to stay off the roads. Let me show you the broader picture here and why we're so concerned about this really escalating as you get into Tennessee, because you've got some table-setting rains up there already, and all of this that's training over the same areas is headed your way. So that's why we've got these flash flood watches for much of Tennessee, including Chattanooga, Knoxville, and all the way over into Asheville. Jim, it is always underappreciated sometimes how dangerous water can be, especially at night.
And Dr. Neb, this is southern Appalachia, okay? So you're talking hills, streams, an area that was soaked all winter and spring. All right, so things are going to fill quickly. Guys, some new damage into us out of Macon, Mississippi. All right, reports there of multiple mobile homes flipped. Now, I haven't seen these. This is just coming into all of us, so we're just getting a look at it. But you can see this large storage shed has been torn apart here. This is the same supercell, by the way, that has moved all the way into northern Alabama. So all that stuff that Dr. Nab was talking about here, essentially with the flooding near Noxubee County, the Macon area, has all not only flooded that area, but also we've got a lot of severe weather reports. I mean, look at the size of this warehouse, the damage.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
It may not even be the worst damage. Look at the power pole down, laying on its side, just almost snapped off or blown right over as a result. We know there was a tornado there. We know we have reports of multiple mobile homes that have been flipped in that area. This lumber company obviously very hit hard. All right, guys, let's talk about this, because to the south of all that, as this storm was moving into Alabama, where we've had damage around Sayre in Alabama from that same supercell that you just saw the video on Macon, we have had 2 long track supercells and tornadoes in the south. Very, very powerful radar signatures. I want to show you these going back in time. Again, 3:30, you'll notice we're getting a signature right here. All right, actually, I want to draw on this. So just southeast of Macomb, all right, going over through Collins, and then up toward to the north of Laurel and continuing up toward Quitman. You see that long track? You see those signatures right there? And you notice how they pulse. All right, but we know we had a tornado on the ground. There was debris signature everywhere. And then behind that, we had another storm that developed quickly just to the north of that. It was a supercell, also another long tracker, came to the north of Collins, and there you have it. So twin long track tornadoes here that have both had a history of damage and very significant signatures on radar. We may not know to the extent of how bad this is down here till tomorrow. All right, there's debris everywhere. It's a very woodsy area in southern Mississippi. All right, so we're just kind of giving you a little history of what we got so far. The atmosphere is still cranking. We are seeing warm, humid air make its way into Atlanta, into Birmingham. If you don't believe me, step outside if you haven't been outside in a while. All right, be safe.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
All of a sudden, you've gone from cool and crisp to air you can wear this afternoon. Very humid air continuing to move to the north. Again, this is the same storm that was affecting Macon that you saw the damage video on. It has moved in some way, shape, or form across northern Alabama, continues to produce epic amounts of rainfall, as Dr. Dabb has just talked about. We've got golf ball size hail in the severe thunderstorm warning part of this. And as I mentioned, the damage around the Sayre area. So let's get an idea. It certainly looks like you may even have 2 circulations here. Strong, circulation coming into this storm around the Gadsden area on the western side of it as well. Shane, do we have any debris showing up here? Almost looks like another circulation onto the north side of this too. So here you can see it coming over Steele and into the Gadsden area. Nothing clear cut. Maybe a little bit of a drop out there, again, to the south and west of Gadsden. But the point is this thing, there's so much heavy rain coming down, and this is so hilly and woodsy, very unlikely that you're going to see this. Timing out where we have the tornado warning for Attala, it's right on top of you right now. Reese City, about 18 after, 24 after Asitico, Turkeytown, about 6:26. And then again, if you're watching us in southeast Tennessee and also into Georgia, all of this is coming your way as well. I don't care how cool and cold it was this morning. This is a ripe atmosphere with so much wind potential here, it's not even funny. So, again, let's time this out, Jackie. Speaking of the evening, a lot of areas certainly have not even been impacted at all yet, but they will be multiple times.
Yeah, other areas already getting hit hard with rounds. Nashville, we had a severe thunderstorm warning about an hour ago. Those strong storms have
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Of rainfall and more rain to come. So Dr. Nabb was talking about that flash flood threat. That's a real possibility here in Nashville, especially south of town, as additional showers and storms will likely roll through 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock for tonight, and then continuing till maybe 11 or so before things begin to settle down. So rainfall amounts on top of that inch or so you've already received could be an additional inch of rainfall. We'll take it a little farther down towards the south, back into the Birmingham area. Those storms now still tracking up towards your north, but still some thunder and lightning across the region, and more lines and clusters of showers and thunderstorms will be likely through the rest of the evening hours. In fact, a big line progressively pushing through the region, we think around 10, 11 o'clock for tonight. It's not till after midnight tonight that we think things will start to improve for you, and then there's Atlanta. Breaking news right now. We have confirmed that severe storms have killed at least one person in the state of Mississippi. We've also learned that several others have been injured. This is in Walthall County. 5 homes have been completely flattened, and there's significant damage to other houses in the county. As we get more information on this, we will bring it to you. Unfortunately, the first death has occurred now from this severe weather outbreak. We wanted to get the latest on the warnings, as it's been a very active night and still ongoing. Jim?
Yeah, and we just, that was part of the supercell, Jackie, that eventually stayed on the ground with tornado debris signatures for over an hour after that. So, and the worst of that storm was yet to come for many, many areas in south central Mississippi, and we'll talk more about that. What we've watched, though, are other long track supercells that have gone from Macon, Mississippi, all the way across here, just to the north of Birmingham, and now you've noticed that that storm potentially could come into northern Georgia. So they've extended the tornado watch until 11 o'clock p.m. for northwest Georgia. Now, where 575 splits off to 75, which is right there, that's the Woodstock area. So that's Cherokee County, Georgia, which I believe is under that. Yes, it's under that tornado watch. So Cherokee, Canton, again, if you live in Rome, Georgia, this first storm certainly looks like it could impact you. Shane, let's show the radar here, because we have had now reports of damage around the Sayre area. Several businesses in Sayre, which is just northwest of Birmingham, destroyed. This is kind of part of that complex that continues to work its way through the Gadsden area. All right, so there's the radar. I want to kind of just put a little cell on there because I want to, time this out. Cedar Bluff, you're going to be in this tornado warning. Rome, Georgia, potentially. Calhoun, Georgia, as it moves into Georgia a little bit later on. But right now, the warning just goes to the Alabama line. Then it'll be picked up by the Peachtree City office. So Attala, Gadsden, Turkeytown, you're all in this till 6:45. You can see the respective times down below. This is not one of these tornadoes, should it occur, that you're going to be able to see. All right, you can clearly see it on this part of the radar, and this aspect of the radar right here. This is where the rotation is strongest now, just to the north of Reese City, just to the northwest of Turkeytown. So just kind of extrapolating this into the next warning. It's going to come very close to center Alabama and the Cedar Bluff area as well, as all this continues to head on off to the northeast. Look, the problem here is where we have, the best couplet, there's been a little bit of dropout. All right, this is a very hilly area, very woodsy area, obviously, north of Gadsden up toward Turkeytown, and there's enough of a dropout to believe that there could be a tornado on the ground here. We've also had golf ball size hail with the storm. Kind of interesting, too, when we look at this a little wider. So, Shane, stop moving for 1 second. You got a rotation here, and you've got rotation here. So do we have, twins kind of sitting amongst all of this rain? Very, very possible here within this. Either way, if you're in the warning, the plan that we asked you to put in place, you need to access it right now. All right, I want to head south into Mississippi. We still have one tornado warning there to discuss, if it hasn't been dropped already. It looks like they dropped it. Okay, so they just expired that. Now it's a flash flood warning. We are, as Dr. Nebb's been talking about, we are getting prolific rainfall with these cells, prolific rainfalls. So here's what's left of this cell down and through here, now south of Meridian. A lot of these coming to the west and then looping north, getting caught up in some stronger winds from south to north. There's still a little bit of rotation with this, but not enough, obviously, to prompt a tornado warning. You can see how the rotation went from south of Bay Springs and then literally hooked to north loop. There's still a little bit just to the southwest of Meridian. You see that right there? There's a little more rotation just to the south of I-20, and there's another storm west of Bay Springs that is now severe thunderstorm warned on. All right? Guys, again, this will continue to be breaking news all night, especially given what we saw earlier on over the last couple of hours. 2 long-track tornadoes in very, very close areas to proximity to each other, Jackie.
Yeah, so a couple tornadoes tonight, but also we have the threat of damaging winds and large hail. Check this out. This was a scene along Highway 45 north of Macon, Mississippi, after a likely tornado struck the area. A big rig truck was reportedly flipped on its side in the median, and southbound traffic was blocked off. Not to mention the fact, boy, you can see nothing out ahead of that. So some of this rain has been really heavy, and we just got a flash flood warning in effect for Lauderdale County in the state of Mississippi. Mississippi. So the hail threat is farther back towards the west, and it's most likely over here. We've got the severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect for parts of Oklahoma into parts of Texas, as well as in the northwestern parts of Louisiana. So we've got the colder air aloft there. We've got more elevated storms which have been developing, and we've got those stronger updrafts, and that's tapping into some of that colder air aloft to help bring down that threat of hail in terms of the severe storms. We'll probably get some hail out of the storms in Mississippi, Louisiana, as well as into parts of Georgia later on, but probably marginally severe. But still, hail causes damage. Keep the car in the garage if you've got one, if you can do that for tonight. Now, the wind threat, the wind is very interesting because we've got two different wind threats going here. We've got damaging winds coming in from the thunderstorms, and that's what this graphic is showing you, where that's most likely, really also coinciding to the most favorable area where the tornado threat is too, but it's really widespread from the Tennessee Valley on southward. But we have a second wind threat that we need to watch out for today too, and this has nothing to do with the thunderstorms, which has been causing most of the damage today, but it also has to do with the strong pressure gradient just from our storm. So non-thunderstorm wind gusts have been as strong as 50 miles per hour at times. In fact, much of about the eastern half of the country under this threat lasting into tomorrow. Breaking right now, it has been a deadly night across parts of the South. We have now confirmed that there are 2 deaths in Lawrence County, Mississippi, and that's in addition to 1 death and several injuries in Walthall County. Walthall County, at least 5 homes have been completely flattened here. That's the latest from officials there. There's also significant damage to other homes in the county. We'll bring you more information as it becomes available, as this is an unfolding story. It's 30 past the hour right now on this Sunday. We want to get you up to date on where the dangerous storms are tracking right now with Jim Cantori. Jim?
Yeah, Jackie, again, that's all part of that long track supercell that we watched with a tornado debris signature for over an hour. You rarely see that, but that's certainly something we watched again in southern Mississippi. Now, what we've just had, and I'll give you kind of the breaking stuff, this additional tornado watch added essentially from Cherokee County, that's Woodstock, up through Rome into Ellijay, Blue Ridge, also in this as well. So that's Gilmer, Fannin County, and it's essentially for what has been a long track supercell that started, we showed you video already out of Macon, Mississippi. It has come all the way across northern Alabama. Now it's in some way, shape, or form split because there are 2 areas that are rotating in through here. You look at this reflectivity and you're like, Jim, I can't tell what's going on there. It just looks like a lot of heavy rain. So we have to look at other aspects of the radar to get an idea what's going on, and Shane's going to zoom in on that for us. So what we've got is actually 2 areas of rotation. All right, there's one up here, not super strong, but enough. And here's another one down here that's worth watching. So 2 areas of rotation. One is north of Turkeytown. The other one is up near Boaz, Alabama. And essentially, this has been a long track supercell with a history of hail, wind damage, and tornadoes. As a matter of fact, the southern flanked one, as it was developing, did damage to businesses, multiple businesses in Sayre. That's northwest of Birmingham. So that was a while ago back in Jefferson County. But to time out the southern one for you, Collinsville, Leesburg, 640, Round Mountain about 648. And then, you'll more than likely see the Peachtree City office take over with either severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings into northwest Georgia. So here's the second one. All right, so this is the Collinsville storm, or excuse me, the Crossville storm, which will come into Collinsville about 644, 653, perhaps around Colbrand, Pine Ridge about 656. So you've got 2 areas of rotation: hail threat, wind threat, tornado threat. With both of these. That's why it's a tornado warning, and you can see how they've kind of come into play here. Now, do these, does the southern one cancel out the northern one? Maybe. All right, maybe. But right now, again, not super strong rotation, but there has been a debris signature here, enough so that we're very concerned about that area around Boaz. Here's one area down through here, and here's another area in through here. We're watching all this heading off toward the northeast at 55 miles per hour. All right, Shane, let's zoom out, give everybody kind of a wide idea. Here's Atlanta, and if you've been watching us in Atlanta today, if you've been walking outdoors from time to time this morning, a chilly, raw morning in Atlanta, now you walk outside, the air's almost heavy, but it's humid. It's gotten much, much warmer. What did I see? Yeah, Peachtree, or Marietta says, at Dobbins Air Force Base, says the dew point's 68 now. Dallas as well. So think about that. We started with dew points in the low 40s this morning. So that's almost a 22-degree rise in the moisture. That's that unstable air which is coming off toward the north. So the lone supercell, which continues to work its way, if you will, into northeast parts of Alabama, will work its way into northwest Georgia as well, and phenomenal rainfall rates. Look at all the flood warnings coming back. You know why? Because earlier where we had these storms that produced 3 to 5 inches of rain, we're still getting storm development back here. The energy that's doing all this is still back into Texas and Oklahoma. So we have a long night ahead of us. So you're seeing the jet stream come rotating out ahead of this and just creating multiple lines of thunderstorms. It has been the first line, though, that's tapped into some of the most unstable air, Jackie, that's created these long track tornadoes in southern Mississippi. Look at the accumulation over the past 6 hours here. Just incredible rainfall. And this is part of that same supercell that went all the way into northern Alabama right now that we continue to watch, and they've warned for or watched for in northern Georgia.
Yeah, what an incredible night. An incredible night ahead still that we have, Jim. Want to update people with some of the other damage that's been happening farther to the west. This is in the state of Texas, in the San Angelo area. Yesterday, strong winds ripping the roof off of this shed. We are expecting more damaging winds to continue from Texas all the way through the deep south with this line of storms through tonight. So here's the big picture of the watches that remain in effect. Severe thunderstorm watch just north of Dallas over towards Shreveport and into Little Rock, and then the red areas, that's the tornado watches. Remember, a watch means conditions are favorable for severe weather to happen. A warning means it's happening now. Take shelter. So an update on the watch for Baton Rouge towards Morgan City. That's the tornado watch until 8 o'clock for tonight. The one in Mississippi, including you in Jackson and Hattiesburg, continues until 8 o'clock Central Time for tonight. Then our watch for tornadoes in the state of Alabama until midnight tonight, and that's a PDS watch, or a particularly dangerous situation. And now North Georgia gets in on the mix. This is north of Atlanta until 11 o'clock tonight.
All right, guys, you're going to see a lot of this, unfortunately. This is down near Laurel, Mississippi. John Humphreys showing us extensive damage here. Trees down, roofs of homes ripped off, trees on homes in this particular case and through here. This is back down in Laurel, Mississippi here. And you know what I can't tell you is which tornadic supercell did this, because there were two that came very, very close to the Laurel area. As a matter of fact, we're going to talk about that right now. I want to show you these, what we call shear tracks, and this kind of gives us an idea of what we're looking at. This is, again, going back to about 3:30 this afternoon. We've already had loss of life in Lawrence County, which is down here east of Macomb, but I'm going to draw the first supercell right there. All right, there you can see it. You can see the shear tracks, how you go in and out of the pink. And as all that was going on, we had another storm that started to develop as well. You see that particular storm went north of Laurel. And then as we kind of go past 5 o'clock, there was another supercell that developed and moved just to the north. So you had twin supercells in this area that stayed on the ground, potentially tornadoes on the ground for over an hour, especially that southern one. It went north all the way up toward Meridian, Mississippi. Just incredible watching this. You had debris balls, you had rotation. No question, again, that's on the northern side of Laurel, where both of these storms happen to work their way on through. So we're not done. We've still got a long night ahead of us, unfortunately. Some of these areas that have been hit very hard in eastern Mississippi and down in the southern part of the state, now seeing rain develop again. You'll notice we have a line back into Louisiana. That's broken. Look at the solid line where we have a severe thunderstorm watch over through Shreveport and Little Rock. And this is really where the whole day got started, early this morning. So all that stuff is now moved in some semblance and rechanged itself into northeast Alabama here, and that's heading into northwest Georgia. But we're getting a new round with the surface low pressure system as it's moving into Arkansas. Guys, we got a long night ahead of us. And all this is what's heading into North Carolina, South Carolina, southern Georgia tonight. So Storm Prediction Center with obviously coordination through the Atlanta, Huntsville, potentially Morristown office as well in Tennessee, have coordinated a new tornado watch, which includes Blue Ridge, it includes Ellijay, it includes Woodstock, Georgia. Even though you're on the southern extent of that, we've been watching this long track supercell come across Alabama with phenomenal amounts of rain, not to mention golf ball size hail, as well as even some damage, especially around the Sayre area, which is in Jefferson County north of Birmingham. So broad rotation in here. All right, looking at the Huntsville radar, this is where the tornado warning, if you will, is going to extend eventually up toward Georgia, or at least the Georgia line, and off to the west of this much broader rotation, now moving again to the north of Crossville. So that's the good news in through here. As a matter of fact, I think this northern one was actually canceled, but we still have the chance for damaging wind here. There's trees, think about it, leaves are starting to come out on these trees. The farther north we go and up in elevation, not so much. That may save us a little bit with this particular cluster of thunderstorms. But you don't even need leaves on trees, given the kind of wind field we have here. 70, 80 mile-per-hour winds, and now you're getting up in elevation as you're getting into southern Appalachia here, north of Birmingham and Atlanta. Much more, topography, if you will, to deal with as you head up and through here. And as Dr. Knapp has been mentioning, just incredible amounts of rain. So to time it out, again, Congo about 650, so that's 10 minutes from you. Burgess about 702. Chesterfield, if it makes that far, 705. And you will have some semblance of weather with this. I mean, when you look at it, you can just see the heavy rain that is involved in this. And unfortunately, look at how far west it extends all the way back to Gadsden. So you folks in Fort Payne that are dealing with these severe thunderstorm warnings, you may deal with a flood warning not too far behind this. Very dangerous situation with both severe and flooding almost over the same areas. All right, tonight in Georgia, in North and South Carolina, maybe Southeast Tennessee, do you have a place to go in your home to seek shelter? Let's get an update on where that best place might be with Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, and Jim, I would talk to the folks who just got that tornado watch issued in places like Georgia, and others could be issued later tonight. What do you do when that watch is issued? It's time to get to that safe place for the night. Get off the roads. We've got the flash flood problem as well. You want to close all those windows and doors. I mean, keep the rain out for one thing, but you want to keep the wind out too. Bring in any loose yard items. You don't want flying projectiles. Set up a way to get those weather alerts for when warnings are issued, and then you prepare your safe place. You want to bring helmets. You want to bring closed-toed solid shoes. You want to bring maybe even a mattress to put over you, and wherever that room is, you want it to be the safest place possible. The safest place is in a FEMA-approved safe room. Those can be, you can survive a tornado in that above or below ground. But most of us, we're going to be looking for an interior room of a sturdy home or building or a basement. Lowest level, most interior room. That's where you want to spend the night if possible, especially with these nocturnal tornadoes being a possibility. You want to get those warnings no matter what. You don't want to be in a mobile home. You don't want to be out on the roads. You don't want to be out in those large, big rooms, Jackie. We've seen the damage to structures like that today.
All right, we want to get to some city timing down here and talk about the Shreveport area because we have some severe storms which are tracking just up towards your north. So this is another round of storms likely producing some damaging winds, and hail is going to be a possibility with these. So these are generally tracking just to the north of the I-20 corridors. The good news is this should be out of here by about 10, 11 o'clock for tonight. So it's not just Shreveport, though. We've got another round of storms that have been developing just to the west of Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson, you've already had a few rounds of storms. A lot of lightning associated with these to your west, Jackson, but right now, no warnings. You remain under the watch, so a few more rounds of showers, more likely to see these lines of storms as they track off towards the east. So I think your greater risk is going to be damaging winds as these storms track through your area. After 11 o'clock tonight, you're looking a little better, Jackson, but still a lot of storms just to your south.
In the middle of a severe and tornado outbreak across much of the deep south and through here, we've still got a long night and morning ahead of us tomorrow, even day. This stuff is going to stretch all the way up into New England. We're going to have wind damage, potentially with winds over 70 miles per hour. So it's going to expand in terms of its coverage area. But let's get into this here. You can see areas that are impacted. And notice how far west this goes, all the way back in Arkansas, up into southern Missouri and through here. Looks like certainly a signature for some damaging wind. But let's get into the eastern stuff, because what we have really witnessed in the last 2.5 hours has been nothing short of amazing. We've watched a long-track supercell go from Mississippi all the way across Alabama, now into potentially Georgia. And, you know, we've had a history of wind damage, not to mention, look at what's happening on the backside of this, where the storm has already gone through, knocked out power, northern Jefferson County, which is the Birmingham metropolitan area on the north side of town there, the town called Sayre. Look at the power outages that we have there. All right, so you've had tremendous amounts of wind damage, and now we're raining at 3 inches an hour. I mean, it's just hazard after hazard after hazard in through here as a result of this. All right, Shane, so let's get into these storms. We still got a couple of tornado warnings out. We're not done. Sometimes you see a little bit of a lull in the tornado activity in terms of warnings, but they'll very likely ramp up again tonight. We still got to bring all this stuff through the Atlanta metro area. We still got to bring it through Columbia, Charlotte tomorrow morning, Savannah. You're all going to be in this, especially north of Savannah. But the storm here, if we were to loop this thing, it's just this big gyre here near Fort Payne, Alabama. I mean, look at this. Just a big, big signature continuing to loop around, and there it is right there. Coming in through Cedar Bluff, okay, Fort Payne, just this big circulation, which is going to move into Georgia. And that's why the Weather Service at Peachtree City has decided to go with a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, the damaging wind with this is pretty significant. We've got a very strong low-level jet, 70 to 80 miles per hour, that's sitting at about 5,000 feet off the deck. And granted, even though this is not the most unstable air, it's been unstable enough to bring down, obviously, some of that wind energy because we had a lot of damage. Boaz is the most recent area, and Boaz is seeing rainfall rates of 3 inches an hour now. So to give you a timeline, Somerville about 8:13 again, Sugar Valley, which is about 8:43 this evening. Now we cross it over into Georgia, so the Dalton area about 8:58, you will deal with this. And again, your threat for damaging wind and just torrential rain where you can't even see 20 yards in front of you. Quick wide out here before I throw to Jackie, just to let everybody know again, we still have a long night ahead of us. We've got this main line here, and then we have the line that's back in Texas and Arkansas to come on through. And unfortunately, Jackie, the line that's developing into southern Mississippi is not really clearing this area where we've had some very destructive tornadoes this afternoon.
Yeah, so you mentioned this goes on all night tonight and into tomorrow. I want to give folks a heads up, especially into the Carolinas, for the threat of severe weather starting tomorrow morning already. This is a live look at Raleigh, North Carolina. I know you've had some light rain for the most part here today, but tomorrow storms are going to be meaning business. In fact, you've got a Torcon of a 5 for you in Raleigh. A Torcon, of course, that scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the greatest threat. So you're halfway there, Raleigh. Not a number you like to see. That is certainly elevated, a 50-50 shot, and that's the case in Charleston as well as into Savannah. The risk area, though, is pretty large overall for all of these things, and it stretches from New York City. New York City, you heard me right, all the way down into northern parts of Florida. We do expect that low to be lifting up towards the north and bringing that threat pretty widespread up and down the eastern seaboard. So this is going to get started in the early morning hours, and we're watching a few individual storms that could be developing right here into the coastal Carolinas and into southern Virginia. This is 5 o'clock in the morning, so you need a way to be alerted. You early risers, certainly, and anybody that might still be sleeping at that time, be aware that a few individual storms out ahead of the main line could go severe and rotate. But then we've got this big squall line that we're expecting to develop along the cold front that's going to be capable of producing some widespread damaging winds. This is the image or the forecast radar of what it may look like at 8 o'clock in the morning. You're right in the thick of it there, Raleigh. Charlotte may be on top of you or just off towards your east, stretching along I-95 down towards Savannah, Georgia, and into the Big Bend area of Florida. This will take its time moving eastward through the midday hours, and by, say, mid-afternoon, I think it's going to be clearing most spots, and the threat will be diminished and it will quiet things down. I also might want to mention it's not just damaging winds with the thunderstorms and that squall line, that we also have a pretty extreme risk for strong winds that are not related to thunderstorms just because of the big pressure gradient. Let's go back into Dr. Knabb. He's got more on some of the city timing.
You know, Jackie, when you combine how moist the soils are from all the rain we've had this year and the threat for significant, strong winds from severe thunderstorms, even if you don't get a tornado, a severe thunderstorm warning, you want to shelter the same way. Atlanta, the temperature has been rising through the 60s, so have the dew points, and that is going to fuel the storms. The biggest concern will be between about midnight and 6 a.m., and you want to set those alerts to wake you up if you go to bed early. Go to your safe place tonight.
Good evening, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris. I'm joined tonight by Dr. Rick Knabb. Storm tracker Jim Cantori is also here with us, and it's been, unfortunately, a deadly night with tornadoes across parts of the South. We want to get right to Jim, who is tracking the very latest with that. Jim?
Yeah, got a really strong area of damaging winds, unfortunately, Jackie, that's moving into northwest Georgia now, and we've got tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings that are associated with that. We've had a long history of either tornadoes or wind damage from essentially eastern Mississippi across the northern part of the Birmingham metro area, and now again coming into northwest Georgia. So you can see this thing right in through here. You can't really make heads or tails of it. Here's the problem, too. Once this thing comes in and produces the initial wind damage, look at what's going on to the west of this. It's raining. It's raining at 2 to 3 inches an hour. And so you're getting flood reports almost coming in right behind the damaging wind. Okay, so what's happening here is very, very important. You can see this area of rotation. Yeah, Shane, go ahead and zoom in on that, and then I'll change the rating. Right here. All right, so strong inflow coming into this, strong outflow coming on the backside of this thing. This is west again, just west now of the Georgia line, southeast of Fort Payne, Alabama, looking at the gate-to-gate shear. So here, from that pixel to that pixel, you've got about 120 knots. And you've got elevation. The higher up you go in atmosphere. So this has just got damaging wind written all over it, ladies and gentlemen. Possible tornado, too, whether you get the tornado or not. This is a very high signature here of damaging wind, which is going to come across the Georgia line here very shortly. Menlo, Liverly, Somerville, all this heading onto the northeast. Shane, here's what I'm going to do. I want extend this all the way into, actually even go wider than that. Go to the extent of the whole severe thunderstorm warning, because I think there's so much wind damage with this. You remember Ringgold, no stranger to tornadoes. I want to go all the way up to Gilmer County, which is Ellijay here, because let's just warn people out ahead of time, because there's no question this is going to keep on moving. Somerville about 819, Tryon about 826, Sugar Valley 850, Chatsworth 917, AI is 945. So this is coming all the way north to you guys. Be ready up and through here to deal with this. You obviously in the later time periods will have a lot more time to deal with it here in northern Georgia, but you are under a tornado watch. So whether it be the tornado or the damaging wind, the threat is here. Let's call an audible here, Shane. Let's go and show that low-level jet, because this is just incredibly impressive here. When you go 5,000 feet off the deck to see this, look at the 80-mile-per-hour wind. So here we are at 7 o'clock. This is off the latest HER model run. Now, we're not getting the warnings up in Alabama because you're not getting the thunderstorms to kind of tap into this. Okay, we could see some stronger winds certainly aloft, especially once this moves over the Smokies. But this is right here where we've watched these stronger storms move across from Mississippi into Alabama, now in toward Georgia. And it's just north of the richest unstable air. Down to the south of that, where we've had very warm, unstable air, we've had tornadoes, especially in southern Mississippi, and we've had long track tornadoes. Great looking water vapor image here to point out a couple of things. Here's the upper low back into Oklahoma, North Texas, now moving into Arkansas. All right, and look at the wind field around this thing. Some of this going north, some of this going off to the southeast. So guess where we're getting the action? Right in that diffluent zone. That's where we're getting massive rising air motion aiding that low-level jet of 80 miles per hour just off to the east of that. So it's just about as much ascent, Jackie, or rising air motion as you can possibly get over an area, really. We're maxing it out.
Yeah, and this is all happening without the daytime heating, really, quite honestly, in so many spots. We want to get you caught up to date with what we know at this hour. 3 people have lost their lives after severe weather swept through Mississippi today. Officials confirm that 1 person died in Walthall County and 2 people died in Lawrence County. Officials have also confirmed that several injuries and significant structural damage in this area of southern Mississippi has occurred. More than 150,000 customers are without power in the state of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Over 200 homes have been damaged by a reported tornado in Monroe, Louisiana. Only minor injuries have been reported there. The Monroe Regional Airport has also canceled all flights until further notice after sustaining damage from the storms. I want to show you what we've seen so far in terms of damage reports, and this is pretty widespread from Oklahoma through Texas into Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida, all reporting some types of severe weather reports. And all those red icons that you can see there are tornado reports. So far, we have 16 of them. We consider 20 a tornado outbreak. So we'll have to wait and see if those get verified and what we have moving forward. You can see 129 different reports of different types of severe weather. That includes not just the tornadoes, but damaging winds and hail as well. The hail reports haven't been terribly impressive thus far. At this point, here's a look at the Monroe damage that we were talking about, which include the damage to planes as well as hangars, not to mention the hundreds of homes that were impacted there. About 300 people reported without a place to live as of this time as a result of this. And then we take you into the state of Mississippi, where we were at one time this evening tracking 2 different supercell tornadoes with massive debris balls, confirmed tornadoes on the ground, long tracking, causing quite a bit of damage, and they were just kind of back to back right next to each other. Some of the damage reports here are going to be slow to come in, we think, because of the destruction. But in Salem, we know a couple of homes have been damaged and destroyed there. This is in Walthall County, which is the location of at least one of the fatalities. And then in Seminary, damage to homes and power poles likely due to a tornado there. Then we'll take you up into northeastern Mississippi. There you can see Columbus, here Starkville, to put it in perspective for you. And in Macon, we were getting quite a few reports of a tornado here causing some damage to mobile homes, flipping them over, and then also several semi-trucks were rolled over here. And in Bigby Valley, up this one here, this is trees and power lines which were down on the highway. So this is still a massive system. We've got multiple threats. We've got the warm sector supercells which have been developing. We've got rain and storms tracking over the same areas, leading to some flash flooding. And then back here along the main line on the cold front, we've still got some damaging winds. So just a big heads up, by the way, if you're in the Little Rock area, we do expect some damaging winds to be rolling through there very shortly. These are all the watches that remain in effect. These western ones should be expiring by about 8 o'clock local time. This one goes towards 1 o'clock in the morning. And then we've also got a watch now that includes you into northern parts of Georgia. Don't be surprised if these watch continue to get extended eastward with time as we roll on through the overnight hours tonight and into tomorrow. So just a big heads up for those of you in places like Charlotte, into Raleigh, Washington, D.C., and into Baltimore. Tomorrow morning, strong to severe storms will be rolling through. This front won't be out of here until about mid to late afternoon tomorrow. Let's get more on the flash flooding and the heavy rain threat with Dr. Rick Knabb.
Well, Jackie, as the sun starts to go down, I get more and more concerned about the flash flooding being more dangerous, more life-threatening, because anybody who would be out on the roads, you're not going to be able to tell how much water's covering the road. And with how heavy the rain's coming down, it'll be blinding. So please stay off the roads. Cars don't get along with flash flooding. Cars don't get along with tornadoes. So you get the picture. Now, look at all of our warnings. We've got tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and a number of flash flood warnings. And then when I switch it over to where we have flood warnings and flood advisories, it's really escalating here in Mississippi, Alabama, even have a flood advisory up in the Nashville area. Let's look at north central Alabama right now, where it really has been coming down. In Blount County, including Oneonta, your flash flood warning goes till 9:45 local time. And here are some of the rainfall totals. Now, this is over the last 3 hours, but most of that fell in about an hour. Okay, and so this is really adding up very, very quickly, and that water coming down in the hilly terrain is going to cause low spots, the creeks and streams, to rise quickly. It's been rainy all year. The water covering the roads is going to be increasingly a big, big problem. Look at this example. North of Oneonta and Hendricks, rivers and creeks overflowing, cropland, yard, basement flooding. So this is getting real, folks. It's not necessarily just on the roads. Water could be getting into some structures. Now, let's go a little bit farther north and east. And Jim told you about the Boaz area, all the problems they've been having tonight. Had that, that inch in 20 minutes. That equates to that 3 inches per hour. So with the on-the-ground observations, the radar, we're getting up to 3 inches per hour. Incredible rainfall totals. So your flash flood warning in the Albertville and Boaz area till 9:45 local time. Let's go back farther down to the south. Meridian, Mississippi is still under warning till 8:15 local time. Just because the rain has stopped doesn't mean that the flood problem is over, and there's probably more rain yet to come. Now, up in the Starkville, Columbus area, it is still coming down in buckets, and you've got a warning until 9:45 local time. Please stay off the roads there. Even after the rain stops, there could be some water-covered roads, and most of the rain has fallen in the southern side of the area. In fact, look at all these areas between Carthage and Louisville, where you've had about a half an inch of rain. I mean, I'm sorry, a half a foot. I can't believe we're talking about feet of rain, right? 6 inches in the last 6 hours, and that's why we still got the flash flood warning for that area till 7:45 local time. And look at all these reports, Jim. Water across roads. It is getting really treacherous on the roads tonight. I fear that people are going to go out and survey damage, or they might want to go to the store if the weather starts to improve. The roads are really dangerous with all that rain that's fallen.
And Dr. Knabb, some of these areas have had damage. Wind damage.
Yes.
Okay, so they're trying to get to a place where maybe if they lost their roof, they're trying to find a dry place. So you're absolutely right.
There could be water on the roads. There could be debris on the roads. There's so many things to be careful of after the storms have come through.
Exactly. So just keep that in mind. Unfortunately, we also had a lot of power outages up in through here too. All right, guys, we're not done by any stretch of the imagination. You can see how large an area we are dealing with. The rainfall, again, very strong, low-level jet over 80 miles per hour. That is what's fueling this part of the action tonight. We had 2 long-track supercells in southern Mississippi today that unfortunately we continue to hear of structural damage as well as loss of life with these. We've got the main upper low back here, which is creating wind damage potential coming into Little Rock. So let's get into a couple of these other areas a little bit here, Shane. First of all, again, just to remind everybody, we're not done with this action coming into Fort Payne. If you live in Dalton, Georgia, if you live in Gilmer, Fannin County, just prepare for this to come at you because it's just this big, large gyre, if you will, that's kind of spinning around, producing the wind damage and those prolific rainfall rates that Dr. Knabb is talking about. It's not in the most unstable air, but it doesn't matter because now you're getting up there in the atmosphere, especially with elevation in southern Appalachia, that you're tapping in to these very, very strong low-level winds, 80 miles per hour. You don't need the tornado to get the damage. You're not going to see the kind of storms in northern Alabama and northwest Georgia that we had in southern Mississippi today. You're just not. But look at how large just this huge gyre here coming across the Georgia-Alabama state line now, heading up towards Summerville. All right, so just huge, huge areas in through here that are working their way off the east. Now, what we may see on the eastern end of this, all right, is potentially maybe a little bit of a spin up. I mean, you can see there's actually some dropout. So there may be debris flying around here. Remember, all the trees are starting to leaf out a little bit up and through here. So there's a lot of tassels on the oak species, which are, very, very populated on through here. And potentially that's what you're seeing get picked up. All right, Shane, again, letting everybody know, Dalton up through Ellijay, Blue Ridge, this is all coming at you as we go on in time. It doesn't matter how cool it was this morning, and I was up here myself, I can attest to it. It doesn't matter. The atmosphere is recovered here, and we've got this damaging wind threat heading off into northwest and north central Georgia. All right, let's get into the other areas that I want to talk about. Let's take you down into Louisiana. Again, storms don't seem to be firing south and west of New Orleans anymore. That may be a little bit of good news, but there's this one cell with some damaging wind potential that's coming across toward Hammond, Louisiana, moving right across the interstate right now. That's going to head up through Livingston and Tangipahoa parishes. Keep an eye out, guys. If you live around Hammond, obviously, it's coming through you very shortly. The worst part of this, Independence and Ponchatoula, all heading off your way. Maybe even some small hail with this. My thinking is there's probably some pretty big tops with some of these storms too, given the amount of instability. All right, Little Rock, haven't talked a lot with you yet. You kind of started off the day with some action in the southern part of the state, but now here comes the upper feature. You can see almost a big vortex spinning around just north of the interstate right there, and the tail of this, which is coming on south. And notice even the warning kind of gives you a hint of which way, the stronger winds are kind of pushing on through. So what Shane's going to do is pretty much time this whole thing out as it moves to the east for you. Little Rock, again, right around 8:08. So potentially an hour from now, or probably a little bit less. These tend to pulse a little bit, move speed-wise, but you could be dealing with these strong winds. Jacksonville, also 8:57, Pine Bluff, and all this is heading east again into areas that have already been dealing with storms since this morning. Jackie, over to you.
All right, Jim, we've got breaking news right now. Unfortunately, we have confirmed now that the death toll has risen to 6 in the state of Mississippi. 3 people were killed in Jefferson Davis County, in addition to the 2 deaths that were reported in Lawrence County and 1 death in Walthall County. We're going to continue to bring you more information as it becomes available. Fortunately, we do have also many reports of injuries. I want to update you on some of the timing and some of the cities being impacted by this. In Birmingham, you've had a rough night, especially up towards your north. Notice if you can kind of see it right there, that green box indicating the flash flood warning to your north. And more storms are coming in from your south and west. So we're keeping an eye on this storm with rotation getting closer towards Tuscaloosa. So Tuscaloosa needs to be on high alert that could be pushing into your area within the next 30 minutes or so. Another round or line of thunderstorms should be developing and tracking into Birmingham, maybe 9, 10, 11 o'clock for tonight, and that will be capable of not only producing tornadoes but also some damaging wind as that line pushes east along the I-55 or 65 corridor and pushing along I-20 towards Georgia. By midnight, 1 o'clock, you should be done here in the Birmingham area and looking for better conditions. Now, Atlanta, you are not under the tornado watch, but just up to your north into Cherokee County and across much of North Georgia, you are, and you can see those warnings right near the Alabama-Georgia state line to the north of Rome, where that one is tracking. The rain is likely to begin to fill in here with more thunderstorms increasing, especially as this all lifts along with the cold front. We think after midnight tonight will be the most likely time that you'll see strong to severe thunderstorms rolling on through. So have a way to be alerted even after you go to bed tonight. That line should track to your east by 4 o'clock in the morning.
All right, guys, smack in the middle of a tornado outbreak where we've had many reported tornadoes that you can see. Definitely a low hanging here out of Jasper, Alabama. A tornado reported there earlier on. I mean, look at that. Big cone, big, stovepipe, if you will, down toward the ground. And there was, of course, damage there. Now we're just getting massive amounts of rain up in this area as well. Dr. Nebb's been talking about the flash flooding, where we're essentially going from tree damage and power line damage in places like Boaz, Alabama, to 3-inch per hour rainfall rates. We still have a very dangerous afternoon and evening ahead of us. And then this area of damaging wind threat expands all the way up into New England for tomorrow afternoon. So we got a long 24 hours ahead of us here. Let's talk about what's happening tonight. A couple of trends I want to alert you to. Of course, we've had this large area impacted today from Mississippi all the way into northwest Georgia now. And unfortunately, behind that, just as soon as these storms are leaving with their damaging wind and possible tornado, look at the rainfall that's going on there. So now down here, we've had the storms in southern Mississippi, which have been long track supercells and tornadoes on the ground. Now some of these have kind of lifted to the north along the I-20 corridor. So let's go into these a little bit, Shane, and talk about what we've got. These are some of the newest tornado warnings that are coming out. So again, just north of Eufaula here, back toward Kemper County in Mississippi. We'll go west to east and through here. This is a storm that's rotating. Again, this isn't the stuff that we saw earlier, but still, it doesn't take that much. We've got such a powerful component in what they call the change in wind direction with height here in the low levels of the atmosphere that you don't need these big, tall supercells to produce, the prolific damage that we've had. So again, not super tight rotation, but enough. Not to mention, if we're looking at this from the Birmingham radar, you're also up in elevation. So you're not looking at the lowest part of this storm where you're actually potentially getting the tornado. So just keep that in mind. It's not going to look as good because we're looking at it. But let's go up to the storm, which is north of Bolig G, in north of Utah. This is this one right here. This one's got rotation on it, which is much more strong. Now you're looking closer, obviously, toward the ground with the Birmingham radar, but unfortunately it's a cluttered image. But there it is. Shane's trying to find the best radar. Sometimes you have to do that when you got interference. Well, we're looking at Greenwoods or Tupelo's, I should say, Shane. Yeah, so this is looking at Tupelo's radar, giving us a better idea what this looks like. Let's actually look down at that cell, the Kemper cell. Still pretty wide down through here, but still 1, 2 storms we're watching. For the record, Livingston, Demopolis, all these areas south of Tuscaloosa have not really been touched yet in terms of the air. So that unstable air, which has really been sitting there for a better part of the afternoon, we had the sun out from time to time, and now the best atmospherics are starting to rotate over the top of it. Do we get a new area of tornadoes that starts to develop and potentially stays on the ground? So Tuscaloosa, keep an eye out. The storm to your southwest, this one's coming at you. This may be more of a threat for Birmingham area south into Jefferson County. I know we've already been hit once, but we told you we're going to have multiple rounds today, all right, with with these storms. Still dealing with this storm in northwest Georgia. This is a part of the same complex that moved from Mississippi all across Alabama with the tremendous rain and also the damaging wind. Now, again, you kind of look at this and you're like, okay, there's something going on through here. Is there a big circulation here, perhaps? Yes, there is. Strong wind coming in on the east side of this. Strong outflow wind coming in on the west side. So it's really a big wind area in through here. It's not super tight rotation, but it's enough. So just north of Somerville, near Tryon, there's probably an area of damaging winds here. Let's zoom out a little bit with this. You'll notice, too, the severe thunderstorm warning that surrounds that. It's not the best chance for the tornado, but it's the best chance for damaging winds. So what I'm going to have Shane do is actually look at that warning and kind of time this out as it's, kind of parallel it with the watch. Vinilo, again, about 8:41. This is northwest Georgia now. 8:57 at Dalton, 9:18 Crandall, Parksville, about 9:36. Shane, quickly, let's go down and time out Tuscaloosa. Even though we're not in a warning yet, I do want to go down to this cell and time it out for you because it does look like it is going to impact Tuscaloosa without question here. So, Ken, we're going to move Birmingham radar. We're looking at the storm, which has been tornado warned on. Here it is right here is the couplet. This is what's heading north toward the Tuscaloosa area. So keep that in mind. Timing it out for you, Tuscaloosa. Looks like we're going to be sitting there right around 8:08. All right. Give or take 10 minutes on this, given, the fact that these pulse and sometimes slow down a little bit, but about 8:08 looks like it's going to be closest to you or probably right on top of you. 7:51 Foster's, Knoxville, Alabama, about 7:39. And then we'll keep an eye, again, on the storm. It's moving over 45 northeast of Meridian. That, too, Jackie, will also come into Alabama. Whew, long night ahead of us.
Yeah, long night ahead. You talked about the wind damage threat, too. We want to get more specific on that right now, especially since we have that strong bow echo that's making its way across parts of Arkansas right now. The threat for damaging winds pretty widespread tonight. We've got a couple of different areas that we're watching. So this area right here, right now, across western parts of Arkansas, but also with the lines of storms that are making their way through Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, and may reach parts of Tennessee and even into the western Carolinas before we head towards the morning hours. We're getting more and more reports of wind damage. In fact, 66 different reports across the region. The most recent ones are with that squall in the western parts of Arkansas. So let's give you an update on some of those wind damage reports now. Danville, multiple trees knocked down in this area. And then in Mena, a wind gust of 52 miles per hour was recorded. There are about 7,000 people in that squall line now that don't have power as a result of those storms that are tracking eastward. Now, in addition to that, way ahead of the thunderstorms and behind the cold front, we have very strong winds. We have strong gradient winds, and those are enough to cause some damage. So we've got advisories and gusts that could be reaching 50 miles per hour across parts of the south. So that's in addition to the damaging winds in thunderstorms. And it's not just the southeast. High wind warnings into the northeast for tomorrow. We could see 65, 70 mile per hour wind gusts in New York City tomorrow morning. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We've got the latest on our severe weather outbreak, and you're taking a look at a live stream right now from Laurel, Mississippi, where earlier this evening we had a long track tornado roll through and cause damage here. Jim Cantori with me as well, and we want to get right to our storm tracker, John Humphreys. He is shooting this video right now from Laurel, Mississippi, and joins us on the phone. Thanks so much for being with us this evening, John.
Yeah, glad to be here.
So we see
Which is here under different circumstances.
Absolutely. Well, we see damage to a home here, but we're also seeing indications that this might be one of the hardest hit areas. What have you seen tonight?
We pretty much just came up upon this damage. We were a little bit farther south, and we're basically heading back north, and just ran into this about 11 miles west of Laurel. I'll pull up another image here. It's a little bit delayed, but it's got another house with the roof off of it right in front of us. Then we have the house that you're looking at now that has the part of the garage is on a couple vehicles.
Do you know if anybody was inside or if there have been any injuries?
Like I said, we just got here. Emergency services are here. People are helping each other. We don't think anybody's hurt, but we don't know yet.
Hey, John, this is Jim Cantor. I want to ask you, I don't know where you came from to get to this area west of Laurel. We certainly were watching that long track tornado with a heck of a debris signature. But what I just want to say, describe your drive and the damage that you've seen along the way. What kind of damage is it?
Well, I mean, there were a lot of trees down. We got here at a time when they had several heavy equipment moving large trees off of what road is that? What road is that, Scott? Is it that we're on right now? 84?
84.
Yeah, 84, Highway 84. And then we turned on Barney Road, which is where we're at now with this video.
Have you seen or heard a lot of emergency vehicles?
Not yet. There's some on 84 that are blocking the roads and so forth, but I've not seen any medic units or anything like that.
So, John, were you tracking the storm into town? Were you able to see it? Did you see anything, or did you arrive here afterwards?
We were actually in Heidelberg, heading south. I think when this happened, and then the storm weekend. So we went to drop south on some other storms, and those kind of fizzled out. So we turned around and came back and then ran into this damage.
All right, John Humphreys, we appreciate that update for you. Busy night for many in multiple states as we are just getting started, really, with this severe weather and tornado outbreak. John Humphreys, again, west of Laurel. And I want to show you, what John is probably in the area he is in, because we had two very long track signatures here on the radar, and you can see where they move very, very close to each other around Collins, west of Laurel as well. You can kind of see those tracks almost going across the entire southern part of the state with debris balls. The northern track, the one that John's at, had a debris ball signature with it for over an hour. Over an hour. Incredible. All right, we're not done yet. I want to get into the stuff that's in northwest Georgia. We just got a new tornado warning out for Chattooga, for Walker, and also Whitfield County. This has had a tremendous history that started back in Mississippi. It has not produced tornadoes along the way, but it's produced a lot of damaging winds. And the fact that we have a little bit of stable air near the ground, I think, is saving us from, even what could be worse damage. What you are making up for, though, is elevation here. This is southern Appalachia. You're getting up in elevation in some of these parts here. Again, just one big, strong circulation. And so it's not necessarily, that's the best part of the couplet, but we have, again, the chance for some damaging wind. I mean, look at this area of potential damaging wind, both on the eastern side of this and the southern side of it. And it doesn't take much. It's a very, tree-filled area, a lot of pine, a lot of oak and whatnot, as this all moves on off to the north and east. And we're going to expand it past the warning because we want to warn you guys. This thing hasn't croaked. There's no reason to believe that it won't have an elevated wind threat with it as it continues to move to the east. In some cases, come down to the ground. So Dalton, Georgia, if you've ever gone up I-75, you see all the signs for Dalton. There it is. 856, Varnell at 905, Crandall about 917, Alkulski right around 931, potentially, LJ, Blue Ridge, can't rule that out, especially if this turns off toward the right. But certainly northern portions of Gilmer County into Fannin County, Mineral Bluff, Ducktown, Tennessee. You need to be aware of this situation because we continue to be warned on it until I see the warnings drop or the Weather Service lose this thing. A lot of flood watches to the west of that, and now our threats for Tuscaloosa and Birmingham off to the southwest. We need to keep an eye on these storms as they move northeast.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel with our continuing coverage of the severe weather outbreak, especially across parts of the South right now. We're getting some new video in of the damage out of Monroe, Louisiana. Officials here estimating that 200 to 300 homes have been damaged. Several streets have been blocked off, and about 1/3 of the city at the peak of the storm has been without power tonight in Monroe. This is in northern parts of the state after a reported tornado, possibly two, rolled through earlier today. Local responders say so far Only minor injuries have been reported. They have been helping survivors find hotel rooms this evening. We will, of course, continue the latest on this and bring you up to date on this with coverage tomorrow. Now, we want to take you into northern parts of Georgia. This is a live view along Interstate 75 at mile marker 319, and you can see those flashes of lightning. This is just north of Calhoun, Georgia. This is near where we have a tornado-warned cell right now that's showing some obvious signs of rotation. Of course, much of North Georgia under a tornado watch right now. We want to get right over to our storm tracker, Jim Cantori, who's on top of it all. Hey, Jim.
And Jackie, you can almost see the constant flash rates going on with that. Okay, so very powerful rising air motion going into the storm. This is for Chattooga, Walker, and Whitfield counties. And you can see the storm here as it's moved east of Lafayette now, getting ready to move right over I-75. All right, there's I-75 right there. Here's the rotation. As a matter of fact, I'm going to circle this near the Villanau area, and I want to show the storm route. There we go. The TDS. You see this? This is an older image. All right, so I don't know if when this updates, it'll have it again, but this is a dropout in the debris field. So you know there's been debris. This is why with the warning it says a confirmed tornado, and why that is because they can see the debris actually showing up on this particular product of the radar. This is all rain in here. All right, this is all rain going on, and you're looking at up 44,000 feet. So some type of debris, probably leaves and whatnot, thrown up 44,000 feet. That's the debris signature from Peachtree City. So that's incredible. Again, west of I-75. Let's see where this is going, Shane. Maybe toward the Dalton area. Hopefully it weakens. It doesn't look that great on storm relative, but still, you saw the TDS. The TDS does not lie. And that's telling us we've got a debris signature with this. All right, so Villanau, obviously, Dalton, 855 is going to move right across the interstate over the next 10 minutes or so. Cedar Valley, about 903, Cisco, about 921. And we'll see, again, there's a big wind field with this. So does Ellijay get impacted? Blue Ridge, Mineral Bluff, all these areas here in Gilmer and Fannin County certainly need to be on alert as well. You start getting up in elevation here as well, and sometimes the circulation may not come all the way to the ground, but if you make up for that circulation being aloft by going up 2,000 feet, there it is. So be on the lookout for damaging winds here. As I mentioned, leaves just starting to leaf out. This area in Georgia about 10 to 14 days behind the Atlanta area, just to give you some comparison in terms of the leaf out process. But there you can see Blue Ridge, Ellijay, these areas, Cisco. Does this move just to their north? We'll see. Unfortunately, where that tornado warning is and just kind of projecting out in time where it goes, it certainly could be affecting Gilmer and also into Fannin counties. All right, off to the west of that, the rain over some of these areas that have had extensive damage. Dr. Knapp's been talking about this. Flood warnings coming in fast and furious. Look at what we've got going on in Birmingham, power outages. And here's the worst news. Some of the worst storms for Birmingham City and South have yet to come through you yet, potentially. Let's go to the radar. I'll show you what I'm talking about. You can see this I-20 corridor starting to light up with new storms. We had tornado warnings out earlier. The good news is at least the circulations within those have started to weaken. We mentioned Tuscaloosa. The storm that's going to be impacting you has weakened for the moment. Let's hope it stays that way. This is the Kemper, now Lauderdale cell, which is getting ready to move again pretty much in the same area. So Tuscaloosa, if the first one stays weak, great. You still have to deal with the second one, which is almost moving parallel to that. All right, guys, where do you go in these situations where we have COVID-19 and you're used to taking shelter in another place that's even outside your home? Let's get some good ideas and some good advice from Dr. Knapp on that.
Jim, a couple things come to mind that are unique to this situation. One is if you have a sturdy home and you know somebody who doesn't and there's not a warning, the weather will allow for it, have them come to your place for the night so that they don't have to go to a public shelter and we can maximize safety and distancing. Another thing to keep in mind is that with moist soils and a lot more rain today and severe thunderstorms capable of producing very strong and damaging winds, don't even need a tornado to cause damage. I would shelter the same way for a severe thunderstorm warning as I would for a tornado, because trees can come down to your home. So whether it's tornado or severe thunderstorm warning, you want to be in the lowest level, most interior room or your basement. Those are the good places to shelter. The best would be a FEMA-approved safe room, one of those really reinforced storm shelters. You can survive a tornado above or below ground in one of those. So if you want to maximize your safety, those are your options. You do not want to be in a mobile home during a tornado or severe thunderstorm warning for that matter. You don't want to be out in your car. Certainly don't want to try to outrun a tornado or hide under an overpass. Cars don't get along with tornadoes. Cars don't get along with flash floods. Jackie, so many reasons for us to stay off the roads tonight, because it is going to be a long and dangerous night.
Yes, definitely. In fact, we've got watches that go well into the night. And just to refresh your memory, a warning means it's happening now. Take cover. A watch means that conditions are favorable for severe weather to occur and that you need to be on alert. And a lot of us need to have a way, two ways, if possible, to be alerted in the middle of the night as these storms are going to be ongoing. So here's a look at the big watches. And I might want to mention under that severe thunderstorm watch, we do now have a warning for Little Rock, Arkansas. So damaging winds likely to roll through there within the next 30 minutes. We've got the tornado watch, which remains in effect for parts of Louisiana, including you in Baton Rouge, until 8 o'clock tonight. We have our tornado watch for you in Mississippi. Notice some of the western counties getting dropped off here, but Jackson and Hattiesburg still in it. Our PDS watch, or a particularly dangerous situation for long track tornadoes, potentially from Birmingham through Montgomery, and then North Georgia now just north of the Atlanta metro area under a tornado watch until 11.
All right, guys, again, continue to watch a tornado and severe weather outbreak now moving into northwest Georgia with tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings that are out. Again, this is up toward the Dalton, the Calhoun area. You're looking north out of Calhoun of this particular shot, but just kind of notice above the highway there, which is wet, the lightning flashes that are going on. It's kind of dark and ominous, even as, you know, we are in nightfall now, and maybe that's going to help us a little bit. I certainly hope so. But let's talk about a couple of things here. First of all, that warning. We have one tornado warning out, and this may be a moment where we see the tornado warning kind of go away for a little bit. We just start to, oh, no, they just tornado warned on it. Oh, geez. Okay, so now, yeah, I spoke too soon. Sorry about that, guys. This is the storm that's coming near the Dalton area. We've had a history of tornado debris, especially near the Lafayette area. Now that's moved again, moved across I-75. So here's Calhoun. The camera I showed you was up here looking at all this. All right, so now you're looking at this thing coming on to the north and northeast. Ellijay, certainly Mineral Bluff. Certainly in the point of fire and through here, you can see the rotation that's going on. So this is what happens. You go a scan where it tightens up, a scan where it doesn't. Some of the rotation here we're looking at Huntsville, so we're looking pretty high up. And to be honest with you, Shane, tell me how high we're looking up here from Huntsville. Okay, so you're at 4,400 feet here. So you're way up in the 44,000 feet. So you're looking way up in the atmosphere. You're not even seeing the low-level circulation. But it's enough, even at 44,000 feet, to see that circulation there. And we've had at times, and you can see the circulation right here, that's a tornado debris signature. So that's going north of Dalton right now and heading, again, off toward the north and west. A lot of wind energy with this thing. All right, let's go back out and talk about it. I want to go up to Tennessee, Shane, because this is kind of the lead. Yeah, right there. You get your eye on the same thing I do. This is the leading edge of that 80-mile-per-hour low-level jet. All right, and remember what happens as we get over here north of Chattanooga. You start getting into elevation again. All right, you kind of come out of the Tennessee River Valley and you head up in elevation again. So it does not, even though we don't have any warnings here. All right, just keep in mind, this is a very low, strong wind field, and this could produce damaging winds in some of these areas, so I'm just giving you guys a heads up with this. All right, back out wide, Shane. Let's show everybody what's going on down into Mississippi. Greg Postel just called me, and he says, Cantori, I'm in Woodstock. My dew point's at 70 at my house right now. You know where it started this morning? 43. That's a tremendous amount of low-level moisture which has come north. So the storms for Atlanta, are they back in here? Is all that's what's going to be heading on to the north and east in time? Yeah, so it's going to be past midnight and maybe past 2 o'clock in the morning that we deal with that. But look at all the power outages that we're currently dealing with. And we'll keep an eye on the storms down I-20. They showed some rotation earlier. Do they rotate again as they come up into Tuscaloosa and Birmingham? We'll just have to watch. Right now, you can see this storm getting a little bit more frisky again as it comes back in. But this looks pretty linear to me in terms of what we're looking at. So potentially more of a damaging wind threat. But it won't take much. All right, it won't take much. This is an atmosphere here that has not been touched yet. Little Rock, watching an area of thunderstorms move through you, and believe it or not, into Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, we have to wait for all of this to move across before we are done with our threat, and that'll be sometime tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, Jackie, our threat advances east and very, very far to the north.
Yeah, so we've got a long way to go, and we're talking the whole I-95 corridor as we head into tomorrow. So we're talking to you in places like Raleigh, North Carolina, where you've got the risk of strong to severe thunderstorms tomorrow, including the chance of tornadoes. And this could be right out of the gate in the morning hours, and then another wave that could push through into the early afternoon. So quick, first of all, broad view to show you the risk area for tomorrow. And this stretches from about New York City all the way through the megalopolis there, down through the Carolinas into South Georgia and even into the Big Bend area of Florida. And we're talking all hazards possible, marginally severe hail, but damaging winds and also tornadoes. And tomorrow tornado risk is still quite significant. We're talking about a torcon of a 5 for Raleigh, for Charleston, for Savannah. So that is on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being the highest, so you're smack dab in the middle. That is certainly an elevated risk, a 50-50 shot for you in some of those cities. Let's time it out for you and get you through hour by hour and show you what you can expect. And this is likely going to be coming in waves in some of these areas. So this is 9, 10 o'clock for tonight. And notice by the time you wake up early tomorrow morning, or perhaps the warnings will wake you up early tomorrow morning, is that we are expecting some individual storms or individual supercells out ahead of that main line. So we will be concerned about those rotating potentially into the eastern Carolinas, across the Tidewater area into Virginia. But then back behind it, this is where we've got that cold front, and that will be a squall line of storms, but still embedded within there, we could see some tornadoes. We'll fast forward and take you to 8 o'clock in the morning, still under that threat, moving right through Raleigh-Durham, most likely. Charlotte or just east of you, the storms will be rolling through, stretching down towards Savannah and then down towards Tallahassee and into the Big Bend. We'll continue to watch this line track eastward, 10, 11, 12 o'clock, so midday into the Outer Banks and down towards Wilmington. And then as we head into maybe 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening, this should all be stretching off towards the east, and you should be done with this. On top of the damaging winds with thunderstorms, just a huge heads up for everybody into the east is that we will have non-thunderstorm, very strong winds all day long. High wind warnings in effect for New York City from 6A to 6P, with gusts near hurricane force at times. We will have continuing coverage as we track these storms all night.
Already a deadly and destructive Easter Sunday across parts of the South. Tornadoes across several states, including this one that ripped across parts of Alabama. Look at that view, that cone that's dropped down from the cloud towards the ground. That is the tornado. And the storm motion today is roughly, 60 to 70 miles per hour? If you're not seeing that move clearly left or right, it's either moving directly towards you or directly away from you. And these storms are hauling. And Liana, that threat continues tonight.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've already had some damage left behind. Take a look. This video from Laurel, Mississippi. The National Weather Service already saying this likely was an EF4 or EF5 that did this. The Mississippi Emergency Management Agency confirmed that 6 people were killed across the state today, Mark. Oof.
Yeah, difficult day for sure. Tornadoes also left major destruction in Louisiana. This video from Monroe, you can see the scope of the damage here, and this is just the beginning. This from Monroe, where a tornado damaged several businesses, including a trucking company. If you look carefully, you can actually see a couple of the big rigs there flipped over. And not only that, but power is out to thousands already tonight. And as we mentioned, the threat does continue tonight, so we're staying live tonight through the night, tracking the severe weather and the tornado threat across the south. A few tornado warnings ongoing, lots of flash flooding, severe thunderstorms, and a bunch of wind. So let's start breaking this down for you threat by threat. We want to go into the lab. Storm specialist Carl Parker is here tracking it with us tonight as well. Carl.
Yeah, Mark, a very dangerous night tonight, and we are looking at some ongoing warnings right now, and we expect that because the atmosphere is really energetic, this is going to continue well into the overnight hours, and so the threat is not going to diminish as it typically does as we get deeper into the evening. So let's begin with a look at where we're seeing some warnings right now, and looking at a warning into northern parts of Georgia, that is north of the Atlanta metro area, and this is an ongoing tornado warning right now in effect for areas near Dalton. And zooming in on that, seeing some rotation showing up. It's not quite as well defined as it was moments ago. You see just south of Dalton, right in that area, we were looking at a little bit more of a well-defined area of rotation. That appears to be sort of gusting out, as we say, at this time. So I think a little less of a tornado threat at this time, but certainly something that we want to keep our eyes on. Now, as we take you farther off towards the west, this is the area where it's been really active through the afternoon and will continue to be into the evening as well. You see a lot of rain coming down in northern parts of Alabama. That may help things out somewhat, where you're getting a good bit of rain. If it's been raining for hours and hours, that's going to keep temperatures down a little bit, and it's going to make the atmosphere a little bit more stable, and so that may help you out in terms of mitigating that threat somewhat. But again, you've got a really energetic atmosphere tonight, and for that reason, we do expect that there's going to be quite a bit of activity well through the evening hours. Farther to the southwest, we've been watching this area here in western parts of Alabama, as well as into eastern Mississippi. Right now, we're not seeing any warnings along this line, but this line, this basic line, is the one that we think could be really prolific going through the night tonight, producing potentially more tornadoes, certainly a damaging wind threat, and that's going to go on right through the overnight hours. So this is why we say we want you to be really, really aware of what's going on with these storms. Ongoing flash flood warning now near Meridian. That is Lauderdale County under warning until 8:15 Central Time. Now taking it much farther north and west, looking at some severe warnings. One of those into the Little Rock area. In fact, you can see this great big sort of backward C shape right there. Some pretty strong wind. The apex of that to the north of Little Rock, but certainly potential for some damaging wind coming into Little Rock. And another little bow echo, as we call it, again, that's sort of a C shape there, backward C shape, coming into Cleveland, Grant, and Jefferson counties, and that is going until 8:30 tonight. Now, as we take you farther east, this is really a key to all of this. We're seeing very strong low-level winds. We call this a low-level jet, and so these winds getting up to 50 to 60 to 70 miles per hour at about 5,000 feet, and coming in at an angle relative to the surface flow, and so that change in wind speed and direction in the lowest levels of the atmosphere is a big part of what gets the lowest part of the storm rotating, and that's the beginning of the process. It's a lot more that happens, but that's the beginning of the process that leads to tornadoes. And so when you've got these really strong low-level jets, that's when you have to be concerned about an ongoing tornado threat, and that is only going to get stronger as we go through the night tonight. It's not going to weaken. It's actually going to get stronger into the overnight hours and into early tomorrow morning, because we've got such a strong parent system that is driving this. Another part of this is what we call convective available potential energy. How much energy is there for these storms to feed on? And there's plenty of that. There's no shortage of that at all. You see where we've got the red coloring there. That's where it's sufficient. You get into that orange and yellow color. That's where you're getting into the higher end potential energy. But you've got that all along this line here from Georgia back through Alabama and back and into Mississippi. So there's, again, no shortage of potential energy for these storms. So let's take this forward and show you the model forecast. And what I've got on here is that low-level jet superimposed. And so we're looking at winds, and we're cut it off at 60 miles per hour plus, and we're seeing where that coincides with these storms going through the next few hours. So we'll take this ahead into 11 o'clock Central Time, midnight Eastern Time, and you notice you've got this big line of storms, but there's a broken line there, especially as you get into parts of Alabama. And so what that is showing us is embedded supercells driven in large part by this very strong wind shear. This really strong low-level jet is contributing to that. Stronger winds higher up in the atmosphere as well. And you see all these discrete cell structures. You notice these individual shapes right in there, and then right in there. So that's supercell storms that are developing in parts of Alabama, ongoing in parts of Alabama, and coming into northern Georgia. Any one of those storms is going to be capable of not just producing tornadoes, but possibly some long-track tornadoes, violent tornadoes as well. And so, as I say, this is going to be an elevated threat that is going to continue for some time. Now, in areas where you've seen a lot of rain, that may mitigate the threat somewhat. You see up there into perhaps parts of Tennessee and North Georgia. If it's just raining and raining and raining, that's going to help out a little bit. Not completely, but it'll help out a little bit. But in areas where you really haven't seen much rain, and notice there into parts of southeast Alabama, as well as into west central Georgia, in those spots, the atmosphere is going to be plenty warm and humid enough to feed into these supercell storms. And so that's why we're going to continue to see this ongoing threat. It's certainly not going to be getting really cool overnight tonight. In fact, it's actually going to be getting warmer in a lot of areas as the winds out of the south only increase. We'll take this deeper into the evening hours. So here we are at 1 o'clock Central Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Time. You notice the line is coming into Atlanta right in there. And again, we've got these embedded supercell storms. So we certainly could be talking about tornado-producing storms at that time coming into the Atlanta metro. And this is one of those situations where, you know, you've got to have a way to be notified. You've got to have your phone on, whatever it is. You've got to have some way to be able to be awake when these storms are coming through, because they very well could be tornado-producing storms. So please keep that in mind, folks, in the Atlanta area, whether it's a matter of just staying up tonight or having your phone on and next to your bed. Mark, we want people to really be on their toes tonight. Over to you.
Yeah, those overnight threats add that added layer of complexity and difficulty, both for a communication standpoint and for making sure that people get those warnings. What we're doing now is looking in on Laurel, Mississippi. We have a view coming in from one of our storm trackers. John Humphreys is in the area. And what you're looking at here are the first responders coming in to try to clear out the roads. On this camera, we've seen kind of street after street and row after row of trees down and power lines down. These cars are stopped here partially because people keep getting out of the cars with their chainsaws and they're clearing the road, but also because you can't keep going. Those lights off in the distance, that's where the road is closed. There is no way through. There are so many trees down. And here's some of that debris. If you look carefully, you can see some tree debris that is kind of blown across this road. But at times, as I was monitoring this camera while Carl was talking to us about the active weather still ongoing, there were full trees down across the roads. Yeah, Liana, this is some of that right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see it as we're progressing. This is Laurel, Mississippi again. I mean, our storm tracker, like Mark had mentioned, that area with the lights out there in the distance, that's where the road is closed because of all the debris. So, Mark, it's going to be a long night ahead of us for cleanup, but also for more storms developing just east of here as well.
Yeah, and again, you see those flashing lights. We're getting closer and closer to that. That's kind of the conveyor belt of street cleaners and clearers. So we're going to undoubtedly start seeing trees down across the road here because that's as far as they've gotten. And so as the the light is illuminated, you can see there's a tree down on the side of the road there, the blue flashing lights off in the distance. So there are crews going out and trying to clear out these roads step by step, tree by tree. They have to be out there first, because if there is a medical emergency, even not related to the storm, these, the first responders have to be able to get back into these communities. I want to give you another view. Also in Laurel, Mississippi, this is from Storm Tracker Charles Peak, and here's a great example of that very thing happening. So the bulk of the tree has already been chopped up here. You got all these little pieces, and the whole, there's the fire rescue from, it looks like Calmet maybe, on that coat, and then everyone trying to clear off as much of the road as they can to open it up. So obviously with those kinds of coats on, there's fire trucks there, there's probably the power crews are chomping at the bit to try to help and get everybody back online. There are lots of power outages in this area, and then we're slowly kind of walking our way forward. Look how many people are out trying to clear out this debris. This is not one big tree.
No.
This is forests of big trees, that they're out there with the chainsaws already. And that really does say a lot, that they're out there already trying to clear out these roads.
I mean, you brought up a good point, Mark, how dark it is, too, out in the distance. Normally, you would see some street lights, but power is out, so that's why it's so difficult to see out even past this view. But, I mean, look at this is a road right here that we're just seeing all these tree limbs and debris just strewn across it. So, I mean, look how many people are actually out and about. I mean, it's going to be a long night with the damage and cleanup, but, I mean, this is what it takes. I mean, and you can see it's a pretty large tree that fell down, too. I mean, these are some decent-sized limbs, and people are walking around with a chainsaw trying to clear out these larger limbs and break them up into smaller pieces so that they can be easier to pull away. Yeah, this is insane to see this. And, you know, yeah, like you said, we have to move fast because there can be other emergencies not related to the weather that we need to get these roads cleared so that we can go and help people.
And even if they are trying to get to homes that were hit, businesses that were hit, the true search and rescue and survey and, you know, establishing what happened, getting all that information out, none of it can happen until the roads are cleared. Because you can't get to those homes, you can't get to those businesses. So this is a crucial first step. It's a good sign that it's happening. It's a good sign that it's happening in relatively calm weather, because that's not always the case. If you're not familiar with Laurel, Mississippi, it's along I-59, just north of Hattiesburg by a bit, and then south of Meridian by a bit, kind of halfway in between those two cities, right along I-59. So these are all the communities in and around the Laurel area, just off of I-59. And look, you know, you clear one tree, and then there's the next.
Exactly.
There's the next that they have to clear out. No, you know, big cars, no real wheels can come through this until those trees are completely removed, such that you know, a normal car would be able to go over. Want to go back into the lab now. Storm specialist Carl Parker standing by, and because there's plenty of active weather still ongoing right now, Carl.
Yeah, that's right. We want to take you back into North Georgia, where there is an ongoing tornado warning right now, and actually pretty interesting cell just behind that as well. So here you see the tornado warning in effect for Murray County, that until 9:15. I'm not seeing a whole lot of evidence of rotation here. There is just a little bit showing up near Crandall, perhaps, but it's not real profound. Certainly not like what you saw near Dalton, right in there, sort of a broader but well-defined area of rotation, and that has really sort of gone away at this time. But take a look at the cell that is in the wake of this. Here's the cell that is under warning, Chattooga County, for severe thunderstorm. I would guess there is a tornado possible tag in this warning. Yes, indeed, tornado possible tag right now. Not a surprise, because look at that. Sure enough, that is a rotating storm. You see that area of green and red right there just east of Somerville, and that is going to be coming up towards Dalton and towards 75. So heads up on that possible rotating storm. Certainly a rotating storm, possible tornado coming your way towards Dalton and 75. And these storms are all moving very quickly. That's sort of the hallmark of a big severe weather day. When you've got a lot of wind energy in the atmosphere, storms tend to move very quickly, and this one that's near Somerville is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So that's not going to give you a whole lot of time to react by the time the storm is getting into your neighborhood. Now, farther southwest, we notice there's not a ton of activity right now. These are mostly flash flood warnings. There is, however, a new severe thunderstorm warning for Fayette and Walker counties. That's going until 9:15 Central Time. And we've got a pretty good bow showing up there. So concern in this case for 60-mile-per-hour wind as that moves to the east. Let's go ahead and time that out. And that'll be coming towards Jasper in just a few minutes, about 8:20 or so, getting into Cordova 8:26 and Dora at about 8:33 or so. Then to the southwest of that, fairly quiet apart from the flash flood warnings right now. But as we mentioned before, there is a screaming low-level jet coming up through this area. These winds in the blue here, these are winds of 60 miles per hour. And so just a terrific amount of low-level wind shear in the atmosphere. And that is a big part of what is going to fuel two threats, really, the damaging wind threat and also the tornado threat. When you've got a really energetic atmosphere, a very windy atmosphere, that can keep these storms going for quite some time, and that is precisely what we do expect to see tonight. So tornado watches now extending all along that line. We're going to continue our coverage of this severe weather in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
welcome back to our continuing coverage here at the Weather Channel, and we are continuing to look live into Laurel, Mississippi. Our storm tracker John Humphreys, as well as our storm tracker Charles Peak, both in the area, seeing what's left in the wake of these storms, which so far has been a lot of tree damage, tree debris across the roads. Crews have been out in full force clearing out those roads so that any search and rescue that's needed, or just if there's any other, need for the roads, other emergencies that happen overnight, that there's a way to get through. That is the first step in cleaning up after a storm comes through, is to reopen the roads.
Oh,
and
wow.
Liana, here's another view, and the crews are out in full force, as I mentioned.
Yeah, power's out. So many power outages across the area thanks to the severe storms that worked their way through just a few hours ago. Now look at this. Fire rescue crews are out working to clear the roads as well. Large trees, we've already seen crews, Mark, that have been popping up and clearing out the roads as we get through the rest of the evening. But again, it's going to be a long night of cleanup, but we even still have more severe storms that are popping up even east of here.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, just north of Birmingham, we have a new tornado warning that looks fairly potent at this point, Carl. It looks like that rotation is kicking up just a little bit.
Yeah, very tight little rotation showing up right now, and we are seeing some debris as well, so a likely tornado. This is northwest of Birmingham. Let's take a look at where it is right now, and moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. There you see it's pretty far to the northwest of Birmingham, and we'll zoom down and get a better look at this. That is a tornado warning for Walker and Winston counties going until 9 p.m. and looking at the velocity data, not quite as profound as it was just moments ago. I'm going to go back just one frame there, and you can see just a little bit more spin showing up in this area relative to the most recent frame, but still a very dangerous storm. Let's track that forward. It's going to come right across Route 5 as it moves to the northeast, moving into the Prospect area right now. So you want to get to your safe place right now, then coming up into Falls City beyond that, and into Arley beyond that. Now, another thing we can do is we can see if there is any evidence of debris at this time. We are still seeing just a little pinpoint there. You see that little pixel, and that's been showing up actually for a couple of frames. So right in there, right before it got to Interstate 22, and then now kind of moving off a little bit more to the east there. So it may be actually sort of expanding outward as the tornado is weakening. But at least for a time, we had a tornado here. Whether or not there is an ongoing tornado, more difficult question. It looks like perhaps we...
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Let's hope so, but again, that's coming up towards the I-5, or rather the Route 5 corridor and across the I-22 corridor. Now, to the west of that, also looking at a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to zoom back down into this area. Severe thunderstorm warning now west of Birmingham, and Fayette and Walker counties under warning until 9:15. Let's take a look at the particulars here. This is moving east at 65 miles per hour. So that's pretty typical when you've got a really active day to see very fast storm motions. So let's time that out and see where that's going to be headed in the next few minutes. Coming into Jasper, into Parrish, into Cordova, as well as Empire, and also into Robbins Crossroads as well. Then as we go farther south, we see there are no warnings in this area, but interesting looking storm here near Tuscaloosa. Big wind producer. Look at that. You can see that we've got some winds showing up right in there. So would not be at all surprised to see a warning coming out in that area pretty quickly. Then to the northeast, we've got more storms up into northwest Georgia. Let's zoom up and into the area near Rome. This storm has actually had some rotation on it. So Chattooga under warning right now, and also warning for Dalton, Georgia, across Interstate 75, Murray, Walker, and Whitfield counties. Still seeing some sort of broad rotation right in there. So that is
a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
That rises to the level of a tornado warning remains to be seen. But just be aware of the fact that you've got a storm that is bringing a damaging wind threat and may also produce a tornado as it continues to move to the northeast. We'll have more on that coming up in a moment. Let's get a look at the forecast going into the overnight, and here's Mark with that.
Yeah, and Carl, I want to start off with exactly where you were in the Birmingham area, because that really sets up where we go for the rest of the overnight hours. We're seeing repeated storms over many of the same communities again and again and again. You notice the huge amount of lightning, that lightning jump over Tuscaloosa, indicative of that strong wind push and a huge updraft to separate out those charges. We have the tornado warned storm that Carl was telling us about. But notice, if you just draw a straight line up towards Birmingham, how these storms are going on the train track, right? These are repeated storms on the same path. And until we really clear out that upper level feature that's back towards Little Rock, we're not done with that nighttime threat. So as we roll this forward, the model doing a decent job at showing us the coverage for where we're at now. Several more hours of really heavy rain. This goes through 10 o'clock local time, so we're not there yet. We've got several more hours of that heavy rain to go, and then occasional showers, which will be kind of the insult on top of injury rains as we go through the overnight, potentially with another surge late in the nighttime hours. The Atlanta metro area, even though we've been talking about North Georgia just about all evening,
a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Much in Atlanta, a report of a thunder, we're probably hearing that from a good distance away because there's no active weather anywhere nearby the Atlanta metro area. But if you look ahead as to where we're going from here, it's going to take a bit for that line of storms to crash into Atlanta. It might be 1, even 2 or 3 o'clock before we see that real surge come through. There's going to be very strong straight line winds with these, potentially embedded rotation within there. So have a way to get those warnings overnight. The threat not really done for the Atlanta metro area until after 3, maybe 4 o'clock in the morning. Then you get a break. Stay with us. We'll show you where the active storms are.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
I'll show you what already occurred to give you a scope of what could still happen in your community after dark tonight. This is a live view in Laurel, Mississippi, and on the right side of your screen, that is a huge tree root ball. Huge tree came down across the road. It has since been mostly cleared away. There's some of the branches that you're seeing on the top right side of your screen. But look at this. It's just tree after tree, piece of tree debris after piece, which is making it that much harder to continue to drive down the road. The fire and rescue crews are out in full force in Laurel, Mississippi. The power crews are out because we've seen lots of power lines down. And just about everybody that's out there at this point is out there with a crew of people and chainsaws because it's the only way through the roadway at this point.
Really impressive, Mark, how fast and quick that they've been able to clear these roads. I mean, you can see all the debris on the right-hand side using those chainsaws to clear out those larger tree limbs. And now the roads are pretty passable, at least in this section of the city. Now, I mean, as we get through and we're looking at more and more debris, you can see how large these tree limbs have been. And also, look how dark it is. I mean, power is out. We're looking at power outages galore across the region. It looks like we're kind of zooming in so-so corporate limit. Looks like that's where we're looking at that sign, but look at all the debris that's working its way around that sign there.
And just moments ago, this was the view.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Oh my goodness.
You've got just pieces of the 2x4s and the framing of the roof that's left remaining. You can see some insulation. The good news with that, the walls stayed up, at least from this vantage point. People are out of the home on the front step, kind of surveying what happened, as opposed to needing rescue. So there is, the glimmer of good news there. No telling which type of weather brought this through, whether it was the straight line winds, whether it was the rotating wind of a tornado. I'm sure there will be storm surveys going on. But, this is also happening in the background of the social distancing, which makes it that much harder for crews to come through, and just one more layer that we're trying to keep everybody safe with tonight, Liana.
And something else that I just noticed, I mean, it's still raining right now too. So not only do you not have power, I mean, thank goodness the temperatures aren't that crazy cold behind this, but we do have still wet conditions to be dealing with, as well as the chances for more severe storms, even to the east of us.
Absolutely. And, the Birmingham area, whether it's flash flooding or severe thunderstorm warning, is getting hit quite hard right now. I want to go back into the lab where storm specialist Carl Parker is standing by. And Carl, these storms have such high rainfall rates. Even if they continue for an hour, we're going to have some intense flooding.
Yeah, that's another big part of what's going on tonight. The flash flood threat is going to be huge right through the night. In addition to that threat for tornadoes.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
for the time being, but we expect that the tornado threat is going to continue deep into the evening, right into tomorrow morning, as a matter of fact. So let's go through some of these warnings here. We'll take you first of all into Alabama, and there's a severe thunderstorm warning to the northwest of Birmingham. Looks like we've got a brand new tornado warning. I'm going to jump down to that. Let's take a look at what's going on with that. Tornado warning now, and that is in the Tuscaloosa area. That is Jefferson and Tuscaloosa counties under warning until 9:15. Let's take a look at the velocity data. And so what we've got here is an area of surging wind right in there, very strong surge of wind right in there, and then right along that interface, right in there, just a little bit more rotation, and that is now just northeast of Tuscaloosa. So let's track that forward and see where that's going to be headed. That'll be coming up towards Birchfield at about 8:47, moving into Bull City at 8:52, and moving into Johns at about 9 p.m. Again, a possible tornado moving east 50 miles per hour along the leading edge of this surge of very strong
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Velocities there. There you go. That's an inbound velocity of 75 miles per hour. So, you know, in addition to a possible tornado, you've got just this surge of really strong wind now coming through Tuscaloosa. And so let's time that whole area out to see where that's going to be headed in the next few minutes. Coming into Holt more immediately, you're going to get the brunt of that strong wind in Holt, also into Brookwood and into Birchfield, so the same areas that we talked about for the potential tornado as well. Now going a little farther to the south, got some severe thunderstorm warnings here. One of those northeast of Hattiesburg near Waynesboro, Wayne County under warning, and then another one into the area near Hattiesburg, just south and east of Hattiesburg, Forest County under warning. In the Atlanta metro, fairly quiet right now, but you notice here that a lot of the rain is staying to the north, and that's an important point because when you get a whole lot of rain, that tends to cool off the atmosphere, makes it a little bit more stable. We're not seeing that across a lot of the Atlanta metro, which means we might see more of a chance for tornadoes late tonight. We're going to talk about the timing coming up in just a moment. And welcome back. Severe weather sweeping across the south, severely damaging a mobile home in southeastern Mississippi this afternoon. It's been a very scary afternoon. And look at that, a live look in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We've got very strong wind coming through. There is a tornado warning off to the northeast right now. And so this is no longer going to be a tornado threat for Tuscaloosa proper. It is a damaging wind threat that's going to go on for a while in Tuscaloosa, but there is a serious tornado threat just off to the northeast of Tuscaloosa. Well, let's take a look at where that is, and that is generally coming towards Birmingham right now. So heads up in Birmingham. You've got a rotating storm off to your southwest. Let's take a look at this warning right now. This is Jefferson and Tuscaloosa counties under warning until 9:15, and here you see the rotation.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Basically, you've got a pretty strong circulation along the leading edge of that bow, and that is now coming towards Abernant and areas north of that. I'm going to time this out. This is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, and so that's going to be coming into Birchfield here in the next few minutes. That's the area we're watching right there. Moving towards Bull City, perhaps, and eventually towards Johns as well. But Birchfield more immediately at 8:48 or so. So you've got, boy, just about 10 minutes before this thing comes into Birchfield. At a minimum, we're going to be talking about some very strong straight line wind, but possibly a tornado as well. There's a brand new scan, and I'll tell you, this thing is looking more and more tight with each new scan there. Let's look and see if there's some debris showing up, and there is debris indeed. Wow. So we've got a very serious storm ongoing right now, folks. Looks like it's in a relatively rural area. I'm not seeing any towns right around here. So let's give you the lay of the land. This is now moving away from Tuscaloosa, but that right there, that circle right there, that is where the radar is detecting debris.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Strong circulation. We know we've got a tornado, so we do now have an ongoing tornado now east of 69. So, I would guess a relatively wooded area. It's probably largely tree debris that we're seeing right now. And there's a brand new scan. It's continuing and moving off to the northeast. So let's get a sense of the vector here. That is basically just about due northeast. And so, tracking that out one more time, going forward there, that's going to be coming towards Little Shoal. Little Shoal at 8:56.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
On the ground, it is to your southwest. It's now about 15 minutes away, and this thing means business. This is a very, very serious storm. Please get to your safe place right now, lowest, most interior room, as there's an ongoing tornado in this area. Let's back out a little bit, get a better look at this one more time. So again, the vector for now appears to be a little bit more northeast. You can see where it's been moving here in the last few minutes. So, it appears we've got more of a northeast rather than a east-northeast motion.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
And again, that's going to come towards Little Shoal, also towards Bull City, perhaps about 8:52 or so. If you're in these areas, you've got to get to your safe place right now. We've got a tornado on the ground right now that is producing damage, most likely just tree damage for the most part right now. It's in a very rural area right now, but it's not going to remain that way, and eventually this is going to get up into the west side of the Birmingham metro areas. That continues off to the northeast. Very, very dangerous storm here, folks. Please take this seriously and get to your safe place.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Some ongoing storms also to the south now into areas of southern Mississippi. We've got some severe warnings here, nothing that appears to be terribly strong at this time. Also looking into the Atlanta metro, we've got some storms well off to the north, but you'll notice that there's not much going on in the Atlanta metro right now. Now, that's important because that means that without there being a whole lot of heavy rain coming down, the atmosphere is going to be a little bit more conducive to very strong storms later tonight.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
On this model forecast is the strong low-level wind, because that's a really critical part of what helps to develop the low-level rotation in these storms. There are a lot of other parts that have to come together, but once you get that low-level mesocyclone, as we call it, the rotating storm, that's one of the first parts of this whole process that leads to tornadoes. So we've certainly got exceptionally strong low-level winds coming up and into this area. That is 11 o'clock Central Time and midnight Eastern. And so all in this area,
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Southerly winds, and that is going to mean that the atmosphere is going to be warm and humid, and it will be supportive of supercell storms, Mark, coming into the Atlanta metro around 1 to 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning, and it could be a very rough night tonight. Back to you.
Yeah, all Atlanta has to do is look at what's happening around Birmingham right now. I want to update everyone on the tornado warning that is approaching Birmingham from the Tuscaloosa area. This is a very dangerous storm indeed. Here's a look at the tornado warning, a new update on that warning to really fine-tune it.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
One on the north side of town as well, along I-65. We'll get to that in just a second. But in Jefferson and Tuscaloosa, very strong signature here, almost this kind of curl where this tornado is moving in. Very strong rotation. So this is not only showing strong signs of rotation, but also a fairly clear signature of debris as well. Look at that dropout. That is debris being lofted into the air and tumbling around. It's right near the campgrounds there, Deer Lick campgrounds, if you're familiar with that area.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Narrowly dangerous for the campgrounds right now. And if we time this out, it will be approaching places like Bull City, crossing over Watermelon Road, then getting over towards Johns and Bessemer by about the top of the hour. Now, you notice Birmingham's not that far away. If this holds together, and so many of the storms have done that very thing today, is stay on the ground for a long time and really hold their own for a long time. It'll be near Birmingham by about 9:30. Quickly, just north of town, also a strong rotation signature on this part of the storm headed.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Welcome back. We are following a very dangerous storm now southwest of Birmingham, a likely tornado now with debris showing up on the radar. Let's take a look. This is Jefferson and Tuscaloosa counties under warning until 9:15 at Central Time. So that warning does extend into the Birmingham metro area. The motion, as has been the case with all of these storms, is very rapid off to the northeast, about 50 miles per hour. Most recent scan year, we're actually not seeing as much evidence of a very tight rotation. So there does appear to be some weakening. What we are seeing is a very strong area of winds, a surge of winds right there that's going to be coming up into the southwest side of the Birmingham metro. But take a look at the velocity data and you can see the pinpoint that was going on right in this area. A couple of frames ahead of that and a couple of frames behind that. We did have debris at that time, and I'll bet you anything we're not seeing quite as much of a debris signature right now because you can see how that is sort of washed out in the most recent frame. Let's just be on the safe side, though. Let's track it out anyway. The vector here is more off to the northeast, and that's coming up towards Little Shoal. So at a minimum, in Little Shoal, you're going to be looking at some very strong wind coming through, but it does appear, at least for the time being, at least for now, that we've got a little bit less of a tornado threat. But, you know, again, as I mentioned, great big mini bow here, and that is going to be coming up and towards Birmingham. So let's track that out as well. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning, and that'll be coming right up into the southwest side of the Birmingham metro. So into Johns near the top of the hour, Chin as well, Bessemer about 9:07, and Fairfield at about 9:10. Damaging wind threat is headed your way. Now looking at and sure enough, this is what we were talking about moments ago. We were looking at debris showing up with this storm. Very well developed debris signature right in there in, you know, what appears to be a largely rural area. But when you see that really concentrated area, those are irregular shapes that the radar is picking up. When you see that really concentrated area that is co-located with a very strong rotation, then you know you've got a tornado on the ground. So we certainly did have that. It was probably largely tree debris. Another scan there, still very strong. And right at the time when we're starting to see the velocity signature weaken some, we see also that this debris field is now beginning to expand out. So that's, you know, precisely what you've seen in many videos. In tornado videos, you've got a real strong tornado, then it begins to weaken, and that debris field begins to spread out. That's exactly what's going on right now. So again, we've got less of a tornado threat right now, but certainly there is a very serious damaging wind threat. You see that big bow. I mean, that is a mean signature right there, right through there. And there's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for the Birmingham metro area. Let's take a look at the particulars there. Warning 60-mile-per-hour wind right now. We'll need to keep a good eye on that. That's, you know, one of the threats that you have when you've got very strong winds in the atmosphere in general is that you can see a really strong straight-line thunderstorm wind. And so certainly a heads up, Birmingham, you've got a very significant storm coming your way. Now to the north of that, Cullman, Morgan counties under warning until 9:15 Central Time. Let's take a look at the velocity here. I've got a little bit of a dog leg here right in there. That little dog leg is sometimes where a tornado can develop. It's not the most profound signature that I've ever seen, but nonetheless, there is some threat for a tornado. That'll be coming up towards Cullman about 9:09 or so. Simcoe at 9:18. Holly Pond at about 9:22 or so. And then up into the Atlanta area, got a couple of ongoing warnings here. There are, you know, flash flood warnings all over the place. That's going to be a big part of what happens tonight. Closer look there, and you can see we've got a severe thunderstorm warning now just east of Dalton. But, you know, a big part of what is driving this tornado threat, along with the straight line wind threat, is a very strong low-level jet, as we call it. These winds coming out of the southwest, south-southwest, about 5,000 feet up. That helps to create the low-level shear, and that's the beginning of the process that leads to eventually several other things that can lead to tornado development. So, you know, following that low-level jet, where we see that continuing to be in place along with the strong storms, that's where we've got the concern for tornadoes. So you see these discrete cells here, these individual cells showing up in southern and central parts of Alabama, Birmingham, down to Mobile through late tonight. So, you know, southern Alabama, southeastern Alabama, it's going to continue to be a very, very active night tonight. Most likely, we'll probably see many warnings deep into the night. Then we get into 1 o'clock in the morning Central and 2 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. So this line is coming through Atlanta at the time, and it's going to be a mix of things. It's going to be a damaging wind threat, but there are going to be some embedded supercells within that line, again fueled by this very strong wind in the atmosphere, the shear in the atmosphere. And so as all of that comes into the Atlanta metro, there will be a threat for tornadoes deep into the overnight hours. And so, Liana, we want folks to have some way to be notified, because this could be a really serious night tonight in the Atlanta metro, one of the most serious we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely, Carl. So let's go ahead and show you what we've been seeing on the ground. This is from our storm trackers in the area. This is in Mississippi, Laurel, Mississippi, from our storm tracker, John Humphreys. And what we're looking at in the distance is some of the damage. I mean, we've been seeing them driving through. You can see some of the debris, but you can't even make out what this is. It looks like it might be metal of some sort, but look how large it is. It looks like maybe there's some power lines, possibly. You can kind of see wires right there. Unfortunately, so much damage that we've been seeing and coming across. Roads have been closed. Power is out across the area. We're going to continue tracking this severe threat as we get through the rest of the evening next.
Unfortunately, already a deadly and destructive Easter Sunday across parts of the South. Tornadoes across several states, including this one that ripped through parts of Alabama. The storm motion today, Liana, a very important part of the story. They're moving 50 to 60 miles per hour. So if you're not seeing this race left or right on your screen, that means it's either moving directly towards the camera or directly away. And they're moving fast. Now that it's night, oof, you got to trust those warnings and even sleep in the safe spot of your home tonight.
Exactly. Make sure your phone is charged and take it off of vibrate or silent, because you need to get these alerts. Take a look at some of the damage that was left behind. We have video from Laurel, Mississippi. This right here is showing you what we saw earlier in the day. The National Weather Service already saying this was likely an EF4 or EF5 that did this, and unfortunately 7 people have been confirmed to be killed by this storm area. Now the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency did confirm that 7 people were killed across the state today.
It's a tragic Easter Sunday already, and we now are going into the overnight hours where we know there is that much more risk. Tornadoes also left major destruction in Louisiana. We have some video from Monroe. A tornado damaged several businesses, including a trucking company there. Big rigs flipped, the garage doors just demolished, ripped right through. Power out to thousands tonight, and we are not done. The atmosphere is still ready to go, even though we are in the nighttime hours. And we actually have some new warnings popping up all the way into southern portions of Alabama. So we are live tonight tracking the severe weather threat across the South. Tornado warnings ongoing, as I mentioned. So let's get right into the lab. Also joined tonight with storm specialist Carl Parker. Carl.
Yeah, really important point, Mark. A lot of cases we see things begin to settle down as we get deeper into the evening and the overnight hours. That is not necessarily going to be the case in this case. You've got such a strong parent storm, a very energetic atmosphere. It could be a really long night in Georgia and even into the Carolinas early tomorrow morning. Let's take a look at some of the warnings right now. We've got several of them to point out. Tornado warning ongoing here north of Birmingham. That in effect for Coleman and Morgan counties until 9:15. So we've seeing a little bit of rotation showing up here now just southwest of Coleman. It's not the most profound rotation I've ever seen, but certainly there is some threat for a tornado there. That coming up towards Coleman at about 9:10 or so, and then Simcoe at about 9:18 as that moves off to the northeast. South of that, there was a tornado warning here, now just a severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson County. That does include the Birmingham area. A very strong straight line wind threat. You see the big bow, big backward C shape. That'll be coming into Birmingham at 9:19. So heads up for some strong wind headed your way. We did, by the way, see a tornado right in here, and that washed out. You can see the debris sort of stretching out there, spacing out as the tornado weakened. Also a tornado warning now into southwestern parts of Alabama. Choctaw, Clark, and Washington counties under warning until 9:45. So this is now near Milry and moving off to the east very quickly. All these storms moving rapidly. That's going to be one of the hallmarks of these storms. When you got a really energetic parent storm, strong wind fields, it drives the storms along quickly. In this case, moving now to the east, I think a good 50 miles per hour. Let's take a look here. There you go, 55 miles per hour, the latest motion on that. So possible tornado coming towards right now, coming into Milry, Frankville, and Coffeyville. Beyond that, you could be looking at tornado headed your way. Now we go up into North Georgia, and we're looking at another warning here, warning now for Georgia and also for Tennessee. So that is Murray County in Georgia. We've got an observed tag there, and then Polk County into southern Tennessee. And let's take a look at the velocity data here. And we were looking at a pretty tight little rotation just moments ago. Right in there, you can see that tight little area of blue and orange. So there could very well have been a tornado there. Successive scans here. It's not as well defined. You can see this is what is left of it. There is still something there, but doesn't look as tight as it was. Nonetheless, let's just track that out. That'll be coming up towards Parksville into ball play here in the next few minutes. Parksville beyond that, and then Archville going into about 10:16 or so. So, tornado watch there in the parts of northeast Tennessee as well as western North Carolina. That's going to be going for some time. Let's move that just a little farther east and get a look at the watch there. That extending into areas just outside of Asheville. Expect that we will see tornado watches all across the western Carolinas into early tomorrow morning. Tornado watch until 11 p.m. for North Georgia, but a really critical distinction here. That's for North Georgia. We expect that a lot of the rest of Georgia is going to get in on this weather, but it's going to be later at night, more towards 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning in the Atlanta metro and even later in central parts of Georgia. Also, tornado watch across much of Alabama going until midnight central time, and then another one in southern Mississippi as well as into southern parts of Louisiana. We have not seen very many warnings in Louisiana over the last hour here. So let's take a look at the forecast going forward. This is a high resolution model forecast showing you those really strong low-level winds, and that's a key ingredient when you talk about a tornado threat and also a serious damaging wind threat. We've got these very strong winds coming along with the line as it moves eastward, and so taking this forward, we'll go into 11 o'clock central, midnight eastern. Notice that you've got a line of storms here, but discrete cells within that line. So we expect that there are going to be supercell storms all up and down that line from central Alabama back down into the southwest part of the state, and that's going to continue for quite some time. We'll go into, say, 1 o'clock in the morning central. Very strong storms rolling through Montgomery, Alabama, coming towards Columbus, Georgia, getting towards Macon, coming through the Atlanta metro. And again, same story here. Very strong low-level winds. We've got an environment that is going to be favorable for tornadoes. So we certainly could be talking about supercell storms producing tornadoes, tornado warnings, in addition to a damaging wind threat. It is really, really important that you've got a way to be notified tonight. If you've got to go to bed, then just make sure you've got your phone on. Make sure that the alert mode is on and have it nearby so you can be notified of warnings, because this is going to be one of those nights when we probably see a lot of not just severe thunderstorm warnings, but tornado warnings as well. And then beyond that, we take it into the early morning hours, 4 o'clock in the morning, starting to move away from Atlanta, coming into central Georgia. And this is what I mean. Even though we don't have the watches up right yet, there could very well be tornado watches in these areas going into the early morning hours. And then this is starting to approach Charlotte and then coming over into the western part of the Carolinas. You notice it's a large area of heavy rain here. We're not seeing as much of that supercell structure farther to the north. But still, because you've got a really energetic atmosphere, we could still be looking at the potential for some supercell storms embedded within that area. And I think an even better chance as you get farther south, more towards southeast Georgia and into southern parts of South Carolina. So that is 6 o'clock in the morning. Again, it's going to be one of those nights where storms are going all night long and they don't necessarily calm down just because you're into the overnight hours. We could be talking about warnings going all night long here, and then even into early tomorrow morning as well. In fact, through the morning tomorrow, an ongoing threat in the Carolinas and down into South Georgia and in northern Florida. So a lot to be watching here over the next, say, 12 to 18 hours. And let's get a little more now from Mark.
And Carl, you mentioned that strong rotation that was in North Georgia. I want to go into detail on that storm just for a second, because as it came through the forest, it must have hit some trees there. There's a bit of a valley. There's some trees. Look at this. You watch this storm come through now into the Tennessee side. So the Murray County tornado warning confirmed because of the debris seen on radar, and then that same storm continued into portions of Tennessee. There's not that much clear rotation here. it might be underneath that range folding. But if you go back where Carl was talking about following this rotation right on through, it was still a strong rotation, seemed to broaden out. But I want to show you what's known as the correlation coefficient. When the radar is watching for symmetrical objects versus tumbling objects. And as this storm approached, look at this, we start seeing some colors showing up here. That is some debris that is then intensifying, a clear debris signature there that got more intense north of Crandall approaching Cisco, and then all of that is now falling out across portions of Tennessee. There is still debris in the air as of the most recent scans there. So a very strong but brief rotation was more than enough to whatever was there got kicked up into the sky. And so this is, you know, indicating what normally would be steady rain, but there's actually some debris that the radar beam is hitting. And so we know that by looking at that other mode of the radar. So that's the Tennessee side. Polk County still with that tornado warning as we follow that storm. It's exiting Georgia, no longer under a warning there, but still under that warning on the Tennessee side. Polk County goes until 10:30, and there's a chance that this could recycle. We're pretty far from the radars. We're not getting a great view at that storm. One radar site up by Knoxville, another down in Atlanta, so we're about halfway in between the two with a bunch of mountains in the way. So keep that in mind, just one more complexity of the storms that we're following tonight. And of course, we can also jump back towards the Birmingham area. Birmingham itself under a severe thunderstorm warning. North of town near Coleman, a huge surge of wind and some embedded rotation still within that as well. Can't completely rule out when you see a kind of a signature like this that, you know, back in that little loop-de-loop right in here, that there could still be some embedded rotation. So we've got all this air surging in this way and a big push of wind coming the other. And where those interact, which is right here where the reds and greens are right next to each other, there is still a chance that we could get that rotation, that rotating wind of a tornado, and it would be just south of Coleman at this point, still making its way on off towards the north and east at a very fast clip. And then just the straight line winds would be enough. We've got all kinds of wind making its way towards the Birmingham area. The lightning activity in here is just off the charts. We've got huge amounts of rain, okay, the rainfall rates, and so you put all that together and look at the scope of this flash flood warning. Now, I will say that the lightning has come down a bit compared to where it was in the Tuscaloosa area, so those updrafts have collapsed a little. That also means all that water that was suspended up in the sky is also collapsing along with it. So in the past 3 hours where we had that big lightning jump where the storms already came through and are ending a bit, you know, 1 inch per hour rainfall rates over 3 hours, but a lot of that was in a very short period. That's more than enough to do some flooding. And now we're going into the paved over area of Birmingham. Comparatively, Birmingham, you haven't even begun yet when it comes to that heavy rain threat. So it's really going to be coming down along that I-65 corridor. The bottom line here is that we have a lot of risks in the Birmingham metro area, Liana, whether it's the rotation that could be there south of Coleman, the straight line winds near Birmingham, or the flooding rains and lightning for just about everybody. It's going to be a dangerous night continuing here across much of the south.
Yeah, I mean, it's already been an intense several hours. Take a look. We're looking at video from Laurel, Mississippi, live view from our storm tracker, John Humphreys. We've been seeing him just come across debris-strewn roads and even blocked roads where people are taking chainsaws to clear out these large trees. On the left-hand side, you can see these trees that are, it looks like this road has actually been cleared out by those chainsaws. You can see those clean marks on those tree branches and limbs there. But it's a slow go, and it looks like they're still moving very slowly, looking for additional debris that could be strewn across the roads. Unfortunately, we've already had 7 deaths in the state of Mississippi, unfortunately, and the threats, they keep on coming as we continue to track the severe storms that continue to march eastward. Notice how dark it is as well. Power outages galore. The nice thing is that temperatures are still on the warmer side, but you still need the power back on immediately, so that's why they're clearing the roads as fast as they can. Mark mentioned this. We have the threat for flash flooding likely as we get into tomorrow morning. And it's going to be spanning across a lot of real estate, digging down into the clipping parts of the Florida Panhandle and lifting up into parts of the Mid-Atlantic. But this zone right here, that's where we're going to have the biggest threats for flash flooding. We've already had some of those warnings pop up. We have a flash flood watch in effect through tonight, spanning from Memphis all the way up towards Nashville, Knoxville, Asheville, Chattanooga, clipping parts of northern Georgia, Huntsville, Tupelo. You're all included in that. And it's already starting to pick up. I mean, look at how heavy this rain has been. What I mean by that is all those shades of red, even back here towards Little Rock. That's some really intense rain that's coming out of the sky right there. So we have multiple threats that Mark has been talking about. We have those tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and flash flood warnings. This one is in effect until 11:30 p.m. Central Time. Again, it's good that so many people are staying home, not too many people out on the roads. If you must travel, maybe you're an essential worker, make sure you avoid. Never drive through a flooded roadway. Another flash flood warning. This is just in northern Georgia. We're looking at Boyan, Chattanooga Valley, Dalton, cities that those are going to be impacted through 3:30 a.m. Eastern Time. You were starting to see, notice what's out even further west. All that heavy rain is heading east. All right, let's continue our tour. We're going to continue to track this threat. Actually, parts of I-75 will be embedded in these zones, and we'll go back over here towards those multiple flash flood warnings that are impacting parts of Birmingham and Tuscaloosa. Let's go ahead and get the latest on the storm threat with Carl Parker in the lab.
Leanna, we want to tell you about some storms that are now in eastern parts of Arkansas and coming towards Memphis, Tennessee. You've got a very serious damaging wind threat along with these. They are moving quickly now along Interstate 40. Severe thunderstorm warning for Prairie and White and Woodruff counties. We do not yet have a warning for Memphis proper, but if we time this out, it's probably going to be coming into Memphis at about 10:19 Central Time. So got a little ways to go yet, but certainly a very serious damaging wind threat may be approaching Memphis later tonight. Also warning for Coahoma, Lee, and Phillips County until 9:45. We've been looking at a threat for 70-mile-per-hour winds as these storms move east at 50 miles per hour. So again, rapidly closing in on that 55 corridor over the next hour or so. Let's take you to the north of Birmingham and a brand new tornado warning to tell you about. We've got the ongoing warning in Cullman and Morgan County, and a new warning has just come out to the north of that. Blount County under warning, Cullman, Marshall, and Morgan counties under warning as well. Looking at the velocity data, that is actually tightened up. Look at that right in there. That circulation is the one we're concerned about, and that is coming across 278 right now. Going to be moving into Baileyton at about 9:24. Please get to your safe place right now in Baileyton, Alabama.
Take it back.
Welcome back to our coverage of what has been a very dangerous night across many parts of the Deep South. There is a live look at Birmingham. Severe thunderstorm warning right now. We've got a threat of damaging wind coming through the city as we speak, and we could be looking at some 60-mile-per-hour winds. At least now, not a tornado warning for this area, but certainly there have been tornado warnings both to the west and now to the north. And let's take a look at what's going on the radar right now. And folks, I want you to know this is going to be one of those nights where storms keep going deep into the night, even into the overnight hours. Even tomorrow morning, we're going to be looking at more warnings across this region because you've got a really strong parent storm, a very energetic atmosphere. And let's begin with a look at some of these warnings here that are now into northern Alabama. We've got an ongoing tornado warning in effect that is just east of Cullman, Marshall, and Morgan counties under warning until 9:45. I'm not seeing quite as much evidence of circulation at this time. You can go back just a couple of frames here, and we're looking for these areas where you see sort of a little pinpoint, and right in there, that's sort of a telltale sign of some rotation right there just east of Cullman. And in successive frames here, it is not as obvious. There's certainly a shear line. There's an area where winds are coming out of different directions, but it's not what I would say a profoundly obvious rotational signature right now. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Warning ongoing for Jefferson, and you can see the strong wind coming into the metro. New warning now, a much larger one, Blount, Jefferson, St. Clair counties. That is going until 10:30 Central Time, and here the leading edge of that strong wind, as I said, just now coming into Birmingham. Southwestern Alabama, we've got a tornado warning to tell you about here. This is for Choctaw, Clark, and Washington counties until 9:45. This looks to be more of a damaging wind threat. You see that sort of a backward C shape right in there. there. We'll change the modes here, see if it looks any different. It's just about the same thing. So I think we've got primarily a damaging wind threat. There's a brand new scan, and that's going to be coming up towards McIntyre and Peacock, and maybe a tornado right at that little dog leg. That's one of the areas that we have to watch, where you see a little kink right in there. Possibly a tornado developing there, but it looks like for the most part this is more of a damaging wind threat, at least right now. Now into the Atlanta metro, for the most part the weather has been clear of your area. We think that's going to change later tonight. There is an ongoing tornado warning in Polk County. This has been interesting. Mark was talking about this earlier. Look at the debris signature that showed up. That came right into Cisco and Crandall, and it was not a long-lived tornado. It was just a brief, tight rotation. A lot of trees up there, so probably a lot of tree debris showing up, and that came right across 411, and just as quickly it started to go away here. And so you got a little less instability as you get up into Tennessee, and for that reason, when we do see these spin-ups, they're probably going to be short-lived for the most part, as opposed to areas farther south where you've got a lot more instability and storms can keep going for a much longer period of time. So here's a look at the model forecast along with the very strong low-level winds. It's one of the key ingredients when you're looking at a tornado threat and a damaging wind threat, and we expect that this low-level jet is not only going to be in place, it's actually going to be getting stronger going through the overnight hours. So notice where it is, and notice the storms there. Notice the character of the storms. If you look very closely, you can see a little bit of this shape in some of these storms. So that's the model indicating that we're going to see supercell storms embedded within that line. It's a line of storms overall, but it's got supercells or rotating storms embedded within the line. And that's going to be coming across south central Alabama over the next couple of hours here. So heads up in Montgomery and points farther south down into Mobile. Then we're going to watch that begin to move over into the Atlanta metro about 1 to 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. And this is one of those nights, Mark, when we want people to be aware or have some way to wake up as the storms come in. Over to you.
Yeah, and if you needed one more thing to really heighten your alarm, we want to bring in Dana Baumgartner with the Jones County Fire Department. Dana, thanks for joining us. I know it's been a catastrophic day across the county. Can you explain where we are at this point?
Well, we're still responding to calls that we've not been able to get to. I've just spent about an hour trying to get about 2 miles. So there's a significant amount of damage, trees down, lots of injuries, so many that I've lost count so far. So we hope to tally those numbers later. But we have some significant damage all the way from the, southern west Jones County, outside of around Laurel, all the way kind of straight through to the northeast end of the county to Heidelberg up in Jasper County.
I'm so sorry to hear that. We do have some images on the screen from Laurel that just to kind of reiterate what you just told us. It looks like a structure completely just demolished, obliterated. Where do you go from here? You said you're still trying to get to some residents at this point?
We are. At this point, we have a couple of actual persons in danger that we're trying to get to and get them to safety. But after that, it's going to be weeks of cleanup. This is very significant for this county, and it'll take all hands on deck to get it back to normal, get all the roads passable and clean.
Absolutely. We're talking with Dana Baumgartner with the Jones County Fire Department there in Mississippi. Dana, I want to keep you with us. We're coming up against a hard break, and I don't want to get you cut off if I ask another question, but I'd love to talk with you more. So stay with us. We're going to talk more with Dana in just a second. Again, what you're looking at live here is a live view from storm tracker Charles Peak, who is in that same county in Laurel, Mississippi. That structure that you see into the darkness, into the distance there, completely demolished by storms earlier today. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We have continuing coverage here on the Weather Channel. Severe weather has already come through portions of Mississippi. With the scope of the cleanup here to go in Laurel, it's it's dangerous already out there with trees covering roads, first responders that can't get to people that are still calling for help. I do want to quickly tell you that there are more storms on the way, just crossing over the river, coming into northern and central Mississippi. the whole western side of your state under severe thunderstorm warnings. These will eventually come into areas that were already impacted from earlier today. So if you're not in a safe spot, you're listening in, try to get to a safe spot now while the weather is quiet. If you were listening with us before the break, we were talking with Dana Baumgartner from this area, Jones County. I want to bring her back in. Dana, thanks so much for spending some time with us tonight.
Yes, sir.
As you mentioned that you're having a tough time with the first responders even getting to some of the residents that are still calling for help. Is there any sense on the scope and the scale, how many homes or businesses were damaged, or is it too early to know at this point?
It's too early to know at this point. I think tomorrow we'll have a lot more information for you guys on that front. But thankfully, we did not have a whole lot of businesses in the path. I think So Mississippi did probably have some. We did have a volunteer fire department that was pretty much demolished in So. And there's just so many homes that have sustained damage, and some of the homes are irreparable, and we, several injuries, and at least one fatality.
I'm so sorry to hear that. You mentioned one of the volunteer fire departments was hit. When the first responders are taken out, when the trucks are taken out like that, and it's such a wide-scale event, where do you go for mutual aid? Are there communities that weren't hit that are able to help you guys tonight?
Absolutely. We've had fire department personnel from Wayne County. We've had Jasper County come in. We had ambulances from AMR and Hafford EMS. I'm sure there's some other ones that I just have not seen yet. But people from all over have come in to help this area, and we're very, very, very grateful.
And yet it's got to be hard for those first responders to even get in. You said the scope of the tree damage was pretty intense.
It is, yes. They've had difficulty as well getting to people, just like we have. They're following our fire trucks around and just trying to get to all the patients to treat everybody.
Any sense on how many of your roads are still shut down, closed, barricaded off, either by trees or by police at this point?
I could not give you a number. I know that many of them now are passable at least a little bit, maybe not fully functional, but they're where you can kind of drive through. Where I'm at currently, there is a path on a 2-lane road that kind of one lane is kind of weaving in and out of the trees that are down and things like that. So we're getting there. We just hadn't got it all where we can at least get through yet.
Sure, and you're responding, of course, with the fire department. Any reports of fires, gas leaks, things that you're really concerned about tonight?
We have had a couple of reports of gas leaks, and I know that the local gas companies are responding to those. Of course, the power companies are multiple reports of power lines down. That's everywhere, all through the path of the tornado. But nothing that I'm aware of at this point that has been a gas leak or anything like that to threaten life.
And again,
but no structure fires, thank goodness.
Oh, thank goodness. That is a good thing. While we're talking with you, we're getting some live views from the Laurel, Mississippi area, and it seems like a garage attached to a building that's just completely shifted and a really significant structural damage. How much of that type of damage have you encountered tonight? Is this a one-off thing? Is this almost all the homes you've seen? Kind of paint the picture for us.
It is all over. I left an area earlier in the evening where a mobile home was sitting in the middle of a road. I've seen a mobile home right next, that was across the road from one home, and now it's sitting right on top of that home. So significant property damage, and we're just trying to do the best we can with this and get to everybody.
Just a catastrophic night already, day into night. That's Dana Baumgartner with Jones County, the Mississippi area fire department. Thanks so much for talking with us. Good luck getting to everyone that you're still trying to get to tonight, and just try to stay as safe as you can.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We'll be thinking of Jones County as well as so many of the others tonight. You're looking live at some of the damage, a structure that is completely shifted, garage doors blown in, some walls failing there. So a dangerous spot to even be there giving us those views. Hopefully they'll back up soon, and we'll be right back to show you where the active weather is.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. We do have some new tornado warnings to tell you about. It's going to be a very long night across a lot of the Deep South. We hope that you'll stay with us through the night tonight. If you've got to go to bed, make sure that you've got your phone on out ahead of this line of storms in Georgia as well as Southeast Alabama, because you've got to have a way to be notified of these storms as they're coming through. We could very well be looking at tornado warnings going deep into the overnight, even into tomorrow morning. Let's take a look at some of the new warnings here. First of all, northeast of Birmingham, brand new tornado warning in effect right now. That includes Albertville, that's DeKalb and Marshall counties, going until 10 p.m. So seeing some rotation showing up here near Douglas and just west of 431. Let's track that out. It's sort of a broader rotation, and that's going to be coming towards Albertville as well as Hustleville and Five Forks. A possible tornado coming your way, that moving towards the east-northeast. All of these storms moving very quickly. That's one of the hallmarks of the storms today. You've got really strong wind fields, and that is part of what is driving this tornado and damaging wind threat. In southwestern Alabama, a couple of tornado warnings to tell you about here. One of these in effect for Marengo County going until 10 p.m. Looking at the velocity data, I'm not seeing anything that really stands out. There is some rotation showing up right in there, and that's going to be coming towards Hamden as well as Prairie Bluff. We're just not getting a really good look at it. It's a little bit far from the radar. Then to the south of that, got another warning here, and that is in effect for Choctaw, Clark, and Washington counties. Leading edge of that storm just about out of the warning. You can see there is a little dog leg there. I'm going to zoom in on that, and that is northeast of Jackson. So you see a couple of areas where you see this little notch. There's one right here near 84, another one right in there. So you certainly have to watch those spots where you see that little bit of a sort of an L shape. That could be an area where you could be looking at tornadoes. But again, in this area, I'm not seeing anything that looks really profound at this time. So let's go farther off towards the north. And here, by the way, the very strong winds that are coming up from the south. The low-level jet, a big part of what is driving this tornado threat and the damaging wind threat, adding to the shear in the atmosphere. And that shear is what gets these storms rotating. That's the beginning of the process that leads to these tornadoes developing. Now, here into areas of western Mississippi and also eastern Arkansas, warning for Cross, Poinsett, and St. Francis counties. This is now coming towards the Memphis area. I'm going to move this forward just a little bit to catch up with the storms there. So that'll be moving into West Memphis about 10:15, and Memphis around 10:26 could very well be damaging winds coming your way as that moves in. Then we see also warning to the south, Coahoma, Lee, and Phillips County, warning going until 9:45, and another one to the east of that, including Tunica County, going until 10:30. 70-mile-per-hour wind is the threat with these storms. Now, in the Atlanta metro area, you notice here that it has been, relatively quiet as compared to what's going on to the north and west. You also notice that there's a tornado watch that is north and west of a lot of the metro. Does that mean that you're not going to see a lot of weather tonight? Absolutely not. That only means that the more imminent threat is in the northern part of Georgia, but we do expect that a tornado watch is going to be issued for the Atlanta metro area, and I want to show you the high-resolution model forecast showing us that low-level jet. We talk about the importance of that in the shear that develops, and we see these storms coming into Atlanta around 1 to 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. So again, very late tonight, and there could easily be a whole series of supercell storms contained within the line of storms that's coming through. So a broken line, as we say, coming through, and we could very well be looking at tornado warnings in addition to severe thunderstorm warnings warnings coming through this area. So again, if you're going to go to bed, fine. Just make sure that you have a way to be notified, whether that's a weather radio. I know not a lot of people have those, but everybody's got a phone, and pretty much every phone has got the capability of letting you know that there is a warning. Just have to leave it on, leave it in alert mode, and make sure that it's nearby, and so it will wake you up. Because again, Liana, we do expect that it's going to be going for a lot of the night tonight.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night, Carl. Let's take you now to Laurel, Mississippi, where we have our storm tracker, Charles Peak. He's at the site of some damage. It looks like a home. This is heartbreaking. Completely obliterated, it almost looks like. So much debris. You can see it looks like lots of trees down, large trees at that. And whoa, look at this. This is so sad to see this. I mean, we've already had 7 deaths in the state of Mississippi. And thank goodness you're behind this threat. You had some lingering showers, but for the most part, now is the time to clean up. And unfortunately, you can see the debris that's just littered across the area. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, it looks like, you can't even make out some of these objects because that's how badly damaged they are. Now, as we get into the rest of tonight and into tomorrow, we're going to be tracking this line of storms working its way in towards the coastal areas of the East Coast. All right, take a look. We have torcons of 5. That's moderate, not as high as what we've been seeing today, but it's still a decent chance of seeing tornadoes for tomorrow for Raleigh, North Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, and Savannah, Georgia. Now, that's right along the coast. All of this energy is going to be heading your way, and it's going to be really into the morning hours. That's going to be the time. So we have that torcon of 5 right in the red right here, kind of a little bit farther south towards the Florida Panhandle. We have torcons of 3 as well as torcons of 2. So, of course, that lower chance extending a little bit farther west of the coast. But we get into it as we have severe thunderstorms. It's not just the tornado threat. We also have those damaging winds, 60+ mile-per-hour winds, as well as plenty of heavy rain, flash flooding. That's going to be a big problem. Take a look as we time it out. 11 p.m. It's still that whole line that Carl was just talking about. That's continuing to work its way through the interior of the South, and then it reaches into parts of the Carolinas. This is 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're watching this whole mess. So make sure you have a way to get those alerts. I think the good news is that so many people are at home, so you are able to shelter in place. So as we get into 10 a.m., it's starting to get closer and closer towards the Outer Banks. So, but by midday, the main time that you will really kind of be good is really closer to about 1 p.m. So by 1 p.m. early afternoon, it's departing the area. And unfortunately, we do have that threat for damaging winds as well.
Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. One of the big things we've been talking about tonight is the fact that these storms are not going to calm down as we get deeper into the evening. You've got an incredibly energetic atmosphere, and it's going to be that way all night long. So let's take a look at some of the latest tornado warnings here, and they are in the southern part of Alabama, just north of Monroeville and west of 65. One of those warnings now in effect here for Clark and Monroe and Wilcox counties going until 10:30. Got a little bit of a notch there that is just east of Thomasville, and so some rotation along with that. That's going to be coming towards Culpeper and Dry Forks and Camden. Then to the north of that, you can see actually a little swirl in the reflectivity right in there. You can see that little bit of swirling going on. That's Wilcox County under warning until 10:30, and there is the rotation right in there. That is southwest of Alberta. Taking a look at the loop here so we can get a sense of the vector, that appears to be just about northeast, maybe just a little south of northeast. So taking that forward, that'll come up into Prairie as well as Alberta and Orville. In all of those areas, we want you to get to your safe place right away as you've got a possible tornado coming your way. Mark, over to you.
Storm carefully for sure. Now we want to bring in Charles Peak. Charles Peak has been in Laurel, Mississippi for us tonight, and now he can hear us and we can hear him. Charles, the views coming out of your camera here are just heart-wrenching for this Easter Sunday.
Yeah, Mark, and specifically when you think at this location, we had a senior adult lady pass away in the storm here. This was the location where she was, and talked to family members here, and they had the warnings. This was a well-built home, but this was just devastating enough that this couldn't be withstood.
I mean, it seems like there is stuff everywhere. Is this all from one home? Were there several homes here?
This is all one home. You can see where I'm standing right now is the foundation, and very little that is here at the foundation site, but off to the north, probably another 25-30 yards is much of the debris from the home. And you can see the walls, you can see air conditioning piping. There's the stove right over here. It really tells you just the devastation that these experience. One of the bad things here, literally, I've been with the fire department, is they've been having to clear the roads across the street. They had 3 people they had to take to the ambulance, or to the hospital by ambulance, and literally we just now got to them where they could do that. Fortunately, they weren't life-threatening injuries, but it's just that bad, and that they couldn't even get the apparatus back here to take people to the hospital.
Hey Charles, Leanna Brackett here. Is this the only home that was damaged in the area? Can you kind of describe the entire area? Is this like a lone house? You know, are there other homes that are damaged as well?
Yes, there's several firemen have told me they felt like it was about a mile-wide path along here. You've had numerous homes here. Again, I got an interview with a lady sort of across the street and down about 100 yards, was family member for the lady here. And their house was damaged, and then about another 100 yards down was the ones they had to take to the hospital. And they were in a trailer home that was totally destroyed. So you've got just widespread damage. The public information officer here for the fire department said they had so many injury reports she couldn't even keep up with them.
And I mean, we're looking at your feed here, full refrigerators, stoves that are launched across. I mean, it really does speak to the strength of the speed of the winds. We know that not every home is a well-built, multiple-story brick construction. It's just the fact of life. It's not. But even so, you ever try to move a fridge? It's hard. These things are thrown blocks away. Charles, this is just incredible, the amount of stuff that is thrown around here.
Yes, sir, Mark, and about I'd say about a quarter mile to the north from here, I was on a house earlier, and is a relative of the lady who passed away here, and he's the one that told me. But across the street from his house, he was telling me, because you wouldn't have known it, he said there was a trailer home there. He said, we walked over there, you can't find anything of it left, you know, so fortunately nobody was home in that trailer when that happened, but literally completely gone, not even having debris very close to it.
Now, overall, Charles, is this kind of a, you know, it's just devastating to see something like this, but is it a very tight-knit community as far as, like, is this like one city and then it's completely surrounded by rural terrain?
A lot of it is. This is actually in the rural area where we're at right now, but this particular road, most everybody on here is actually family members. So needless to say, they're cousins and distant family members, but still nonetheless, it's been a shock to have all of them being hit like this. And then they're telling me in Sozo, I think is how you pronounce it, that it's really bad there, and I haven't made it there just yet.
All right, that's Charles Peak, storm tracker for us in Laurel, Mississippi, Jones County. We'll talk with him more coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. We are following very active storms now across a lot of the Deep South, and a new warning to tell you about, and that is in far northeastern Alabama, far northwestern Georgia. Tornado warning in effect here for parts of Alabama, small part, DeKalb and Jackson counties under warning, and then in northwest Georgia, it is Dade and Walker counties. We could very well be looking at a tornado coming towards Trenton. You need to get to your safe place right now. Strong circulation showing up there, and that is now just west of Interstate 59 and near Trenton and about ready to move in. Now moving east at 35 miles per hour. So let's track that forward. And again, it's going to be coming into at least parts of the Trenton area, if not actually right through the downtown, coming into Trenton here in just the next few minutes of very, very short order. Into Durham at 11:04, Hayesville at 11:09, and Chickamauga at 11:14. Now let's circle this area and see if there's some debris showing up. We have been looking at certainly a very strong rotation. I'm not seeing any clear-cut evidence of debris at this time, but the circulation is definitely very strong. And again, that is coming towards Trenton right now and towards that I-59 corridor. So please get to your safe place right now, as you've got a possible tornado coming through. There's a brand new scan, and we're still seeing the rotation showing up. And again, that is just about on top of Trenton right in here. That's the area where it's coming across 59 right now. As a matter of fact, I'm going to circle this one more time, and let's see if there's any debris showing up right now. And there is indeed a little bit of debris showing up there, so we could very well be looking at a tornado right now coming just along the south side of Trenton. That's right where we're seeing some rotation showing up, so heads up on that. A possible tornado coming along the south side of Trenton as we speak. There's a tornado watch in effect here for North Georgia. Not in Atlanta right yet, but we do expect that there will be a tornado watch issued for the Atlanta metro. We're going to talk more about the timing coming up here in a few minutes. Also into South Alabama, got a couple of tornado warnings to tell you about here. Clark, Monroe, and Wilcox County under warning. Seeing some evidence of rotation there just west of Camden. Also another warning to the north of that. That is Wilcox County under warning. And so you can see where we've got these little dog legs right in there. There's one right in there and one right in there. That's where we're looking at potentially some circulation. This is not a great spot for radar. We're pretty far away from the radars here, and so perhaps a tornado coming towards Alberta and Orville as well, and we'll continue to keep a very close eye on that area. Then into Birmingham, great big severe thunderstorm warning has been issued, but all of this weather is going to be translating over across towards the Georgia state line and into Atlanta later tonight, so we want you to be on your toes there in the Atlanta metro area. We'll talk about the timing coming up here in just a couple of minutes, but first let's get out to Mark with the latest on the damage in Mississippi.
Yeah, Carl, the damage that we've been watching in Mississippi has just been heart-wrenching. This is Laurel, Mississippi, debris strewn everywhere. Our own Charles Peak has been tracking the storms and tracking the cleanup after the storms for us as well tonight, and we're bringing him back on live with us right now. Charles, just your heart goes out to these communities and the people that were in these homes. When you see this kind of debris thrown everywhere, there's almost not good words for it.
Yeah, Mark, it's one of those situations that I've been walking around here. You know, right now you look at it and it's just a bunch of tornado debris, but you think about it earlier this morning on Easter Sunday morning, Miss Sarah here, this wasn't how she was thinking her day was going to go. And all of a sudden you sit there and you realize that all of these pieces were part of her life. She was in her 80s, but yet she still lived here, and you wouldn't have thought when she woke up this morning that this was the last day that she would be alive. And so as I'm walking around seeing these different pieces that represent her home and her life, your heart just really breaks, and you realize it's not just tornado debris, it's somebody's home, it's somebody's life, it's Sarah's life, and this is where she lived. And unfortunately, this is where she passed away tonight because of this terrible tornado. And as we know, there's stories like this all over southern Mississippi tonight.
Yeah, just you're right, Charles. It is, you know, pieces of that home and pieces of that life, and just so so hard to wrap your head around it coming through the television screen. When you see, what, a fridge and a freezer there, just so far away from where the home's foundation was. These are not light objects that were tossed by these winds, even if it's not the most well-constructed home on the earth, right? Just the fact that it could move these things that far shows you how strong some of these winds were.
Well, you can see with a lot of the wooden structure here, this, while not a brick home, was a well-built structure. It wasn't a modular home here. It was a well-built stick home, but yet, needless to say, this tornado took it down to mere rubble.
And it seems like there's trees within it as well. Are there huge trees that maybe crashed through the home, and that's where the weakness occurred from the wind?
No, just to give you an idea of knowing it's a tornado, I can't get back over there now, but behind the debris you see about 20 or 30 yards is the foundation of the house. So obviously it blew all the debris from the house this direction, but as you can see, this tree was blown back towards where the debris is, so almost exactly the opposite of how the house was blown.
Yeah, and that's one of those, telltale signs when you have things blown in two different directions from the same storm that the National Weather Service team would be out looking for and surveying to try to find out the scope of these winds. But just from using the radar earlier, already the National Weather Service was talking about estimating, EF4 potential type storms and type damage just from the radar velocities. Now, that's not the way it will get its final rating, but it does give them a starting point to, look at that upper echelon of tornadoes. This was a very dangerous storm on a very dangerous day. Charles, tell us a little bit about the ordeal it took for you to even get to this home.
Well, unfortunately, I've been in this area before covering tornadoes, and so the Public Information Officer, Dana Bumgardner, with, I think we talked to her a little earlier, with the Jones County Fire Department. We're friends now, and I started texting her as I was coming down this way, and she was letting me know some of the things that she was seeing and hearing, and so she escorted me back into this area. But like I said, we had to it probably took over an hour because we had to keep coming to the trees and the firemen with their chainsaws to clear the road for them to be able to get back here.
And I mean, that's an important part of the search and recovery and rescue. But let's say somebody got their foot cut on some of this tornado debris. Without those roads cleared, there's no way to get to them.
That's correct. One of the ones they took to the hospital, she was 14 weeks pregnant, and possibly a broken hip is what some of them said. They obviously have to x-ray that and figure it out. But, you can eat with a pregnant lady, and it take over an hour to be able to get an ambulance to them. Fortunately, she was in a lot of pain, but she appeared to be okay when they took her off.
It's such a scary night, one of many scary stories. You try to put your mind in that scenario, get in that mindset of what that woman must have been thinking about and feeling for an hour after calling for help and not having anyone arrive. You were driving around. I saw your feed, with the emergency crews as they were trying to make their way through. Could you tell if it was just as difficult to continue in that same direction? I know you stopped here to kind of bring us those views, but were there still trees down out ahead of you that they would still have to cut their way through and basically clear every single road of the county, more or less?
I do believe that was the case when we turned off on this road. There was still debris, and a sheriff was telling me there was 2 cars blocked, trapped in there, not trapped that the trees were on them, but just they couldn't get out because trees were down in front and behind them. And on this particular road, they've cleared it from both ends. They had to be able to get emergency crews in here because of what all transpired here.
Is there anything that you're seeing that we're not, that is going to be one of those moments that sticks with you? Like, I can't even tell what some of this stuff is as you're walking past.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, right here, there evidently was some kind of garage or carport type situation on cinder blocks. You can see right there is a major transformer that was taken down that I'm sure supplied the house, and you just can't see out here with it so dark. The power lines are everywhere. I can hear in the background this chainsaws going, so obviously they're still clearing roads and trying to get things where that people can get through and check on things. Mark, I see this pretty regularly, but boy, this just breaks my heart to think about what's transpired tonight.
And so that's the main water line that was going into the home, is that correct?
It looks like it does look to be the water line. It goes underneath into the ground, so I'm assuming it was the main line that fed the house, or at least out the back. Well, no, it wouldn't have been the main line because you would have had it under the foundation here.
Yeah, it's so jarring.
An outside spigot of some sort.
It's so jarring because you can't tell where that home was. We can't see the foundation. I know you can kind of get a better sense of it walking around, but it's just a pipe sticking out, spewing water out. We talked to Dana. You're right, Dana Baumgartner, to get some information. She said, luckily, no gas leaks that she's heard of, because that's one of the main risks after a tornado comes through, that the gas lines are severed, and then there could be fires popping up. So the good news is that we haven't heard of that. There haven't been any house fires tonight. But Charles, little consolation when you're seeing a scene like this. Just a devastating scene tonight.
Yeah, you can see here a TV, a window, a bunch of clothes in here. In this particular area, I just walked past it. I'm going to think that maybe this is a propane type situation rather than natural gas lines. So that might have been a good thing out here in this particular area to not have gas lines going.
Yeah,
you can see here's a tree that was just, a large tree.
Wow. And just snapped partway up, and the bark is gone. The tree is somewhere else, or you can see parts of the branches there, but goodness gracious. Charles, stay safe out there. As you know, treat all the power lines as if they're live. Watch out where you're stepping. Lots of exposed nails, lots of sharp corners out there. So whether it's Charles walking around or if you're out surveying damage in your home, please be careful tonight. And Charles, we're going to check back in with you in just a little bit. Thank you so much for that report. We do want to go back into the lab now to give everyone an update on where the storms are now and where the most active weather is. So for that, let's go to storm specialist Carl Parker.
Yeah, Mark, and the thing that we really want to impress upon people is that we've got such an energetic system, and it's going to continue to be that way all night long, even into tomorrow morning. And so we're going to see warnings all night long here. We're going to be live with you through the night and into tomorrow morning. So certainly anytime you want to flip on the TV, you can see what's going on. But if you're going to go to bed, make sure you have a way to wake up if a warning is issued. The easiest way to do that for most people is just to leave your phone on and make sure the alert mode is on, because it will let you know if there is a warning for your area. But let's get into some of the warnings right now. First of all, in southern Alabama, and heads up in Montgomery, this weather is not very far away from you and moving quickly as it has all night. Tornado warning for Monroe and Wilcox County. Also tornado warning for Wilcox County to the north there until 10:30. And so we're seeing some little kinks here. There's one little sort of a dog leg right there, another one right in there. And so in those spots, there's potential for tornadoes. This is not actually covered by the tornado warning, but let's just go ahead and show you where that's going to be headed. That's coming towards Tasso, and then another little dog leg near Camden right now, and that's going to be coming up towards Tilden and also into Shawnee. But there's been a severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued farther to the northeast, so they've elected to not continue the tornado warning farther northeast and up into Selma. That's Dallas County under severe thunderstorm warning right now, with the potential for some 60-mile-per-hour wind and also penny-size hail. Now let's go farther north, and we're looking at an ongoing tornado warning in northwest Georgia. Last we checked, not as much of a threat here. You can see how this is merged into more of a damaging wind threat, leading edge of very strong winds now coming across Chattanooga Valley, not very far away from Rock Spring right now. Extending farther down to the south, though, you notice that we've got a tornado watch in in effect for North Georgia, but we do expect that a tornado warning is going to be issued for the Atlanta metro, the rest of the Atlanta metro, not very long from now. So don't think that just because there is not a tornado watch in effect that you're going to be in good shape into this evening. That is not the case. Also want to show you a new tornado warning here in South Carolina, and that is in effect now just southeast of Greenville. Tornado warning in effect near due west and moving towards the northeast. That's for Lawrence, Greenville, Spartanburg, Abbeville, and Greenwood counties, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. I'll track that forward for you and show you where that's going to be headed in the next few minutes. Coming into Cokesbury, as well as Ware Shoals, Gray Court, Fountain Inn, and also into Woodruff. So South Carolina is starting to get in on some of this weather. Back to the Atlanta metro. Here you see all the storms that are now off to the west there. That is what is headed your way. That's what's going to be coming into Atlanta tonight. And so, again, heads up, 1 to 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning could very well be a whole series of tornado warnings issued across the metro. And then back towards Memphis, Tennessee, we've got severe thunderstorms here. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Crittenden and Cross and St. Francis County. 60-mile-per-hour wind knocking on the door there in Memphis. And then to the south of that, a couple of warnings here and some very strong wind coming towards Holly Springs in the next few minutes. Welcome back to our coverage of severe weather. You are looking at live pictures from Rossville, Georgia. This is just south of Chattanooga, and look at it going there. These are winds of 60 and maybe 70 miles per hour. There is a warning right now for 70-mile-per-hour winds in Chattanooga. You see the frequent lightning as well. A lot of these storms, as they come through tonight, are really going to mean business. There's so much wind in the atmosphere, and it doesn't take very much to bring that wind down to the ground. You've got winds of easily 70 miles per hour, just about 5,000 feet up. And so where we get some of these stronger storms, they can transfer that energy down, and the result is what you see right there. And of course, not a lot of people out tonight. This is the last thing that you want to deal with, of course, in a pandemic, but we're going to keep you safe tonight. We're going to be watching this all night long. Our coverage will continue, and we expect to see more of this kind of thing going on right through the overnight hours, even into tomorrow morning. It's really not going to let up, as you've got such a strong parent system coming through the southeast right now. So going to be a really serious, not just tornado threat, but damaging wind threat as well. And there's a live look at Chattanooga. And so we've got, again, this very serious wind threat now coming through. And let's talk a little bit about the storm that is now moving through this area. So we'll zoom on in. And you'll notice that the weather is extending now from northeast parts of Alabama into northwest Georgia. Here you see a couple of warnings. Ongoing warning for Walker County, but the storm is through now. It's just basically a wind threat. Here's the tornado warning issued just south of Chattanooga. So what's happening here is you've got the leading edge of some very strong wind right there, and then a little kink has developed along that leading edge, and it is with that there could be a tornado circulation. And this is just about the camera that we were looking at there. You still see it up there in the bottom of your screen. So this possible tornado coming towards East Brainerd at about 11:24, Drake Forest at 11:26, and McDonald at 11:39. If we don't see a tornado out of this, certainly there's just a very serious damaging wind threat in all those areas. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at some of these velocities there. That is just west of 75. Now, this is off the ground a little bit, so this is not exactly what's happening at the ground, but just a few thousand feet up, you've got winds of 79 miles per hour outbound. And so, again, that's the kind of wind that we're seeing aloft, and it doesn't take a whole lot to bring that down to the ground. So that's what we're going to be facing here. That is now coming into Chattanooga, and we'll continue off to the northeast. Let's take a broader look here and just track this entire area out, because a lot of folks are going to be in for some really strong wind. I'm going going to do that one more time. We just got a brand new scan there, so I'm going to update that. And boy, look at that leading surge right in there. So this coming up to the northeast, moving towards Harrison and Ooltewah and Snow City as Snow Hill as well. I'm going to go back one more time so we can get another better look at that. And right in there, look at that surge. I mean, that is a tremendous surge of wind. That's what we were just looking at moments ago in Rossville. You're still seeing it there. It's still going. It's not quite as strong right now as it was, but that is what has come through. And again, as we look at the velocity data, with these storms, look at that. That's an 85-mile-per-hour wind that's just several thousand feet off the ground. And so, you've got tremendous velocity that can be brought down to the ground. So, in addition to this tornado threat, you've got a very serious damaging wind threat that is now coming through. And that's going to be coming into Drake Forest as well as East Brainerd. But it's really at the apex of that right in there. That area right there is where you've got the maximum damaging wind threat, and that is now coming towards East Brainerd. So heads up there. Brand new scan has just come in. Let's take a look at that. And that is actually starting to really curl up now even a little bit more. So this is looking a little bit more like a possible tornado. So you've got winds that are surging forward just like this, and then you've got inflow right in there. That is a circulation that's developing right there. So possible tornado now near East Brainerd. I'm going to look and see if there's any evidence of debris. No debris at this time, but that is actually a pretty tight circulation, and that could very well be a tornado developing right now. So that coming up just north of East Brainerd. It's going to be on top of you in Drake Forest in very short order, then coming towards Ooltewah and towards Mineral Park after that. So a possible tornado developing now southeast Tennessee and not very far away from Chattanooga. Let's expand a little farther south. And I want you to notice that there is not yet a tornado watch in Atlanta, but it's coming. There will be a tornado watch in the Atlanta metro later tonight as all this weather is going to be coming in. We've got, again, just such an energetic atmosphere, and we don't believe that things are going to be settling down tonight. Closer look at what's going on in southern Alabama. Got a severe warning for Butler and Monroe and Wilcox County until 11 p.m. Then to the north of that, another severe warning in Dallas County. So this is now coming into Selma and not very far away from Montgomery. Heads up there in Montgomery as you could be in for some pretty rough stuff later tonight. So a really strong parent system, as I mentioned, and we've also got plenty of instability. This in red color here is indicating the fuel for these thunderstorms. There's no shortage of that. There's going to be plenty of that, and even where you're not seeing as much of it in South Carolina and parts of North Carolina, it's going to be lifting up through the night tonight. So by the time we get into tomorrow morning, there's going to be a very serious severe threat extending all across the Carolinas. So this line of storms on the way for the Atlanta metro, and 1 to 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning, very strong storms coming through. We'll have more on this coming up.
Oh, really? Oh. We have new video showing that massive and deadly tornado that hit Laurel, Mississippi just earlier today. Look at this. Look at that monstrosity out in the distance. Unfortunately, the storm, this killed 7 people across the southern tier of Mississippi and also caused major damage. We've been showing you some of the video of the damages from this tornado from several of our storm trackers throughout the night. People are still picking up the debris, but look at that. You can hear the wind. You can hear the sirens going. You definitely need to make sure you have a way to get those alerts. This line of storms continues to work its way east. And Carl, I hear you have a tornado emergency now for parts of Tennessee. Let's send it out to you.
Yeah, that's right. We're looking at a very dangerous storm now just north of the Georgia-Tennessee line and southeast of Chattanooga. Let's take a look at the latest on this storm. And a couple of tornado warnings in effect here. One for Hamilton County. This is coming towards Ooltewah right now. Another warning also to the east of that. That includes Cleveland, and that is Bradley and Polk counties. We're seeing very strong rotation showing up here in the velocity data. And look at this debris signature, a very well-defined debris signature now just west of Ooltewah. Ooltewah. And so you can see how this has popped up in just the last couple of frames, and that appears to be coming right towards Ooltewah. So please, folks, if you're in Ooltewah, it is time to get to your safe place right now, as this is now moving to the northeast, and that is going to be coming in just the next few minutes. Let me get another look at the just the motion on this, how fast it is coming through. And these storms have been moving generally very quickly. This is 45 miles per hour. So again, we'll go back to that, and that is not going to give you a lot of time. That is coming right up and along 75, moving towards Ooltewah, most likely in just a few minutes. So you've got just maybe 3 minutes in Ooltewah. Get to your safe place right now, lowest, most interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. If you've got a moment to grab a helmet, don't spend a lot of time, but if you have a moment to, that's a good idea too. Here we've got a brand new scan, and that is now just about on you in Ooltewah. So it is time right now. You do not have time to try to figure out what's going on. Please don't try to go outside and see what's happening here. You've got a large tornado, a very serious tornado now coming into Ooltewah. And again, this is a tornado emergency that has been issued for this area. That is a very well-developed debris signature. What this is showing us is the actual tornado. This is showing us where you've got debris that could be tree debris, but it could be structural debris as well. That area of blue there with a little bit of green, that is where the radar is picking that up, and that is now coming right into Ooltewah. And so you've got no time. You've got just a moment. There's a brand new scan there. Brand new scan, and not quite as profound in this brand new scan, but it's still there, and it's coming into Ooltewah right now. So hopefully everybody that is in Ooltewah has gotten to their safe place, because this thing is now moving in right now. Now, sometimes this can mean that the storm is getting a little bit weaker, but sometimes it does not mean that. Sometimes it just means that it's not picking up as much debris. Let's go back to the velocity data and see what that is showing us. Still a very well-developed circulation as you would expect here. And as I'm going to get a sense of the vector once again, and that looks to be just a little south of northeast. So that is also headed towards Cleveland as well, as that moves off to the northeast. But more immediately, coming towards McDonald and coming towards Black Fox. You're next in line here. Again, this is very rapidly moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, basically just southeast of the 75 corridor. And then if it's still going, it'll be coming towards Cleveland at about 11:46 or so, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. But again, that area of green is debris that is now coming into Ooltewah. So I can only hope that everybody has gotten to their safe place there, as a tornado has now come in and will be coming up into McDonald and also into Black Fox here in just the next few minutes. It is now 3 minutes past the bottom of the hour, 3:25, 3:26. And so you got about 4 minutes before this comes into McDonald, and you've got now about 8 minutes before it comes into Black Fox. Not very much time at all. There's a new scan there. Let's see what we've got in the new scan. And so, the trend here is that we are seeing less debris. So, cautiously, I should say, that is encouraging. Let's hope that that means that we're actually seeing a weakening storm here. You can't always count on that, but right in there we saw very clearly a profound debris signature, and right now it appears that there's not as much intensity to this storm, but again, you can't always count on that. Let's also look at the velocity data, and in the velocity data, it's very noisy, but still a strong circulation that is showing up. And it's going to be, again, just southeast of 75 and coming towards McDonald and Black Fox. We'll have more on this very dangerous storm coming up in just a few minutes. Welcome back. We've been following a tornado emergency in parts of Tennessee, not very far away from Chattanooga. Let's show you what's going on with this storm. This is now just north of the Georgia state line. Tornado emergency for Hamilton County, and then also an ongoing tornado warning for areas farther east, including Bradley and Polk counties. Now, as we look at the data here, it is cautiously encouraging, but we still do have a strong circulation showing up, and that is now coming towards Cleveland. Cleveland. So this is now moving to the northeast. It's going to be coming into McDonald in just the next few minutes, moving into Black Fox at 11:42. So again, a few minutes away there. It's actually should be just about on top of McDonald. Dockery at 11:44, and then Cleveland at 11:46. So in all of those areas, you've got to get to your safe place right now, as we've got a very serious storm coming your way. Now, I want to show you what's going on with the correlation coefficient. This is where we see debris, and we were looking at a monstrous debris signature. This is just south of 75, and as you move out east along from Chattanooga towards Ooltewah, just a monstrous debris signature indicating a very strong tornado. And right as it came into Ooltewah, we see that it started to fade there. So this is why I say I am cautiously optimistic that maybe we are seeing a weakening trend here. And indeed, as we look at the latest velocity data, we still certainly do see a rotation there, but it appears to be broadening out some. It's not as intense as it was moments ago. We can go back a few scans here, and you can see right in there in particular, just west of Ooltewah, very strong, very tight circulation right in there. That's when that debris signature was maximizing, and you can compare the character of that to what is happening now. It's still rotating, but it's just broader. It's a broader circulation, and so it may be that we are seeing, at least for now, somewhat of a weakening trend. However, this is still a very dangerous storm. So again, I want you to be on your toes here and just get into your safe place right now. Don't take any chances with this, as this is now just west of Cleveland, coming towards Green Meadow, and it's going to be moving into Cleveland at 11:47. So you've got just about 7 minutes or so in Cleveland before this storm moves in. And we're going to continue to watch the radar trend very closely and keep a really sharp eye on this. We also, though, want to get a look at some of the other warnings that are ongoing in other areas. And here's Mark with more on that.
Yeah, Carl, I wish we could say that was just one storm to follow, and then we could just give all our attention to that, especially when it is such a potentially dangerous storm. But there are several other areas that we are monitoring right now. So let's bring you up to speed on those as well. We can start off by looking into southern portions of Alabama. Big cluster of storms here, pooling some of its cold air. And so we're seeing a lot of this push forward, very strong winds pointed right at Montgomery, the south side of Montgomery, under a severe thunderstorm warning. That said, look at some of the development out ahead of that push, out ahead of the line of storms. There is still a lot of spin in the environment, and any of these could start to get a surface connection sooner rather than later and wind up giving you a tornado warning. So gotta watch that area very carefully. We do have tornado warnings, however, as we look towards northern portions of Alabama and just crossing over into Georgia. This includes the DeKalb area of Alabama until 10:45, and then we can watch a little bit farther east from there as we get towards the Georgia border, and then the newest in Chattooga County as well as Floyd. That includes Somerville. We're watching the same surge forward, that same rotation. So that's just crossing over the border, and so you're seeing that Chattooga and Floyd goes until 12:15. As for the rotation within this zone, this is the problem. Look at how we've had that surge forward in here, but there's still at least some indication of at least some broad rotation within that surge forward. And this is some really strong wind. That blue color is indicating 70-mile-per-hour wind potential. Even if it's not rotating, that is just as strong as an EF0 tornado. So we are talking about that potential for some damage to come in towards that kind of Alabama-Georgia border zone just south of Menlo. No clear sign of debris being lofted into the air. What you're seeing on this, that's going down the radar beam, and there's likely some hail back here that is then blocking that beam the rest of the way. And so that small hail is actually messing with the view to see if there's any debris, but the good news is that there's not a clear sign of large debris being lofted into the air. At least not yet. It doesn't mean that there won't be a tornado with this. We have to carefully watch this as it continues to progress off towards the east. That does include the Menlo area by about next 5-10 minutes. Lyerly next in line from there, then Somerville by about 11:55 or so, so 15 minutes, and then getting towards East Tryon just before midnight. And again, that whole zone is included in the tornado warning that was just issued by the Peachtree City office on the Georgia side. That goes until 12:15. This whole clustering of storms has given us very, very heavy rainfall rates. There's actually been some reports of water rescues. There was reports of water covering the roads in the Tuscaloosa area. You're getting at least a brief reprise from the worst of the rain. Still raining pretty good in Birmingham, although it's now worse on the east side of the area. That does not mean I would want to be traveling down I-20, Birmingham off towards Atlanta. You'd go right through that torrential rain, real low visibility, and overall just a terrible, terrible drive. Where those storms have gone through, look at the power outages. Birmingham has now jumped up to that 30,000 customer, category, that orange color indicating at least 30,000 customers without power in the Birmingham area. And then Tuscaloosa and the counties just north of Birmingham, as well as northwest of Birmingham, in that 10 to 20,000 customers. Remember, a customer does not necessarily mean a person. There could be multiple people as one customer. Brand new tornado watch has just been issued, goes all the way through the rest of the night until 6 a.m. This is the one that you may have been waiting for in the Atlanta area, in Macon, in the Albany, Georgia area, back towards southeast Alabama and the Florida Panhandle. Tornado watch continues until 6 a.m. We're staying live with you through the night. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of severe weather. It's an active night across the South. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott. You'll also hear from Liana Brackett as well as storm specialist Carl Parker tonight. We're following these storms that have already been really dangerous. We've had fatalities, people killed by the storms today on this Easter Sunday. And we're not done yet. This is a look at the active watches across the South. The upper level feature and some very strong winds are punching their way into the Memphis area. New tornado watches have now been issued through much of the Southeast. Atlanta all the way down through the western side of the Florida Panhandle. Goes until the morning, 7 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Central Time. Here's a look at that newest watch. Again, 6 a.m. on the the Central Time side of things, 7 a.m. towards Atlanta, towards Macon, towards Albany. Now, I think this will start to get trimmed back from west to east. It won't be 7 a.m. until the storms get to you in Atlanta. But what this does tell you is that you have to have a way to get those warnings. You have to pay attention, have somebody that's staying up, have a way to be woken if there are storms coming your way. Tornado watch that has been issued through the rest of the overnight hours. And when you look at the coverage here, it points out that there are multiple threats that we're taking you through tonight. Not only are we looking at new tornado warnings popping up across southern Tennessee, we've got tornado warnings in Georgia, a whole smattering of severe thunderstorms, and then look at this corridor of really heavy rain. It's not advancing off towards the east that quickly. The storm motion is kind of off towards the northeast, not due east. And so it's going to take a while to clear you through. Flash flooding is then a high risk also. Newest of the tornado warnings here in southern Tennessee. We've been following this storm, and you can almost feel that big, swirl, that counterclockwise spin as the storm has gotten organized. Now, within that little comma head, we have a brand new area that looks to be much more organized with its circulation for Bradley and for Polk. And so here's a look at that circulation. Not necessarily the tightest couplet we've ever seen, but enough just east of Cleveland that rotation is trying to tighten up again. Big surge forward with that wind right in here. And that inflow air that I was showing you curls back around like this. And so where that air gets kind of dragged back into the storm and interacts with that surge forward, you wind up with that counterclockwise spin zone basically right in here where those winds interact. So that's the counterclockwise spin that they're looking at that could tighten up and give you a tornado. This storm has a history of doing that very thing, and we're starting to see that kind of, when you see the colors kind of switching like that, it indicates that the radar is having a real tough time even figuring out what the winds are doing. That shows you that tightening up that is occurring in that area. So that's a storm that we're definitely following very carefully in southern portions of Tennessee. On the Georgia side of things, again, North Georgia has seen all the action well north of Atlanta, but now into Chattooga and Floyd. This is a storm that also came out of Alabama and still also has that that curly Q, right? You can see that shape right in here. Well, this one on that leading edge of the surge forward, you've had these kind of mini kinks in that line with just enough rotation at times on that leading edge that there has been the need for these tornado warnings. I think the bigger threat here is the straight line wind energy that is plowing on into places like Lyerly, like Somerville. Many of you are going to see strong winds with this. Not necessarily rotating winds, but strong enough to still have damage. 50, 60, even 70-mile-per-hour winds, not out of the question tonight. Here's a rough look at the timing. This might need to be updated and dragged on off towards the east just a little bit to give you a better idea of where those winds are going. Lyerly in about 5 minutes or so. Somerville just before the top of the hour, and then Crystal Springs next in line after that. Liana, a very active evening. We are not done as the low-level winds are still increasing, supporting these organized storms tonight.
Yeah, we've already had a history of all this damage of the tornadoes that work their way through parts of Mississippi. Here's a live view of Laurel, Mississippi, where Charles Peak, our storm tracker, is taking this image right here. I mean, we're looking at a car of the fire rescue actually trying to make their way across the area, but I believe this is still the site where an elderly woman around 80 years old was unfortunately killed in the tornado. Her home completely demolished. You can still see all the debris strewn across the road out here. I mean, you can even see onto the side, looks like some kind of debris from a house and trees, power lines all down. Let's take a quick recap of this storm system that's worked its way through the south over the past several hours. As you take a look, I mean, this is a recap starting around 3 o'clock Central Time. Here's Laurel right smack dab right along I-59. We're going to be watching that mess work its way from west to east. Look at all of the tornado reports that popped up with that line. You can see this closest one right outside just to the west of the city. So this is just in a matter of about an hour or so, hour and a half, where we saw that whole line just stretch and work its way through the area. So over the past 24 hours, not only do we have those tornado reports, plenty of power outages, and they're still coming in as this whole line moves to the east. Watching what's happening right now, taking a zoomed out look at the entire region. Notice as we put it into motion, watch this main line right here. This is where all those reports started to span up and spur up all across the region, and we're still seeing all those tornado reports coming in as we get into the overnight hours. Be prepared. This whole line has that history, so that's one thing that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. Take a look at the past 24 hours. Numerous wind reports, tornado warnings and watches reported, as well as hail, and unfortunately we're going to continue to see that tonight.
Unfortunately, a deadly and destructive Easter Sunday across parts of the South. Tornadoes across several states, including this one that ripped through parts of Alabama earlier today. We're now crossing into the Easter Monday, if you will, across the Eastern time zone. We're not there yet across the Central time, but the threat is not done, Liana. We're watching a storm threat that continues through the rest of the overnight hours.
Yeah, we've already seen plenty of damage left behind. Take a look. This video from Mississippi, Bower, Mississippi. Homes destroyed from a tornado. You can see people cleaning up earlier in the day, but unfortunately, we've already had 7 people killed in Mississippi so far due to this tornado threat that's continued all the way through tonight. We're going to be watching that as we get through the rest of tonight and into tomorrow morning. Let's get you updated now on what we know tonight. Nearly 470,000 people are without power across the South, and the result of deadly tornadoes and severe storms on this Easter Sunday. That's what we're experiencing right now. Tornadoes already blamed on the deaths of 7 people in Mississippi, and the governor of Mississippi issuing a state of emergency. All right, so we still are watching more and more warnings pop up. Let's go ahead and get to the latest with Carl Parker in the lab.
Yeah, you know, Liana, the really important thing about tonight that we want people to know is that this is not going to settle down overnight, as is often the case, because you've got such a strong parent system of a really energetic atmosphere, really strong wind fields, and in fact the low-level winds, which drives the damaging wind threat and also has something to do with the tornado threat. Those winds are actually going to be increasing over the next several hours here. So this threat is going to go right through the overnight and into tomorrow morning as well. And let's take a look at where some of the warnings are right now. We've been watching a really dangerous storm east of Chattanooga. Brand brand new tornado warning has been issued here, and that in effect for Bradley, McMinn, and Polk counties going until 12:30. We saw a little bit of a loosening of the circulation, but it is still now going strong. And right in here, this area of green and orange, that area right there is what we're watching that is now east of Cleveland and moving off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. So that's going to be coming towards Claxton as well as Bellevue Estates, Etowah, and also Addison. In all of those areas, you've got a dangerous storm now off to your southwest and moving rapidly northeast, about 45 miles per hour. We did see debris with this earlier, a really profound debris signature, not very far away from Cleveland, just down 75 to the southwest. And so please do take this storm seriously. It looks like it's holding strong here, holding together as it continues off to the northeast. Got a brand new tornado warning issued on that storm. Let's take a look at the particulars on that. And now moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. And this is a very dangerous situation. So in all of these places, please get to your safe place right now, as you've got a storm rapidly moving in 50 miles per hour. And again, we have seen debris at times with this, and we're still seeing a very strong circulation. We're not actually seeing debris right now, but that does not mean that this is not serious. Again, you've got a well-developed circulation there that is now just south of Calhoun and moving towards the northeast and towards Etowah. So please do take this very seriously. Now, southwest of that, this is in northwestern Georgia, Chattooga County under warning until 12:15. Not seeing very much of a tornado threat here. There's a leading edge of some strong wind that's coming through right now. So primarily what we've got here is a damaging wind threat. That's not to say that it won't morph into something more than that, but at least for now, what we're looking at is a damaging wind threat coming up towards Suttles Mill and Mill Creek. Now, down into parts of South Alabama. Right now, at least for the time being, we've got primarily a damaging wind threat, but a very serious one. Autauga and Elmore counties under warning right now. That is also the case for areas south of Montgomery, Lowndes and Montgomery County under warning. And I want to show you some of the velocities that are showing up here. They're just about coming into Montgomery right now. This is actually not very far away from the radar. Sometimes when you're shooting up pretty high, you don't have as good of a sense of what kind of wind is coming in. But in this case, because we're so close to the radar, we can really say, yes, you're going to be getting some wind that is easily over 60 miles per hour. That is knocking on the door now in Montgomery. So heads up for some damaging wind coming through easily enough to bring down some tree limbs and some power lines. So, you know, a big part of what is driving this threat is, as I mentioned, the really strong wind fields, the low-level jet, as we call it. And these are winds over 60 miles per hour in blue at about a mile off the ground. And then you've got the surface winds as well coming out of the south. So we've got some turning of the winds, but also the winds getting much faster as you go up not very high into the atmosphere. And that does a couple of things. It creates some vorticity in the atmosphere. That helps to get the low-level part of the storm rotating. And that's a part of the development of a tornado. That's the early part of the process. And then also it just feeds very strong wind into these storms. And so you can also have just a lot of very strong straight line wind. So another part of this also is the instability. We've got more than enough of that. In red, you see the fuel for these thunderstorms. We've got plenty of that going forward. And again, as I mentioned, that's going to be the case right into tomorrow morning. So here's a model forecast along with that low-level jet. I want you to notice how this makes its way into Atlanta. So we're talking about around 1 to 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, these strong storms coming through with that really strong low-level jet. So at a minimum, we're going to be looking at a damaging wind threat, but perhaps a whole series of tornado warnings as well. So it's really, really important that if you're not going to stay up, that you've got some way to know what's going on. The best way to do that for most people is going to be to have your phone turned on, not on airplane mode. Make sure that you've got it in alert mode, and it will wake you up most likely as storms are coming through if you can't stay up. But we've got a really serious threat, as I mentioned, that'll go through the overnight and then start to come into the Carolinas into very early tomorrow morning and continue through a lot of eastern Georgia as well. Leon, over to you.
All right, well, let's take you live now to Atlanta, where you can see the rain is picking up, but we've also had some lightning strikes that, I mean, this is a lightning that's coming in ahead of that main line of storms. Right now, this is kind of the calm before the storm. We are still about 50, 75 miles away from the main event that's working its way eastward. All right, take a look at the radar at the moment. We do have Atlanta, some light rain picking up ahead of that main push. Plenty of warnings and lightning, but we're even looking at, even in this lighter rain, we're still looking at some lingering lightning bolts that are popping up. So again, never go outside when you have lightning in the area and those rumbles of thunder are really picking up. We also have some wind conditions that are picking up. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, actually a little bit farther west of here. This is just north of Carrollton. We have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1 a.m. Eastern time, 60+ mile-per-hour winds, plenty of lightning. We also have to be careful about the threat for flash flooding. We've already had issues just across northern Georgia with swift water rescues happening, as well as homes being flooded in some parts, even into parts of Alabama. So if we time out the threats, it's really going to be the overnight hours. So we're talking about through about 3, 4, 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, where this whole line is going to be working its way into Atlanta, Kennesaw around 1 a.m., Villarica at 1 a.m. as well. Atlanta still looking at that slow motion pushing through about 2, 3 a.m. Again, even ahead of that main line, you need to make sure you have that safe zone to get to very fast. We're still looking at impacts over towards you in Athens as we get into closer to 4 or 5 a.m. And then behind it, we could have some sporadic showers still lingering even behind this. I mean, it's already working its way through the area. Parts of I-20 will be impacted, as well as parts of 285. And of course, as we even get even farther east, this threat will start threatening parts of the Carolina coast, as well as other locations. Even the Florida Panhandle, we have to be concerned with that as well. So I mentioned one of the threats, the flood threat, Mark, and you're going to be covering that. And we have that threat lingering all the way into tomorrow morning as well.
Yeah, while it takes so long to get these storms through some of these cities, does not mean that you'll have no precip until the threat goes through. You're going to have hours of very heavy rain with the embedded severe weather. So that also really increases the flood threat potential. Tonight, when you have that yellow color on a map and an overnight, that is a bad setup. It means it is a likelihood that we will have some flash flooding. Plus, it's dark out, so you won't be able to see how much water is on top of those roads. And then you add the severe weather component as well. The bottom line is that we want you in your safe spot, monitoring the weather and staying there through the night. Do not be out and about unless you absolutely have to be. That's a little bit easier now that we have basically shelter-in-place notices through most of the nation at this point. So let's hope that you're in a safe spot and you stay there through the night. What this doesn't talk about is what you do when you have both flash flood warnings and tornado warnings at the same time, because some of you have seen that already today. When that happens, you have to go to the lowest dry level that you have. We never want you going down into a basement that also has water in it. So keep that in mind. If you have tornadoes coming your way and there's already flooding in your area, the lowest dry level is the one you should be in. Flash flood watch is already issued. Now, we can start kind of sort of cutting back this area off towards the west. That back edge has come through places like Memphis. You're not going to see too much more rain. So if you haven't seen flooding already, chances are you won't. But we're just beginning across portions of northern Alabama, northern Georgia, eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina. That flood threat is really just starting. So we've got this conveyor belt, all this rain. Yes, that is where we have the severe weather built in. It's hard to think about flash flooding as being, as problematic as the tornado warnings. They're on different scales, but we lose more people to flooding on any given year than we do to tornadoes. There are some exceptions to that rule, of course, in huge tornado outbreaks, but don't discount the flood threat tonight. What you're looking at here are the flood advisories as well as the flash flood warnings, and you can really feel where that corridor was earlier tonight. That line that I drew and then areas just north and west from there had all kinds of rain, significant rainfall rates, 1 to 2 inch per hour type rainfall rates. Now that line has bent just a little bit and it's more like this, and so it's moving on. So that's the good news. The bad news is that it's going into new communities that haven't seen the rain yet. yet, and so you're not, thinking about that flash flood component. Atlanta, we're hearing rumbles of thunder here in the studio. This is just starting for you. You have hours to go before that threat is all the way through, both with the severe weather component, the embedded tornadoes, the wind, and with a potential flood threat. Let's zoom in here towards the Birmingham area, still under a flash flood warning until 1:30. Mostly just residual rains. It takes a bit to let that rain leave an area after the water comes up as high as it did, especially in those, paved over areas. The underpasses hold that water just a little bit longer. You look at how much rain fell in the past 6 hours, and when you see these kind of yellow or even orange colors, that's in that 3 to 5 to 8 range. So that's a significant amount of rain in a 6-hour time frame. That's, again, 1 inch per hour rainfall rate for a significant portion of the time. And when you look at the storm reports within here, all these, the icons that you're seeing, those are different reports that have come into the National Weather Service about water issues, whether they're like over the road, like along Highway 160, several inches of water on the road, or if they were to, say, approach people's homes in Dalton, several reports of flooded roadways in the city of Dalton, Georgia. Keep in mind, there have been severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings after that flood report came in. So again, we're looking at all the modes of severe weather tonight, including that flash flood threat. There are indeed overlapping tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and flash flood warnings in that southern Tennessee to North Georgia corridor. And we're just now getting into the rest of that line, which is pointed at the rest of the I-20 corridor, the I-85 and I-75 corridor. Atlanta, get ready. This stuff is headed towards you. Montgomery, it's in the city right now with regards to the heaviest rain, the flood potential, and the wind. That's where you're seeing severe thunderstorm warnings. And so this whole area has all the threats of severe weather, and that's why we are here with you right on through the night to monitor everything that is going on. Liana, this is a threat that's not only happening tonight, but we're going to watch this continue through the overnight into early tomorrow. And people don't usually associate the morning with severe weather, including tornadoes, but we could have that tomorrow.
Exactly. I mean, we have torcons in place covering the Carolina coastline even, and it's going to be the wee hours of tomorrow morning. Well, this morning, really, especially if you're in the East Coast. It's already midnight right now, so we're talking about 3, 4, 5 a.m. time period. Take a look tomorrow, Raleigh, North Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, Savannah, Georgia, all at torcons of 5. Not as high as the 7 that we've been experiencing overnight tonight just to the west of here, but still pretty darn high as well. That's going to be impacting a good chunk of the coast, even getting up to Richmond as well. But we do have torcons of 3 clipping parts of the northern tip of the Florida Panhandle, and 2s in those yellow zones right here. So Tallahassee, you're in that torcon of 3 danger zone. So not only are we concerned with the threat for tornadoes, it's also the threat for damaging winds, lightning, and flash flooding. That severe threat continues through tomorrow morning, actually over the next several hours, really, into early Monday morning. So this is about now. We're watching that line work its way through North Georgia, still working its way through southern Alabama, clipping the Florida Panhandle. This is about 4, 5, 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. The good news is not many people will likely be on the roads for Monday morning. Everyone's sheltering in place due to social distancing and the pandemic. But hey, I mean, that could actually potentially even save lives because so many people will be at home and not out and about traveling. This is about 8 a.m. where it's rumbling through Savannah, Tallahassee. So really through about midday, that's where we're still watching this dangerous threat, reaching the coast up towards Richmond by about 10, 11, around your lunchtime. And then it's early afternoon hours where we're all behind it, and it's heading even farther east. Tomorrow, though, the threat for damaging winds is definitely there. We're talking about 60+ mile-per-hour winds possible and likely everywhere in the dark blue. Savannah, Raleigh, Wilmington, getting clipped for you, Columbia and Richmond. Baltimore, you have that possibility as well as you in Tallahassee. And Mark was talking about the threat for flash flooding. We still have that threat lingering into the morning hours of Monday as well. For tomorrow morning through Tuesday morning, we're looking at now this threat pushing a little bit farther north. Now we're in New England and parts of the mid-Atlantic, New York, Hartford, Boston. Heads up for you.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. It's been a really active night. We've gotten a lot of reports of tornadoes and significant damage from some of these tornadoes, especially earlier this evening and in the afternoon. And right now, there is still one tornado warning to tell you about. We are seeing a little bit of a lull in terms of tornado warnings. Many severe thunderstorm warnings, though. And there's a really significant damaging wind threat. Both of those threats will continue right through the overnight, right into tomorrow morning as well. Let's take you up into southeastern Tennessee and show you the latest on this tornado warning. That is McMinn County under warning right now. We've been watching the storm that had a really well-defined debris signature on it southwest of Cleveland as it was just south of I-75. Right now seeing a sort of a broader area of shear there, so it does not appear to be as concentrated as it once was coming up towards Etowah. Let's just go ahead and time it out to be on the safe side, but it does appear to be a little bit less threatening relative to what we were watching earlier, that coming towards Etowah and Arden and also into Madisonville. Then to the south of that, we're starting to see storms lean over into northwest Georgia and just starting to get into the Atlanta metro. That is Bartow and Floyd and Polk counties under warning until 1 a.m. A very fast motion on these cells. They are generally moving at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. In this case, yes, 55 miles per hour. So I'm going to time this out for you so you can get a sense of when this is going to come in. And, you know, right now you've got a line of storms, and primarily along with that line, what we're looking at is a damaging wind threat, but we certainly could be looking at some circulations developing within the line, some supercells developing within the line, and that could bring us a tornado threat as well. We entirely do expect to see tornado warnings through the Atlanta metro overnight tonight. So these storms coming into Cedartown more immediately, then coming up towards Cartersville about 1 o'clock in the morning, Canton at about 1:14. You see the far edge of that track there around 1:14, also around the time when it's going to be coming into Marietta as well. So, you know, at a minimum, we are likely going to be looking at a damaging wind threat, a lot of very heavy rain, quite a bit of lightning. Here, by the way, is a brand new scan. I'm going to do this one more time and actually widen it out a little bit to give you a better sense of how this is going to come in. And at a minimum, as I mentioned, damaging wind, a lot of lightning, some very heavy rain. We could be talking about a flash flood threat. But on top of that, there could also be a tornado threat coming into this area. So Ackworth about 1 o'clock in the morning, Marietta at about 1:17 or so as all of this moves in. And we certainly do want you to be on your toes as this overspreads the Atlanta metro. There is now a tornado watch in effect for Atlanta, as well as much of central Georgia, and that is going until 6 o'clock in the morning. It's going to take some time for the entire metro to see all these storms roll through. Now down into South Alabama, looking at some severe warnings here for 60-mile-per-hour wind, down into the Montgomery area as well. Also a brand new warning just south and east of that, and that is from Tallahassee down towards Union Springs, Bullock, and Macon and Montgomery counties under warning. We've been looking at some really amazing wind, and you know the thing about this is when you've got wind that's coming right towards the radar, down the radial as we say, and it's not far from the radar, and in this case it is not far at all from the radar. It's probably just a matter of tens of miles from the radar. There's the radar site right there, and there you go, 15 miles away from the radar. You've got a really good sense, you've got a really good look at how much wind is coming in, and that's 72-mile-per-hour wind. So get ready for a vicious storm to come in here, and that's going to be moving towards Tallahassee and also towards Shorter as well, moving into Tysonville more immediately, and Shorter at about 11:30 or so. Very serious damaging wind threat as that comes through. So again, as I mentioned, it's going to be a long night tonight. Let's get more on the tracking from Mark now.
Yeah, you know, Carl, you mentioned that wind is a big part of the story. We may be seeing some of the tornado threat, you know, as it goes through its ebbs and flows. Hopefully this is a lasting downturn as we don't have any active tornado warnings at the moment, but we've got all kinds of severe thunderstorm warnings for very strong winds. That includes the Atlanta area. You're looking live here at Atlanta, and we are going to continue to see a very robust pattern, a favorable pattern for very strong straight line winds. More than enough wind to bring down trees. All the trees across the south have opened up. All those leaves act like little parachutes and catch the wind. But maybe more importantly, most of those trees, most might be an overstatement, but many of the trees also still have their flowers on, so they're weighted down, right? There's lots of weight on that top side of the lever that the tree becomes. I expect a lot of tree damage as we go through the rest of the night, not only in Atlanta, but through much of central and southeastern portions of Alabama into central and southern Georgia, where these big clusters of thunderstorms move into. They're going to be bringing those very strong winds with them. We've already seen some significant reports of wind already today from East Texas into much of Arkansas. The new query on this, 175 different reports of wind damage through today. And I think this number is going to increase. This doesn't have anything yet in that corridor that's still raining and thunderstorming now, that Atlanta to Montgomery corridor. What you saw back in this area from, Huntsville and Birmingham back towards that Mississippi border, that's going to shift into the area where the slow-moving thunderstorms are right now. Here's a look at some of those current wind gusts, and we're still in the southerly flow. You look at Atlanta, your temperatures have climbed into the 70s. You were stuck in the low 60s with rain all day. Now it's sultry out there as these storms are arriving, with winds gusting over 30. Same with Macon. So that's what these storms are tapping into, and it's why we have widespread wind advisories in the south and even some high wind warnings to the north.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of severe weather. We are seeing a relative lull right now, at least in terms of tornado warnings. Still a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings out there and a lot of potential for very strong straight line wind. And by no means is the tornado threat over. In fact, there is a new tornado watch that has been issued for the entire central and northern part of state of Georgia, including Atlanta. That is going until 6 o'clock in the morning. This tornado threat and damaging wind threat will continue through the overnight, even into tomorrow morning. But at least for now, we've got, as I mentioned, a relative lull in the tornado concern. And let's take a look at where some of these severe thunderstorm warnings are. We're starting to see that coming into the Atlanta metro. There's a severe warning in effect for Cherokee and Cleburne in eastern parts of Alabama, but then also into Bartow and Floyd and Polk counties going until 1 o'clock in the morning. And with this warning, we've got potential for some 60-mile-per-hour wind. I want you to also notice, look at the structure here. So you see a mostly linear system here. And so when you've got a linear convective system, you've got a damaging wind threat. But then right in there, there's a little curlicue on the north end of that. So that's precisely what we expect to see coming across the Atlanta metro tonight. These storms that are mostly linear, but then some of them are supercells. They've got some rotating segments in them. And as that happens, there could very well be tornado warnings across the Atlanta metro tonight. And as I mentioned, these are moving very quickly, about 55 miles per hour in this case. So timing this out as we look at the worst part of that storm, as that continues off to the northeast, that'll be coming into Cartersville near the top of the hour, 1:15 getting into Canton, and about 1:21 coming into Marietta. So as that happens, at a minimum, we're going to be looking at a damaging wind threat. We're going to be looking at some very heavy rain, but possibly some embedded circulations within this as well. There certainly could be some tornado warnings across the region. And as I mentioned, tornado watch for the Atlanta metro going until 6 o'clock in the morning. Mark?
Yeah, Carl, already a very dangerous day. Throughout the afternoon and early evening, we had several storms that came through Mississippi with tornadoes. I want to show you a quick radar recap. Look at these two supercells that came through, one right on the heels of the other along the path. All those red symbols you're seeing are reports of tornadoes. Now, again, these kind of overlap each other, so at some point it's hard to tell which one produced which. But again, two different tornado producing supercells that worked their way through the area, including near Laurel, Mississippi. Both of these right about that 4 to 5 o'clock time frame, with a very clear signature on the radar, a very wrapped up classic view of that signature using the Doppler radar system. And unfortunately, this did result in tornadoes and in damage. We want to get an update now from Dana Baumgartner, PIO with Jackson County there in Mississippi. Jones County there in Mississippi. Dana, thanks for talking with us again.
Yes, thank you for having me.
A very difficult night. We heard from you earlier today. What have you learned over the past couple of hours as you went through the town? How is the town doing? What new information do you have now?
We've just passed through Soso, Mississippi, and Soso got hit very, very hard. The fire department there is essentially demolished. Several businesses there are pretty much gone or severely damaged. As of right now, we had 2 fire districts that were impacted, and in one district, we had about 40 calls come in just in one district. So we're anticipating a number of calls for help to be somewhere around 50, but we'll have confirmation of that later. Several miles worth of damage that really mainly got homes, but there, like I said, were a couple of businesses in Soso that got damaged heavily.
And with, so many people at home because of the holidays and because of the pandemic going on, what are the stats on injuries or deaths in your area?
We had multiple calls for emergency medical assistance. We do have 1 confirmed fatality. We do have 1 individual who's missing. And outside of that, just lots of injuries. People were trapped and thrown from their home or wherever they were at in the path of this storm, in the path of this tornado. So it's been a lot of injury and at least 1 fatality.
Well, let's hope that number stays at 1 and that the injuries are not too bad. That is Dana Baumgartner with Jones County, Mississippi. Includes the town of Laurel and the Soso area as well. Take it easy tonight. I know it's going to be a tough one, and we're all staying with you. We're here through the night to make sure you stay ahead of any new storms that are coming your way throughout the South. Tornado watches continue until the morning. Welcome back as we continue our coverage here at the Weather Channel. Check this out from Morgan County, Alabama. Pouring rain, but maybe more importantly, look at the water crossing over the roadway there. Without the bright lights from the, it looks like a police cruiser here because we've got the blue and reds flashing and illuminating the raindrops. You wouldn't see that at all. My goodness, that is a lot of water. Flowing water is so powerful. It only takes about, 6 inches of flowing water to knock a grown person off their feet and 1 or 2 feet, depending on the vehicle, to float that vehicle away. Much lower than most people think would be required to float a vehicle away. And so keep that in mind tonight. The flood threat remains high, especially into North Georgia, where it's been raining just about all afternoon and evening, and there's now maybe, you could argue, the heaviest of the rain moving into North Georgia right now. Let's go back into the lab. I want to bring in storm specialist Carl Parker. Carl, in North Georgia, several severe thunderstorm warnings, maybe with some chance of rotation there as well.
Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of rotation showing up right now, but nothing that has warranted a tornado warning. We certainly could be looking at some tornado warnings across North Georgia and the Atlanta metro through tonight. At least for now, it is just severe thunderstorm warnings. And let's take a look at what's going on the radar picture. We'll take you first of all into areas of northwest Georgia near Rome, where there is now a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Now, I want you to notice the shape of this line, this linear convective system. Mostly with a line of storms, you're going to have a damaging wind threat, but you do have this sort of a broad circulation showing up right in there. So that's the type of thing that we're going to be watching out for tonight. Some embedded supercells within these lines of storms as they come through. But one thing that is somewhat encouraging is that you've got a lot of rain out ahead of all of this, and so it is a little bit harder to get higher instability in a case like that. Temperatures right now at about 70 in these areas where you've got all that rain coming through. If you'd had no rain and a line of storms coming through, well, then you'd be more concerned about the possibility of stronger updrafts and stronger storms. But with all this rain out here, that may help to mitigate things somewhat. Nonetheless, You've still got a very energetic system, a really strong parent storm, very strong wind fields, and so it's not going to take that much. We certainly could be looking at a serious damaging wind threat all across the metro, and in addition to that, there could be some spin-outs, some little kinks that develop within the lines here, and that can get just strong enough for a short period of time to bring us a tornado threat. So by no means do I want folks to let their guard down, just letting you know that as we're seeing all this rain, that is cautiously encouraging in terms of the level of threat that we're going to be looking at tonight. Now let's track this out and see how quickly this is going to be moving in. These storms have really been hightailing it. They've been moving at about 50, 55 miles per hour. So that takes the storms into Ackworth at about near the top of the hour, Canton at about 108, and then Marietta at about 121 or so, with at a minimum a damaging wind threat and probably a pretty serious damaging wind threat because there's so much wind in the atmosphere in general, because you've got such a strong parent storm with very strong wind fields, and so that is feeding wind energy into the backs of these storms. It can very easily transfer that down to the ground. So that's the least that we're going to be looking at as a damaging wind threat, and enough wind to bring down trees and power lines. It could very well be that a lot of folks actually lose their power tonight, and again, there could be some spin-ups that develop within this line as well. So certainly we want folks to be on their toes because it is such an energetic system, and there is a tornado watch going until 6 o'clock in the morning. It's going to take some time for this line of storms to come all across the metro in North Georgia. Farther south, looking at some severe thunderstorm warnings, now right along that 65 corridor. Warning now for Bullock and Macon and Montgomery County. Then another one off to the west of Columbus, that for Lee and Russell County. So a damaging wind threat in these areas. So what we've got here is our future radar along with those strong low-level winds that help to generate the damaging wind potential and begin the process of getting storms rotating to also help to contribute to that tornado potential. So we've still got these exceptionally strong low-level winds along with the line coming through. There you see that is about 2 o'clock in the morning Atlanta time. Here we go into 4 o'clock in the morning Atlanta time, and it's still starting to, it's moving just across the eastern part of the suburbs there, and then also coming into North Carolina as well. So we very well could be looking at warnings right into tomorrow morning in parts of the Carolinas and parts of South and East Georgia and also northern Florida. Really energetic storm, and it's going to be going strong all night long. Leon, over to you.
All right, thanks so much, Carl. And of course, that threat continues to extend in towards the Carolinas as we get into the next several hours. This is early Monday morning. We're talking torcons of 5 in place for Raleigh, North Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, and Savannah, Georgia. Now, that's not the highest as far as what we've been seeing over the past 24 hours, but it's still pretty darn high. It's not 0. That's what you need to take away. So there's that torcon of 5 hugging the coast, Richmond, Raleigh, Wilmington, down towards Savannah, all included in that. We also have torcons of 3 clipping parts of the Florida Panhandle, as well as up towards the mid-Atlantic. Baltimore, you're in that torcon of 3, and torcons of 2 just outside in those yellow zones, even clipping parts of central and northern Florida as well. So not only are we concerned with the possibility for tornadoes, it's also the damaging wind threat. We're talking 60+ mile-per-hour winds, plenty of lightning, and we can't rule out the chance for flash flooding. Likely in that red zone, but really it's going to be through about 6, 7, 8 a.m. that we're going to start seeing this threat reach you. So as we start the clock around now, 1 a.m. Eastern time, there's that line that's working its way through North Georgia. It continues to spread in towards the Carolinas as we get into 4, 5, 6 a.m. this morning. So this is Monday morning we're talking about. I think the saving grace in all of this is the fact that so many people will be home, sheltered in place. Not many people on the roads, and that's a good thing because this is going to be working through what would be prime commute times, 8 a.m. It's swinging through the Outer Banks through midday, right around your lunch hour, but by about 1, 2 p.m., that's when it's all said and done and it is out over the ocean. So mariners, beware. Tomorrow, the damaging wind threat is expected to hug the coast, likely to see this zone of 60+ mile-per-hour winds. And of course, we also have the chance for severe thunderstorms possible. Once again, as we get into Tuesday, no torcons as of yet, but again, we're still in this very active period.
Our coverage continues right here on the Weather Channel. We want to show you what happened earlier today in Laurel, Mississippi. Our storm tracker, Charles Peak, was kind of fighting his way through portions of Jones County there in Mississippi, along with the first responders. Roads were completely covered by tree debris, and they had to basically chainsaw their way in. Several homes, as you saw, demolished. Well-constructed home here, garage of some kind, that whole exterior wall leaning. And then look at this, roof gone, walls that have fallen, cinder blocks everywhere. This is structure after structure after structure with significant damage. Full construction, full livability type damage. And then you've got the power lines down, huge trees slicing through the debris. So you have to wonder what was falling first. Was the house breaking? Was the tree coming down first? Who knows when you see a setup like this, especially in the dark. Real tough to get your bearings. And this is the kind of stuff that the National Weather Service will be out surveying to determine just how strong these storms were. Liana, pretty clear indicator by the technology, by the radar side of things, that these were tornadoes that came through, and probably two different ones that came through Jones County in Mississippi.
Yeah, we have so many impacts and threats as we continue through this evening and really into this morning. New video showing the other threat from all these storms, flooding. This is new video into us from Jefferson County, Alabama. Look at all that rain that's coming down. It's coming down over a super saturated environment. The South, we've seen 2 feet in some spots of rain already this year. So the soil can't hold that much more, and that's why we're seeing so many roads flooded. We've already had reports of swift water rescues being reported all across parts of Alabama, even North Georgia, seeing some of the homes flooded and roads completely flooded through the area. So I think the saving grace in all of this is the fact that so many people are sheltered in place, staying at home, not out on the roads. But if you do and must need to travel, make sure you steer clear of any kind of flooded roadways. You do not want to be driving through these and putting yourself in danger, as well as any first responders. But of course, this is just one of the threats that we're tracking as we continue to cover this enormous threat across the South. Let's send it out into the lab with Carl Parker on the latest with these alerts.
Yeah, Liana, we've got an ongoing damaging wind threat, and certainly there could be some tornadoes as well. We are seeing a relative lull right now in the tornado threat. That doesn't mean that it's over, by no means. You've still got very strong wind fields in the atmosphere, strong low-level winds, strong upper-level winds, a really vigorous parent feature, all of those things pointing to an ongoing threat for tornadoes in addition to damaging wind. But again, right now, we don't have any tornado warnings. So let's take a look at where the action is. And storms are now leaning across the northern part of Georgia. It was a really busy night earlier tonight in North Georgia. We've got some reports of really significant damage in North Georgia, unfortunately. Right now, though, we're looking at a damaging wind threat coming across 75. Bartow, Floyd, and Polk counties under warning until 1 o'clock in the morning. Now, one thing that I find to be at least cautiously encouraging is the fact that you've got a lot of rain coming through right now. Temperatures in the far northern exurbs in the upper 60s to near 70 in the northern suburbs. So, it's not incredibly warm. If you've got, no rain and a line of storms coming through, well, then look out, because that means you're really maximizing the instability, which is tough to do at this time of the night. But then when you've got all this rain out ahead of this line, that may help to mitigate the strength of these storms somewhat. That said, we certainly have seen rotating storms in Alabama tonight with all kinds of rain around, and you've just got really, really strong wind fields. So by no means are we ruling out some rotating storms coming across the Atlanta metro. But at least for now, it appears to be mostly a damaging wind threat. We'll see how that evolves over the next couple of hours here. And our coverage, by the way, is going to continue right through the night. So here you see the leading edge of these stronger storms. I'm going to track these forward. They're moving very quickly. That's a big part of what we have seen tonight. Very fast motion. We don't have warnings extending this far to the east, but I'm tracking it out just to give you a sense in the Atlanta area of when this is going to be coming in. So moving into Canton around 113, coming into Marietta at about 123, and Smyrna at about 125 or so. So at a minimum, we're probably going to see a damaging wind threat, again, because you've got really strong wind fields, a lot of strong wind in the low levels of the atmosphere. So the storms actually don't have to have really strong updrafts to tap into that. They can be be relatively modest storms and still bring a lot of that very strong wind down to the ground. So that's going to be one thing we're watching for, but we may see some spin up, some little circulations developing within the line as it comes across the Atlanta metro, and that's going to be from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning, and there is a tornado watch in effect until 6 o'clock in the morning for much of central Georgia, including Atlanta. Now, farther south, looking at a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings here, east of Montgomery, one of those in effect for Bullock and Macon and Tallapoosa counties, another one just west of Columbus, Georgia, that is Lee and Russell counties, under warning until 12:45 in the morning. So looking at the model forecast, along with those very strong low-level winds, which again fuel the damaging wind threat, but can also contribute to the formation of rotating storms, that's going to be coming through the Atlanta area 2 to 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning with those really strong winds aloft, and then it's going to be making its way into the Carolinas and central Georgia, and we may very well be looking at a severe threat all through that time. And we're going to continue our coverage right here on the Weather Channel. We'll be with you live all night and right into the morning. Stay tuned.
Good morning. I'm meteorologist Ray Staging. Thanks for staying with us here at the Weather Channel as we continue to track very dangerous severe storms across the South.
Yes, and I'm meteorologist Colleen Coyle. We're going to be with you throughout the evening. So either you're staying up late tonight or maybe you just woke up because of alerts or the noise outside. We'll be tracking all these severe storms as we head through the next several hours.
And in Atlanta, we are going to keep a close eye on you. Storms in some of the western suburbs right now, severe. They're going to pack a punch as they head on through the early morning hours. Heavy rainfall, damaging winds, and we do have a risk of even seeing a few spin-ups or tornadoes, and we do have some active warnings and active severe thunderstorm warnings as we speak. But right now in Atlanta, starting to rain as we head toward the early morning hours here on this Monday. And a tornado watch is in place. That tornado watch until, I believe, 4 in the morning, covering up most of the metro Atlanta area and even on down toward the south and east. And this is where the storms right now are starting to head into, at least the strongest storms. We do have active severe thunderstorm warnings on this line. But this line of storms continues to push east, and until 6 a.m. that watch remains in effect out across southeast Alabama. A little further north, that watch expires a little bit earlier in the morning at 6 a.m. also Central Time, so that would be at 7 a.m. here in the Atlanta metro area for that severe tornado watch. The line of storms continuing to push through. Now, right now, the yellow boxes indicate where we have severe thunderstorm warnings, and right now we are looking at Cherokee, Clay, and Monroe counties for the cities of Andrew and Brasstown and Valleytown. This is until 1:15 Eastern Time. We are right now pushing these storms off to the north and northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. So damaging winds in this area maybe to 60 miles per hour heading toward the Valleytown area right now. And you can see we're not really seeing much of the way of looking at rotation in these storms. So right now I think we're okay in terms of that storm as you get into southeastern and southern parts of Tennessee. And then northwest Georgia, where it's really been active, had some of these storms that went through earlier actually produced some significant damage. Gilmer, Murray counties in Georgia, Whitfield County in northwest Georgia, including the cities of Calhoun and Crandall and Dalton until 1:15. This line of storms coming in right now, most likely with some damaging straight line winds and some very heavy rainfall too. We've had heavy rain out ahead of this storm, and there's a potential we're going to see more heavy rain and more flash flooding. As you can see, there is a flash flood warning in that green box also. So dangerous storms heading into northwest Georgia. Get in your safe place now. Calhoun, Crandall, and Dalton, and getting closer into the Atlanta metro area now. The severe thunderstorm watch or warnings now gone into Bartow and northwest Cobb County here, including the cities of Canton and Kennesaw until 2:15. All right, now as this line comes in, there's a little bit of a little notch right there in that storm as it heads on off toward the north and northeast, getting into southern parts of Bartow, maybe heading on into Cherokee County here. So the most dangerous part of that storm, and that line may actually pass just to the northwest, but still damaging winds possible here as it heads on off to the east at about 30, 40 miles per hour. So get in your safe place now. This is a line of storms that has had the potential to produce tornadoes, and it has earlier today. But either way, right now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Bartow and Paulding County. We take a look now at the velocity, and not seeing much here in terms of spin with this thunderstorm, but you can see here a little bit of a bow echo feature there, a little bit of a bow in that wind, suggesting that we've got some very strong winds now pushing out as this line heads on off toward the east in northern Paulding County and southern parts of Bartow County, and that storm's all heading off in this direction. So dangerous cells nonetheless, although we don't have tornado warnings. Further south, heading in through Lee and Russell in Alabama, heading toward Columbus. Dangerous line of thunderstorms also continuing to push on off toward the north and the northeast. So if you're in Auburn or Phoenix City until 12:45, get in your safe place now. Very dangerous line of thunderstorms with damaging straight line winds. And you can kind of see here in this line at any time these storms could spin up and actually get tornado warnings. But right now we don't have any active tornado warnings on this line. Now, dangerous storms nonetheless, getting ready to head toward Columbus, Georgia here, Colleen, over the next few minutes.
Yes, and Ray, exactly what you said. You know, we don't have any tornado warnings at the moment, but these storms do have a history from producing some very dangerous weather as they move through Mississippi and Alabama. So we're going to be keeping a close watch as we head into the overnight hours. And if you're up with us right now, I assume it's because you are watching the storms, or maybe you woke up because it was a little noisy outside. So I want to walk you through your overnight timeline. Now, first off, want to show you the Torcon. Now, that area shaded in purple, this is the area that we are most concerned about as we head into the overnight time frame. And a lot of this is going to be moving out of Alabama and into Georgia as we move into the next couple hours. So the western parts of Georgia, also into the Atlanta metro, that's going to be the spot that we'll be watching, as well as up into the North Georgia mountains. And then as we get a little later on into the wee hours of the morning, right before dawn, this is going to be moving into parts of the Carolinas as well. So that's a quick look at the Torcon, and that's a 1 out of 10 scale. So you're a 7 on that. These are also where we have a chance for some very severe storms, very likely just there around Birmingham up through Atlanta, and then likely as we move into the Charlotte area. And again, this is dangerous as it heads into the overnight time frame. So I hope you've planned ahead. I know we've been talking about this all day long. A lot of folks sleeping in the basement tonight, not even risking it at all, already have their plan in place for these storms that move through into the overnight time frame. Now, what we are still concerned about are the ingredients that are in play. So right now we have a lot of moisture coming up from the Gulf. We also have a very strong low-level jet. And so with that, we can get a little bit of spin in the atmosphere, and that spin is what we're concerned about. If any of these storms become unruly, they kind of break out from this main line, that's when we could see some supercell thunderstorm activity and the potential of that tornadic threat. But also, you don't need a tornado to have any of this damage. And so as Ray's been talking about, there are some very strong winds in these storms, and so they could mimic an EF0 as we move through the overnight time frame, even into EF1 strength. And so again, doesn't have to be a tornado. We're still concerned about the flooding threat and that wind threat. Now, this is a look at the low-level wind shear. So as I was talking about that low-level jet, we have all of this streaming up from the south, providing a lot of moisture and potentially a little bit of spin in the atmosphere. Thankfully, right now, everyone's behaving themselves, at least in the way of any spin. Now, again, this is a look at the radar right now. Ray's been tracking all of those storms that are starting to move into the northwestern part of Georgia, also into the eastern parts of Tennessee. And all the red on your screen here, this is showing you something called CAPE, and it's the available energy that we have to get these storms going. And so anytime we see the red, it's very high. So we have the energy there. It's just that these storms can use it and get going as we head into the overnight time frame. That's what will be here all night as we move through the next several hours, Ray.
Yeah, we want to get back to that thunderstorm line that just went through Paulding and going into Bartow and Cherokee County. Now, we now do have in Bartow and Cherokee County tornado warning now. So Doppler indicated rotation within this thunderstorm. This is that little area you said. It looked like it was getting a little suspicious there. That's until 1:30. So if you're in Cartersville, Emerson, and you hardly take cover now. If you're not in your safe place, this thunderstorm does have the capability of producing a tornado, and thus a tornado warning. As you can see, it's kind of right in that area there where the spin most likely is. That's where the radar's indicating that we may have some rotation here. Kind of tough to pick up here on the velocity, but if it is in that area right there, that's what the Weather Service is looking at for potential spin. And, you know, right now we don't have anything confirmed, but this is Doppler indicated dangerous thunderstorm. This is now a tornado warning for Bartow County, Cherokee County, the southern parts of Bartow County. And as you get into Cherokee County, going to get up near Cartersville by about 110, Corbin at 121. And if you're in the Sutali area, and Canton at 127 and 138 respectively, and eventually 150 at Ball Ground. So right now, the line of storms coming into northwest Georgia. This is the one tornado warning that we do have. It's a storm that's heading on off toward the north and east and showing maybe just a bit of rotation here just to the west and the northwest of Cartersville. May go through right near or pretty close to the downtown Cartersville area with some strong winds and potentially a cell here that may have some rotation with it, certainly indicating that right now on Doppler radar. Looking at the correlation coefficient, we want to see something besides red here. And right now we're not seeing any debris getting spun up, but we are once again have a tornado warning for Bartow and Cherokee County. Take cover now if you are in Cartersville, Emerson, or the U-Harley areas. Colleen.
All righty, thanks so much, Ray. Again, this is a very fluid situation. Things will be changing quickly as we head through the overnight hours. We're going to be keeping you on it. Now, we also want to show you what's been happening over the last several hours as these storms have just been ravaging the southeast. Right now, there are over 173 million people under wind alerts right now. And of course, that means the power outages are climbing. At last check, more than 512,000 were in the dark across at least 10 states as these severe storms move through. And there are now 7, unfortunately, reported deaths from the tornado and severe weather outbreak this Easter weekend.
And here's a live look right now from Florida's capital city, where severe thunderstorms are possible throughout the day today. As storms roll through the region, you'll want to be on alert for potentially damaging winds. And some of that timing of some of these storms coming through here, we're going to take a look at right now out across the panhandle of Florida. As we look at our future radar, this is what the model thinks that could be happening as we get into Monday morning. Notice right now by about 2 a.m., this looks like it's a little bit slow. There's storms coming through the northwest side of Atlanta, and it's a little hot, this radar, meaning that it looks like these storms may not quite be as intense, but still dangerous storms nonetheless with strong damaging winds of 60 miles per hour. And then occasionally, as we've seen, we may get a spin up on this line, and maybe the occasional tornado warning, but still between about now and 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning here, going right through downtown Atlanta. So have your plan in place. If you're up now and you're watching, hopefully you're in your safe place, because these storms are to come through and you are going to notice them. I mean, we're certainly going to have that chance for some strong winds and potential for a tornado on this line, but right now it does look like strong damaging winds would be the greatest threat. Maybe some hail in there. Very heavy rainfall too, so we do have very heavy rain with this line of storms as it continues to push on through. And by 4 o'clock in the morning, those storms are heading out near Athens and down into south and southeast Georgia. A few leftover showers back behind the main line as it continues to push on through here as we head through the early morning hours. And by sunrise, at least in the Atlanta metro area, most of these storms are gone. But they head further east now as we get into South Carolina, watching through 2 o'clock and then 3 o'clock in the morning, probably closer to 4 or 5 just west of Columbia and Orangeburg. We'll start to see those storms come in. And again, severe most likely, but occasionally you can kind of see how the model's picking up on these individual supercells within that line of storms. Those would be the ones that have the opportunity to potentially rotate as they head east through the early morning hours. You get toward Columbia, they should be east of you by 8 or 9 o'clock. Then heading out near the coast here of South Carolina by about 9 o'clock in the morning. So have your plan in place around Myrtle Beach down toward Charleston. Strong storms with strong winds and potentially here, as again, the model's picking up on maybe some of those storms going supercellular and potentially becoming tornadic as they roll on off toward the east. And then by 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning, most of those storms push off the coast. Still some leftovers as we head toward midday. Getting near Raleigh and near the Triad out toward the west in the Winston-Salem, Greensboro area. Looks like it's about 5 to 6 o'clock in the morning. Chapel Hill, Durham, again, severe storms with the capability of producing tornadoes pushing through. Raleigh about 7 to 8 o'clock. Some of these storms, once again, damaging winds and even the risk for tornadoes on this line as we watch this line head toward the east. And then very heavy rainfall, too. Don't want to discount the potential for quickly seeing maybe an inch or two of rain come down in a short period of time. That could lead to some flash flooding. And then by 9 in the morning around Fayetteville and out toward Greenville, the line of storms continues to push on off toward the east and affect you in these areas. Again, have your plan in place. And if you do get into one of these individual cells that spin up, and we do have tornado warnings issued on these storms, if that does happen, you're certainly going to have your safe place. Get into your basement or into an interior room and potentially keep yourself safe here with these storms as they head on off toward the east. Into Jacksonville, we'll see these storms roll through as we get through the early morning hours. And once again, Colleen, some of these storms could be severe, potentially tornadic.
Yes. Ray, we're going to be Yes, Ray, we're going to be watching it all night long, and I want to bring you up to speed with a new tornado warning just issued for Bartow and Cherokee County. This is until 1:30 in the morning. This is in the western part of Georgia, and so again, as we've been seeing in the last 10 to 15 minutes, these storms that really were just producing a wind threat, a lot of heavy rain, have now started to move into that area a little more favorable for some rotation, and so we see the National Weather Service issuing these warnings right now. Here's a look at that storm track as it continues over the next 10 to 15 minutes around Emerson. This is also going to be moving through Canton and Ball Ground. If you are in this red box, if you're in any of these towns, you need to take shelter immediately. These nighttime storms are nothing to mess around with. Everything is going to be hard to see. Any of this spin up, this activity is going to be rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see it. It's dark outside anyway, so you need to head to your safe room right now. The same goes for folks who are in the LJ area. You are also under this tornado warning. This is for the counties of Gilmer there. You can also see as we move and get a little bit of the correlation coefficient here, we look for some of this in these storms to see if we can see any dropout or any type of little bit of a debris ball with this. Do we have the tornado on the ground? Right now, I'm not seeing any of that as we switch over, but as we move through the rest of this evening, we're going to be watching this very closely as, again, as Ray mentioned, these storms have had a history of producing some very dangerous tornadoes, and that's why we're with you all night long as we continue to track this into the LJ area. So again, 2 tornado warnings out right now in the western part of Georgia. Now, another thing we're going to be watching, again, not just the tornado threat, but the wind threat, as well as the flood threat as we continue through tonight. Watch as these strong winds whipped across a neighborhood in western Alabama. This was the scene just hours ago in Tuscaloosa as strong storms moved through the area. And this video just gives us a firsthand look at just how strong the winds got last night. So you don't need a tornado to see any of this damage. You can still have the same strength around an EF0 to EF1 tornado with just those straight line winds. So that's something that we're watching closely. And again, what else the wind does is knocks the power out. So we've been watching this across all of Mississippi and Alabama, also into portions of Georgia as folks are losing power after these storms roll through. We're going to be watching this closely into tonight as well as this starts to move out of the Birmingham area and into the Atlanta area. And here's what has happened in those spots. Several trees down. We have some damage from the winds as well as the potential of those tornadoes in the Alabama area. All this moving into the Georgia area as well as the Carolinas. So we'll be with you with the latest timing right after this.
A dangerous severe weather outbreak ongoing now as we head through the early morning hours. We are now in northwest Georgia. This is a live look in Cartersville. A little windswept rain if you kind of look in the foreground there. And right now an active warning, a tornado warning. Nothing confirmed yet, but Doppler radar indicating that potential rotation in and around the Cartersville area. 72 degrees right now. Look at those winds howling out of the south in excess of 25 miles per hour. And that's just the wind outside of thunderstorms. Some of the wind reports earlier in northwest Georgia at about 50 to 60 miles per hour with some of these storms as they continue to push on off toward the north and east. Tornado watch does stay in place here. This tornado watch including all of metro Atlanta until 6 o'clock central time. So that's 7 o'clock eastern. And this is the area right now we're watching right along the line here. Not only do we have a severe thunderstorm warning, but embedded within that, we do have 2 active tornado warnings. And at this point, nothing confirmed, but in northwest Georgia, this tornado warning for Gilmer, Gordon, and Pickens County. Dangerous line of storms near the LJ and Ludville areas until 1:30. This storm capable of producing a tornado. This is again for Gilmer, Gordon, and Pickens County, heading on off toward the east at about 35 miles per hour. So heads up if you are in these areas. Not seeing much here on the velocity, but potentially some rotation maybe right in this area here. But at this point, don't see a nice tight couplet. So at this point, we're just seeing right now some strong winds, most likely getting into that 50 to 60 mile per hour range. A little further south now and probably past Cartersville, the strongest rotation. This is a tornado warning now for Bartow and Cherokee County until 1:30, including the cities of Cartersville and White. And we can see that storm going through. It looks like the best rotation probably passed pretty close to the Cartersville area, but now it's not really well defined. But right in that area there might be where our spin is located as this storm moves on off toward the north and east. And if we've got the correlation coefficient on there, Matt, if we can get it up there, we'll see if we've got any debris. And right now, looking at this, what we're looking for is anything that's not red. Let's just put it in simple terms for it. We'd be be looking for debris that could be popping up here. Right now, good news is we don't see any debris signatures coming in, so certainly a little bit of good news there. But either way, very dangerous storm. Certainly a storm we have to keep our eyes on here as it heads on off toward the north and east. And even in that last scan, you could see a little bit of weakening with that cell as it continues to push on off toward the north and east. Doesn't look as strong and as healthy as it did earlier. And then outside of that, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning. That severe thunderstorm warning in place does get into northwest Cobb and Paulding County, even a part of Bartow County too. Canton, Kennesaw, and Woodstock certainly should be in your safe place, only because the storms will have the potential to spin up. And along this line of storms further down toward the south, we now do have a severe thunderstorm warning that gets into Columbus, Georgia, and back toward the west here, into Lee and Russell in Alabama, and also into Chattahoochee, Muskogee and Talbot counties now in south central Georgia or west central Georgia, including Columbus and Fort Benning until 2:15. So 50, 60 mile per hour winds. And once again, occasionally you could see spin ups along this line, and we may get the occasional tornado warning here with some of these storms. Right now, severe thunderstorm warnings lining up most of this line of storms. Colleen.
Yes, and Ray, I want to take a look at the aftermath of Sunday's severe weather outbreak. Look at all of the damage left behind from these storms. This was a town in Soso, Mississippi, about 35 miles north of Hattiesburg. As you can see, strong winds severely damaged homes in this neighborhood. There were also reports of roof and tree damage. So this is what we've seen. This is the history of what these storms have been doing over the last several hours. And now we're moving into the overnight time frame, and these same threats still remain as we move through parts of Georgia tonight, as well as Tennessee and the Carolinas. So first, want to show you where we're looking at our highest wind threat for tonight. As we've been mentioning, these winds could be strong, well over 60 miles an hour, and anything in pink here as we get into Alabama, and then as we go into the overnight time frame, right now, maybe 2 o'clock and on, it's mainly going to be in areas of Georgia as well as into the Carolinas as that line of storms continues to move through. So one thing that we've been mentioning so far this morning, I guess I should say, if you're joining us very early this morning, you don't have to have a tornado to see some of this wind damage, and the very horrible damage that we see isn't always caused by tornadoes. And so first off, this is just the wind gust damage. And so as these lines of storms move through, you could see around 45, 57 mile per hour wind gusts. That means the trees can bend, things can break. You can have a little bit of damage to your homes. And the other type of wind, we can get all the way up to about 74 miles an hour. So this is about the strength of an EF0 tornado as we get into this range. Any large limbs can break. You can have some trees that may be uprooted, the small ones. Also, this is enough to overturn cars. So this is just as dangerous as an EF0. And then we could even get into an EF1 category of wind gusts. And this is just straight line wind damage, widespread tree damage. You could have a lot of damage to homes and buildings in the area. So please take these warnings very seriously overnight tonight, because again, it's dark outside. We can't see anything out there. And so you just want to take caution immediately, especially if you're under any of these tornado warnings, as well as any of these severe thunderstorm warnings as we move through tonight. So many areas are under wind alerts as we move through this overnight time frame into the morning hours. Right now, we could see some wind gusts as we head into about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning in the next hour or so, around 50 miles an hour as these storms move through parts of the Atlanta area. And of course, some wind gusts higher than that too as we continue to track these storms. Ray?
All right, Colleen, thank you. Well, let's get a recap now of some of these storms pushing into northwest Georgia. And the strongest cell right now looks like it's this one further north up near LJ or Dawson and Gilmer County. This is a tornado warning. Once again, not confirmed, but Doppler indicated rotation around East LJ and LJ moving on off toward the north and northeast. And a severe thunderstorm warning actually issued just north of that for a possible tornado with that cell. A little further south into Bartow and Cherokee County, we've got an active warning. This is a tornado warning, but nothing confirmed yet around Cartersville and White. A dangerous thunderstorm nonetheless, potentially producing some damaging winds, possibly a tornado with this cell as it continues to move on off toward the north and northeast. So if you are in the areas around and east of Cartersville, around Bartow County, even for the cities of White, tornado warning now in effect until 1:30 a.m. Continuing coverage of deadly storms that have pushed through the south and continue to head on off toward the east. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Meteorologist Ray Stajic here, covering these storms. Tornado watch covering up most of North Georgia, gets into southwestern North Carolina and just a couple of counties there in eastern Tennessee. This is until 6 o'clock Central Time. Dangerous thunderstorms coming through. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings, and within this line, we do have a couple of active tornado warnings. And over the last 30 minutes, nothing confirmed yet, but dangerous thunderstorms nonetheless capable of producing tornadoes. Dawson and Gilmer counties in northwest Georgia, including the cities of Cartagena, East LJ, and LJ until 1:30. Right in here would be about the area where we could be seeing that rotation. Then out ahead of that, there is a severe thunderstorm warning. So dangerous line of storms producing potentially a tornado here. And even in this warning to the north and northeast, that severe thunderstorm warning heading out of LJ also has the capability of producing a tornado too. Looking at the velocity, kind of tough to see here. It's kind of dirty where you can't really see much in the way of couplet, but if there is any rotation, maybe up there just east of LJ, that might be what the Weather Service is looking at right now, but nothing definitive, nothing reported in terms of tornado. But don't take these severe thunderstorm warnings lightly either. Damaging straight line winds, even severe thunderstorms do have the capability of 60, 70 mile per hour winds and producing damage. Luckily now, as we get into Bartow, Cherokee, and Cobb counties now till 2:15, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that tornado warning that was in effect has been allowed to expire. But nonetheless, dangerous storm here near Canton and Kennesaw and even Woodstock until 2:15. As you can see, very heavy rain. And within this line, whenever you see that kind of wave pattern, you would know that there could be some spin-ups within this line as it continues to move on off toward the north and northeast. So get in your safe place if you're not around Canton and Kennesaw and even into Woodstock and everybody in between and out to the east of that, as right now, strong line of storms coming through. Don't really see much in the way of rotation right now, but maybe a little bit of spin trying to get going here, maybe a little green and red, a little outgoing and inbound winds there just east of the Taylorsville area too. But right now this is a severe thunderstorm warning, so damaging winds the main threat here. And then going to watch this area storms now going into and just north of the Carrollton area too. That's an area, and those couple of areas of thunderstorms that we're going to have to keep an eye on too. So so far it's been very heavy rainfall around Atlanta, but these storms are continuing to push on off toward the east, and any of these storms within the severe thunderstorm also have the capability of spinning up. So this area down here, as you get into western Paulding County too, you can kind of see a little bit of green meeting red. So there may be some spin within this thunderstorm, but right now this is a severe thunderstorm warning, dangerous thunderstorms nonetheless. We get down now near the Columbus area too. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings. These severe thunderstorm warnings are for this line of storms pushing in. You can kind of see that little bit of a push out there, the wind. So that would mean a damaging wind threat, maybe not tornadic, but damaging straight line winds. And then further south, we've got a few thunderstorm warnings here for Coffee, Dale, and Geneva counties in southeastern Alabama. So take cover in these areas too. Storms capable of producing some strong winds, maybe to 60 miles per hour. And as we've been saying so far this morning, haven't seen much in the way of tornadic activity, but any of these severe thunderstorms, Colleen, will have the capability of producing tornadoes.
Yes, and that's why each of these warnings, you really have to heed caution quickly, especially with this overnight time frame. Want to give you the latest look at what we know about the severe storms moving across the southeast and what's happened over the last several hours. At this hour, more than 13 million people are under severe weather alerts. Louisiana and Mississippi's governors have both declared a state of emergency in response to the severe storms and tornadoes that hit the region yesterday. And there are now 7, unfortunately, reported deaths in Mississippi from those storms. So we want to give you the timing here as we head into the overnight time frame. If you're joining us, I know it's very late. You may be trying to ride out these storms here in the Georgia area, also into Tennessee, the Carolinas. You're staying up late, or maybe you woke up because you heard the storms outside. So right now, this is a look at where we are most concerned. The area that's shaded in this kind of a pink, purple color, this is a 7 out of 10 on our Torcon scale. So we've been concerned with these areas for the potential of some tornadic activity, and we have seen that in areas of Alabama and Mississippi. And so as we've been moving into Georgia, these storms do have a history of producing some very violent weather. So far, though, they've been behaving themselves for the most part. We're still looking at a wind damage as well as a flood threat. Right now, those tornado warnings have expired so far, but this is a fluid situation. And so we do have all the ingredients in place right now for these severe thunderstorms to really come together. So overnight tonight, that's the area we're going to be watching as this transitions out of Alabama into areas of Georgia. And right now, as I mentioned, all of these areas have those ingredients in place. We have a lot of moisture. We have a strong low-level jet that could get a little bit of that spin going in the atmosphere. So we're going to watch this line as it moves into the heart of the metro area of Atlanta around 2 o'clock. So in the next 30 minutes or so, we already have rain here. We're going to continue to watch that. And then as it continues to move through the rest of Georgia into the Carolinas, that's going to be around 5, 6 o'clock as we head into daybreak. So we continue to keep you up to date here as we track these strong storms pushing through the south. So stay with the Weather Channel as we bring you the latest information on this dangerous threat.
Here we are in Auburn, Alabama tonight. Thunder and lightning really ramping up here. See the rain. Look at that. Thunder, lightning as we get into the early morning hours. Strong, severe storms pushing through. We're going to see a lot of rain and wind with these storms and talking some gusts up to 35 miles per hour. So kind of a stormy night now early morning as we head into Monday morning. Here at the Weather Channel, continuing to cover what's now become a deadly severe weather outbreak in Mississippi. Did have deadly storms push through. And now as they've headed into northwest Georgia, they have weakened a bit, but we still do have a tornado watch. And we've had some active tornado warnings. But over the last 40, 45 minutes, we haven't had any confirmed tornadoes. And I don't see yet any significant new damage. But either way, we do have this tornado watch until 6 o'clock Central Time covering most of the Atlanta metro area, if not all of it. But right now, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings. Don't want to downplay this. Severe storms do not only produce 60-plus mile-per-hour winds, but also have the capability of producing tornadoes. Fannin, Lumpkin, and Union counties for Mineral Bluff at 2:15, expecting that storm to continue to push through with strong winds and heavy rainfall. Alberto, Cherokee, and Cobb counties also. This is a severe thunderstorm warning until 2:15, so damaging winds possible with this line as it pushes on through. And then within this line, though, you can see those kind of areas of a little bit darker color, a little bit of red in there. Those would be the areas we'd look for potentially spin up. So dangerous storms nonetheless, and kind of seeing some tightening up trying to occur there as you get into north central parts of Paulding County. But right now looks like with this severe thunderstorm warning, the greatest threat's going to be some damaging straight line winds. So you should still be in your safe place. And as the line goes further south, as we're down to west central Georgia and Alabama, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Lee and Russell counties. Get in your safe place in Beauregard and around Phoenix City until 12:45. And this does include the Columbus area too now with a severe thunderstorm warning. As I said, you can see it looks a little bit more linear than it does look like there's any rotation. If there was any on that, the strongest part, you can kind of see that little kind of twist right there heading just north of Columbus. That's probably the strongest part of that storm. Colleen?
Yes, and Ray will continue to keep a watch on that, and also going to be watching for those strong winds. Look at this. This was in northwestern Alabama yesterday, Sunday. Those storms packed gusty winds as heavy rain just pounded the area. You couldn't see at all. This video shows the powerful strength of the wind as it whipped across Belgreen yesterday. So we're talking about a wind threat as well as even a flood threat. So as these storms, even if they aren't severe in your area, one of the things that they are producing a lot of is rain. And so right now, this line is starting to move out of Alabama into the heart of the Atlanta metro, as well as northwestern parts of Georgia, also into Tennessee and the Carolinas. And we already have a lot of flash flood watches and warnings that have been in effect throughout the day. We've had about 2 to 3 inches falling in portions of Birmingham as we get into the heart of Alabama here. And even though the rain has started to stop, doesn't take a lot more to have some of those flooding concerns continue into the overnight time frame, especially with the dark outside. Don't be on the roads if you don't need to be out. Just wait till the morning. We're going to have a lot of problems even in the wake of these storms. There's those flash flood warnings still in effect for Birmingham. Over the past 6 hours, they've seen around 2 to 3 inches of rain and then some areas in excess of about 4 to 5 inches of rain. And all of these continue through areas of Alabama as well as into Mississippi. And again, these same spots seeing some isolated pockets of 3 to 5 inches of rain. And so any more rain that falls on top of that, again, are going to aggravate those problems. And more rain falling as we get into the Knoxville area, just to the west of Pigeon Forge. This is a flash flood warning for the counties of Blount, Knox, and Loudoun as we head into the evening or overnight time frame, I should say. And for those areas as well, around 2 to 3 inches of rain. So a flood threat in addition to our severe weather threat that's been ongoing overnight. There's those flood alerts, flash flood watches out for Nashville, Knoxville, moving moving into Huntsville, Chattanooga, as well as into the Asheville area as we go into the overnight time frame and into tomorrow morning. So we'll be keeping a close watch on that. And into the morning hours, as the sun starts to rise, these problems are going to continue for the North Georgia mountains up into the southern parts of the Appalachians, as well as for the Atlanta metro. So watching not only a flood threat, but a severe weather threat, and also that wind threat, as even if we don't see tornadoes, some damaging straight line winds could still pack a punch. Ray?
Well, here's some video of damage that came in earlier from a reported tornado in Monroe, Louisiana. Look at this. A splintered what it looks like there to be maybe some homes or some trees. Yeah, that is a home right there. You see windows shattered, and just a nasty line of storms that pushed on through Louisiana earlier, and also Mississippi as this deadly severe weather outbreak continues here. Damage here also in Monroe, Louisiana. You can see this building here. It looks like an industrial building with some of those garage doors actually blown in, and right now looks like most of that damage confined to a small area, but you can see here some of those power lines down there, and certainly some damage what looks to be probably a tornado that pushed on through the Monroe, Louisiana area. Those storms continue to push now on off toward the east and continue to be severe, and occasionally along the line we do have the potential for some of these storms to spin up and produce tornadoes. But this is the local storm reports. Notice all the wind and even a few hail reports here back across Arkansas and even northern Louisiana. But then as we got into Mississippi, and unfortunately saw some of the fatalities, up to 7 fatalities now. This is where we started getting the tornado reports. So tornado storms continued to push east as they went through the day, and really as you got into some of this more unstable air, some of the more shear in the atmosphere, that's when we started picking up some of the tornadoes. But the line did weaken just a bit as it head east, so you saw more of a damaging wind threat and a heavy rain threat too. As you can see, we did have some reports of flash flooding, but these are the tornado reports here. You can see numerous tornado reports in southern Mississippi, and a couple here coming into northwest Georgia, where we also saw some pretty significant damage. Down toward the south here, as we went through the afternoon hours, you can see our recap just northwest of Laurel. These were the strongest storms. At one time, we actually had 2 supercells and 2 long-track tornadoes on the ground, and the Weather Service will go out probably later today and actually get an EF rating on these storms. What it did look like, at least according to what we saw in Doppler, classic hook signature and classic setup here for would look to be maybe a strong tornado or 2 as it tracked on off toward the north and east. It was on the ground potentially for an hour or even longer. The recap here of the storms as we got into Mississippi northwest of Hattiesburg now showed, you can see right there that little donut hole, very indicative of a strong tornado on the ground. And there's that other one up near Laurel. So this is what we were talking about when we said at one point we did have potentially 2 strong tornadoes on the ground. Weather Service will head out and do the assessment of the damage as we see these storms continue to push into northwest Georgia this morning. All right, Canton and Holly Springs in northwest Georgia, Cherokee County, latest tornado warning under this tornado watch. It's in effect until 6 o'clock Central Time. Dangerous thunderstorm now pushing through the north side of Atlanta, the Atlanta metro area. This is in Cherokee County. This warning just out until 2:15. Canton, Holly Springs, get in your safe place. If you're not already there, into your basement or an interior room, cover yourself up with a mattress, or if you've got baseball helmets, get them on, because you've got a very dangerous storm right now. These storms have been firing up and occasionally producing these tornado warnings. This storm right now near Cherokee County, near the Canton area. You can see on the velocity maybe a little bit of rotation right in that area there. So it may go just south of Canton, but strong winds with this cell as it continues to push on off toward the north and east at about 55 miles per hour. So that storm may not be where it is showing right now, maybe a little bit ahead of this. So it's certainly the time now to get in your safe place in and around Canton and areas just south of that, where these storms are continuing to produce not only strong winds, but occasionally these spin-ups that we've seen. And that severe thunderstorm warning now within it does have a tornado warning in Cherokee County, including Canton and the Holly Springs area. A little further south now, just went off toward the east of Ackworth. Some strong winds coming in. Don't see much in the way of rotation, but still we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Includes Ackworth, Kennesaw, heading toward Marietta. These storms continue to push on off toward the east at about 55 miles per hour. So 150 in Canton, at about 156 at Carmel, Carmichael Crossroads, 208 at Hightower, and 215 in Silver City for our possible tornado here as we get into not only northwestern and northwest Georgia, but also into Cherokee County around the Canton area. And the correlation coefficient, we're looking for something other than red here, which may show possibly some debris. Right now, this doesn't look like it's actually debris. It looks like a little bit of noise, but nonetheless, there could be at least some strong winds and potentially maybe some debris here just up to the north of Canton. Kind of tough to tell. Nothing definitive, but certainly looks like a storm nonetheless that has a capability of producing a tornado, pushing on through central parts of Cherokee County right now. Further down toward the south, this whole line now basically is now warned for, whether it's a tornado warning to the north or severe thunderstorm warnings, which are now in effect for Carroll, Coweta, and Douglas counties. Carrollton, Douglasville, and Noonan. Take cover now. Make sure you're in your safe place, because as we've seen so far tonight and now into the early morning hours, these storms do have the potential of producing tornadoes, or at least spin within them. So dangerous thunderstorms nonetheless, with winds maybe to 60 miles per hour. Very heavy rainfall too, so get in your safe place around Douglasville and Carrollton. This storm now, once again for Cherokee County, including Canton and Holly Springs, are tornado warning now. Doppler indicated. Haven't had anything confirmed, but dangerous thunderstorms nonetheless. And getting on the doorstep now here of Fulton County in Atlanta. So the Atlanta metro area, probably over the next hour or two, expect to see some strong winds start to come on in, potentially with some of these storms not only damaging straight line winds, but we'll also have that threat for the occasional spin up with these cells as they push on off toward the east. So you can notice on this line, you kind of get this little wave pattern here, and that's why we're getting these spin ups on these lines. They'll probably be short lived, but nonetheless, they could be tornadic cells as they push on off and off to the north and east at about 55 miles per hour. So dangerous weather hitting into central, southeastern parts of Cobb County, out through maybe Paulding County, and down into possibly on into areas over toward Carrollton and even on into Douglasville. And now the active weather is potentially pushing off further toward the east. We do have a new tornado watch that's been issued now. This tornado watch now gets into Charlotte, in the Charlotte metro area, the Greenville-Spartanburg area in South Carolina until 8 o'clock this morning. So, Colleen, it looks like the dangerous weather, potentially tornadic cells heading further north and northeast now.
Yes, and that's going to be as we head through the rest of this Monday. I know we're in the overnight time frame right now, but as we go into Monday and as well as into Tuesday, that threat is going to push into the Carolinas, as we do see with that new tornado watch that is out. Right now, you're taking a live look from Raleigh, North Carolina, where a wind advisory is in effect. Of course, those winds will be ramping up as we head through the rest of your Monday, and these storms could turn severe and unleash some large hail, damaging wind gusts in excess of hurricane force, as well as we'll be monitoring that tornado threat with that tornado watch out for areas around the Carolinas. So again, for today, now this is mainly this afternoon. Again, it's only about 2 o'clock in the morning right now. So as we head through your Monday afternoon, here's a look at our Torcon values today. So this is a 1 out of 10 scale. Right now, it's a 5 for Raleigh, Charleston, as well as Savannah, Georgia, as we continue through your Monday afternoon. So the ingredients are in place for not only that wind threat, that flood threat, but that tornado threat as well. So here's those areas from Savannah all the way up across the eastern seaboard, right where some of those new watches are coming out, those tornado watches there for Wilmington, Raleigh, also up into the Richmond area. This is going to be the area that will be under the gun as we head through this afternoon. And these areas also possible for those severe thunderstorms. Again, we're monitoring a lot of different threats, not just tornadic activity, but also the potential of hail and also some very strong winds, as well as that flash flooding. So those severe thunderstorms will be pushing out of Mississippi, out of Alabama. You're all going to be in the clear, as well as most of Georgia, at least the northern part of Georgia, and this is all going to be heading across the East Coast and into the Atlantic seaboard. So here's a look at our high-res future radar. This line of storms right now over the Atlanta metro, this is going to continue to move out into the Carolinas by about 5, 6 o'clock. So around daybreak, a lot of these storms are going to be in those locations, and this will continue through the mid-morning hours as well as into the afternoon for areas around Raleigh as well as into Wilmington, getting into the lunchtime hour and into the afternoon. So be watching closely with those as we head through the rest of your Monday today as well as into Tuesday. So continuing coverage right now, though, as those storms continue to move through the heart of Georgia. We're going to be tracking that with the latest coming up right after this.
Good morning. Thanks for staying with us as we continue to track severe and deadly storms racing across parts of the South. I'm meteorologist Ray Stajan.
And I'm meteorologist Colleen Coyle. And it's been a rough Sunday for millions as deadly tornadoes have slammed the South, and the dangerous threat doesn't end as we head into the overnight hours. And that's why we're here with you overnight. Maybe you're still up from the night before, kind of waiting out these storms. Maybe the noise has gotten you awake as we've been moving into the 2 o'clock hour. So, Ray, you got the latest on the radar.
Yeah, in Atlanta, one spot that within the next hour or two we're going to keep a close eye on as rain's moved in, and the storms are going to pack a powerful punch as they push through. Heavy rain, most likely some damaging winds, and even the threat for a few tornadoes. But right now it does seem like rain, and it's windy even outside of some of these thunderstorms. Even just saw a little flash of lightning there. But the tornado watches now have been extended further north. So as we get into some of the bigger metropolitan areas like Charlotte and back toward Greenville, Spartanburg, and South Carolina, this is now a tornado watch. It's in effect till 8 o'clock in the morning. So storms will continue to push northeast and out of northeast Georgia eventually. But right now, your tornado watch is in effect until 6 o'clock Central Time for all of the Atlanta metro area. So that's until 7 o'clock Eastern Time. But you can see some of the counties now in northwest Georgia are starting to get chipped away at. And imagine that's going to continue here, getting some of these counties out of this watch. As of this point, no active tornado warnings, but still very dangerous storms with strong damaging winds coming through northwest Georgia into Cherokee County, Bartow County, and Cobb County until 2:15. A severe thunderstorm warning. Now, severe thunderstorms are dangerous also, and they do have the potential to produce tornadoes. Winds could be to 60+ miles per hour. Haven't heard anything about hail reports, but we still do have that chance of seeing some hail and very heavy rainfall. I mean, look at all this heavy rain in and around Atlanta. I imagine here shortly, flash flooding is going to become an issue too. But right now, if you're in Canton and Kennesaw, strong winds, I'd certainly be in your safe place and stay there until these storms pass over the next 30 minutes to maybe 45 minutes to an hour. Dangerous storms nonetheless, and wouldn't be surprised if even along this line further south, you can see kind of how it does a little bit of a ripple like that occasionally we see a spin up on this line. Right there, just north Carrollton, just east of Carrollton right now, does look like maybe a little bit stronger cell kind of embedded within that line. That's what we may see here over the next few hours as these storms are heading toward the Atlanta metro area, and this looks like it is going to be at least severe with maybe winds 50, 60+ miles per hour. Wouldn't be surprised if we go through the next hour or two, we get what we've been seeing over the last hour, and that's occasionally a spin up on these lines. Nothing confirmed yet, but we could see maybe a few tornado warnings. Right now, looking at the velocity, you can see that cell right there, right in that area. It's not very well defined, but there may be a little bit of rotation trying to get going there. But certainly when you kind of see this pushing out here, this kind of bow feature in the wind field, certainly could be some pretty strong damaging winds. And even down toward the south there, maybe a little rotation trying to work on that storm. But right now it's a severe thunderstorm warning. But remember, severe thunderstorm is defined as a storm that does have potential to produce tornadoes. Harris, Meriwether, and Troup counties further south, Manchester, Pine Mountain, Woodbury are places right now where you should be taking cover. And actually now we do have an active tornado warning for Talbot and Upson County. This one just come out for Hannah's Mill, Lincoln Park, and Thomason until 2:30. So take cover if you're on these areas here. This is in south central Georgia. Here's Macon, well to the west of you here. This is a tornado warning for a Doppler indicated tornado or rotation within this thunderstorm as it pushes on off toward the east. So right now, not seeing much in the way of, can't really pick out where that would be, but right here to the northwest of the Talbotton area, that is potentially where we are seeing some of that rotation as that storm heads on off toward the north and northeast. Some of the areas that could be affected include Lincoln Park, Thomaston, and at 222 the Rock, and at 229 the Barnesville area. So all these areas should be regions right now where you are getting into your safe place. Take cover until the storm passes. Nonetheless, although nothing confirmed, dangerous thunderstorms producing strong winds and potential for tornadoes in this area. Once again, that's Talbot and Upson counties, including Hannah's Mill, Lincoln Park, and Thomaston. This is a tornado warning until 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Colleen.
Yes, and Ray, that's why I know a lot of folks are sleeping in their basement tonight. If you have one, a lot of folks preparing ahead of time for this overnight weather, because this isn't going to be going away just yet. It's going to be noisy overnight, and we have that potential for the tornadic activity, some very strong winds. We haven't had a lot of hail reports, watching closely with that, but also just a flood threat as well as these storms move through. So let's show you what the timeline looks like as we go through the rest of the overnight time frame. I know a lot of you may be up just for a moment here trying to get up to speed with what's what's going on outside. Maybe you're on your phone in your basement watching us right now, staying safe as these storms come through. So we've been talking about all of the ingredients that are in play for these severe thunderstorms. We're going to see if they can use those ingredients and get going, or if we're going to be spared and we'll just see more of a flood threat as these storms come through. Right now, as we take a look at our water vapor, this is a lot of moisture coming through with some dry air on the backside as those storms start to clear out from areas of Alabama and Mississippi. Another thing we're looking for, we have the moisture in place. We have some low-level wind shear. And so what that means is we have these south winds coming up. They're bringing in all that moisture, but we have our jet stream coming from west to east. And so you get a little bit of that spin in the atmosphere, and it's fairly strong over areas of Georgia. And so that's why Ray has been talking a lot about, even though this is one big kind of just looks like a mess of rain over Georgia right now, we could quickly see a little bit of a spin up that may be rain wrapped with all of the rain that's coming through. So another thing is we have all of these ingredients in place. We look for some available energy. This is CAPE on here, all of this red that you see, and it's very high for the Georgia area as well as into South Carolina. So we have the fuel in place. Will these storms be able to use it? So the timeline, 3 o'clock and on, this is pushing through the heart of Atlanta, moving into the eastern parts of Georgia as well as into the southern parts of the Appalachian Mountains. That goes through Asheville. Then around about 4 o'clock in the morning, this gets into Columbia, moving through the heart of South Carolina as well as into Raleigh. So you can see around 7 o'clock as the sun rises. This will also be pushing into areas of Savannah. And Ray, these are those same spots that are now under that new tornado watch that goes until 8 o'clock Eastern as this moves across the East Coast.
Yeah, those storms, Colleen, most likely will continue to stay strong, potentially severe, and this tornado warning now out across south central Georgia for a line of storms for Talbot and Upson counties, including Hannah's Mill. This storm potentially producing a tornado here right now near Lincoln Park and Thomaston until 2:30. So you can kind of see right here to the northwest of Talbotton a little bit of a little spin there. That's probably where, if there is anything going on right there, that's where we are seeing the best velocity or best kind of couplet with our velocity. You got winds going inbound here in blue, and then you got the outbound winds heading toward the radar. That's where we are potentially seeing possibly some rotation and potentially the strongest part of this cell. Thomaston, the Rock, the Yatesville area, and Brent over the next 30 to 40 minutes. Take cover. Hopefully you get in your safe place. Dangerous storm continuing to push toward the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So moving quickly. You won't have much time to react, but certainly a dangerous cell nonetheless. Not confirmed, but thunderstorm with potentially a tornado within it. And that tornado warning for Talbot and Upson County continues until 2:30. Severe thunderstorm east of Columbus now producing some strong winds too, and that severe thunderstorm warning also remains in effect. And this is what it's been doing along this line. We have seen thunderstorms and we've seen mostly severe thunderstorm warnings, but they have had occasionally spin ups within the line, and that line continues to produce severe thunderstorm warnings in northwest Georgia, in Cherokee County, in DeBartow County, in Cobb County, Canton, Kennesaw, and Woodstock. Not only some strong gusty winds, maybe to 50, 60 miles per hour, but very heavy rainfall too around Cobb, now getting into Fulton County and points east of that, getting into even Gwinnett County now, very heavy rain as this storm and this actual area of rain and thunderstorms continues to push on off toward the east. But let's not discount the wind threat heading toward Marietta now and back further toward the south and southwest. Strong storms getting ready to come into the Atlanta metro area, most likely with some strong winds 50 to 60 miles per hour and some very heavy rainfall. Colleen?
Yes, thanks so much, Ray. Keeping a close watch on this as we move through the overnight time frame. Want to also get you caught up to speed on what we know about the severe storms lashing the southeast from yesterday. Now, this is the same track of storms we are looking at right now. And look at all the damage left behind. Right now, there are over 169 million people under wind alerts. And of course, when you get the high winds, we have power outages. And so those have been climbing. At last check, more than 729,000 are in the dark across at least 10 states. And unfortunately, there are 7 reported deaths from the tornado and severe weather outbreak from this Easter weekend. So we've been talking about the tornado threat. We also have the flood threat, the wind threat. You don't have to get tornadoes to get a lot of damage. We can have some very high winds, and that's been the case so far over the last several hours as these storms has tracked through the heart of the South, Mississippi, Alabama. I mean, we have thousands and thousands of power outages in the wake of these storms. storms. And even right now into the overnight time frame, this moves all the way from Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, with kind of the heart of it into Birmingham there, as we've had thousands and thousands without power with these strong winds that have moved through, as well as the tornadic activity within some of these storms as we went through your Sunday afternoon. So here's a little bit of a look at the wind damage and what it can cause even when we don't have a tornado in place. So right now, when you have winds over 40 miles an hour, we can still see those trees bend. We can have those limbs snap off, maybe a little bit of damage to some of the structures in the area. Then as we get those winds up into around 60, 70 miles an hour, you're starting to look at an EF0 strength. And so these are just those straight line winds. They can still do a lot of damage. So just because you're not under a tornado warning overnight tonight, maybe it's a severe thunderstorm warning for your area, please use caution. You don't have to be under a tornado warning to see any type of damage like this. Large winds, limbs could break. We could also have some small trees uprooted, and this is also strong enough, powerful enough to actually shift those vehicles on the roadways as we get into that timeline of those winds. 75 to 90 miles an hour, we're starting to see EF0, EF1 strength winds, and this could cause widespread tree damage, also some roof damage to area homes, and some weak structures may also sustain some significant damage as those winds come through. So again, we have the tornadic threat overnight tonight, also that wind threat, also a flood threat. And so those are three things that we're watching very closely as we head through the rest of the overnight time frame. Now, this is mainly for Georgia right now as it pushes out of Alabama and then going to be getting into the Carolinas. We do have those tornado watches in place right now for Georgia as well as into the Carolinas. Now, that goes until 8 o'clock in the morning. As we start to see the sun rise, we will still have this threat of severe weather. Ray?
And here's a look right now for Georgia's coastal city in Savannah. Not yet. You're going to have to brace for some severe storms that are really going to ramp up as we head through today. Going to watch that threat for large hail and damaging winds and potentially even some tornadoes, because right now I don't think the line's going to get too much stronger, but it's certainly not going to get any weaker here as we head on through now the early morning hours and maybe even on Tuesday in some spots. But right now, the severe weather threat in our Torcons, a 5 for Raleigh, a 5 for Charleston, South Carolina, and a 5 for Savannah. I mean, about a 50% chance of seeing a tornado. Now, you ask yourself and you say, well, what's my chance of seeing a tornado in my house? Well, that chance is actually relatively low, but within an area, or let's say within a 25 or 50 mile radius, the chance for tornadoes is actually a little bit higher than what we would say averages. So that's why these Torcons here between 3 and 5 and even a 2 up here further toward the north represent the percentage chance of seeing a tornado in these areas. So severe storms likely today, eastern parts of the Carolinas, even southeast Georgia, and previously viewed Savannah, Georgia, with damaging winds defined as 60+ miles per hour, maybe some large hail. And then that threat for tornadic activity will be with us too. As our future model, what the model thinks the radar is going to look like as we head through the early morning hours. As you can see, the line's certainly not getting any weaker. If anything, it maintains its current strength. So I'd imagine a line going through East Georgia and through central North and South Carolina and even Virginia and maybe even Washington, D.C. by about 8 o'clock this morning that has probably numerous severe thunderstorms on it, then occasionally, potentially some severe thunderstorms that may be tornadic, and that's where you're seeing the model trying to pick up on some of those discrete supercells right along that line as it continues to push on off toward the east. So by late morning, maybe getting to eastern North and South Carolina, maybe even southeast parts of Virginia, and watching some of those storms around Baltimore around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, potentially severe. Now we'll have to watch the northeast and New England around the tri-state area. Some stronger storms with very heavy rainfall will be in the forecast too. And everything should sweep away as we get into Monday night, early Tuesday morning. I think by Tuesday morning, most of this by midnight, Monday, Tuesday, probably going to be going away. Strong winds and damaging wind threat in the area where we have the best chance for severe weather. So Raleigh, Wilmington, Savannah, have a way certainly to get your alerts if you are warned on for these storms, for tornadoes or even severe thunderstorms. Colleen?
Yes, Ray, always good to plan ahead. Have that plan in place. I mean, it is April. This is severe weather season. So don't be surprised when we have this severe weather pop up. Now, one thing we have been mentioning too is the flood threat. So there's that line of storms that Ray just tracked as this is going to be moving into the Carolinas as we head through the wee hours of the morning. In its wake, though, look how much rain. We've had about 2 to 3 inches of rain for areas around Birmingham. Alabama has seen some flooding. You can see all of those flood alerts in the area right now, all those green boxes. Here's a flash flood warning still out for Birmingham. As I mentioned, they've seen about 2 to 3 inches of rain. Some heavier pockets of rain has moved through. So again, any any additional rainfall is going to aggravate those problems. And it's nighttime right now. You can't see, so don't be out on the roads. We could have some of those areas flooded from the wake of the storms that have already moved through. So please exercise caution, even if you see the heart of these storms already past your area. So Birmingham, over the past 6 hours, there you go, 2 to 3 inches of rain. That's the same as we move into the northern parts of Alabama around Huntsville. Also, some more flash flood warnings still in effect for those spots. And they have also seen upwards of 3 to 5 inches of rain just south of Huntsville. And this also continues in the Knoxville areas. We get into portions of Tennessee with more flash flood warnings continuing into the overnight time frame. So there you go. Through this morning, anywhere from Chattanooga, Knoxville, up through Asheville, Boone, Roanoke, this will all be areas that have a flood threat as we go through your Monday morning. We'll also have continuing coverage as we track live these strong storms pushing through the south. So stay with the Weather Channel as we bring you the latest information on this dangerous threat.
Thunderstorms rumbled across Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Lightning streaking across the sky as the city lit up here. We're on alert for a tornado warning storm last night. Flood warning is in effect for the area through tonight as severe storms continue to push east, and deadly thunderstorms and tornadoes pushing through Mississippi. Earlier, that line of storms now going through north central Georgia, and tornado watch now has been extended to include areas as far east as Charlotte and North Carolina. As you can see, our tornado watch in effect until 8 o'clock in the morning. This means that the potential exists for tornadoes in and around the watch area. So just remember that. Just because you're here doesn't mean you don't have the threat for severe weather, right? That's how the watch is defined. It's in and around the watch area. So Charlotte, just east of Asheville and Buncombe County, but still you've got threat for severe storms. Greenville, you're also in that tornado watch until 8 o'clock in the morning. Atlanta metro area are under the tornado watch till 7 o'clock Eastern time. Storms about to come through as we speak. There's a heavy rain threat along with the threat for severe weather with strong damaging winds and even the risk for, on this line, some tornadoes and tornado warnings. To the north, we do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, but further south now, west of Macon, this is the strongest storm right now on radar, Talbot and Upson counties. This is a tornado warning until 2:30. Doppler radar indicating a tornado possible in and around the area just to the west and southwest of Thomaston. If we look at here the velocity, you can see a pretty strong indication there. Potentially, we do have some rotation there. Pretty strong couplet now showing up. You got winds blowing toward and away from the radar now, and that's what we look for on this particular part of the radar. You can see they just reissued now that tornado warning for areas further east of Thomaston. So very dangerous thunderstorm, potentially producing a tornado now just to the south of the Thomaston area. We throw out now what we call a correlation coefficient. Let's just say, to make this easy, we look for things that aren't red on this or this maroon color, and what that would be was potentially debris, whether it's trees, whether it's pieces of structures, but right now, well, we don't see anything getting kicked up, so we can't confirm. We don't have a TDS signature, tornado debris signature, but we do have pretty good couplet there, so pretty strong rotation showing up just south of Thomaston. This is certainly an area where you're going to want to take cover. If we could track that out and show you some more of the areas that will be affected over the next hour or so. Thomaston, hopefully you're in your safe place now and into the Redbone area. Not a very highly populated area, but some population nonetheless. We'll take that a little wider here and go 222 into the McKinney area, 228 around Topeka Junction, 230 at Yatesville, and also Redbone, and 239 in the Brent area. So this is the areas where hopefully you're taking cover now or get to your safe place as this storm continues to move on off toward the east. And notice over the last 30 minutes, you can kind of see there that coupling, that development of that kind of what we look for is that the colors actually meeting up to each other and showing where we've got winds blowing toward and away from the radar. So right now, potentially seeing a tornado here, or at least within that thunderstorm, we're showing rotation on radar. This is the latest warning now that was issued just east of Talbot County. You've got Lamar, Monroe, and Upson County. This is now a tornado warning for Barnesville, Forsyth, and Thomaston. Once again, that thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, continuing to head on off toward the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So you should should be getting in your safe place now in these areas. That's where the strongest storm and the most dangerous cells are on radar. We go to the north of Atlanta. A strong storm, severe thunderstorm warning for Dawson, Hall, and Lumpkin counties. This line of storms as it went through northwest Georgia did produce some significant damage, and now these winds will potentially be to 50 or 60 miles per hour. So Gainesville, Juneau, and Murrayville, these are the areas where you should be taking cover. The warning that was included northwest Georgia now gets into some of the northern counties of Atlanta, Forsyth, Gwinnett, and Hall County. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just come up. That severe thunderstorm warning includes Johns Creek, Roswell, and Sandy Springs. Certainly want to get in your safe place here. As right now, just by looking at the velocity here, our main threat is going to be damaging straight line winds potentially to 60 miles per hour. So that could certainly cause a problem. And then just east of Marietta now, looking at the strongest part of that cell right there, that is the area where we could have some strong winds too, along with the heavy rainfall. The Atlanta metro area right now looks like you're just seeing heavy rainfall, but as this line of storms comes in, maybe some strong gusty winds briefly, but right now a severe thunderstorm warning on that line, Coweta and now South Fulton County, including Chattahoochee Hills and Noonan. You can kind of see a little bit of a bow there now, so strong winds at the apex of that bow as it pushes on out and heads on off toward the east, and now outrunning that warning. So if you are in central and southwestern parts of Fulton County, get ready to go on the south side of the Atlanta metro area. Certainly want to be in your safe place now, as some strong damaging winds possible with these storms as they come on through, and won't be surprised if we get not only additional severe thunderstorm warnings, but on this line all night we've seen occasionally the spin-ups or tornado warnings. So I certainly want people to get in their safe places now, anywhere inside the perimeter in and around Atlanta, especially on the south side down near Forest Park, where this dangerous storm now gets into parts of Fulton County with a severe thunderstorm warning. But looking a little aggressive there on that line, with that line kind of bowing out, and that's where we may be seeing some of the strongest winds. And even within that, Matt, I don't know if we can get the velocity on that. Maybe there's something going on there just to the north here. Yeah, right in there may be something trying to develop there right on that line. You can kind of see a little bit of a couplet here, but notice how mostly seeing these winds kind of pushing out. And anytime you get kind of this curve to the line, that's where we're showing where we may have some of those strong winds kind of pushing out with this line as it continues to head on off toward the east. So dangerous storms heading on the south side of Atlanta. And yeah, now I think this is a new warning that just come out. Yes, the new thunderstorm warning now covers more of the Atlanta metro area, getting inside the perimeter around Clayton, Fayette, and Fulton counties, including now College Park and East Point and the Forest Park areas. So dangerous storm pushing in, and most likely seeing winds 50, maybe even 60 miles per hour. And just remember, these severe thunderstorm warnings do have the capability of producing tornadoes, so certainly get into your safe place now in the areas previously mentioned and within this warning. Welcome back. 30 past the hour now. We're going to jump right down west-northwest of Macon, where we most likely have very strong and potentially deadly tornado pushing on through western areas of Macon now. Most likely Lamar, Monroe, Upson counties, just south of the Barnesville area. We most likely have a tornado in progress here, as the Weather Service has put a PDS warning on this particularly dangerous situation. You can see very strong couplet right now on the velocity just off to the east of the Rock and to the west of Highway 341. But either way here, there's our signature on the velocity. And if we put up the correlation coefficient, if we could show that quickly, we certainly do have debris here now. So this is most likely a confirmed tornado on the ground. The Weather Service saying this is a potentially dangerous storm. Please take cover now if you are in the areas to the south of Barnesville and off to the east and southeast of the Rock. You can see it developing right there. That is a classic tornado debris signature, TDS signature here on our correlation coefficient. Right now, we most likely have a tornado in progress now, just southeast of the Barnesville area, heading on off toward the northeast at 70 miles per hour. So already this storm is most likely up in this area here and quickly racing on off toward the north and northeast. So if you are in any of these areas around Topeka Junction, Redbone, or Collier, right now, I'd say take cover. Take cover immediately. Topeka Junction, it may pass just to the south of you, but heads up if you're on the Redbone area and eventually the Collier area. Right now, we most likely have a tornado in progress. Again, a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation for Lamar, Monroe, and Upson counties, showing tornado debris signature on radar here with this thunderstorm, and this what looks to be most likely a tornado on the ground here out across south central Georgia to the west. Here's Macon. Let's get you where we are here, to the west and the northwest of the Macon area. So once again, here's your signature. Here's your velocity signature. You're looking at inbound and outgoing winds here. This couplet is what we look for on Doppler radar. Tornadoes probably sitting right in this area here, and this signature continues to show signs of rotation, most likely. And if we can show you what we call tornado debris signature, we can pull up that correlation coefficient once again. There it is right there. This is what would be debris, whether it's trees or even small structures, getting picked up by this tornado, which is most likely on the ground here off to the east of Rock and Highway 36 as it moves on off toward the north and east. So there aren't many big towns right now in line for this storm, but it does look like it will affect some areas further upstream, and we're talking about these areas to the south of the Barnesville area and even to the west, probably going to split the uprights here between Barnesville and Forsyth. So this is Lamar, Monroe, and Upson counties. PDS tornado warning now for the Barnesville, the Brent areas, the Forsyth, the Berner, and the Gladesville areas here for a very dangerous storm, a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, as the Weather Service has warned on this tornado warning now until 2:45. This storm continues to push on off toward the east at about 70 miles per hour, so you really will not have too much time to react. I'd say right now in Barnesville and Forsyth, I'd take cover now, and then any areas here as it crosses 341 over the next few minutes, I'd certainly take cover now. And as I said, we really can't pick up much in the way of any towns or big cities here, but Barnesville's up toward the north. If you're between Barnesville and to the west of Macon, it's in that area there where we most likely have a tornado in progress here out across south central Georgia. To the west of Forsyth, looks like the storm is going to come right off in this direction, and if it holds true to the intensity that it has right now, we may see a tornado as we're seeing most likely on the ground here right now just to the east of the Rock area out across south central or central Georgia, to the west and the northwest of Macon, Georgia now, and to the south of the Atlanta metro area. So right now, that's the strongest storm we've got on radar with this active tornado warning. Again, this is a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation. You can even see a little bit of a notch right here with this thunderstorm as it continues to push on off toward the north and east at an amazing speed, 70 miles per hour. So to the south and just to the southeast of the Barnesville area, most likely that's going to be the area that's going to get hit by this. Near Forsyth and the Rock over the next 30 minutes, I'd certainly take cover because it looks like this thunderstorm, this potential tornado is going to go right down the center of our cone here, but it could waver a little bit on either side of that. So Barnesville, Brent, Forsyth, Berner, and Gladesville certainly getting in your safe place right now. And if you're just joining us, once again, this is a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation because we do have on our correlation coefficient here what looks like to be debris, and that is a tornado debris signature, a TDS signature, as this storm is most likely producing a tornado. We likely do have a tornado on the ground here. Lamar, Monroe, Upson counties right now kind of getting into these counties here and getting ready to cross and head on into the areas just to the east and the southeast of the Barnesville area and to the west of Forsyth. Looking at the rotation here, looks like it might be weakening just a bit, but around Bypass Road and Ritchie Road here and even Abbott Road, if you are in these areas, certainly going to be where this storm and this cell is going to be most dangerous and getting closest to. So we'll continue to keep you updated on this TDS tornado warning, PDS, particularly dangerous situation now pushing on through into the south side of the Welcome back to our continuing coverage here at the Weather Channel of active and deadly storms. These storms coming out of Mississippi, move through Alabama, now getting pretty close to the Atlanta metro area on the south side of town. We are now having a tornado warning. That tornado warning just issued from the Weather Service, Clayton County and Fulton County. It looks like South Fulton County now. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Thus, the Weather Service has issued a tornado warning now in this storm. Now, these storms are moving very quickly, so what you're seeing on radar might be a little bit delayed to where the storm actually is. So I'd say right now, if you're even east of where this warning is, get in your safe place and take cover now as this thunderstorm is moving on off toward the east at about 70 miles an hour. So that's pretty quick. And you can see on the velocity right here, if there is anything going on, this would be the area here where you're kind of seeing the two different colors touching each other. We call that a couplet. That's winds blowing toward and winds blowing away from the radar, and that produces a rotation within these thunderstorms. If you're in College Park or even East Point and the Hapeville area, take cover now. Get get in your safe place into the basement or into an interior room, into your bathroom. You can even jump into the bathtub, cover yourself up any way you can, as a very dangerous thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado now. College Park, East Point should be getting in your safe place. 247 around Blair Village, Gresham Park around 252, and Glenwood Hills at about 255. So, basically, I would just kind of take the times away right now. If you are in any of these areas, get under cover now, because you won't have much time to react, as this storm's moving at about 70 miles per hour. So things are going to happen quickly. And yeah, we've even got a debris signature showing up right now on the correlation coefficient. So we most likely have something going on here just inside the perimeter on the southwest side of Atlanta. What this product is, the correlation coefficient, is actually showing us non-meteorological targets or non-meteorological things, potentially trees and debris getting kicked up here. So you're around the Lakemont Drive southwest and North Commerce Drive just to the north of that, right on the perimeter here, potentially seeing a tornado in progress here. The airport is off to the right here. The Atlanta International Airport, you can see Hartsfield Jackson International off to the right here. And once again, this storm potentially producing a tornado here on the south side of Atlanta, heading on off in this direction. So if you're around Princeton Avenue out near College Park, and even around Temple Avenue to the west of that, and into the long and west of Interstate 85, now very dangerous thunderstorm. Right now from that signature, it does look like we could have a TDS tornado debris signature now inside the perimeter on the southwest side of Atlanta. Right now the rotation with the last scan does look like it has maybe weakened just a little bit, but nonetheless a very dangerous thunderstorm coming in and potentially producing a tornado around College Park, East Point, and the Hapeville area. A little bit of weakening of that cell now, looks like, as it heads on off toward the east, but until 2:45, this is a tornado warning nonetheless here as we continue to watch this cell push on off to the south side of Atlanta. A very dangerous thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado. And from what we saw there, I don't know, Matt, if we can get that correlation coefficient back up, we could show you what potentially is debris getting kicked up by this thunderstorm. Yeah, just to the west of College Park. That does look like a debris signature. So in the College Park area and around East Point, we've potentially got something going on here. It could be maybe a small tornado coming through, but it's definitely kicking up debris. Now, whether that's pieces of buildings or even some small trees, we do have a signature here that does show that we could potentially have a tornado on the south side of Atlanta, with this tornado warning around Clayton and Fulton counties as it heads on off toward the east. So again, East Point, Lakewood Heights, around the Ormwood and the Gresham Park area, and even East Lake, you should be getting in your safe place now. I believe that the storms will pulse, so it'll be pulse-type severe, pulse-type tornado warnings, meaning that they'll probably be quick movers, 70 miles per hour off toward the north and the northeast, and also they'll spin up quickly and maybe die down quickly, but not before doing what this one's done, which looks like possibly producing a debris signature here on radar. So Clayton, Fulton, once again, until 2:45, these counties on the south side of at least downtown Atlanta. Now, inside the perimeter, we do have a tornado warning for College Park, East Point, and Hapeville until 2:45. A severe thunderstorm warning outside of that includes Union City, but it looks like the worst is past you. That's heading on off toward the east, getting ready to cross 675. So damaging winds possible here as this storm heads on off toward the east. And within this cluster, we're seeing where our tornado warning is. Further south, we're getting less in the way of activity in terms of severe weather, but off toward the north, we do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, including Lawrenceville and Gainesville. These are areas where right along this line, again, these could spin up at any point and become tornadic, or at least get warned on for rotation. So kind of have here a little bit of a wave pattern within this line. And anytime you see that on radar, that's when you get these lines that come through and they occasionally give us the spin-ups like we've seen. The dangerous thunderstorms nonetheless around Beaufort, heading east toward Commerce, heading east toward Toccoa, 60, maybe even 70 mile per hour winds. Heavy rainfall too, very heavy rainfall. So if you're in Habersham, Oconee, and Stevens counties until 3:15, Cornelia, Toccoa, and Turnerville take cover now. Very strong storms heading off toward the east at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. And then our two tornado warnings, one down toward the south to the northwest of Macon, and the one a little bit more closer to a heavily populated area, the south side of Atlanta, the south of downtown Atlanta. Marion and Schley and Taylor counties, this is also a severe thunderstorm warning near the Americus and the Zenith area till 3 o'clock this morning. Once again, a damaging straight line winds, the greatest threat for those storms. And then further down the line here for Clay, Dale, and Henry counties, also a severe thunderstorm warning morning until 2:30. And this is getting in Alabama now, down near the Dothan area. So we do have more active weather now heading further on down toward the south. And notice the line looks the same as it does toward the north. Kind of call it a line echo wave pattern, where you've got this wavy line look, and occasionally these storms are spinning up and producing tornado warnings, as we've seen over the last hour or so. Colleen?
Yes, and Ray, we're also watching for that flood threat as these storms continue to push off to the east. We've seen a lot of rain already, 2 to 3 inches, upwards of 5 inches for areas of Mississippi as well as Alabama, and now Georgia included in that, as we just have this swath of rain, and embedded in this big just swath of rain is those severe thunderstorms and even that tornadic activity that Ray has been tracking here in Georgia as well as into the Atlanta metro area. Here's those flash flood alerts that are already out. We have a lot of those green boxes, so we have some flash flood warnings as this rain continues to move through, and this will be something that we'll be watching as we head into the morning hours today as well as into the afternoon. We'll be back soon with more on the latest with the radar after this.
Welcome back. As we're keeping an eye on Atlanta right now throughout the night, thunderstorms pushing through, and now on the south side of downtown, you can see the wind blowing as the camera's shaking there. We've got rain and wind in the forecast, even occasionally tornadoes. And we do have an active tornado warning right now, DeKalb County and Fulton County, just to the south of downtown Atlanta. And radar picking up potential tornado here for these counties until 3 o'clock. So just at the top of the hour. Fast moving storms, too. So you got to be very quick to react to these thunderstorms. And potentially even tornadic activity here on the south side of Atlanta, DeKalb and Fulton County till 3 o'clock. Gresham Park, Hapeville, and Stonecrest should be getting into your safe place right now. As we're looking at the velocity, don't really see much on the velocity here. Looking for a couplet or different colors together, maybe right in this area here around the Gresham Park area. I'd certainly take cover now as this storm heads on off toward the east, moving pretty quickly, about 60, 70 miles per hour. What we do want to do show is the correlation coefficient. I don't know, Matt, if we could slow that down to where we started seeing some debris. So watch right in this area, right in here, just to the north of 29, and just getting inside the perimeter. TDS, tornado debris signature, where we're seeing non-meteorological things, maybe some debris here, maybe some trees getting kicked up, and still stays with us here now. And that's why the Weather Service has reissued this warning for DeKalb and Fulton counties, because around the Gresham Park area, potentially still a little bit of a signature there, and possibly a tornado here in progress off toward the east now of East Point, heading on into Gresham Park, if not past you already. Hapeville and Stonecrest, you're next. And I would just say in any of these areas, kind of saying, don't really pay attention to the times, because it's time now to take cover. If you're in Decatur, Scottdale, even around Redan and Mountain Park and Snellville, as the storm's moving very quickly off to the north and east. So at a minimum, expecting strong winds and damaging winds potentially to 50 or 60 miles per hour. And we may even still have a little spin within this thunderstorm. That's why we still have a tornado warning in effect for DeKalb and Fulton County. So dangerous storms just to the south of downtown Atlanta, but strong winds now pushing through and getting into the east side now, the perimeter of Atlanta, and heading on off toward the east. Another tornado warning a little further south, Jasper, Jones, and Monroe counties, including the cities of Forsyth and Hillsborough. That's until 3:15. A strong thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado heading on in through these areas until 3:15. Take cover now if you are in those areas. And then getting active now on the south side of this front as we get into now the panhandle of Florida. We get severe thunderstorm warnings around Okaloosa County, Crestview, Niceville, and Valparaiso until 2 o'clock. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. And further east of that, we have Holmes and Walton counties, severe thunderstorm warning, strong damaging winds, straight line winds, the main threat here, potential for some hail and briefly some heavy rainfall. And then a little further north into southeastern Alabama, we've got Coffeedale and Geneva counties, severe thunderstorm warning until 2:30. And then northeast of that, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings now right on the Georgia-Alabama border here. So if you're around the Kitman area, severe thunderstorm warnings, and Randolph and Terrell counties also severe thunderstorm warnings until 3:45. And around Americus and further north of that, we also have a pretty large area of severe weather going on. And once again, any of these storms at any time could have the potential to spin, and we may actually get some tornado warnings within this line. So be ready. Have your safe place identified here. If you're on the east side of I-75, certainly an area where you're going to see these storms heading to next. Right now, the strongest storm on radar is the one showing here just to the northwest now of Macon. This is a tornado warning where we may have a little bit of rotation there just to the north of the Forsyth area. That's a tornado warning for a cell that's pushing on off toward the northeast around 60 or 70 miles per hour. So the thing with these storms, if you're the east of these storms in this line, I'd certainly be ready now because the line's moving pretty quickly and things are happening quickly with these storms, especially on the south side of the Atlanta metro area, DeKalb and Fulton County until 3 o'clock, Colleen. We do have a tornado warning in effect here.
Yes, it's going to be a very busy night for the state of Georgia and then a very busy morning for Georgia as well as the Carolinas. I want to kind of look ahead and help some folks plan as we head into the rest of your Monday. So first off, here's a look at our tornado watch that extends into the Carolinas. This goes until 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern time there. So this is going to move into Greenville, Charlotte, just to the east of Asheville as these storms continue to push across the East Coast. So more folks around the Carolinas are going to be under the gun as we head into the rest of today. Right now, the Torcon, that's a 1 out of 5 scale. We have a 5 for Raleigh, Charleston, as well as Savannah, Georgia. Some of that's going to be occurring in the morning hours as we get around 7, 8 o'clock, and then pushing into the mid-afternoon hours as we move across the East Coast near the Charleston area. So there you go, about a 5 there as we move into Raleigh, Wilmington, all the way down through the Savannah area. About a 3 as we get into the northern parts of Florida there, just around Tallahassee. And regardless of your tornadic threat, we still have severe thunderstorms. This same line, and we've seen the history of what this line has produced. It kind of ebbs and flows as we've been seeing this overnight time frame. We see some of those storms pulsate, kind of come up with that tornadic threat and then start to move back down. Regardless of that, we're still going to see some wind. We're going to see the flood threat as well as these storms push into the Carolinas and into the Atlantic. So here's a look at the timeline as we go into your Monday morning. Here's 3 o'clock. This line's going to be eventually pushing out of the Atlanta metro, and it's going to be continuing east, moving into Columbia, down through Savannah, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be very noisy as you wake up in the morning on Monday here. So, or if you're up with us right now and going to be continuing into the overnight time frame, it's going to be noisy right now into the morning hours. Also, want to look right before we head to break here for a new tornado warning here for the Atlanta metro area. This is for DeKalb and Fulton until 3 o'clock in the morning. We're going to be right back after this break. Going to be continuing to watch these severe thunderstorms as well as the tornado threat here for Georgia right after this.
All right, Atlanta, taking a look now at active weather on just to the south of downtown. Warning will be allowed to expire at the top of the hour. But very strong storms now in DeKalb and Fulton County. This tornado warning due to expire here in a couple of minutes. Right now, looks like the line of storms are losing its rotation and kind of outrunning at least the tornado warning, meaning it's off to the east now where that tornado warning is. But still, dangerous storms on the south side of Atlanta, south of the perimeter. Severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect for Clayton, Fayette, Fulton County, including College Park and East Point and even the Forest Park areas, and then DeKalb and Newton and Rockdale counties. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect until 3:30. Right now at the top of the hour, or the top of the hour here, that warning, tornado warning, is most likely going to be allowed to expire because the storms actually outrun where that tornado is, and now it's a severe thunderstorm warning that will take over for DeKalb, Newton, and Rockdale counties. But nonetheless, a dangerous thunderstorm with maybe 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, and they're racing on off toward the east at about 60 and at times even 70 miles per hour. So the forward speed of these storms means that you're not going to have much time to react. So if you are east of where this severe thunderstorm warning is, know that you're going to have that chance of not only having a severe thunderstorm with winds that could exceed 60 miles per hour, but along this line all evening, what we've seen is occasionally we get these spin ups or we do get tornado warnings where radar is indicating where we have spin. We haven't had anything officially confirmed, but to the southwest of Atlanta, we did have a signature on the correlation coefficient that potentially indicated that there was some debris getting kicked up. We'll go a little further south now. We're in Georgia still, central Georgia, Jasper, Jones, and Monroe counties, including the cities of Forsyth and Hillsborough. This is a tornado warning until 3:15. Once again, Doppler radar indicating a strong storm potentially producing a tornado heading on off toward the east. I've got to think at about 60 miles per hour. Monticello and Round Oak areas, some of the areas where you should be taking cover. Dangerous storms potentially producing a tornado heading on off toward the east. And you can see maybe a couple of areas here where our signature on velocity shown where we've got inbound winds and outbound winds kind of meeting up here. These couplets are what we look for rotation, and that's what the Weather Service is looking at too, potentially dangerous storms producing, and not only strong damaging winds, but maybe even tornadoes. And that's why we've got this big yellow box or multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, and then within that box we actually end up with the tornado warnings, because along the line you're seeing these little ripples or these little spin-ups. They're happening quick, so you're not going to have much time to react, and they're also moving quickly too. So at any point now, if you are east of this line of storms, I'd be getting ready right now and getting ready to get to your safe place, because I'd imagine if anything the storms will maintain their current intensity. Don't really see anything right now that's going to weaken these storms too much at all as they continue to race on off toward the east. Also just south of Athens, around Banks and Jackson counties and Madison counties, severe thunderstorm warnings also to the north. Braselton, Commerce, and Jefferson, strong storms potentially producing damaging winds. And these storms around this area until 3:45. And then as we get to Banks, Hall, and White counties, including Cleveland, Gainesville, and Mossy Creek, also a severe thunderstorm warning until 3:15. These storms getting ready now to come into South Carolina, where Abersham, Oconee, Stevens counties in northeast Georgia, also a severe thunderstorm warning for strong damaging winds. Now you can see too, even on this line, might even have a little rotation trying to get going just to the west and the southwest of Toccoa. So even in these thunderstorm warnings, don't just treat it as it's only a severe thunderstorm warning, because severe thunderstorm warnings do occasionally produce tornadoes, and we've had that all night. And 60, 70 mile per hour winds, certainly nothing to sneeze at as that line heads on off toward the east and impacts the Turnerville area at about 3:01, 3:13 at Toccoa, Walhalla at about 3:26, 3:34 at Oakway, and at 3:47 getting into Clemson, pretty close to the university there, as now those storms are starting to get into South Carolina and starting to maintain their intensity here as we head on through the early morning hours. So once again, strong storms basically from northeast Georgia all the way to the Florida Panhandle right now. Most of these warnings have been severe thunderstorm warnings, Colleen, but occasionally, as we were expecting, we're also picking up the occasional tornado warning along this line.
Yes, things just changing very quickly as these storms continue to move through. And Ray, as you mentioned, it doesn't look like they're weakening too much. And so that means there are going to be more of you that see these storms as this line continues across the East Coast. I want to bring you up to speed for the overnight timeline and also what to expect for this morning, your Monday morning. So I know it's the middle of the night for the East Coast, but the Carolinas, South Carolina, North Carolina, you got to have that heads up right now as these storms start to move through. You are under a tornado watch for some of those portions until 8 o'clock in the morning, and you've seen the history of what these storms are producing. We haven't seen much of hail, but we have seen damaging wind as well as tornadoes. So you cannot let your guard down as we move through the wee hours of the morning and into dawn. So there you go. It's a mess right now with all of those warnings in place. We also have a flood threat. So a lot of flash flood warnings are out right now as these storms are dropping about 2 to 3 inches of rain as they come through. And all the ingredients are in place. We have a lot of moisture coming up. That's all the green here as we show you the water vapor. A little bit of dry air starting to move in across Mississippi and Alabama. So for those areas, you're going to be clearing out. But all of this moisture, these storms are tapping into that. And so with these ingredients in play, it's making way for that flood threat and that severe weather threat. This is a look at our low-level wind shear. So these are the different ingredients coming together. These south winds are bringing up all of this moisture and also creating a little bit of spin in the atmosphere because our jet stream is going west to east. And so that's why we're seeing these quick spin-ups in areas embedded within this swath of heavy rain. And we have a lot of instability. That's all the red on your screen right now, the available energy, and it's really centered in the southern portion of Georgia. And so that's why we're seeing some of those stronger storms, as well as that one tornadic activity that we were tracking just to the northwest of Macon earlier. They have a lot of energy down there. And so that's why those storms are starting to quickly turn severe as they move through. Here's a look at the future radar as this line continues to come through about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. Ray, this is going to be moving through portions of Raleigh, Columbia. As the sun starts to rise, the Carolinas are going to be under the gun for these severe storms, not only a tornadic threat, but just a damaging wind threat as this line moves through.
And our storms now in northeast Georgia also becoming a little bit more active and strong. Tornado watch will remain in effect here until 7 o'clock in the morning here. Now, starting to see some of the western counties, Cobb County, Paulding County, get out of the tornado watch, but now getting into North and South Carolina, including Charlotte. And now as you get into northeast Georgia, you can see this is our latest tornado warning. That tornado warning for Franklin County, Habersham, Stevens County, Georgia, and into Coney County now in South Carolina. Dangerous thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado near the Cornelia, the Oakway, Toccoa area. This is the one we just mentioned a couple of minutes ago that was showing some signs of rotation. Now very dangerous thunderstorm. Looks like it's come right across the Toccoa area. If you have not taken cover, take cover now. And as I've been saying, these storms are moving so quickly that at times they're outrunning the warnings. So anywhere to the east, this whole line of thunderstorms, I'd say be prepared right now. Be prepared to get in your safe place if you're not already there. Greenville, 6 Mile, Anderson, these storms are heading in your direction. And at this point, I don't see anything that's going to make them weaken much. If anything, they'll maintain their current intensity, which basically has given us what we've seen is mainly severe thunderstorm warnings in terms of the count and the number of warnings, but we're occasionally getting these little spin ups here. You can see right there, that's potentially where we are showing rotation just to the west of Toccoa. It might even be over Toccoa right now, Toccoa, Georgia, and at 325 around Oakway and Seneca, 337 in Clemson, and 349 at Five Forks. So these are all areas where you should be getting into your safe place right now as rotation showing within this severe thunderstorm as these dangerous storms continue to push on off toward the north and east. And they're moving pretty rapidly too. And that's why I've been saying, just get into a safe place, wait till the storms pass. They're going to be quick movers, and then you can get out and take it back to where you'd want to stay for the rest of the evening or the early morning hours. So as we'd said, the storms are maintaining their intensity. I don't see much that's going to weaken them. They're running into now some of the strongest low-level winds and some of the best low-level jet energy. And that's why north of Macon now, we do have a couple of tornado warnings right along this line and numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. To the north of Macon now, severe thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado coming in through Jasper, Jones, and Monroe counties. It looks like most of that cell now is just getting to the south of Monticello and exiting that warning, but further south down near Round Oak and heading on off toward Eatonton and Midgeville. This is a new tornado warning until 3:30. Tornado warning for Baldwin, Jones, and Putnam counties, including Eatonton and Round Oak. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado moving on off toward the east at about 55 miles per hour. You can see right there, we get a little closer on that. You can see that is most likely where the rotation is. Look for that green and that red and even that yellow in there. Winds blowing toward and away from the radar, creating spin with this storm as it heads on off toward the northeast. Probably going to cross Highway 11 here around the Round Oak area. 310, get in your safe place. Stamfordville at around 320. Certainly going to want to take cover, get in your safe place there for possibly a tornado here developing within this thunderstorm as they continue to push on off to the north of Macon and off toward the north and east. Severe thunderstorms surrounding these tornado warnings, or the tornado warnings are embedded within the severe thunderstorm warnings. Macon severe thunderstorm warning, Warner Robins, and out there Danville. I'd say right now anywhere to the right of that line, most likely where we are seeing the threat most likely continuing, and that's these areas around Macon and Allenwood, Midgeville, Sparta, and Mayfield. All be prepared. If you're not in your safe place now, I'd certainly get there. It may not be under an active warning, but this whole line of storms has been producing severe thunderstorms, has been producing some strong winds, and occasionally we have been seeing these tornadoes, and we even had a couple signatures, debris signatures show up with some of these storms. So dangerous early morning here, Colleen, continuing as we go on through our Monday.
Yes, a very dangerous morning. I know some folks may still be up from the night before waiting these storms out. Others may be waking up to the noise that's coming through. And so we're going to be keeping a close watch on these storms as they continue to push through Georgia as well as into the Carolinas overnight. And of course, not only a tornadic threat, but just a wind threat in general. And so with that wind, it has created many power outages. We have over 800,000, getting close to 900,000 power outages, with Alabama taking the cake there with the most, as we've seen those storms rip through Mississippi, Alabama, and now into Georgia as we move into the overnight time frame. So one thing to mention as we go through this overnight time frame, even when these storms start to pass through your area, I know they're starting to clear the Atlanta metro right now, starting to move off to the east. It doesn't mean the wind is completely over, so it may still be very noisy overnight as we still have a wind threat. These are non-thunderstorm winds. They're not caused by any severe weather in the wake of these storms. So we're still going to have a very strong wind behind. That's why wind advisories are going to last through this morning into the afternoon hours. And this also extends into Mississippi and Alabama. So again, no severe weather after these storms have moved through your area. But then as we continue into the afternoon, it'll still be very windy. You could see some gusts around 40 to 50 miles an hour into Mississippi, Alabama, as well as Atlanta behind these storms after this severe threat pushes through. This also extends into the Great Lakes area as well as the Northeast, as many areas here will start to see the rain and the wind as this system moves to the east as we head through tomorrow afternoon. So we'll be talking more about that. Also keeping a close watch on these storms overnight. Ray?
And as we go through early Monday, certainly not going to see an end to the severe weather. As dangerous line of storms will continue to push east, and have a plan in place. If you're in the areas of orange or red or in and around these areas, we've got torcons of up to 5. Raleigh, Wilmington, Savannah, 50% chance of a tornado here, and then back further toward the west, about a 20 to 30% chance. Notice that 50% gets to Richmond, pretty close to Washington, D.C. New York City also a low chance too, as the severe weather threat will start pushing into some of the major metropolitan areas along I-95 from New York City. A little less of a threat down toward Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, and eventually Richmond and Raleigh, and even Wilmington and Savannah, as we had said. So high chance here, or at least a better than average chance of a tornado. They're likely to see severe weather, at least with winds to 60 miles per hour in this area. In darker kind of red here, those are those same areas that will be threatened by tornadoes, winds to 60, and maybe even some hail and strong winds continuing even further south. As I've been saying all morning, the line certainly isn't going to weaken. If anything, as you can see from our future radar, it maintains its intensity. Kind of get an idea of the darker reds here and the oranges as we go through the early morning hours. At 5 a.m., they really don't change much. Even the embedded kind of supercells, where we'll be looking for those discrete cells to become potentially tornadic and spin up. As we go through the early morning, you can still see maybe a bit of weakening in central North Carolina, but still very strong, dangerous storms pushing on through coastal Georgia, even on into the coastal areas of South Carolina. Hopefully, as we get through late morning, trying to push away, and by lunchtime, trying to get out over the Outer Banks and pushing east. But look at these cells further north. I don't know if you can see that at the top of your screen, but some of those stronger storms with heavy rain, potentially severe storms with wind and even hail and the risk for a tornado try to push north into the tri-state, North Jersey into southwest Connecticut and New York City and Long Island, and eventually by tomorrow evening all heading on off the coast, and things settle down as we get into early Tuesday morning. But nonetheless, not only a tornado threat, we've got a damaging wind threat. This would be straight line winds from Richmond to Raleigh down towards Savannah. This is where they are most likely in the areas in blue. But remember, this means in and around these areas are the areas that we may see some of the strongest winds from this line of storms. And then as we head further north, Colleen, we are going to have a flood threat. This is for flash flooding. Hartford, New York City, Philadelphia, Boston, some of the bigger cities included in that flood threat.
Yes, and that flood threat is ongoing right now for the southeast, along with our severe thunderstorm threat, as well as the threat of tornadoes. So right now, there's the current radar. We've been tracking all the severe thunderstorms, as well as the tornadic ones as they've been moving through parts of Georgia and now moving into the Carolinas. And along with all of this, these storms are producing some very heavy rainfall, around 2 to 3 inches of rain, widespread as they move through. And as Ray has been mentioning, they're very quick movers. So again, you're going to get a lot of rain real quickly. This may downplay some of the flash flooding threat for areas, but we could still have some aggravated air spots as we go through the next several hours. You can already see those flash flood warnings, those green boxes on your screen for areas in the wake of these storms in Alabama, as well as into portions of Georgia, the northwestern parts getting into the North Georgia mountains. Over the past 12 hours, we've seen anywhere from 2 to 3 inches, some higher amounts. You can see all this yellow here. That's upwards of 5 inches of rain just around the Birmingham area and then just south of Chattanooga. So this is something we'll continue to watch. Also, a lot of local storm reports there in the wake of these storms with flash flooding with flooding reports, I should say, in the Birmingham and then Birmingham area. And then we'll continue to watch this as it goes through portions of Georgia as well. There you go. Through this morning, the flood alerts, flash flood watch in effect for Chattanooga, Knoxville, Asheville, Boone, all the way up to Roanoke as these storms continue to push east as we move through the rest of the overnight time frame. We'll be back with a look at this dangerous situation outplaying right after this.
Dangerous and potentially deadly storms continuing to head through the southeastern U.S. and we've got tornado watches in effect, including Charlotte and Greenville. Most of Atlanta now getting out of it, but you see that pop up right there. You've got a new tornado watch. It's just been issued, covering up now most of, if not all, southeast Georgia, right down to the coast and coastal South Carolina, Charleston and Savannah. Now, you are in a tornado watch until 11 o'clock Eastern time Monday morning. So now we're starting to see this line of storms head on off toward the east and racing pretty quickly. And remember what the watch is defined as. It means the potential for tornadoes in and around the watch area. So just because you're not right in the watch, I'd say if you're a county or two to the east of it or around it, certainly got the threat for severe weather. And that severe weather threat extending down into the panhandle of Florida and even a little sliver there of southeast Alabama. Let's go north first. We're up in northeast Georgia. Do have a couple of tornado warnings now. Franklin and Oconee in Stevens County. This is a tornado warning for Oakway, Toccoa, and Westminster until 3:30. Doppler indicating a possible rotation within this thunderstorm. Weakened a bit now, as you kind of see right there on the velocity. It's falling apart a bit. But further north here, this one just came out. We do have a new tornado warning. That's starting to get now into Oconee, Pickens, and Transylvania counties until 3:45. Once again, Doppler indicating now tornado getting into South Carolina. Right on South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia border here is what it looks like. Yeah, right there. It's a very tight couplet starting to show up here. So if you are in the areas that we previously mentioned, certainly going to want to take cover there for that warning. Coney County, Pickens County, and South Carolina, Greenville County also, and North Carolina into Transylvania County. So it's now starting to get North Carolina into the action on some of these tornadic storms. And once again, these are Doppler indicated. Don't have any reports of anything confirmed, but dangerous and a dangerous line of thunderstorms nonetheless. Even the warnings you got to treat for thunderstorm winds pretty seriously. 60, 70 mile per hour winds could accompany it. Even these yellow boxes, which are the severe thunderstorm warnings. So dangerous early morning here with tornado warning south of I-20 near Eatonton for Putnam County until 3:30 local time. Again, this is a Doppler radar indicating rotation within that thunderstorm. You can see here, most likely right in this area where we are seeing velocity showing maybe some brief broad rotation there with that thunderstorm. And then dangerous storms continue to push east now of Macon. Macon, we think you're in the clear. Severe thunderstorm warning surrounding you off to some of your eastern communities. Further south, the whole line basically warned for severe storms. So damaging winds, deadly winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. But then we do occasionally get these tornado warnings along this line. Now that's near Defuniak Springs and Holmes and Walton counties now in the panhandle of Florida. That's until 2:45. This is a tornado warning. And again, we're looking at a Doppler radar indicated tornado broad rotation right in this area here. You can kind of see how the red and the green not quite in this tight as you'd like to see for a stronger rotation. Right now, dangerous thunderstorm continue to push on off toward the east within a severe thunderstorm warning. So don't treat those warnings again lightly, those severe thunderstorm warnings, because they're still very dangerous also. And occasionally, as we've been seeing all morning, the thunderstorms have the potential of producing rotation, and we've seen that with some of the rotation, and some of that rotations actually produce some tornado warnings, and those tornado warnings in effect right now for Doppler indicated thunderstorms and rotation within some of these storms. Colleen?
Oh, and Ray, you know, as the sun comes up in the morning, we're going to see, unfortunately, a lot of damage that these storms have left behind. Already some video in with this severe weather outbreak that started earlier for Easter Sunday. This is video out of Soso, Mississippi. Oh, my gosh, look at all the trees down, the debris. This is the driver's view of the heavy storm damage through the town on Sunday. And then, of course, we're still tracking these same line of storms that's moved out of Mississippi and Alabama, now moving into Georgia and the Carolinas, and this will continue through the start of this week for your Monday. Now, Ray's been talking about the tornado threat as well as the wind threat. We also have a flood threat right now in the wake of these storms, as well as where they are ongoing. We have power outages upwards of almost 900,000. So we are getting very close to 1 million out of power. And of course, the ones that are taking the cake right now, Alabama in the wake of those storms, as well as Arkansas, Georgia, Mississippi, as well as Texas. And of course, I believe that Georgia may start to move up there as well as these storms are moving through. Now, one thing to note, even after these storms move through your neighborhood and they're pushing east, we are still going to have a very windy day today for your Monday. So even though the sun may come out, these are non-thunderstorm winds. We're not going to have any more severe weather for areas of Mississippi, Alabama, even Georgia as we head into the latter part of the afternoon. But the winds are going to be strong on the backside of this system as it comes through. We could see upwards of 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts without any thunderstorms around. So again, still very windy. And of course, those storms are going to push across the East Coast and then get into the Atlantic as we move through tomorrow afternoon. So those guys will still pack a punch with the severe weather activity. But in the wake of that, you can see through Monday afternoon, still seeing some winds around 20 to 40 miles per hour. That's why you are still going to have a wind advisory in effect for areas of Mississippi, Alabama, as well as Georgia. This extends all the way up into the Carolinas as well, with some high wind warnings in place as well. So something to take note of as we head through the rest of Monday. And this has been a long time of this severe weather, starting all the way across portions of Texas and Arkansas, Louisiana, now pushing all the way through the Carolinas through the overnight time frame. So Ray, we're going to be keeping a close watch on that over the next several hours.
Yeah, some of those storms continuing to push into now North and South Carolina, where newest tornado warnings come out here for Oconee, Pickens, and Transylvania counties, South Carolina and North Carolina, respectively. Strong storm potentially producing a tornado here out across South Carolina, Transylvania County right here in North Carolina. So radar, we are picking up some rotation there. It's a broad rotation, but rotation nonetheless. And this newly issued Anderson, Oconee, and Pickens counties in South Carolina, that's a tornado warning, including the city of Clemson, Easley, and Oakway. That's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado heading on off toward the east. So take cover now if you are in these areas. This thunderstorm is moving on off toward the east. So Seneca, Clemson, Liberty, Easley, and the Barrera areas here. Take cover now. Dangerous thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado headed your way. A live look now, Clemson, South Carolina. Yeah, look at that. Some thunder, lightning, lighting up the sky, 68 degrees. It's almost balmy out there. Tropical air mass in place, strong low-level jets, severe storms, and for you now, even a tornado warning, active tornado warning for Clemson. That tornado warning is for a radar-indicated tornado, and multiple tornado warnings now popping up over the last 30 minutes up and down this line, which extends now from North Carolina down through South Carolina, Georgia, and now getting into the panhandle of Florida. So active weather along this line of dangerous and what earlier were deadly thunderstorms and maybe even some strong tornadoes. Oconee, Pickens, and Transylvania counties in South Carolina and North Carolina, respectively. Tornado warning until 3:45. This is a Doppler indicated storm. Doppler indicated rotation as it heads on off toward the east. So a dangerous thunderstorm there. Take cover if you're on these areas where there's rotation possibly right on the North-South Carolina border there, which is right in this area here. So once again, radar is picking up at least some weak rotation further south, which does include Clemson now. This is a tornado warning. That tornado warning for Anderson, Oconee, and Pickens counties. That's in effect until 4 o'clock, including Clemson, Easley, and Oakway. Take cover now if you are in that area for, again, what looks to be a Doppler-indicated tornado or rotation, at least where maybe a little rotation, very broad rotation showing up on the velocity there. But nonetheless, some rotation within that thunderstorm, but it does look like it's weak. And that's all within this big severe thunderstorm warning, too. So Greenville, take cover if you are in the Greenville, Spartanburg area. Dangerous thunderstorms on the way there. Now, south of Athens, multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, but also within that, we do have a tornado warning where we do see just east of Eatonton, around Greene, Hancock, and Putnam counties, a severe thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado with this warning. So if you're in Eatonton or Greensboro or Phoenix, you're also going to want to get into your safe place. Dangerous thunderstorm. Looks like on the velocity, it has weakened just a bit, but right there to the northeast of Eatonton would look like where the rotation would be. It was a little bit stronger there back toward the west. So certainly had something going on there, a little bit stronger rotation. And I think we put the correlation coefficient on here. You could see at one point, probably right there, we probably have a little bit of debris getting kicked up here, which looks to be maybe a brief little spin up here just north of the Eatonton area. And now you can see that debris signature going away in our correlation coefficient. So this is really what we've seen over the last 3 hours plus, is this line of storms continuing to produce occasionally some tornado warnings, but most likely damaging straight line winds. But with that cell around Phoenix, Liberty, Robertson, and Crawfordville over the next 20 to 30 minutes, take cover. A strong storm nonetheless, certainly producing winds 50 to 60 miles per hour for most areas. And then occasionally you may see a spin up with this tornado warning, as it does look like it is weakening a bit, which is good news. But again, along this entire line, we are seeing severe storms, and occasionally some of these storms are rotating. And that's what we've got here now down in Clay and Randolph counties in Georgia. including the Cuthbert, the Fort Gaines, and the Shellman areas until 4:15. Take cover in this area. Yep, starting to see a little bit more definitive rotation there. Green and red showing winds blowing toward and away from the radar. That's producing the spin in the atmosphere. It's not really a very well-defined spin, but there's a rotation there nonetheless as that storm continues to head on off to the northeast of the Shorterville area. And again, that's a tornado warning for Clay and Randolph counties heading on off toward the northeast. They're moving about 40 to 50 miles per hour into Florida now. We're in the panhandle of Florida. Tornado warning for Holmes and Walton counties until 2:45 just to the north of Defoniac Springs. Again, this is Doppler indicated rotation within this thunderstorm. You can see right away here, looks like it's that area right there that's quickly outracing the warning and weakening. So that's good news. We do have a weakening thunderstorm here, but again, these storms will continue to have not only damaging straight line winds, but occasionally could produce the occasional tornado warning. So we still have got that threat even into the early morning hours here, Colleen.
Yes, and Ray, here's the latest look at what we know about the severe storms moving across the southeast. At this hour, more than 13 million people are under severe weather alerts, and Louisiana and Mississippi's governors have both declared a state of emergency in response to the severe storms and tornadoes that hit the region on Sunday. And new this morning, there are now, unfortunately, 8 reported deaths in 2 states from those storms. So let's get a quick look at the overnight timeline, because I know a lot of folks were hopefully preparing ahead of time. Maybe you're watching us on your phone right now. You're in your basement. That's the place you need to be. Don't want to mess around with these nighttime storms. So right now, Ray's been tracking all those tornado warnings. Those are the red boxes on your screen as this line of storms all the way from the Carolinas through Georgia, as well as down into the Florida Panhandle, are marching on through. And all of these ingredients are in place. We have a lot of moisture coming in as we take a look at the water vapor imagery, as well as these very strong south winds. A strong low-level jet coupled with our jet stream here creates a little bit of spin in the atmosphere, and that's why we are seeing those active tornado warnings throughout the overnight time frame, and a lot of instability in place as well. So all of these combined bring in this severe weather, and so this will continue to track into the Carolinas overnight with that potential of severe storms. We have a tornado threat, a wind threat, and a flood threat. We'll continue to track it right after this.
All right, live look now in Clemson. See the lightning and potentially with a tornado warned storm, debris signature now showing up. If it's not right in Clemson, it's pretty darn close and moving quickly on off toward the east here as dangerous storms. Anderson, Oconee, and Pickens County, the latest tornado warning here, including Clemson, Easley, and Seneca. So hopefully you're in your safe place or get to it quickly here as radar showing rotation within this thunderstorm, at least Doppler radar. And then if you get a little bit closer in, you could see the rotation, which if we go back a little bit, it looked like it was a little bit more tight here. But now it does look like the rotation's moved northeast of Clemson, but dangerous and a strong storm nonetheless. We did have a little bit of a couplet a little bit earlier with this storm as it pushed on through, showing that we may have had rotation with the thunderstorm and potentially here even a tornado where on the correlation coefficient it did show a debris signature. So potentially a TDS signature, a tornado debris signature showing up if we go over to the correlation coefficient here. That's a spin right there. That is the rate of, but look at this right here. This would show where on the correlation coefficient we may have debris getting kicked up. This was right near Seneca just a little while ago. Notice how it got dangerously close here over the last few minutes to Clemson, or went right through not only Seneca, but maybe even the downtown area in and around Clemson, and it includes the area around the university too. So a very dangerous storm, potentially a tornado on the ground, or briefly there may have been a tornado on the ground here. This is a TDS signature, tornado debris signature now starting near Seneca and potentially going pretty darn close to Clemson. Very dangerous thunderstorm now. And if we track this out and the areas downwind of this or down off to the east, these are areas where I'm going to tell you just to take cover now, as this storm could potentially be producing a tornado to the east now and just the northeast of Clemson out near the Easley area and even Greenville, Spartanburg. The storm's moving so quickly and things are happening so rapidly here that over the next 30, 40 minutes around Crosswell and even the Greenville, Spartanburg area around 4:05, this storm could potentially hit you. But what what has been happening with these cells all night and now the early morning hours have been, they've been producing severe thunderstorm warnings, and occasionally on the line, we've been getting what we're getting here is we're getting these spin-ups, and then some of these storms have been showing these signatures or these tornado debris signatures right now. Pretty well define their signature on radar that we may have here possibly a tornado on the ground moving just now to the north and the northeast of Clemson at about 50 miles per hour. So this is just one scan as it goes from Seneca to Clemson. So storms moving very rapidly, and that's why we've got this tornado warning in effect now until 4 o'clock in the morning, including Clemson, easily, and the Seneca areas. I'd say take cover now, get in your safe place. Dangerous thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado here in and around Clemson, South Carolina, and moving on off toward the north and the northeast. All within the severe thunderstorm warning. As it said, this line of storms has been producing not only active severe thunderstorm warnings, but also active tornado warnings. And occasionally we're not only getting rotation, but we're seeing these tornado debris signatures. We saw one just to the south of the city of Atlanta on the south side of town earlier and northwest of Macon, and now we're getting one up near Clemson and the university here. And further north of that, we do have a tornado warning for Oconee, Pickens, and Transylvania County until 3:45. That's a Doppler indicated radar picking up rotation within that thunderstorm as that one heads on off toward the north and the northeast also. So dangerous early morning here. If you are in the areas to the east of this line of storms, I'd certainly be ready to take cover because these storms have been producing strong winds. They produce occasionally these tornado warnings. It's very tough to pick them up not only at night, but because they may be rain wrapped, and also that things are happening so quickly you can't define the exact area where you are going to see the thunderstorms become tornadic. It's all along the line. Wherever you get these little ripples, you end up getting these rotations, and that rotation is where you could have potentially the strongest winds and potentially the most damage too with these thunderstorms as they continue to head on off toward the east. And as I'd said, moving pretty quickly. So North Carolina is getting in on the action now, South Carolina, and down further south as we get into Georgia, east central Georgia, South Georgia, even into the panhandle of Florida. Now we do have severe weather, and this line of storms further south now, although weakening just a bit, certainly showing heavy rainfall and also some strong gusty winds. And as I said, within the line, occasionally we are getting these tornado warnings now. So East Georgia around Augusta, I'd say be on your guard here over the next few hours. Columbia, South Carolina, Charlotte, you're all under the tornado watch until the early morning hours. You'll have this weather heading your way. And as I've been saying all morning, we're not going to see much in the way of weakening of the line of storms. If anything, they probably maintain their current intensity and they keep doing what they have been doing. And that's been producing severe thunderstorm warnings. Occasionally we get these tornado warnings, and it's going to be real tough to pick out where we are going to get tornado warnings. It could be anywhere along the line, as we've got these ones here up in western South Carolina. We've got this one south of Athens here. Once again, Doppler indicated rotation with that storm. And then occasionally we are seeing these tornado debris signatures where we are getting most likely tornadoes on the ground. They're not lasting long, but certainly getting some indications that we are getting something going on in terms of your debris signatures. This tornado warning for Greene, Hancock, and Putnam counties in Georgia, Eatonton, Greensboro, and Phoenix. You're all under that tornado warning. That tornado warning around the Eatonton area will continue here over the next few minutes. And you can see as it went through just to the north there, Eatonton, there was your signature or your rotation on Doppler radar, and that rotation now pushing away and weakening just a bit. And we also had, as I had said earlier, we're getting these little tornado debris signatures, a small one, but we have a signature there nonetheless of debris in the air flying up that's not meteorological targets, potentially pieces of structures or even trees that have come down or get taken up and picked up within those winds. Further south now, southwest Georgia, west of Albany, we are having severe thunderstorm warnings and even a tornado warning now inside those severe thunderstorm warnings. So Lee County, severe thunderstorm warning for you, and the tornado warning is for Clay and Randolph County, Culberth and Fort Gaines and Shellman until 4:15. That tornado warning for what looks to be it's a little bit of a couplet there just to the southwest of the Culbert area, and that storm's moving on off toward the east at about 40-50 miles per hour. Get into the panhandle of Florida, severe thunderstorms, and again, within these severe thunderstorms, we're getting tornado warning around Holmes County. That's until 2:45 Central Time. Doppler indicating a strong storm potentially producing a tornado moving on off toward the east. And looking here, your signature, your velocity, really can't pick much up here. Maybe right over in this area. We saw that rotation a little bit earlier. But right now, I expect at least some damaging winds with these storms as they continue to head on off toward the east. So active early morning with severe storms from North Carolina down to the Florida Panhandle.
And welcome back, everyone. We are watching this severe storm outbreak just playing out as we head through the overnight time frame. We have some tornado warnings out right now, as well as severe thunderstorm warnings. Here's a live look right now at Clemson, South Carolina, one of those that potentially had a very strong tornado move through the city of Clemson, just to the north of potentially the Clemson campus there for Clemson University. So I want to go to that one first. This is for Anderson and Pickens. We've been watching this. Again, these storms continue to pulse up and down throughout the overnight time frame, and they have a lot of the ingredients in play to continue to stay strong. So we're not really seeing them weakening. And what's very dangerous, and what Ray was talking about just before the break, is, of course, this is happening at night. It's dark outside, and a lot of these, if they are a tornado and if it is on the ground, it is going to be rain wrapped. It is going to be very difficult to see. So if you are in this red box, this is now east of Clemson. You need to take shelter now. You need to have that severe weather plan in place. And then if you're even east of that, you need to plan ahead. Do not mess with these severe storms overnight. So there's that tornado warning right now. We're taking a look at our velocity, watching it, the outbound and inbound winds that are coming through. And it seems that what was once a little stronger on radar there in Clemson may be weakening just a little bit as it moves east of the area. But again, still a very dangerous situation. As we move to the correlation coefficient, we're just watching for any colors that aren't red. And this shows you anything that's not meteorological. So this would be any debris, a debris ball with what's going on here in Clemson. You can see right before this is around 3:25, very prominent signature, a little bit of a dropout from this tornadic activity as it was moving just through Clemson and now to the east. So we did see a little bit of that as we tracked that through, just still seeing it a bit to the east here and then starting to weaken just a little bit. But again, still a very strong signature of a potentially strong tornado that went through the Clemson area. Now, unfortunately, this is not the only tornado warning we have right now. We also have one as we move into Greenville, also Henderson, Transylvania, as we track this through Highland, Slater, and Tigerville right now. That is an active tornado warning as well. And as we move through the velocity here, you can see a little bit of a signature here, just a bit of a couplet coming through just to the west of Travelers Rest, right there, just moving to the east. And again, these are quick moving storms. So you got to react now. If you are in you are east of this Highland, you need to take cover right now. Even in the Columbus area, even Greer, any of these spots just to the east, just go ahead and do it now. I know we were talking a lot earlier in the day about just continuing to stay up to date, maybe just sleeping in your basement, just staying up a little later tonight, trying to keep track of these storms. This is where it's going right now, just around 4 o'clock, Tigerville. Then as we move into about 4:13, Landrum, and then 4:20, New Prospect. And again, a very fluid situation, and these storms are to come at you very quickly. Now, these are the tornado warnings. We also have a new one just down to the south there, Anderson, or actually just to the south of the one we were just talking about. Here's Greenville, Pickens, and Spartanburg. So we have 3 different ones just there in that western part of South Carolina. And so, again, watching for any rotation in these storms. You can see it's a little messy with the velocity right now, but with the history of these storms, we're taking each of these tornado warnings very, very seriously. Even if we are just seeing some radar indication right now, again, all of these storms are in the type of atmosphere that is ready to produce tornadoes. So right there, moving through Taylor's, also Duncan, just before the 4 o'clock time frame here, getting into about 4:15 there in Duncan. We'll be watching an area just right there, maybe just east of Easley, moving to the east here very quickly. This is around about 60 miles an hour with these tornado warnings for the South Carolina area. And then also for areas of Georgia, we are still continuing to see not only tornado warnings, but severe thunderstorm warnings as the eastern sides of Georgia and also to the south now brace for the severe weather. So there's this tornado warning still active just to the east of Eatonton. And we've been tracking this for quite some time, had a pretty strong signature of a tornado earlier, and still watching that as we turn the velocity on here. Again, a little messy there just south of Greensboro, but this supercell here has had that activity throughout the overnight time frame. And so we'll continue to have a little bit of that rotation. And again, you're not going to see any of this. This is just rain wrap. This is embedded in a lot of rain here across areas of Georgia. And then also down to the south, just to the west of Albany there, we also have another tornado warning that is active in the southern part of Georgia, tapping into a lot of that moisture that's streaming up into portions of Florida and also southern Georgia. This is for Randolph County, still going until 4:15 this morning. So a very dangerous situation outplaying for Georgia as well as the Carolinas, with numerous tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings in place right now. So as we take a look at this here, you can see these storms are going to be moving off to the east as well, with that rotation just to the south of Dawson as we head into the 4 o'clock hours. So again, just dangerous when these happen at night. So continue to keep a close watch, as we are not out of the woods yet as these storms move through, with those active warnings here for Georgia as well as South Carolina, just the western part there, getting just to the east now of the Clemson area. So along with that, we're watching for damaging winds as well as a flood threat as these storms continue to move through. One last look here as we move up to the Eaton area. Greene and Hancock, again, you are under this tornado warning till 4 o'clock in the morning, so just a little bit longer here, as well as all these going to at least 4:15 for South Carolina here. Greenville, Pickens, and Spartanburg, 4:15 for that tornado warning. And then as we continue into the rest of this morning, we expect more of this weather to continue for the Carolinas.
Dangerous Easter Sunday, deadly Easter Sunday, and now it's rolling right into Monday morning. Good morning. Thanks for staying with us here at the Weather Channel. Continuing to track severe storms racing across parts of the southeast. I'm meteorologist Ray Stajic.
And I'm meteorologist Colleen Coyle. And it has been a rough Sunday for millions as those deadly tornadoes slam the south. And the danger threat doesn't end as we head into the early morning hours. That's why Ray and I are here keeping a track of this. And Ray, you have the latest on the active radar.
Yeah, we've got active radar, active storms, and basically all up and down the line from North Carolina into the Panhandle, Florida, either severe thunderstorms or tornado warnings. And here's your watch. So in and around this watch area, shown in red, tornadoes are possible, especially to the east or to the right of where that red is. Because I think Atlanta, most of that area is now out of the watch and out of the threat for severe weather. But bigger cities like Raleigh and Charlotte here over the next few hours, even Greensboro, Spartanburg, and South Carolina, heading on into Augusta, Georgia, and down toward maybe even Tallahassee, Florida. You could expect some of these stronger to severe storms to head in your direction. It's been the whole line, really, that's been either severe or even tornadic with warnings. And your latest tornado warnings, Greenville, Pickens, and Spartanburg County in South Carolina, including the cities of Greenville, Greers, and Taylors. That's until 4:15. A dangerous storm potentially producing a tornado heading on off toward the east, northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So these storms are moving quickly. And earlier you could see this cell that went through Clemson. We most likely had a large and damaging tornado go through the area just to the north or just right through downtown Clemson on our correlation coefficient area. You could still see maybe even some debris still getting kicked up here just to the north and northeast of the Easley area. So dangerous storm now going to the north side of the Greensville, Spartanburg area. But it looks like we had a dangerous storm there. Most likely a tornado on the ground and maybe a large tornado pass right around the Clemson area, maybe just to the north of that, and went through Seneca also. Greenville, Pickens, and Polk County now get back to the tornado warnings. That's for Highland, Slater, and Tigerville until 4:15. That's in South Carolina. Once again, a Doppler indicated rotation within this thunderstorm. The rotation's right there to the west of Highland. Doesn't look very strong, but rotation nonetheless in that thunderstorm. And these storms also producing severe thunderstorms further south. So there's your Greenville, Pickens, Spartanburg warning. Further south, getting ready to come into Augusta, severe thunderstorm warning, and then south of that, more warnings in effect for severe weather and strong damaging straight line winds. So Hancock, Taliaferro, Warren counties, including the cities of Union Point, Warrenton, and Washington until 4:30. Take cover now. Strong storms with the potential to produce strong damaging winds. And, all these storms have the potential to rotate, too. A little interesting here, just to the north and the northeast of Sparta, might see in a little rotation starting to get going going there and further south and all these severe thunderstorm warnings, which is basically the whole line of storms. At any time, you can get these little ripples or these kind of little waves in them that could produce some rotation, or that's why we're getting tornado warnings along the line of these storms. West of Albany, that's a tornado warning. Once again, Doppler indicating rotation within this thunderstorm. That's for Randolph County, including the cities of Coleman, Cuthbert, Shellman until 4:15. That's an area that will see potentially some strong winds and maybe even tornadic activity with that cell, but nothing confirmed on that. Severe thunderstorm warnings also for Holmes and Walton and Washington counties, including the cities of Chipley, Laguna Beach, and Red Bay until 3:15. So a dangerous line of storms, Colleen, continuing to push from North Carolina all the way down through South Carolina, Georgia, now getting into the panhandle of Florida.
Yes, it's going to be an active morning, especially across the East Coast as these storms continue to track east. Right now, I want to talk about the overnight timeline because all those ingredients are in play, especially as we get a little farther south, as you've seen those severe thunderstorm warnings as well as tornado warnings popping up in portions of Florida and even the southern portion of Georgia. So very active. We have all those boxes on the screen. Even in the wake of these storms, we've had some flash flooding for areas. So we have those flood watches that have been out for areas of Alabama as well as the northern parts of Georgia. So first off, we got the water vapor in place. We have a lot of moisture coming up from the south, a very strong low-level jet that will still be active overnight into the morning hours. And so with this, we're seeing a little bit of shear. So we have that rotation in the atmosphere, and that's why we're getting these embedded little spin-ups of tornadoes. And those tornado warnings continue to pulse up and down as this line continues out of Georgia into the Carolinas, especially there in the western part of South Carolina. And a lot of instability. That's that red on your screen here, the available energy, or the CAPE that we call it. And that is that instability that when those storms tap into it, it's going into a very ripe atmosphere, and that's why they're not weakening. They will continue to stay strong. Even if you're not under a tornado warning, you may be under that severe thunderstorm warning. And as we've been mentioning, those can still pack the same punch. We can still have some very damaging straight line winds. So here's 5 o'clock in the morning, just going about an hour from now. This is mainly out of the heart of Atlanta, also the heart of Asheville. It's out of there to your east, moving into portions of Columbia, also into Raleigh. You'll start to see this just before daybreak there as we head through portions of North Carolina as well as South Carolina. Look at this line extending all the way down into the panhandle of Florida, getting into Tallahassee there at 7 o'clock in the morning for today. And then this will move into areas around Wilmington, Charleston, down through Savannah. You still have that tornadic threat as we head through the mid-morning hours into the midday hours around lunchtime. So this is going to be ongoing with the potential of some very damaging winds as well as we get across the eastern seaboard and just along the coast. So we do expect some more of those watches. Right now, areas under tornado watches that may be extended into more of the East Coast as this moves through the rest of the morning. And there you go as we go into about 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, finally seeing some of this clear out. But what's interesting is even after all of these storms move out tomorrow afternoon, it is still going to be very, very windy. So though the sun may come out for areas, we could still see some wind gusts up to around 40 miles per hour for spots in Alabama, Mississippi, also Georgia. So don't be surprised today as you see the sun come out, but still very, very windy, not due to any severe weather, but just the backside of that system. So quickly to talk about this right now, we want to talk about seeking shelter. So have that plan in place. If you are ahead of these storms right now and you're watching this and they're coming toward your area, don't wait till they're knocking on your front door. Have this in place. So if you have a basement, we are encouraging a lot of people to go ahead and sleep in the basement tonight. Don't even worry about trying to get down there in the middle of the night. Just be down there. That is the safest place you can be. Also, put as many barriers between you and the outside wall. So you want to find that interior room. If you don't have a basement, maybe that's a bathroom. Maybe it's somewhere under the stairs or a hallway that you could go into. And then make sure once you have all those walls around, you need to go to the lowest floor. If that's the basement, do that. If not, just that first floor, a bathroom, a closet. After you get in there, you can throw anything over yourself, such as a blanket, pillows. If you have a helmet, put it on. I know it sounds ridiculous. You may say, hey, why am I wearing a helmet in the middle of the night? It could save your life. So have all this in play. The Carolinas, everyone, as you start to wake up around dawn, this is going to be very dangerous storms moving through that have a history of producing tornadoes. So please be prepared before these storms arrive. Ray?
And some devastating news now out of North Georgia, where we are learning at least 5 people have died in North Georgia. This after severe storms swept through Murray County. The Sheriff's Department, they're saying a possible tornado hit a mobile home park in Chattooga. 5 more people were also taken to the hospital. And now that focus of these deadly storms continues to push toward the east, and we're continuing to see the threat for severe weather through the early morning hours and through at least midday and maybe longer as we get into Monday. Radar showing our latest warnings right now. A couple of tornado warnings in east central Georgia. First one down near Washington County, near the Harrison area, Oconee and Riddleville until 4:30. Take cover if you are in these areas right now. That is a Doppler indicated tornado where we are seeing maybe some weak and broad rotation within this thunderstorm. It's hard to pick it up here, but might be just around that area there. Then further toward the north, we are also with a tornado warning for Glasscock, Warren, and Washington counties for Gibson, Warrenton, and Warthen. That's until 4:30. Again, Doppler radar indicating rotation and a possible tornado with this storm. And as you can see, right in this area, you might actually have 2 little areas that we're looking at for possible rotation on the velocity just to the west and the northwest of the Warthen area. And these areas we want to take cover now around Warthen and Mitchell, Gibson, and Bastonville. These are the areas over the next 30 minutes or so that we could be affected by at least strong winds and potentially maybe some rotation or possible tornadoes with those tornado warnings. Further east now, as we can see, not seeing much action yet, but as we go through the day in the early morning hours, we're in South Carolina, Columbia, between about 6 and 7 o'clock, watching some of these storms come through. And as that main line comes through, again, you're going to have most likely severe thunderstorm warnings. And then this isn't going to be the exact location of the most severe storms or the storms that may rotate. But as you can see on the radar, the future radar trying to show, again, seeing these storms that do spin up within the line. So we'll most likely see that same trend as we go through the day, off toward the eastern, the early morning hours in eastern and central and eastern parts of South Carolina. Strong storms, severe storms, and potentially tornadic storms heading toward Lake City and then Charleston by about 9 a.m. in Myrtle Beach through mid and late morning and into the early afternoon hours. We start to sweep them further on off toward the east, and they should be heading on out to sea. So a dangerous early morning. Raleigh, same deal as we go through 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Thunderstorms. That line comes through about 7 or 8 o'clock with, again, discrete supercells within the line that could be rotating. They're going to be quick developing, quick movers that will probably dissipate quickly like we've seen during the early morning hours. So around Cary, Chapel Hill, and even back toward Greensboro between about 6 and 9 o'clock, watching those strong storms come through. They'll head on off toward Greenville too. So if you're watching early this morning, have a plan in place. These are certainly areas that we just talked about that may see the same type of storms, maybe the same type of damage in some areas that we have seen in parts of the southeast Sunday and now early Monday.
Yes, and Ray, those areas, anyone in those cities, you need to have that plan in place right now. We've seen the history of what these storms may produce, and we could see that as we continue through the rest of your Monday. One thing to note is the wind damage. This has just had power outages throughout the South. We have already approached 1 million power outages right now. And as we mentioned earlier, Georgia now at the top of that with over 170,000 folks without power right now as these storms have moved through. So not only the tornadic activity, but also the straight line wind damage just blowing power out all over the place. You can see the amount of storm reports in areas, a lot of trees down. We've had the flooding and also this high winds that have continued to not only take the power out, but cause damage, which we will see much more as the sun rises in the next few hours. Right now, wind gust forecast, it's going to stay windy regardless if the storms are out of your area right now. Mississippi, Alabama, also portions of Georgia, you could still see some wind gusts up to around 40 miles per hour on the backside of this storm. And then, of course, Raleigh, Wilmington, down through Savannah as we get into about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. This line of storms going to be approaching you. And with that, you could have some very strong, damaging winds with that next line. And then as we move through the rest of your Monday afternoon, you can see the wind may die down in some spots, but still breezy. Regardless if the sun can come out, it'll still be a very windy day, not due to any severe weather in the south anymore, but just due to the backside of that system. That's why we will still have a wind advisory out for areas of Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, as well as some high wind warnings in effect as well, heading through the rest of this afternoon for your Monday. But again, the main thing right now is our active weather that's continuing through Georgia and the Carolinas right now and will continue to affect people through Monday. So, Ray, you have the latest.
Yeah, that will include a tornado threat, as tornadoes have been threatened not only during Sunday, but now the early Monday morning hours. And that threat will continue on our Torcon scale through North Carolina, South Carolina, 5s on our Torcon scale, 50% chance of a tornado in these areas. So that's getting up there, 50% chance of seeing a tornado around Savannah, Charleston, and I'd say anywhere in this kind of area here in red, and the darker red especially has the best chance. 3s surrounding that, and even some 2s further north, including maybe New York City and down toward the western edge here of this orange. That's the area where we may see stronger storms potentially producing tornadoes. So still a pretty high chance, especially down across southeast Virginia, eastern half of North and South Carolina, and even southeast Georgia. And obviously going through the morning and into the afternoon from west to east. So most likely seeing the storms clear the coast early to mid-afternoon on Monday. And then as we get into our severe weather around the areas that may see tornadic storms, we'll have that threat for damaging winds and damaging straight line winds and potential for hail. Same areas, but the potential is more showing where our straight line wind threat will be in and around this area. And again, go west to east on this. So earlier in this morning here, and then later this morning into the afternoon, further toward the east, out near the Outer Banks. And we'll show you this and what it looks like and what the model thinks the radar is going to look like as we go through early this morning. As you can see, the line maintaining its intensity for the most part. So that would mean a line of storms which is going to have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings on it. And then occasionally the areas where you are seeing kind of those little round little circles, those are where the stronger storms could become tornadic or start spinning. And that's why along the line we'll most likely through 10 o'clock this morning see some of those storms go severe. Some of them will actually have tornado warnings on them. They'll probably be quick spin-ups, probably quick movers. I don't know about the intensity of those storms because it does look like we had a couple of strong tornadoes earlier, but certainly looks like the active weather will continue at least into the early afternoon in the south, and then north of the Mason-Dixon line, Colleen, maybe moving a little bit further north.
Yes, we're not out of the woods just yet, and I want to bring you up to speed with the latest warnings that are out. We still have the active watches. That's that tornado watch for Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, and we do have active tornado warnings right now. So a new one just in here for North Carolina, Surrey and Yadkin. This goes until 4:45 in the morning. So Forbush, also Yadkinville. This is you are under this warning until 4:45. So anyone in that red box, you got to take cover immediately. These storms are moving very fast. Mainly about 50 to 55 miles an hour. So this is going to come up on you very quickly. And then if you're anywhere ahead of this storm, you need to take shelter right now. These are very dangerous overnight storms that are moving through portions of the Carolina. Also, still active tornado warnings there for South Carolina. This goes until 4:15 for Greenville, Pickens, and Spartanburg. We're going to continue to keep you up to date with those latest tornado warnings for South Carolina, North Carolina, as well as Georgia. And welcome back, everyone. We want to get you up to speed on what we know about the severe storms lashing the southeast. Now, right now, there are over 165 million people under wind alerts, and power outages are, of course, climbing. At last check, there was over 1 million in the dark across at least a dozen states, and there are now 13 reported deaths from the tornado and severe weather outbreak this Easter weekend. So a very dangerous situation that is already unfolded and is still unfolding for areas across the East Coast as these severe storms are still very active. And Ray, you have the latest on the radar.
Yeah, Colleen, thanks. And really not too much has changed. The line's held its intensity. We've had severe thunderstorms at times across the entire line from North Carolina down to the Panhandle of Florida. The tornado watch stays in place, and occasionally we're getting these tornado warnings along the line. So that's what we expect to continue from Charlotte to Columbia down toward Augusta, even down toward Tallahassee. So if you're in and around this watch, especially I'd say to the east of it, best chance for severe storms and potentially rotating storms, meaning tornadic storms are possible as we go through not only the early morning hours, but through midday, maybe a little bit longer the further east we go. Dangerous thunderstorms potentially producing tornadoes to the north. Let's go in North Carolina first. Just getting into the Triad or just west of the Triad now, Surrey and Yadkin counties. That's a severe thunderstorm that could be producing a tornado. That's a tornado warning for the cities of Forbush and Shoals and Yadkinville until 4:45 Eastern time. Right now, Doppler radar indicating a tornado here on radar, moving on off toward the north and the northeast. So if you are in the areas around Forbush, Shoals, and Yadkinville, take cover now. Dangerous thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado. Rotation here on Doppler radar. Really not picking up much here, but there might be a weak rotation, broad rotation there as this storm heads north of 421 at about 50 miles per hour. So take cover in the previously mentioned areas for a possible tornado there. And then we get into east central Georgia now, heading toward Augusta. Not only multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, but along the line, it continues. Along this line, severe storms potentially producing tornadoes now in this area in Georgia around Gibson, the Glasscock and Warren County areas. Gibson and Mitchell take cover for a storm that could potentially be producing a tornado. Once again, this is tornado that this is Doppler indicated rotation just to the west of Gibson now. Looks like where there might be a very broad rotation trying to show up there. And then further south, we do have a new tornado warning for Washington County that does include the Riddleville area until 4:30, just northeast of Harrison. Once again, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado heading on off toward the east. And then down the line of severe thunderstorm warnings, which is basically the entire line, all the way down to the panhandle of Florida, we can expect damaging straight line winds. Really, nothing has changed over the last 3 or 4 hours from when we started, when I got in here, and that was multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, practically the entire line. And you could see how the line occasionally have these little bow echoes or these little kind of kinks in the line, and that's when we're getting these occasional tornado warnings that have come out. So any of these cells along this line will have the potential to rotate. So not only will you get the chance for strong damaging straight line winds around Albany with these thunderstorm warnings coming through, but as you get these kind of little kinks and notches in the line, those are the storms that may become tornadic. So it's going to be tough to pick out exactly where they're going to be. So even if you're getting under these severe thunderstorm warnings, they still could produce damaging winds. Baker, Calhoun, and Miller counties. That does include the city or town of Albany, and those storms may have rotation within them too. As I said, at any time, these storms may produce tornado warnings as we've seen all morning. Again, further north, you get up near Glasscock and even on into Warren counties. Now on Doppler radar, on radar, we got the correlation coefficient, and we do have debris showing up now. So we may have another here signature, tornado debris signature showing up to the northeast of the Sandersonville area. You can see right there, that's potentially a non-meteorological targets. That means, maybe debris, trees, maybe even pieces of buildings showing up here on radar. So we most likely have a tornado in progress here in eastern and southwest of Augusta. And that's a TDS warning, tornado debris signature on that severe thunderstorm. Washington County further south now in the Riddleville area until 4:30. That's also a tornado warning. That tornado warning also showing, look at this, southeast of Riddleville. We've got another TDS signature, tornado debris signature now. I'm showing once again where we've got debris getting kicked up onto radar, showing this off to the southeast of Riddleville. Very dangerous storm, most likely a tornado in progress here also, going right across 242, heading toward the Glover Road or the east end of Glover Road, Davis Road area, kind of right in between there, going right across the Harrison-Davisboro Road area. That's 242, and moving on off toward the north and east. So this storm's most likely already past that area and rapidly racing on off toward the north and east. So if you are in the area around Louisville, that's an area where I'd take cover now. I'd just get in your safe place because these storms are moving so quickly that you rarely have time or you barely have time to react to it. So again, that's Jefferson and Washington counties, including Louisville and Riddleville. That's a tornado warning. That's in effect until 5 o'clock this morning. Also in Elmira in the Louisville area, this storm very dangerous. I wouldn't even pay attention to the times. Just take cover now. And once the winds kind of lessen, you'll know that that storm is past you. But a very strong storm. Again, east now of the Riddleville area, a tornado debris signature. So this is a TDS signature, tornado debris signature, showing where we've got at least some debris getting kicked up on the radar. Looks like we do have a tornado in progress here, heading on off toward the east. And we've seen this all night. We've had the line of storms. We've had severe thunderstorm warnings. And occasionally, like we're seeing here, we're getting these spin-ups on the line, and they're producing, at least briefly, these TDS signatures, tornado debris signatures. And along that line, we're continuing to see that now heading into east central Georgia. Jefferson and Washington counties now, that one area where we've got the strongest storm and most likely seeing at least a tornado on the ground, a small tornado on the ground there. Bay, Jackson, and Washington counties. This is in the panhandle of Florida. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. And again, emphasizing that severe thunderstorms do occasionally produce tornadoes. And right now, this morning, we are getting multiple tornado warnings along the line, including this area northeast of Albany. Well, welcome back to the Weather Channel, bottom of the hour now as we continue to cover severe weather, active night, early morning, and deadly day. Now, we're getting more reports of fatalities, unfortunately, in North Georgia, up to 5 dead. And the active weather, the dangerous deadly storms continue across South Carolina and Georgia. Multiple tornado warnings now west of Augusta, southwest of Augusta. Tornado warnings showing up here for storms that are rotating and even maybe seeing some confirmation of a tornado on the ground. So Glasscock, Warren counties, including Gibson and Mitchell, you should be getting into your safe place now until 4:30. This is a severe thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado here, moving on off toward the north and east. And these storms are moving very quickly around Thompson and Appling in the Columbia, Lincoln, and McDuffie counties. This is also a tornado warning. That's for Appling, Clarks Hill, and the Thompson area. Take cover now in your safe place as these dangerous thunderstorms producing strong winds and potentially rotating potential for tornadoes here. And the storms continue to race on off toward the north and northeast. If we look at the velocity, it's kind of messy, but you can see near Mitchell right there, maybe one rotation going through, and near the Thomas area, you can watch as the radar showing up this area here and that area there, the two areas where right there you can kind of see that little couplet where we've got green meeting the red. That's where we may have rotation with these storms as they race on off toward the north and east. Not into Augusta, but nonetheless dangerous storms as they continue to produce occasionally, even what we've seen earlier, some tornadoes being reported. South of Louisville and Jefferson and Washington counties until 5 o'clock in the morning. We do have a tornado warning also in effect. Looks like right in this area here would be where that tornado would be, just to the northwest of the Wadley area. Once again, that's a tornado warning. That tornado warning for a thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado here into the area south and southwest of Louisville. And that storm's racing on off toward the north and northeast at about 50 miles per hour. You could see the coupler right there. If you see right there, Doppler radar, our velocity showing that yellow, that bright yellow, and then that green there coming out of Oconee, heading to the north of Harrison. Watch right here now as you can see that rotation starting to get a little bit tighter there. That'd be right in this area here north of Harrison, and it moves on off toward the north and northeast and kind of maintains its intensity a bit as it runs into this warning, and then it does look like we are losing that rotation just a bit, just to the north and northwest of the Wadley area, but nonetheless to the southwest and the south of Louisville, we still do have a TDS here, a tornado debris signature. That's showing up, showing us that we've got possible debris in the air. Kind of just went away there, so we are showing at least on our correlation coefficient that we've got things maybe like trees and possibly even some structures getting kicked up from a tornado that's on the ground there and moving on off toward the north and east. And it does look like it's dissipating here as it heads on down toward the south of the Louisville area and to north of Wadley. And check this out. Earlier, we may have had at one point north of Sandersonville another tornado on the ground there and one down here. So at one point at about 4:15 in the morning, we may have had two tornadoes on the ground, quick movers, quick spin ups, and then they quickly faded as they moved on off toward the north and the northeast. And that's another thing we want to keep an eye on. They're moving very rapidly too. They're spinning up quickly. They're dying down quickly. So there really hasn't been much time to react. So if you are in Fitzgerald and Ashburn, Abbeville, giving everybody the heads up right now. It's just time to get to your safe place because this line producing numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then in Lee and Worth County, again, we're starting to see some of the storms rotate on the main line. Leesburg, Philomena, and Warwick until 5 o'clock in the morning. This is a tornado warning. Again, rotation within this thunderstorm, potentially producing a tornado. And just a pretty nasty early morning here. Very dangerous, potentially deadly storms heading on off toward the east, heading toward Augusta, Columbia, and South Carolina. Albany, it looks like you're just about clear of the worst of these storms, but further east, further down toward the I-95 corridor, as we go through the next few hours, we are expecting to see these storms most likely maintain their intensity, and occasionally we will see the storms not only be severe with severe thunderstorm warnings, which are dangerous in themselves, but along the line, Colleen, we will get what we're seeing, more tornado warnings and more spin-ups with some of these storms.
Yes, and that's why we have to keep our guard up here as we move through the rest of the morning hours, and then even when the sun rises, many areas are still going to be under the gun for severe weather. So first off, want to give you a look at what has been going on so far as we're moving through Sunday. So at this hour, more than 17 million people are under severe weather alerts. That means that Louisiana and Mississippi's governors have both declared a state of emergency in response to severe storms and the tornadoes that hit the region on Sunday. And unfortunately, there are now 13 reported deaths in 3 states from those storms. So let's get a look at the overnight timeline real quick here as we have active warnings across that line. So as Ray said, even if you're not under a tornado warning, those severe thunderstorm warnings still packing a punch with some winds over 60 miles an hour. 5 o'clock in the morning here, just about 30 minutes from now, still going to be pushing through the south central areas of Georgia as well as into the Carolinas. And this is just around daybreak into the mid-morning hours. This will move through the eastern parts of the Carolinas across the East Coast before finally starting to wrap up as we head into tomorrow afternoon. Well, the latest on our active radar coming up.
Dangerous storms and potentially deadly storms continue to head east. Welcome back. I'm meteorologist Ray Stage, continuing to cover active severe weather here, getting now into North Carolina, South Carolina, east central Georgia, and the panhandle of Florida. The line basically has warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings all up and down it, and a tornado watch in effect. And that watch meaning that tornadoes possible in and around the watch area until 11 o'clock this morning, including Savannah, Albany, and Augusta, and then further north now as we get into the watch around the Triad, Surrey and Yadkin County. We do have a tornado warning. This is a Doppler indicated tornado. Forbush and Rockford, including Shoals, until 4:45. Take cover in this area here where we might have some rotation right within this thunderstorm, probably right in that area right there to the west of Winston-Salem, heading on off toward King. And within all that, this is all within the severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're not in the tornado warning, you're most likely in the severe thunderstorm warning. So expect strong winds within these thunderstorms up and down the line, even near Augusta and south of that, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and even these tornado warnings that continue to pop up along the main line. Around Apley and Clarks Hill, this is a tornado warning. Columbia, Lincoln, and McDuffie until 5 a.m. Dangerous thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado heading on off toward the east, and they're moving pretty quickly at about 50 miles per hour. You can see here, though, the radar is getting kind of a little dirty, so it's hard to pick out where the rotation is, but you can see that one area potentially heading north of Thompson, and the southern one just north of Mitchell, heading on into the warning too, but it does look like they are weakening a bit. And that's really been the trend with these storms. They've kind of popped up quickly, they're moving quickly, and then they're dissipating relatively quickly. At least some of them are anyway. Jefferson County, including the city of Louisville, that's a tornado warning. Looks like that cell, the strongest part of it, is over you right now. So hopefully people took their action and got into their safe place as the rotation has weakened a bit. It's fairly broad, but it does look like still may be a little rotation there. And then to the south of Wadley might be a new rotation that's trying to build back in here. So that storm moving into this severe thunderstorm warning may also have some rotation with it. You can see earlier we did have a TDS storm, a tornado debris signature with that storm that went to the north of Harrison, but now you can kind of see now how it's faded away, and as it goes south of Louisville, it does look like a weakening storm, and that's certainly good news. And at one point here we had north of Sanderson a tornado debris signature, and also down to the south there. So at one point we may have had 2 tornadoes on the ground here in east central Georgia, and that's really been the trend. We've had multiple, if not the entire line, severe thunderstorm warnings, and then occasionally we're getting these tornado warnings like Lee and Worth counties here, including Leesburg and Philomena and Warwick until 5 o'clock this morning. This is a tornado warning. That tornado warning is in effect until 5 o'clock, and then as we've said all morning, we've seen this line continue to produce not only severe thunderstorms, but occasionally a spin up with tornadoes along it. So you get this line, and you get these kind of line echo wave patterns, what we call it in the business. You get these little ripples, these little kinks along that line, and that's where you get the spin ups. And as we've seen, they've been pretty quick developing, pretty quick to move, and then fairly quick, relatively speaking, to dissipate. So as the storms continue to push east, we're expecting the same. Not expecting much in the way of weakening as the line goes east, because we do have plenty of instability, unstable air, and also we've got plenty of strong low-level jet stream energy too. So all those things coming together should keep the line intact as it heads on off toward the east, and things are happening quickly. So if you're in Columbia and Savannah, be ready to act pretty quickly. Valdosta, these are areas where, Colleen, you're going to have to react pretty quickly, get to your safe place here as we go through the early morning hours.
Yes, these are storms that are just continuing to get stronger very quickly and moving very quickly, as Ray mentioned. So again, you got to act very swiftly when they start to move through, and especially anyone that's downstream from these storms, go ahead and have that plan in place. Want to show you these pictures. These are new damage pictures, unfortunately, coming in from Chattanooga. So this was some of the aftermath from the storms from yesterday. And again, the Chattanooga Fire Department has been putting out some very strong wording, just talking about the collapses, the injuries, the trees down, the gas leaks, the power lines down in these areas. Grace Baptist Church also suffered significant roof damage. That's just east of Chattanooga, and a lot of photos coming out just around Shallowford Road, so east of Chattanooga, just around Ashford Road. So a lot of damage. And again, this is a partial building collapse. You can see windows blown out, a lot of roof damage in the areas. Some very, very strong storms that rolled through yesterday evening. And again, we show you these images that these same storms are still active right now. And so this is the aftermath. This is what these storms are capable of. And so that's why, as you're moving into your morning, if you're in the Carolinas, across the East Coast, and these storms are heading in your direction, that's why we need you to take cover immediately when these warnings pop up. Even if it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. I know we say if it's just this, it doesn't have to be a tornado warning. These severe thunderstorm warnings still packing a punch with wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. And that damage you see there in Chattanooga, that can also be caused by some straight line winds. And also what the wind is doing is knocking the power out. And so overnight tonight, it's just been a scary situation unfolding with the severe weather rolling through. And then there's no power in the aftermath as those storms are going on. Over 1 million out of power, with Georgia now taking that lead spot with over 170,000 power outages in the area. Here's a look at the outages in the aftermath of those storms, as well as the ongoing ones as they're pushing through south central Georgia, also into the Carolinas. Here's why you can barely see the map. We have so many storm reports out there starting from last night into this early morning hour, just before the 5 o'clock hour here across the East Coast. So numerous reports of wind damage. We've also had the tornadic activity, as well as a lot of rain falling in these areas. So that's also unfortunately aggravating any kind of problems with trees down. And even in the wake of these storms, Ray, we're still going to have some strong winds in place as cleanup begins, as the sun rises. We see what damage has occurred overnight. Those winds are going to be strong behind the system, with wind advisory still continuing into tomorrow afternoon.
Multiple tornado warnings also continuing here early this morning. This latest one coming in out of Burke and Richmond counties, and looks like we're into east central Georgia for Midville and the Sardis and the Waynesboro area until 5:15. Right now, Doppler radar indicating a strong storm potentially producing a tornado near the Waynesboro area. So if you are in Midville and the Waynesboro area, take cover as this storm continues to push on off toward the east. And you can see a little bit of rotation. Right again, there might be two areas. We're looking at one there and one there. So certainly dangerous storms now heading east to Louisville and Wadley. If you are in the areas under the warning, please take cover now. All right, a tornado siren's going off in Woodstock, Georgia in the middle of the night, and I'd say in the middle or tail end of a deadly severe weather outbreak on Easter Sunday that continued to roll on through now Monday morning. Active line of storms, just about the entire line of storms was warned for, either severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings, and probably numerous sirens going to be going off here as we head on through early Monday. Welcome back, meteorologist Ray Stager here at the Weather Channel, continuing coverage of deadly severe weather as it pushed on through Mississippi, Alabama, now even reports of fatalities in North Georgia, and that line of storms and this tornado watch continues to be active through the morning hours. Columbia, Augusta, Savannah, Jacksonville, Tallahassee, even Charlotte, all under this tornado watch. That's in effect till 11 o'clock this morning. The watch defined as tornadoes possible in and around the watch area. So I wouldn't worry about being here. Maybe if you're over here in the adjacent counties, don't think that you're not under the threat for severe weather, because all these storms are going this way, and they will through the morning and most likely maintain their intensity and the coverage too. We don't think the line's going to weaken much, and we'll continue to see what we've seen all morning. You've got a line of storms and occasionally getting these kinks in the line where we're seeing the tornado warnings. As you can see, the boxes in yellow showing where we have active severe thunderstorm warnings, and then the reds showing active tornado warnings where radar's picking up rotation. First one going into east central Georgia, Columbia, Lincoln, and McCormick counties. That's a tornado warning until 5 this morning for Appling, Clarks Hill, and Modoc. So if you are in these areas, please get into your safe place. Quick line of storms here moving quickly on off toward the east. Looks like the tornadic cell may be right there. Right now that's Doppler indicated, and then further south as you get into the Waynesboro area around Burke Cook and Richmond counties. That's a tornado warning until 5:15 for Midgeville and the Waynesboro area. Once again, get in your safe area as that storm heads on off toward the east. And it does look like maybe some weak rotation, maybe two areas that we are warning for here, showing a little bit of a spin in this with radar velocity. But right now, not showing too much in the way of strong rotation, but dangerous thunderstorms nonetheless, because we still have severe thunderstorm warnings. That could mean winds to maybe 60 miles per hour. So don't think that just because these are only severe thunderstorm warnings, they cannot be damaging, because they most likely will be damaging storms. And occasionally we're going to get these tornado warnings on this line as we continue to head through this morning. We're now to the northeast of Albany, around the Philomena area in Lee and Worth counties. That's another tornado warning until 5 this morning. That is for a Doppler indicated tornado, a rotating storm as it continues to push on off toward the north and the east. Further south of that, we are continuing to show more severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes, and that one now in Crisp and Wilcox County also possibly producing a tornado. So if you're in the Abbeville area, Arabia and Rochelle, until 5:15, take cover now. This line of storms continuing to push on off toward the east, and maybe a little rotation right in there where you are seeing a little bit of a couplet there where we do have the blue kind of touching that kind of grayish color. Kind of tough to pick out. Looks like broad rotation, but it certainly looks like we do have some rotation nonetheless. Well, let's jump now to some new video that's just come on to us here at the Weather Channel. Check this out. Brooksville,
look at the inflow over here
in Mississippi.
Oh, you can see it. It's ripping stuff up right here. Debris.
Yeah. Look at this. It possibly looks like a large tornado on the ground here. We did have reports of homes being flipped, semi-trucks rolled over, and power lines down. As you can see, those look like we've got a large wedge tornado around the Brooksville, Mississippi area. And just take a look at that footage for a minute there.
Rear inflow, power flashes.
Yeah, you can see that rotation right there in kind of the foreground, and the power flashes, as the gentleman mentioned here, very dangerous. And these deadly storms, as they went through Mississippi, they continue to roll on off toward the east. They could see the trees kind of flowing toward where that tornado is. That's the inflow going in. You can see the trees bending over there. And you can see the incredible power of this. What looks to be a pretty large wedge tornado on the ground here near the Brooksville, Mississippi area. And these storms, as they continue to roll east, continue to produce potentially more damage and more tornadoes overnight. But now we're starting to see what looks to be the end. The drier air starting to come in now, and even get into northwest Georgia as things are settling down. But you could still see kind of this fanning out on the water vapor here, with the strongest winds continuing to pull away air from the top of these thunderstorms. So that's why we're getting the severity of these storms, as that air is allowed to evacuate off the top of the storms, allows them to build higher and stronger, and that will continue here this morning. And as I've been saying, we're seeing these strong low-level winds of 5,000-foot winds at the surface, and you're getting a little bit of the wind rotating at the surface, and also as you go upstairs in the atmosphere. So we're getting strong winds at the surface, speed shear, you're getting directional shear also as you get near Charlotte, Raleigh, Wilmington, Charleston, all these areas, as we're showing the available energy or the cape in the atmosphere too, not getting any less. If anything, it is increasing here. As you can see, kind of this brighter orange in the red area, kind of getting a little bit more further east and south. So the storms are going into a highly unstable atmosphere. You've got strong winds, and they will continue to hold their intensity, or possibly even get a little bit stronger as they roll on off toward the east. I certainly don't expect any weakening here during the early morning hours, but either way, through Charlotte and down toward Augusta, probably down near Tallahassee, strong storms potentially producing tornadoes as the model picks up on. Not only will we have severe thunderstorms along this line, but you could see this isn't going to be the exact area where the supercells will be, or kind of those storms that may rotate, but you get the idea. As we go through 8 o'clock this morning, even on into the late morning and the midday hours, the line will go through. You'll probably have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. Then occasionally along that line, we will have most likely some tornado warnings.